Sometimes a new era doesn't knock, it kicks the door down. We're back in Copenhagen here for the North America March monthly finals to close out the second chapter in the race towards the Brawl Cup in Berlin. And this region is changing rapidly. Last month, Team Electra shocked everyone. A team of 3 rookies taking the title and instantly becoming the team to beat. But it's not just them. New contenders are rising, old giants are slipping, and for the first time in a very long time, North America feels wide open. My name's Sunny, and I'm here with Uber and Ark today. I couldn't ask for better company, you two legends in the Brawl Stars scene.
Well, you could, you just won't.
So I want to ask you both, is this the start of a new era, or can someone take down these rookies today?
This is the big question. I mean, I've got to say, from last month, I was thoroughly impressed by Team Electros. I mean, they are mechanically so gifted and just sprung out of nowhere. From Maturino Merchants to the masters of the monthly finals. It was incredible.
On the other side of the coin for me, it's a question of, are they washed? Episode 2 for 2026. I'm looking at all those teams that were household names in Brawl Stars in North America who are still hanging on, but only just. I've got my eyes on them to see if they can adapt or if they'll fall under the rising tide.
And just to make that clear, I could ask for better company if I only wanted to. We want to have a quick look at the bracket of the day, what we have in store for you guys today. And Ark, I feel like this bracket is a little top-heavy, maybe.
Definitely a little bit top-heavy for sure. I feel very bad for Notus Esports, but I'm sure they will give it their best shot. Team Electros will be our first match on that first quarterfinals. Vatic versus Tribe Gaming. And I've got to say, Vatic this month are looking very scary with that roster change and very good prep coming into today. So quarterfinals 3, Only Realm, Bobby, Patchy, and going to be giving it their best against Legacy Esports. Sands on that roster as well. Vic Day versus Zeus Esports, and a ton of roster changes and all that good stuff that we'll run through shortly.
It is Unk City in that lower bracket. Yeah.
It is absolutely nuts.
We're going to get to that roster changes a little later as well. First up, though, we want to talk about the not so new update. Now, we have seen it for 3 weekends or 3 monthly finals already. NA always the last one in the bunch, but we still have these 6 new buffies in the game. Glowy had his debut in the BSC last weekend, and we did not get to see this brawler too often so far, Uber.
No, he got through because he wasn't global banned in a couple of those SA games, and he was picked. He looked quite strong, but he still kind of actually got overshadowed by Hypercharge Poco in some of those like double tank mirrors. So Glowy still seems very powerful. I think having crowd control stapled onto your super is really potent for a supportive or healing type brawler, but a lot of those buffied up brawlers are getting a lot of action. We're seeing the Bull, the BB especially. The Spike may be getting overpicked, and Crow has felt like a bit of a trap at times.
And we get a second little change for you. For the March monthly finals, for the first time ever, we have global brawler bans. So for each of the series, we're going to have 4 brawlers that are going to be banned out for these 5 sets. And this is what we've seen so far in these global brawler bans, Ark.
Yeah, no huge surprises regarding Bull and Crow. I think a Bull is a brawler that can 1v3 pretty much any team. Definitely going to be up there, highly considered. Maybe we'll see a bit of a rise in kit bans actually in this region, specifically Glowy up there, of course, for EMEA and Mortis. I think those really are good choices. Mortis especially, quite a tough one that can similarly do a lot of damage like Bull. And here's for South America also. Glowy very much up there. Spike, like you said, Uber, very highly considered. I think overly so in South America for me, but Bull's still very much present. Pierce as well, one of those kind of underlying brawlers that I think is really worthy of a global ban.
That was just 3 loud matches. They just global banned Pierce arbitrarily, so I'm not sure if we should read too much into that.
We see a lot of new faces in NA overall. As mentioned, 3 rookies took the title last month. And now we see new faces in different rosters because for some reason, so many orcs have changed, Ark.
Yeah, it's really quite a number of changes realistically here. KDS turning into Only Realm NA, Elevate's turning into Vic Day, and Crow's Nest Esports going over to Zeus Esports. So we'll walk you through it as we go, but definitely one of the biggest shakeups we've seen in North America really ever.
Yeah, I mean, that was the orgs. Here's the players, and this is a whole lot to digest as well. So the Elevate disaster, we'll say, as obviously, left Steel alone in the ether. He was coaching Foot Esports last year, so he was a World Finals coach, technically. He comes into, obviously, that Vic squad. Ducky joins Vatic. Rafiki goes out into the ether. We don't know where he is. The other Ducky has joined Zeus Esports. Alianos, of course, a competitor we've seen over the last couple of years, has been around. Zulan okay, just crops up and finds his way into that legacy esports outfit. I know the guy's hungry, he's looking for success, but he feels like Tarzan a little bit, going from vine to vine, trying to find a platform that doesn't crumble under him.
Second best also jumping into the Vic Day roster too. So, I mean, it's just all kicking off.
Yeah.
Steel isn't even playing today, as you said. I do want to say thank you to whoever made this graphic so much for trying to bring some order into chaos. So much has happened here in NA, and I do wonder why that is, guys.
As I said, coming into the month, that is just now with the format and the placements into the World Finals as it's just scrutinizing, isn't it? You are put into a position where you really have to make changes at a quick pace. We've seen it in EMEA, and you know, it's kind of funny to me that we saw all that drama in EMEA, but there's been way more changes in North America, but no one bats an eyelid, you know?
We'll talk about it more, but I think with Brawl Cup so close, you only have a couple of opportunities to make a splash early on in the region if you want to represent in Berlin. So really, you need to be trying to get top 4 straight off the rip. And if your team's not able to do that, then sometimes the orgs are looking for other opportunities, or players realize that they're not in the right fit, they're not in the right system, and sometimes it only takes one monthly final to figure that out.
There are 3 monthly finals in total to collect those points towards Brawl Cup. We are in the 2nd month now. No one is locked in yet in NA, but yes, you don't get many chances. So making roster changes this early on is kind of what has to happen. We have one team who did not make any changes, and that is Team Electros, guys. They've been looking super strong last month, as expected kind of from all their Metrino performances, but we didn't quite know if they could also transfer that into monthly final.
Yeah, I was rooting heavily for this squad watching from the sidelines last month, and I'll be honest, I didn't really expect that they would go the entire way through and go the distance. I mean, it's just simply because they are just very much lesser known. Unless you're really, really tied into those Matcharinos, you wouldn't necessarily know what they're capable of. And boy, oh boy, what are they capable of? It was just absolutely nuts. The mechanics were just so sharp, and the team synergy. Unreal.
I think a lot of people see the BSC, maybe they're competing in their team more casually. They probably imagine there's a huge hurdle to get across, a huge chasm between them and the pro players. So I think this is a great example of a team that has plied their trade playing in those match arenas, showing that actually the gap isn't that wide. And if you apply yourself and you really put the time in, you could be part of the BSC too.
That is exactly true. If you want to go to the first LAN event of the year, it's going to be Brawl Cup in Berlin. If you want to follow Team Electra's footsteps, that's how you do it.
Up Brawl Nation, Kenny here, and we are rampaging towards the Brawl Cup in Berlin this May, and we are super excited to bring the action to you. While you're sitting on your couch, loading up Brawl Stars on your phone, the best teams in the world are already in there, competing alongside everyone else. Millions of players compete for the coveted spots. In a few months, only 12 teams will stand under the lights for the Brawl Cup. But how do teams qualify for the Brawl Cup? How tight is the race, and how can you follow all the action? Let's get into it. Every journey starts inside the game with the Championship Challenge. Anyone can enter this limited time event that appears in the game's event tab. Then the real test begins. You need to win 15 matches before getting 4 losses, which ends your run. Easier said than done. If you succeed, you unlock the next stage, the monthly qualifiers. This is where casual players transform into serious competitors. In each region, teams battle it out. Thousands of teams enter qualifiers where only 8 teams in each region survive. If you survive that and do well enough in the monthly finals, you'll find yourself with enough points to qualify for the Brawl Cup, where the top teams from each region will compete. Here, the best 12 teams in the world will compete at the Uber Eats Music Hall for our Brawl Cup. The event runs May 15th through 17th. We hope to see you there. Remember, every month we'll have free rewards for our viewers on event.brawlstars.com. Predict matches, cheer on your favorite teams, and answer quiz questions live to unlock star drops and cosmetics that change every month. Follow us on X, Instagram, and YouTube for more updates and content.
You won't want to miss it, so you better mark that in your calendars right now, May 15th and 17th, and you can still get tickets for it too, so get those right now. The VIP tickets are unfortunately already sold out, Uber.
No, the candlelit dinner package with Ark is no longer available. He probably bought them all out, so he doesn't have to talk to you guys.
Hey, let's not joke. Let's not joke, guys. Seriously. I mean, I think it's a great deal. I think that everyone is going to have a fantastic time, and the food is choice.
The format is also a little bit different this year. We guaranteed that nobody has to face off against their own region. This is the official seeding. And of course, we're only halfway through now in the 2nd month. Many things can still change, Ark.
Yeah, really can. And this, again, is what it's all to play for at this stage of the season. The best chance to see where everyone lies against the rest of the world. You're going to see South America West there in Group B, and China seeded 1 and 2 in Groups A and D. It mixed the bunch of East Asia, EMEA, South America, and North America. Down in Group C as well, Southeast and Southeast Asia. One to look out for too.
So those smaller regions already locked in their spots, but we still have 2 spots, for example, here for NA. So let's have a quick look at who is sitting in those spots so far, Uber.
Team Electro is obviously after a great debut, one of the most compelling debuts we've ever seen in the BSC NA, are sitting pretty at the top of the standings at 120 points. STMN were their opponents in the grand final. They inexplicably are not present today. They didn't make it through those qualifiers, so that's going to sting. That doesn't mean they're out of contention for Brawl Cup, but it means they're going to have to put in some serious work next month.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, from becoming seconds to not even making it to the monthly final.
Normally that's Bobby's team that does that.
It hurts. That hurts even more. Anyway, these are our predictions here at the casting desk. You can lock in your predictions as well still at event.brawlstars.com. And we look pretty aligned, guys, except that quarterfinal number 4. And Ark, let's talk about the quarterfinal number 3. Commendable that you're going with the underdog team here.
Hey, it's nice to have some differentiation going on here, isn't it, really? I mean, Zulan's been saying, for the number of months now that he really wants to have his moment. Well, this is going to put him to the test, coming to that roster, and could cause an upset.
I don't mind that Pred. It's a little spicy. I do think the Only Realm, though, are a bit of a known quantity. They've played together for some time, so I feel like they'll get there.
Which isn't the same old Only Realm as in February. We saw that graphic before already. I also want to put it out there. I believe that whoever wins that semifinal number 1 is going to be the winner of the day, but we're going to see that later. For you, everybody at home, you can still look in your predictions, as said, event.brawlstars.com, and you can get these rewards, because we love... No, we know you love rewards. The pin, I think I already have that one. The spray, I still need to get my hands on. I love it. And you now also get rewards for competing this year. So if you have played your championship challenge, you're going to get some chaos drops all the way through our first LAN event of the year, Brawl Cup in Berlin. You get some more rewards for that as well. Super exciting. I would definitely lock in my predictions. I'll give you a second. That was a second. You better have it locked in now. And we want to kick things off right away with our quarterfinal number 1. Could already be a huge banger. It's the winner of the February monthly finals versus Gnosis Esports. Pretty much an unknown, unwritten page in our BSC book.
Yeah, and as we've seen, from last month to this month as well, the underdogs really have been coming out swinging. But this is a bit of a different one. We'll touch more on Team Electros first. They are last month's champions of North America, and a team which didn't really have much credentials coming into the year, it must be said. But boy, oh boy, did they do well, beating Vatic, beating Tribe Gaming, and then beating STMN Esports in that grand finals in a sweep, no less. Really stellar qualifiers this month as well, knocking down Zeus Esports 3-1. They're looking great.
We knew the guys from Team Electros as much as we know in Gnosis this month.
Yes.
But now, last month they won. Now, this month they're already the favorites. We had the chance to sit down with Snowy and ask how that all feels.
I think that's just from scrims. Like, in our scrims, we try really hard, especially in the off season. Like, the other pro teams, they would always be like, you guys are like the best scrims, because we're always like serious, on time, and we just give it our best. And I think that's like a huge part of it, because how you practice is how you play.
Yeah, and so y'all play together a bunch, right? Probably don't play too much with other people, but comparing how you play with each other versus playing with other people, how does that feel? How does that differ in feeling?
I think because of how much we've scrimmed together, like, we just, like, even if we scrim without VC, we kind of just know how we play. Like, we make the same passes, the same, like, just execute the same plans and everything. I think it's just too much, like, chemistry we built together.
Super nice to see, super confident and humble at the same time. Synergy's there, the gameplay, as we've seen last week, mechanics are there as well, team communication. They really bring everything together. On the other side, we have Gnosis Esports. They're the rookies from this month, so maybe they beat the rookies from last month.
I mean, again, I do think that, Electros have paved the way for teams just like this one. These guys are also Matcherino merchants, if you want to call them that. They've won at least 4 of them, on their own steam. However, their run through the qualifiers was rough. They are the bottom seed here. That's why they're being pitted up against Electros. They fell to Only Realm 0-3 in the monthly qualifier and did manage to get through in that lower bracket. So I do still feel like this is very much a David and Goliath scenario. I know I'm applying a Goliath moniker to Electros, who previously to last month were unknown to us, but things change quickly here, okay? I don't make the rules.
For this series, these are our global brawler bans. Bull, BB, and Shade are completely banned out, so we won't see them in the next 5 sets. For anybody who just tuned in for North America, we haven't had that in February. We do have that now, so a possible total of 10 brawlers out of the way. This is what you guys at home have voted. 96% say that Team Electros is going to take this series. These are the maps for our series. Layer Cake is going to kick us on with double swoosh, blind hole punt out in the open and open business. We are going to end the run. Do you think we're going to see all 5 maps, Art?
I would hope so, but I don't think so. To be completely honest, I think Team Electros should have this one in the bag.
That's crazy, bro.
I've got to be honest about it, though, right? I mean, they are a massive underdog. It can't be denied.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting to 5. I do think this is one of the, on paper, the most lopsided matchups we have. But I feel like NA this year has become a little bit like SA last year, where it's very much been open season. For a lot of the established names, they're struggling to hold on. And it seems like there's an infrastructure, there's an ecosystem in North America now that lets these teams come up out of complete obscurity and take the league by storm. So I want to be open to the possibility of anything going on here.
We're open for anything. May the better team win. And I want to see some of that synergy once more. I think, Uber, you weren't here last month. It's going to be super exciting to watch Team Electros gameplay. I'm going to tell you that much. Or would you go along with me there?
Absolutely. I was cheering at home on the couch, and I was loving it. It was just genuinely a joy to see a team of players that are, as Uber put so well, together. Coming into the BSC, anything's possible. And when you have players like that that are already putting all their effort in, taking it seriously, the results speak for themselves.
And now we're ready for our quarterfinal number 1. We're kicking things out on Layer Cake. Team Electros versus Enosis Esports. Here we have all the bands now, not just the global bands, as I already mentioned. Bull double band here together with BB and Shade. And then we have a total of 5 different other bands here. So not the total of 10 brawlers banned out. 10% of the brawler map pool could completely be out of the way already. Mortis double ban. Right hand side has first pick here. Uber, what's it gonna be?
Kenji's open. I think that's the only good gap close option that you actually have left here, with Ali, Mortis, and obviously, Bull and BB taken away. Lily's also not available. I don't see why you can't go in for Ziggy here. Obviously, amazing on this map, can really control a large area. When he pops that gadget and then starts firing up those normal shots, you have to dance very quickly not to be hit by those zaps.
Really like the Shade ban. You can kind of see where they're leading with this stuff for the global side. It's a great brawler to have in Layer Cake. Definitely still some options, some throws. See, this is what I'm saying about North America. Kit, I think, would be a great brawler to have in these global bans, coming in as the first pick for Team Electros, and it's really quite a scary one. The cardboard box invisibility keeps your opposition guessing a lot of the time. It can be combined with some really scary brawlers.
Kit is so interesting, barely ever picked up by many other regions, but in NA, he is really, really strong right now. Immediately picked up here by Team Electros against Ziggy. Is going to have a good matchup, but Ziggy's still the strongest thrower at the moment, at least on Bounty. What do they want to pair with that? Kit, a bit of range. Bell, still one of the best sharpshooters in the game, can get some bouncing shots in. Really like that so far from the left-hand side. Right side still has a couple of options open here to maybe pick up the blue star too. Yeah, some range would also be good here with the Meeple. Usually to pick up the blue star, you want a Mortis, an Ellie, or a Kaze. Okay. All of these are out of the way, but as you already mentioned, Kenji or maybe also Mina could have been a good option here for the right side.
Yeah, Mina obviously can get in there. In days gone by, it used to be Carl. Yeah, Carl definitely not the go-to right now, but he's the Meeple pick up for Enosis. Just want to make sure they got a deterministic option if they are able to push their opponents up across the map. If Electros end up getting caught in a corner and they have to deal with that Meeple super, there's really nowhere to run in that case. You still want to think about the potential to challenge this blue star, though. So this last pick for Enosis will be quite telling.
I kind of feel like on the side of Team Electros, they're cooking a tank here of some sort. I mean, it could be a BB, but it's globally banned. I mean, there's still Daryl, which is an option in this region. They want to take away the Bell as an option, really. Ken's going to come in as their pick. I feel like there's something that's quite scary here brewing. Meeple, definitely a good brawler to have here, but I think better in the hands of Team Electros. I mean, they've actually got a 0% win rate in scrims on the side of Enosis with their brawler.
Ooh,
Not great.
that is very unfortunate. We now have a pretty balanced comp though on the right-hand side. I do like the draft so far. Some aggression, pick up the blue star potentially, and then range. And Ziggy can also hold off those opponents' brawlers, except Kit maybe. Let's see on the left-hand side now, what will they pair with Kit? I personally like something with a bit more damage on their side, and Otis is just that. They need something to deal with Kenji, because, yeah, he would clap that bell.
This does feel like a bit more of a defensive draft, or at least reactive draft here from Electros, right? I do think Otis is an answer to something, and it's kind of hard to see where the Kit's supposed to fit into all of this, right? It can be a little bit dangerous to try and develop that super. I think Otis is a great pick. Last month in NA, had an 80% win rate, I think out of 6 games. So was one of those sort of sleeper brawlers that was performing really, really well. So I still expect to see Otis be quite powerful here as we jump on into Layer Cake Arc. It's going to be an Otis Esports, relative unknowns taking on last month's champions, Team Electros.
I feel like they wanted the Kenji because they've just opted away from it, and the Otis is a great brawler to have for it. Mimic can jump away out of this box if needed. No need to at the moment, just able to try and get a few swipes close to the hypercharge there. There's Snowy taking a assertive role in that mid. Getting some taps as well. Got the super already, the mark ready to go on the Kenji.
Yeah, Snowy's hitting these shots. This is a problem for Enosis. There's so much space here on the left-hand side of the map. You want to throw it in a pinch, you've got it. The Kid's going to rain that damage down on Kirito, and that is almost too much damage to withstand. Yeah, the shots coming in from Snowy, and it's a hypercharge super built up for the Bell already.
Good taps yet again. Got to be cautious of this Ziggy. There's the hypercharge mark, straight onto the perfect person for it. Now Kenji. Oh, the timing of that was absolutely dirty, my man.
That was pretty nice. Also using that Bell super to knock the shield off of the Kenji. It doesn't do much damage on its own, but it still triggers it. So all of a sudden, that high damage reduction, 70%, isn't available to the Kenji in the aftermath. That is the best way to counter that star power.
Well, still just 1 star in it. The blue star is still Team Electros. Got to be cautious of this Kenji, for sure. Kit will be ready to jump at a moment's notice, but this mark has got to land here. It was a miss, unfortunately. There's still a trade on the left-hand side, though. 6 stars now. This is a 3 for Team Electros. They're in a good spot going into the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a real question of what the plan is supposed to be for Enosis from this point on. They're trying to send that Kenji forward, but he can't fight the Kid. Meme now has that super available, so he can just go from one to the other here and easily develop yet another super while jumping on in. That is classy stuff. GN now trying to pressure down, but he's the cardboard box. And Meme is going to cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Absolutely brutal stuff. 13-3. 13 and counting, should I say, as that Mantis of Meeple doesn't do much more than give Electros plenty of room to celebrate this round win.
Coming into the match, I was saying about how I wanted to see more Kit global bans in North America. I think that is exactly a statement as to why. Absolutely insane, and you know, I've got to feel like Enosis now going to do a complete 180 here and rethink through this strategy because it's just not working.
Yeah, look, that Kit hypercharge is very powerful because the Kit can farm the next super while their initial target is still stunned. That's very dangerous. In a case like that, you can also pull off some insane acrobatics with that level of mobility offered to you. And in that sense, with that hypercharge, Kit can play very much as a solo brawler on that left-hand side, while Snowy just hits shot after shot, lays those nest eggs down, and shuts the door on Enosis in the later round.
Again, Ziggy pushing up, and he's going to again try to assert some authority, but this is where the heals of the Kit can really come in clutch. Snowy there trying to, again, get that mark ready for the Kenji, as that is the dangerous brawl on the side of Enosis that can really make the plays. Still, though, Dwayne looking for, again, that mute. Not giving the upper hand on this Kenji. With the blue star, they prefer to have it in their pocket, so Pinch got quite on point, though, and the dash away. Meanwhile, though, Ziggy falls.
And you're supposed to do what with his Mantis of Meeple? Not a whole lot, because Matt does not have super available. So Menen just chills inside his little cone of silence and then is ready to go back to playing the game. Doan has actually lane swapped over to the left-hand side. And Electros had 2 brawlers that can shut down one of those individuals. The Otis is very good against the Kenji, and you can see just how little interest Enosis has in putting Kirito up against Doan at the moment.
It's hypercharge. Might be chosen for the Ziggy as well, but I think Snowy still keeping it on the back foot for this Kenji. Chooses to go for it now as well, whilst the Kit able to get the stun. It's still looking just really much in Team Electric's favour. Inosis not really finding the balance between the aggression that they need and the support behind it.
There is no game plan here. GN finally finds a super. This should take care of Snowy, and that's going to even up the game somewhat. It's going to be a trade between Memin and Kirito as well. And up to 10 stars go Inosis. That was a pretty big Ziggy super.
This is quite a turning point realistically here, because Team Electros have got time, but they do need a lot of stars. The Kenji would be a good start, and as quickly as that, the heal's still there though.
Oh, no.
They're potentially still... They can still do it, honestly, but now the Manchester people going down, really limited. I mean, Snowy knows it as well, not even really moving up the sport.
Wait a minute. I said not enough earlier, but yeah, I didn't see the pick off there on the bell with that super. That was quite nice stuff from Inosis. Finally, the Kenji's starting to get going a little bit there. They found their footing a little bit in the mid-round, and obviously they do have Ziggy, so they can put damage down on the Brawler court inside that Manchester Meeple. Eventually, they were able to pressure Memin more adequately. They didn't have to deal with the Kid Hypercharge, and generally just a very solid round from Inosis. Let's see if they can keep it going.
I mean, they would love to start things off with a set in the pocket. It would be able to increase the pressure against the team, which again, coming into today, definitely a couple of doubts as to whether they're able to do it. But again, underdogs can be overestimated sometimes. Let's see how they will fare. If they can get this next game, it'll be massive for them. Memin's still lurking on this right-hand side. Gets a couple of swipes into Kenji as well. The helping hand of Snowy, taking care of that right-hand side. The blue star, now it's Team Electros.
Nicely handled by Electros there. There was help. Good collapse in from the mid-side. Snowy recognized an opportunity to help the Kit take out the Kenji. Those yarn balls do a lot of damage, but they are very short range. Inosis able to avoid most of them. That's a nest egg getting up there. Go by the Kenji. Memin can't quite get close enough to get a free swipe and has to be careful here. Might be chased down. Doyen actually falls here to the Ziggy damage. This puts Inosis now in the lead. Memin trying to surge up the left-hand side, but again has found a difficult lane matchup against this Kenji, as Inosis are trying to make sure Kirito doesn't have to fight Doyen at all.
That was really nice from the Ziggy. Doing just couldn't do a thing, and now
Good diagonal.
punish. Yeah, great pinch on that left-hand side, but the Manchester Meeple comes down and puts a stop to it. Now everyone's going to be healing up in the meanwhile as well, and Ziggy has got Super 2. The mark on the Meeple. The Snowy trying to get these bounce shots now quite pivotal as they're looking for the Kit to come in to get some low HP swipes, but it's not really there. Comes back to the heels. Ziggy in the perfect time to keep this at bay.
Yeah, forces the disengage with the super. Team Electros have to respect that now, and they're still behind by 1 star. Manchester Meeple, they were really hoping that would catch Doyen, because there was a super committed to it as well. We get a pin out of Inosis, and that slight mistake might have cost them this set. GN and Matt don't really have anywhere to go here. That super's now timed out. They do have a Kenji super available, but a nest egg gets triggered there by Kirito on the left-hand side of the map, and he's looking like he might be struggling. Hypercharge popped by Memin, who didn't even have to use the super on the Kenji. It's curtains for Inosis in his first set.
Really close stuff, though. I mean, that genuinely could have gone either way towards the end, and I liked how Team Electros were not getting, they weren't outstaying their welcome. They could have got some more bell shots on the right-hand side and really punished the action, but they just had that 1-star lead. That, for them, was enough. They knew those nest eggs could do a lot of the work on that retreat as well for them, which came in quite pivotal to play. And I think that at the end of the day, that could have really been a set against them. So keeping it together was crucial.
With Bell in your composition, you actually don't mind playing from behind in these bounty games, because you need to push up the map, and your opponents are going to give you the map as they back off. That's when you can put the nest eggs. Presumably, you gain the lead after pushing into enemy territory, you leave the nest eggs behind you, and then you fall back, and then you're able to punish them. That's exactly what we saw in those last couple of moments, and that's why the Kenji couldn't chase any of those kills.
Ark, as you said it, this could have gone either way, and that speaks volumes. We're looking at a completely new roster. We haven't really seen Kirito, Gottnoob, or Moth in many monthly finals. Gottnoob has played in one before last year. The other two are completely new to this, and they made it super close against the winner of the February monthly finals. Nobody's untouchable this year.
Yeah, Gottnoob played in June last year. They faced Tribe Gaming as New Heights Gaming at the time, and they just got swept in that quarterfinal. So that still is experience that he has over his teammates. But that is the extent of that experience, outside of the BSC, of course, Matcharinos. But it's kind of hard to kind of dive too deeply into that experience. But I feel like they did really well against Team Electros in that first set.
Yeah, really compelling first set. I think the draft was quite powerful. They recognized that the Kenji's the only real assassin / tank that they have the option to pick up. They managed to get that. They've got the best thrower as well. A very robust composition, but I feel like the pinches in mid, especially from Snowy, were challenging. They never got 1 versus 1s for that Kenji, there was always a Bell or an Otis getting involved.
And usually I'm a bit scared of whenever one team has a thrower, the other team doesn't really have anything to address it. But whenever the kit was on top of Snowy, they did have a thrower in their own rank. So that was a pretty solid comp from Team Electros. The Meatball on the other side did not have as much value as expected, honestly. I still feel like it wasn't a bad pick necessarily. Double Switch is going to be our second map here for this series. Very bushy map, you want to have some area control. Jester has been a brawler that we named time and time again, immediately banned out here alongside some other area control brawlers here with Crow and Otis. First pick is on the other side here. They themselves spent Tara, Nita and Ellie, so potentially they want to pick some tanks here with the 2 tank counters banned out.
Potentially here, Janet's a big pick for Team Electros. I think for Gnosis, they quite like the bow here. I'm still a big fan of it, I'll be honest. I don't mind it at all. M's going to be there first. I mean, these are the kind of brawlers that they can wait on, to be fair. So picking up a good 10 counter early on is going to be quite helpful here. Stanley can have pretty good good matches on this particular map with 2, but I'm also quite scared for the Mortis not being banned here. That's an aggressive brawler, which if they can combine with a good counter, could be quite well for them.
Spike's open, that's an option here. It lets you reveal those bushes pretty effectively with, Pinwheel. Gene fulfills a similar role. I like that you mentioned Bo. Obviously, that super totem is pretty crucial right now, and he can also be unrevealed shooting from bushes if you take that particular star power. Here's the Spike. It feels like it's a pretty decent option for your safe side of the map, right? You play in your left side bushes, and you're inherently advantaged because of that. You hit very hard still, of course, and I kind of like Life Plant. It gives you, some more options. It does damage now. It knocks back. It has some of these extra effects appended to it. We've often seen it used in conjunction with like a Mortis comp. Like you throw the Life Plant where the Mortis is going to be so he can tank a shot for him and heal him up. So I have liked that combo so far, and that's available here to Electros if they want to go there.
On a bushy map like this one, it's all about vision, and that certainly is fulfilled by the Spike. Good call there from Uber, Mortis, and Spike is going to be the comp here for Electros. They still miss a gem carrier at the moment, so maybe Janet is going to be picked up later, as Ark said as well. They usually also really like Mo on a map like this one, so I'm surprised that we haven't seen him so far yet. Ems on the right-hand side also offers some vision, but not too much range. Let's see if they're going to pick in some more range. It's quite the opposite. We have a dog comp, and yesterday, or really anytime we see a dog pop up, we talk a lot about the cheese comps that are possible. Kit and dog would be one of those. Let's see if it's actually going to be this one. With a lot of options still open that would be coming into a regular draft at this point. Sandy, for example, is also still wide open.
It's uncomfortable though because Odyssey is banned by Electros. Kind of brawl that they wouldn't mind folding into this situation to try and shut down the Doug. I hope they don't feel like they need to, play Kit or anything like that. Janet gets picked up here, and I think they realize it's one of the best sort of safe gem carrier options that currently are at the disposal of either team in this draft. And we still need to see a gem carrier from Electros. Gene, they'd have a lot of vision. They'd have some, catch potential. Still pretty challenging to ever get the Janet if she has super available. You might feel like you need something with some decent range here still, though. Amber's kind of crazy here, but that is an option if you're concerned about the Doug running at you. And here is the Mo instead.
Well, I do like where Gnosis are coming from in the sense that they have to experiment here. I was chatting to Ready Set prior to the match and following the back of the interview, and he said that they are experimenting with some really interesting drafts at the moment that people are not necessarily ready for. We've seen the Doug versus the Janet kind of combo with the hypercharge before, but I feel like these are the strategies that can sometimes give you a set here or there. It's a bit cheesy, but sometimes you do need that little bit of a struggle comp. These are things that you tend to see more on ladder than you tend to see in comp. So
Electros picks 3 of their 6 most banned brawlers on a map like this one. This looks very dangerous for Gnosis. Let's see if they can make it close once more.
Okay, so it is going to be, notice the Spike here trying to set the life plant up to give Memen a way to get into the right side bushes. It's instantly taken down, but the idea is there. This comp is really good at getting vision. You'll notice the projectiles of both Spike and Mo will sort of fan out and explode, allowing them to see much more of the map than otherwise. Here comes the Doug, though, looking pretty scary, but Memen's going to get involved and try and deny him. It's a super used by the Doug, and map control gained as a result. All of Electros have to respect this, but now Mascot doesn't really have much to protect him. Memen's going to go in, and there's no friend zone here to save the M's from the Morts.
And doing is a disgusting Mo, by the way, as well, so keep an eye on him on that left-hand side.
Good dive.
Going in there, but Janet takes the skies, keeps those gems alive, and the HP low will be able to heal off the back of landing. Stuck with the hypercharge though. Wait for that Janet to have super, because that's when things can get really scary for Snowy.
And here comes Kirito. Wow, flattening, doing nothing he can do about that one here. Super will be at the ready for Kirito. Should it be required, and there is the magic hot dog above the head. And Memon going to sacrifice himself there to the sausage gods as Doin goes in. It's a trade. The gems, though, are dropped. Snowy, though, has to respect this Doug, and even with a life part, he's not able to get that sausage bandit out of his face.
Oh dear, from the there, the gems as well might be stolen out the pockets. Snowy going to pop the hypercharge as well. Surely gets the kill there as well, but no, Doug coming straight back. This is not good and bad for Team Electros, who can't really go in with the hypercharge. Memon going to make his best attempt of it. Trying to get a cycle. Can he get some gems at the back? No, falls down. That's a very important game and a massive steal for Enosis.
Oh, that's gross. That is actually filthy. I need a cold shower immediately. Doug, very, very powerful, especially if he's doing enough damage to cycle into those supers. He is nigh unkillable. And yeah, Kirito's feeling himself. Why wouldn't you be? Get to play Doug in BSC, get to win a round, get to do it in style. That's 3 ticks and 3 checkboxes for me.
There's some Brawl Esports Pro playlists, like, don't we really, to be able to have shared. Oh no, where he's jamming.
Sabrina Carpenter, almost certain.
Let's see where, though, Team Electros can learn from these mistakes. And it's tough, really tough for Memon, honestly, especially with the helping hand of that Ems. And the Doug being the prime candidate of the takedowns. Doin has got super on the left-hand side. Potentially go in here as well. Keep the Doug low before we can start to... Yeah, it's going to come straight back. These hot dogs have been timed.
Kill the Doug! Please kill the Doug! Kill the Doug! Thank you. Oh my god. That is so ridiculously difficult to get rid of him. Cut super cycled there by Doug, but finally map control taken by Team Electro. Memon going to make use to some degree of the life bar, but Doug is in hot pursuit.
Yeah, it's really quite disgusting. Moment though, Gem's much better in favour of Electros, but they've got to be cautious here. Big hypercharge there from Snowy. Janet can still evade this and will do so. Doing low. Not going to use probably the drill just yet as well, as Janet does divert away. Ooh, a tough matchup as well, but Memon actually comes out on top there. Hypercharge available for this. Doug still going to stay alive. Can these gems stay in the pocket? Doug going to come straight back yet again. So Doing is going to go on the aggressive here.
Yeah, okay, great pressure from the side laners here from Team Electros. This has given Snowy enough space to get up to 8 gems, but still, the threat of the Doug running up on them is real. Here's hypercharge super from God Noob, so that he's going to guarantee the kill, forcing Doing to pick up these gems, and he's all alone again. Enosis have cracked the code. Listen, you're going to pick the Doug or you're going to ban it. Otherwise, you're in for a tough time. Absolutely brutal. If you want to see how the sausage is made, this is some insight into how to craft one of the most disgusting comps in Brawl Stars right now. The Doug is not able to get away, though. Snowy's able to pick up some of those gems, down to 2 and caught inside that caustic charisma. And I think they'll just simply go around that Spike Super, regain the gems, and Enosis here will try and hold a decent front line with this Doug, but look to end the round on this countdown.
Yeah, they got to get to the Janet prior to that countdown, unfortunately. Janet should be landing safe and sound for the most part, and does. So a massive set, a huge moment for Enosis now to tie up this series.
I mean, what do you want me to say? We've seen it. We've seen what the Doug is able to provide. Is that Matt himself? Is that a photo of himself?
It does look like
a younger photo.
Yeah, he's flexing it himself.
I respect it. Okay. It's like he printed it out though. Okay, look, I respect it. Great draft from Enosis. Really nice. I do think the Ems is interesting. I think you're trying to bully your safe side of the map there. There's 2 brawlers on the side of Electros that can dive, and dive very effectively here. But you have the Janet, who's pretty safe, self-sufficient, can also, you know, have that window of invulnerability when you're carrying on the gem. So just really well thought out game plan.
You know, I heard a saying before, you got to make your younger self proud and yourself when you're 90 years old. And he did the one thing already. His 9-year-old self surely is proud of even taking a set off the hands of Team Electros. Keep in mind here, they only lost a single set in their whole entire run in February. And that's already happened here in the second set they played today. Great showing here from Kirito, 7 kills on him. That Doug had so much pressure. The Janet, unkillable really, and she just always got out of the way whenever they had the gem. So really, just a delicious comp from them.
Yeah, for me, the Doug was the dirtiest of the candidates, really. It really was. I mean, the amount of hot dogs, the amount of revives, I mean, it was just honestly so hard for them to do anything about it. And this is what I was saying coming into the match, and it was, again, from the interviews as well, from the guys themselves, saying that they've been really experimental with their drafts. And I think that's exactly how you've got to come into this one. They know how dangerous Team Electros are. They know what they're capable of doing. and what they achieved last month. So they've got to really get inside their minds and just take them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and you notice here, I think at some point along the design pipeline, Doug Super was intended to be used on teammates, right? Even with the hypercharge, it sort of can be, and that gross little kit combo here. You're doing enough damage to basically cycle that super constantly, always have that revive capability, and be able to continue to run your opponents down. It is very scary to try and deal with that. Doug is so good at taking map control by demanding that you deal with him or run away, and it's almost always the latter.
Heading over to pinhole punts now, and usually those newer teams do fairly well in Brawl Ball because this is the favorite mode of many, the mode that is played on ladder very, very often. I'm not sure if that's quite true, by the way, but according to my stats, Team Electros has scrimed 400 sets in the last few weeks, and Osis about 14.
Okay.
That is a crazy feat that they're still able to take a set off the hands of Team Electros here. We're on pinhole punt. Again, all about mix control, so Spike and Crow immediately fall to the band phase here. Jester, Shelly, Otis, all of these brawlers have a widespread shot. All of these offer a lot of area control. The next best option, a really good option here with the Buffy, is going to be Ems here on the right-hand side.
Leon and Max here open, and that's quite a dangerous prospect for me. Max being played so tremendously well by Team Electros last month, and it is going to come through. The first pick as well. Looking potentially even maybe here for Mo. We know what Doing can do with that particular brawler. Really dangerous stuff. Kenji as well. Could be a big playmaker consideration for sure. As well, maybe even Glowy. I mean, it's not a bad map for it. Yeah.
Something I was kind of thinking, pinhole punt is reasonable. You need to get behind walls to break the tether, so that grassy area is no safety to you. And if you are looking to try and round this out with a bulkier brawler like Meg, then getting a healer in the mix here might be good. Meg feels like she's pretty low on the priority list of sort of those tankier brawlers, but it's above Frank, even though Frank was a nightmare when those buffies were first introduced, really supercharging that tanky brawler. Because of what the global bans look like and how some of these bans here are shaken out, there aren't a ton of great options for tank primos technically on the table if you kind of want to go that way. We've sort of seen him appear every now and then in these Brawl Ball sets.
And Meg gets counted out by pretty much all of the brawlers that are banned right now. Spike with a lot of DPS, Crow makes it just she can't ever heal up, and she wants to stay in that mecha for as long as possible. Buster is going to come in here, a little bit of tankiness also on the right-hand side now. A Glowy would look super good in that right-hand side roster now. Offers a bit of range, has that potential to heal the Buster so he can get up close and comfy with his opponents. On the left-hand side, what's always still in the mix, of course, an Ember on any bushy map. The Kenji that you mentioned before could be a shout here once more. Okay. Right-hand side really needs some range right now.
Yeah, Meeple's still out there as well. Gale going to come in, going to be quite a good matchup into that Meg, so I don't mind it for that reason. Squeak still on the table potentially here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Mo now, realistically, from Team Electros. Be definitely within their kind of skill set, so he can come through. I mean, it's really one of those brawlers which has not been seen much because more often than not, it's banned.
The Gale's fine here. Obviously, Meg is less long range than she used to be, but still that she can operate outside of the most effective radius of blustery blow, right? You can knock the Meg around, but still, I think, she was a brawler that was so effective because she's a great outlet for healing, essentially. That's not going to be the go-to here for Team Electros, though. They're really the map control. Meg's arc of fire is very wide, right? Her projectiles, they cover a lot of space, and the same could be said of Ziggy here. So it's going to be tough to find safe places to stand in this Buster composition. I think Snowy's going to have to be pretty careful of that montage. Buster's one of the most effective answers to this Meg shutdown and main source of damage.
Oh, Memen lurking, going to get the pinch. Lovely stuff on the right-hand side. God Noob, though, comes in with a big blustery blow. Memen just lurking on the right, invisible to these shots from the M's. Now comes in, goes straight down, though. Again, God Noob really on top of this game so far.
Yeah, look, I think Memen got a little bit too close to the sun there. You are still a little squishy as Leon. You want to try and find flank angles if you can. So, and Oshas have the map control here. Lollipop drop empowered by the Bucky, though, gives you that extra little bit of speed, which is important. Snowy, lucky save there. He needs to clear the ball, so he needs to take a bunch of free damage from Kirito. But one thing Montage can't block is the super swing of Meg, and Snowy has the damage to down the opposing tank.
Well handled there by Snowy. With a hypercharge as well now, which can really add a lot of range to that swipe. Trying to continue to aggress now. The Ziggy starting to play a vital role. Gadget in hand, but no montage there coming through. Let's see if Memen can make something of this. The Buster is incredibly low past the ball. The shot is there. Potential path through as well. Oh, the Twister is there. It's still not over though. The pass through the Twister and the shot. They're going to secure it regardless.
Make sure to lock it in now. There's 2 hyperchargers on the side of Team Electros. They are working with some serious gas right now. In goes Memen. Remember, a minimum 75% damage regardless of Leon's proximity to his target. So that primary fire under hypercharge conditions is extremely powerful. Kirito, though, nice little double down. Snowy is removed out of the mech and then dealt with. But Memen is lurking and looking dangerous here. What's Godnoob going to do? Try and pressure the Ziggy down? That's fine, but the issue is the Leon, and Memen sneaks past to score the second for Electros.
Yeah, that was a much more convincing game, for sure, by Team Electros. I think it's the drafts are pretty balanced for the most part. I didn't necessarily mind it, but there is still a notable edge for me. Again, the Leon pick, which is just highly valued in EMEA, coming through now and just getting the job done. This Meg as well, though, is working surprisingly well.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think it's obviously very effective on this map because, swiping through those indestructible boxes guarantees you finishing potential at all times. And the Ziggy was pretty important, I think, to clear that space to make the goal essentially open. And Kirito has to essentially try and dodge these Ziggy shots forever. I mean, this is just a hard watch. I mean, they have just stomped over Enosis Esports off the rip there. Electros winning all of their duels.
The problem with Ziggy is just so suppressive. The electric shuffle gadget just allows you to just pepper the map with electricity and just forcing the hand of your opposition. Now, going out, everyone really disbanded. And Enosis not really looking too together, it must be said. Enter super as well, which should divert Snowy's attention away from this ball. Nice from Godnoob on the right-hand side on this Gale pick, trying to just alleviate some space. Still, Enosis not really getting too heavily towards enemy lines yet.
You can see that I don't know, the Gale doesn't look that great against the mech. Godnoob's not even trying to do anything about Snowy, who now under hypercharge is very, very tanky, very powerful. I really think that there's a missed opportunity in the draft there, picking up that Gale. The Meg is more than happy to play at longer range there and just to get damage down. And the Gale is using super just to make space, but there's no stun that's coming off the back of their +3 blows. So for me, that one doesn't quite cut the mustard in this context.
I think for me it could have worked, but I just feel like Electros they did so good in Brawl. I mean, they just really are the top team in the region, literally, when it comes to the stats and the scrims, but I mean, pretty poor stats. I don't necessarily mind the comp that we saw on the other side of the field, but I mean, Leon and Ziggy, really two brutes that get the job done.
And I was honestly surprised to see the Ziggy. Usually we see a Willow, if any, thrower on Brawl Ball. On the other side, though, we have nothing that can really be dangerous to him. We have no assassin, no tank, nothing that would actually threaten doing on that Ziggy pick. He was able to just cycle ults. We see it here, the hypercharges left and right, and with that they completely clear out the mid, and Pinhole Punt is all about that mid control.
Like, where are the catches with this Buster? Is he on utility belt and not slow-mo replay? Because I don't see any catches off that gadget, right? I think that's something you want to try and hit the Leon with, especially if he gets a little bit too close to try and find that damage. But at no point am I really seeing this Buster get in like a strong position. The montages were few and far between. It's supposed to be your main tool for mitigating the damage that Meg can put out, and Leon. They're both projectile-based brawlers whose shots will be reflected, but I did not see the Buster really fulfill its role at all.
Unfortunate, 2-1 now for Team Electros, and this is kind of what we expected. Electros in the lead, but we do have that underdog roster take a set off them, so it's definitely possible for Enosis to take a second one. We're out in the open now. We're on knockout. We have Angelo banned out. He's super good on that left-hand side since he can walk over the water. Eve would be the other brawler that does that so well, that gets picked up quite often. Leon is going to be picked up here on the right side with the lollipop drop. Offers some more speed to his teammates. They're hidden as well. Same kind of strategy would also be with the bow. He can give a supercharge to his teammates. The area is a lot wider now thanks to the buffy he recently received. So he's one of the most picked brawlers on knockout on this map at least so far.
Rob not being banned here is honestly like just wild to me. I mean, it's the first brawler pickup worthy one to have. Just break your own wall, have that escape mechanism through the mid. No reason not to. Gonna go for the Gene though, which is again that good healing prospects, good ability to turn the game in your advantage. But you've got to have some swift takedowns to have behind it in terms of support. I don't mind Pearl here. It's probably the best map. I wasn't a big fan of how much we saw her yesterday in South America, but I did say that this is the one map that I think she can do well in, and it wouldn't be the worst brawler to have in combination with Gene.
Yeah, Gus here is also pretty reasonable, commonly picked option. Any of those other sharpshooters as well. Pierce, note that both Pierce and Angelo are both banned here. They're very serious about
Enjoy your treat.
Byron, though, fills that role quite adequately and also has finishing potential via that super. A lot of healing so far being picked up for Team Electros, of course, as Magic Pass from Gene can really add up.
I would like that bow now with the Gene, honestly. You get your super quite quickly, and a Gene super is basically a guaranteed kill if you hit it. But let's see if they're gonna just try and go with something aggressive. They have 2 healers now, basically, on the left-hand side already. You have Leon on the right-hand side. You have the aggression down. Maybe Brock comes in now to open up the map a little bit. Makes it able so you can walk into mid quite quickly. You don't have to go over the water on the left-hand side. Chloe's gonna come in. He's just always a super oppressive brawler. A brawler you always need to keep in mind. He was the most banned brawler across the global bans and regular bans so far this month.
But picking into the Byron, I mean, Malaise can deplete a lot of that healing ability potentially. I mean, that's something that's on my mind at least. And let's see, I mean, Eve is still available. That's going to be a brawler which would make it a quite tough thing for the Byron to have to land shots into the hatchlings. It can force them back. So there's definitely some options. Kit, they're going to come in for Enosis. A good brawler, one that I think can be kind of hard sometimes in this map to make work, especially into the Gene. The cardboard box gets spotted sometimes more often.
You have to kit super the Byron. If the Byron has super available, he just dumps it on whoever on his team is getting supered by that kit. And you're cooked at that point. Buster also gives you a guaranteed super generation if you want to play in the late round. Right? If you find your opponents aren't looking to pressure you too much, you just stand with your teammates. You have the ability to sort of block projectiles off that Leon. Buster doesn't have a ton of great applications in terms of his super, but what I do look forward to seeing is the gadget. Slow-mo replay. If you can catch a kid out with that, they're gonna get blown up instantly. You could say the same for Leon. Leon will need to get somewhat close to do his damage. We saw Enosis try and pick a Buster against the Leon in the last set. It didn't look good at all, but we're looking at last month's champions. I feel like Electros have what it takes.
Going into this match, Sonny did ask and my thoughts on whether this goes to 5th and final set. And I said, I hope so, but I don't think so. Now I'm looking ahead, and Enosis on one set away from doing just that. Already though, big aggression, and just a little bit out of place in that regard, as it's now a 3 versus 2, and Enosis already on the back foot.
This is so much healing. I mean, you've got multiple brawlers here that want to stand close to each other. Buster gains super that way, and obviously, Gene heals, doing just that. Also, Memon will be more than happy to have 3 players to dump that super on. So this comp is really compact. It's a Death Ball-y style setup. I like the fear from Kirito, but surely Doyen can finish the job here. And his hypercharge montage is ready to rip.
Yeah, very, very solid opening stance. Doing on that Buster. Probably getting close to a hypercharge as well. Hard to see with the crossover, but I think he has got it. And that Gene magic hand of Stoy. Got to land it. You can't really afford to miss it in knockout, so will he go for, ideally I'd go for the glowy, maybe just pull it in even now despite the kit heals, but trying to evade themselves. That's not a good shot. Yeah, that's Memon out staying as well from there.
And he caught the lollipop drop with the magic hand. Basically, everything that's gone wrong, could go wrong, has gone wrong here. Doyen can't be healed up. Snorri's not going to get close enough there. And Electro's kind of threw this round out the window. I'm not going to lie. You've got to respect the damage of those yarn balls. The range is short, but yeah, we saw how quickly Electros got on the wrong side of those. Your Byron won't hold up long under that level of damage.
Only going to do what he can. He does actually get a super off the back of it, so that's actually not the worst of outcomes. It could have definitely been a lot worse. But as time goes on, Kit is getting closer to hypercharge as well, so he does need to try to get the round swiftly over. Now coming in, 1 round away from Electros being on match point here. Enosis being able to be getting ever closer to taking this to the 5th and final set. So far, everyone is hunkering down behind this Buster. Wait for this magic hand pull. It's a good one, but the helping hand there of the freeze frame. Honestly, that's what you need there.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have 2 pulls virtually. You can make sure you can slow-mo replay the magic-handed target, but even then, that was a trade. So such is the damage of the Leon's composition. It is pretty scary. What's he doing? Expose himself to a little bit of free damage here, as most of the map control has been lost, but we are going to see our little virtual map dive. You can make use of that jump pad, and here we go. Matt's going to back away here, but looking pretty scary under hypercharge conditions now. Nice montage used, but Snorri still getting slurped down by Kirito. Could not break line of sight. And Enosis, I can't believe I'm saying this, they're going to take the first round here, a knockout.
Nicely done. Really nicely done. Interesting to see.
Yeah, vibing. Yep. Vibing, baby.
You've earned it. But there's still a set up for grabs here, far from over. And despite the mistakes, I felt for the most part, Electros did look okay under the scrutiny. I'm never a fan of this jump pad in this map. Every time I see players go for it, I'm like, oh, I just sense that you're going to land and immediately be dead. But yeah, just an interesting interaction. Obviously, if you get the tether prior to that Buster coverage, then it's able to deplete the HP regardless.
Okay. Yeah, you cannot block that glowy damage. Glowy getting through here seems pretty ridiculous. Leon's damage is definitely nothing to sniff at in this day and age. So what's the play here for Electros? Looking for an early catch maybe off a gadget? Godnoob not able to get any free damage. Ooh, has to run away. I think they're going to fully commit for this. Ooh, nice slow-mo replay, but the healing for the kit might get them there. Snowy almost is taken down by those yarn balls, and eventually Math is able to chase down with some extra damage. I am lacking this comp from Enosis, I won't lie. Going without super doesn't feel like he can do much to protect the rest of his team.
This glowy is a problem. It really is. Gadget there, out from Memon. Trying to scout the bushes, but this is the lollipop drop, and at the speed that it allows everyone to get into the mix of. Hypercharge, but stunned up by the kit here as well. Doing not going to be able to do much now. What could a Byron do in a 2 versus 1?
Yeah, this is tough. Memon is going to go by the wayside here. No escape. First round of this second game of our 4th set going to Enosis.
Now we need this Gene to pull through. Snowy has got to bring back more than a lollipop drop. Kit Invis in the mid, found by the Byron now and jumping on, but you've got to connect it, and that's what I'm saying. You've got to connect those moments. It's been really tough now to get out of this, but somehow actually, and
nice heals.
are still all standing.
Memon could be in trouble. Yes, Kit's able to finish the job. It's a 2-on-2 now, though. Snowy does not have super. Go in, hypercharge at the ready. No gadget used there. Still respecting Godnoob's ability to jump away by the kit super, so he doesn't. Now, that's all good with split. We do not want to be in this position at all, but the damage is there from doing Gene versus Glowy. Top 10 anime battles, anybody?
Realistically, this should be a glowy win for me, but let's see with the hypercharge now with Snowy, it could be possible maybe to deplete some of the HP that would otherwise be lost. Let's see though, gas coming in, and I think for Snowy, he's just got to go for it at this point. They need this round. If they do lose it, then it's going to be the set regardless, so you just have to go in, try to count the shots and go at a time when you can just ensure the best possible outcome. Getting behind the barrel here is quite good as well to complete that tether. Oh, he got so much the gas as well. He gets a brilliant takedown. That's not an easy 1v1 to actually hit.
No, he perfectly understood the assignment. You have to constantly break that tether and break line of sight. You do 2200 damage per shot on Gene without hypercharge. So you need sometimes more than a clip to do the job. He needed a bit of help from the gas, and he got it.
Really great stuff. That might be enough here for Electros to really thrive off the back of it. But again, another missed magic hand. The counter for them is getting quite high.
Yeah, tough to hit the kit though. In fairness, you can jump away in response, but Snowy is going to have to generate yet another one of those the old-fashioned way. Whereas doing, of course, I'll hang out with your friends and you'll develop super for free. That super, though, should at least convert some map control for them, where they'd be at risk of getting, Byron supered or grouped up to take a lot of damage from this team. They're going to find their way back in the map and then just vaporize. Now, though, that montage, what a turnaround. A lot of damage being fed back to Enosis, and now Matt doesn't really have anywhere to go. He'll be revealed in time. And somehow, Team Electros looking cool, calm, and collected, staying alive.
Really nice. And again, it just takes that one little glimmer. In that 1v1 scenario where we saw the Jin come out on top, it just was able to lead on from that, and we saw a much more aggressive approach, getting, back into the spawn area. Really nice stuff for me. Enosis need this round. They really do. Takes the 5th is the best chance they could really still cause a massive upset. But against a match point, I still think the comp's good. Glowy is working.
It's been a great series of Brawl Stars so far. What an exciting conclusion. Electros here are still poised to end the series, but it looks like Enosis getting a bit more aggressive behind that kit super. Plenty of those chests being thrown down. Doin is very close to dead, and there's no escape there. It's either die by the yarn balls or the damage from the glowy. Great looks here for Enosis. Now they'll just try and finish the job. Snowy's already got the super, so they don't need to worry about feeding a little bit of damage.
Yeah, but I'm definitely worried now. Leon has got invisibility, but it was a great pinch. Honestly, that between the yarn balls and the Buster, really, really good from Enosis. One round away now, and the comp definitely to do it. But this is where the magic hand has got to hit. And I feel like I'm the one that's jinxing it, but come on, Snowy. You've got to bring this one home and make it a close affair, because this could be a set going against you.
Magic Puffs, plenty of healing here for Team Electros. As long as they keep that Leon at arm's length, they will be safe for the time being. Gadget there. Coming out of Memon, no connection as far as we can see. They're not too sure where the glowy is most of the time. Now we'll see Snowy simplify these shots for information. Doesn't need to generate a super as we earlier discussed. Here comes Doin coming forward now. Nice little slow-mo replay, 2-for-1 special. Godnoob trying to connect that leap, but actually pulled up short. So now 3 versus 2. Does Math have the damage to get through here? These magic puffs are really doing some heavy lifting in the healing department. So Memen's able to finish Math, and with Godnoob the only one left, and with no support, this round is almost guaranteed to go the way of Electros.
Nice farming as well there. Memen earned his hypercharge. I think the Gene might not be far away from Super as well. If Snoy can bring it home now. Again, this round is the series for Team Electros. But Enosis hanging on by a thread here, and you've got to hand it to him for that.
Absolutely. Playing some fantastic Brawl stars, they are. Super here available for both the Kit and the Glowy on the Enosis side. You've got to watch out for this hypercharged Super from the Byron. It feels like this is the first time all set we might have seen this. Memen connects this onto more than one player. That should be enough to end the round. Here he comes. Memen comes forward. Godnoob going to be hit there, revealed by that poison, now being forced to use a super to jump onto a teammate. Doyen has his montage at the ready. Electros need to ration these supers effectively. They all need to get value.
Snoy's got hypercharge as well. Maybe just use the maneuverability to get close. But again, another missed magic hand. It's disastrous for Electros.
Okay, here comes Doyen coming forward. Slow-mo replay catches Godnoob, brings him down. Math is crushed. And Kirito now stuck in a 1 versus 3. Nowhere to go.
There's
and finally, a magic hand connects. That will do the job. Team Electros finally put Enosis to the sword. But there's a sense that took much more effort than we were expecting.
Yeah, it really was far from a walkover, wasn't it? It was not the clean affair that I was expecting it to be. So now, looking ahead in that semi-finals, I've got some reservations that I might have to reconsider. But, I mean, really commendable performance from Enosis. I mean, you've got to hand it to them. I mean, as Sonny said, you know, we saw as many sets dropped from Electros as they did the entirety of the February monthly finals. So, I mean, they don't look like they are as confident necessarily as they were last month.
They showed once more that they're super strong, but they're not invincible. And yes, almost a second set dropped here to Enosis. That would have been something that nobody has managed to do last month. They dropped a single set in the whole entire run. Looked pretty good in this one, but both teams stayed. Honestly, Kirito on that Glowy, super strong. Whenever he was actually tethered to his opponents, he managed to somehow stay tethered despite all the walls on this map. Super strong. Snowy, on that Gene, as I said, it's a guaranteed pull if you hit them, and they did a pretty good job at dodging those, Zork.
Yeah, I felt bad for the guy, but it was hard to not draw attention to, really. There's so many missed pulls there, and that can't happen again. It really can't later on in the day. But I think Kirito, for me, was playing unreal in every single set for Enosis. I mean, he was just flying, and unfortunately, it just wasn't to be. I'm sure, though, a team that could definitely continue to flourish as the season goes on. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys come back.
Yeah, dude, I'm kind of devastated that we had to see them go up against last month's champions. This Enosis team, I mean, carrying on the trend of Match Reno heroes, these guys are pretty darn good to obviously put so much pressure on our last month's champs. And who knows, what if they getting paired up against a decrepit trio of Unks on the lower part of the bracket? It's been a completely different result. Sorry, guys. I mean, it's great to see the infusion of young blood here in North America, and I am just as privileged because I'm old as heck, so I can say that. That's fine.
That's words that only Uber would choose, honestly. But yeah, it's a bit lopsided, this bracket. Let's put it that way. The upper arm a bit heavier. Let's have a look at the bracket that we, since we already talked about it. Team Electros now beating Enosis Esports 3-1, but it might as well could have been Enosis taking it all, or at least being a 3-2 series. Such a close match in the end. Team Electros now in the semi-finals arc, and is it going to be Vatic or Tribe Gaming who moves up next?
Yeah, I think for me, you know, coming into the monthly final, it was between Vatic and Electros that were up there as my top two. Now, having seen Electros play, I'm super excited now to see what Vatic are going to bring. And you know, I want to touch as well on Tribe Gaming, because that was a squad which last month left in the semi-finals. Now, I went back to check through, and that's a disastrous result, honestly, because like they have had last year 4 out of 6 monthly final wins, and every single appearance was in a grand final. Prior to that, it's their worst result since June 2024. That's to put it into perspective, where they lost in the quarterfinals to STMN. It was disastrous.
We get ready back on the desk. Welcome to the show. We just had a matchup, rookie versus rookie, and you know both of those teams quite well.
Yes, you know, this was a really fun one to watch. I love Team Electros, okay? I feel like they are the future of North America. But, you know, Math and crew, I agree with what Uber was saying earlier, that it's a shame we had to see them go against arguably #1 in the region in the first round, because I feel like they could have offered much more against a different opponent.
I definitely agree. If it wasn't Team Electros, maybe we would have seen some more, but I hope they're back next month. Up next is gonna be such a tight match, I hope. It's gonna be Vatic versus Tribe Gaming. We have an early roster change on the left-hand side here versus Tribe Gaming, who was historically the most dominant team in the NA region.
Yeah, it literally was Tribe Gaming versus everyone else. And, you know, I just kind of worry for them now because this is now the monthly final where they've got to demonstrate that that was a one-off, that was a blip, that is not going to happen again. This is the team that deserved to be in the grand finals. And like I said, last year, they were always making those. So a semi-finals loss, really, it was just not what I expected.
Ready, if it were last year, we would have definitely favored Tribe in this matchup. Do we still do that this year?
I don't think so, honestly. I feel like the roles have reversed here. Vatic are looking way, way stronger than Tribe Gaming at the moment. People have been talking about the scrim results, and they look vastly favored for Vatic. Also, I can tell you personally, because Luffy's like my roommate now, and this guy's been grinding constantly, so I'm not really sure what's going on.
Here. Bias caster.
Oh, well, okay, wait till you see the predictions, man.
I mean, I think besides Tribe, only Team Electros has scrimmed more. So yes, they're still grinding very, very hard. First up, though, we want to talk a bit more about Vatic because they had an early roster change. They had a pretty good run through the monthly qualifiers. Only came a little close with ZZSFA. It was a tight 3-2 there, but dominated STMN in a 3-0 series. So they're one of the reasons why STMN isn't even here this month. And keep in mind here, STMN came second last month.
Well, someone last month who I thought was flying was Ducky. Now, this is where we're going to see the results of what has been one of the most kind of drawn-out roster movements of the, of the region, and a lot of drama behind it. But so much faith being placed in Ducky, and I feel like for good reason. I think that Ducky really outstanding me last month, and I got to give a lot of praise to OG as well, who did openly go on Twitter and say that Ducky was kind of wasted on their roster. It takes a big man to do that, so wishing him well, of course, and I'm super excited now because I feel like he is the missing component to this Vatic roster.
I'm excited too. Vatic is one of those teams that was involved in the roster changes, and we had the chance to talk to Slivy and ask him why.
Why the roster change? What's happening with Rafiki, and why bring in Ducky instead?
Well, first of all, everyone still loves Rafiki and everything. We just thought that the first month didn't go as well as we wanted, and so we wanted to not wait to make a change, I guess, and so we wanted to see if Ducky would make a better change for the team and hopefully get better results with him.
With Ducky, do you feel empowered to take on Tribe? Also, Tribe, maybe just a general take on how they're doing right now?
Yeah, I think, well, for the first half of the question, I think we are better than we have been, and I think we will hopefully put up a good fight against Tribe. And I think as far as how well Tribe is doing right now, I think they're doing pretty good. I don't know if they're 100% in their prime form right now, so hopefully we can capitalize on that.
Let's see if they can capitalize on that. And yes, they are looking very, very strong at the moment. Actually have the highest scrim win rate from all of the teams. Now, if that means anything, that's up to you, really. On the other side, we have Tribe Gaming, though. Again, historically, the most dominant team in all of the region. They were super, super dominant in 2025. Now they bring in Diego Gamer, and everybody thought, oh, they're going to be even stronger. But somehow the opposite happened. In the monthly qualifiers this month, they lost 2-3 to Vicday and then barely scraped through the lower bracket too in a 3-2 series versus Nova FA.
That Vicday one really, really hurts. Okay, the lower bracket was pretty gruesome, but Vicday hurts because that team, they didn't scrim at all.
They were chilling.
Really. Yeah, and they fall through the upper bracket after a 5-set series. Then in the lower bracket, they almost fall to two players that I don't think anyone in the audience has heard of, Diego FR and Squeezy, and then Alianis from last month's Crowsnest Esports. He got dropped by Tyrant.
We had a lot of roster changes. Again, if you can't keep up with all of those, we had a graphic at the beginning of the show. Go back. I can't really wrap my head around that either yet. We had the chance to also talk to Diego Gamer. Last month, he was super hopeful. He was playing with a very, very renowned team here with a super experienced team. And now this month, maybe not as hopeful anymore.
Month now, brand new quarterfinal matchup. Are you confident in your matchup against Vatic?
Yeah, I think we scrim a lot, we grinded a lot together as a team, so I think we can beat Vatic, and then our second match on the semifinals again versus Electros.
And you're the newest player on the team also, like coming in the place of Zeus. Do you think that you as an individual player will be able to empower the roster to get back to its former glory?
Yeah, I think as a team, together we all need to have a good synergy for bring them back to the good days, because I think one of our biggest mistakes last month was don't get enough synergy. So now we grind it out together to play as a team and be better.
Okay, he's still hopeful. That's so good to see, honestly. They just need to work on the team synergy, and it sounds like they did that coming into this month. These are the global bans for the next 5 sets. If we do go all the way, none of these 4 brawlers can be picked up. So on the left-hand side from Vetic, we have Leon and Kit. On the right-hand side, we have Ruffs and Ems, and I know especially that Kit is a brawler you were hoping to see Arc in the global ban.
Yeah, but Ball's left open, and I'm just saying, RBM, hello RBM, BB, Crow, there's a lot there, Glowy. Ooh. I mean, Mortis, there's a lot that's actually been taken up. I like what Trevor's saying, confidence is obviously key, but you can over-scrim as well, so I just hope that they haven't done that.
I really hope they haven't overworked themselves. I know personally that they have been working very, very hard, possibly working themselves to the bone, maybe too hard. You look at Vatic, I don't agree with those predictions, by the way. With y'all on event.brawlstars.com predicting for your points, I hate to say it, but I really feel like this is Vatic's match.
Let's see if they can all take that spray home. I hope that for our viewers. Well, let's see. Vetic versus Stripe Gaming. This could be a very close match, and I hope it is. It could also be over in a 3-0. I really don't know where Tribe is standing at the moment. Last month, it didn't go the way they planned. It didn't go to what they were prepared for. It was a 3-0 versus Elevate in the quarterfinals, and then they faced up against Team Electrus. They could have the same fate today again in the semifinals. They're already waiting.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that you think it's going to be quite one-sided. I thought it's like a 50-50 matchup for me, just looking kind of through things. And with Tribe needing to really demonstrate that they've still got it, there's pressure that can come with that, which can elevate you forwards into that 5th and final set. That's kind of where I thought I saw this one going, but now I'm curious.
Oh, well, okay. You know, I don't mean to express that this is going to be like a sweep. You know, this is like Vatic's match to win. I just feel like they're very slated to win it. I still think that Tribe Gaming has like really good clay. They got really good material. I think they've probably made some like last-minute corrections in the final week leading into this that'll enable them to make this a close match no matter which way it goes.
I hope it's going to be close, honestly. I hope you're ready for this one. It's Tribe Gaming versus Vetic. And we are in double swoosh for this one. First up, we have the bands here. Terra, Buster, and Pearl on the left-hand side. Sandy, Chester, and Crow right-hand side. I kind of believe we won't see any Chester today. Has been banned out quite often already. Mina's going to be the first pick here for the left-hand side. A super aggressive bowler can put a lot of pressure on your opponents.
Yeah, kind of still very much looking for some... thing like Otis. I mean, this is a tank-heavy map, right? So you've got to have something in that back pocket, and I feel like with the Chester ban, that would kind of be where mine's at for Tribe. And at this stage, probably you can just double down with the ball and just kind of have both and throw it back over.
Something that stands out to me as a response to a Mina a lot of times is Kenji. I know that this is Luffy's brawler, okay? He would love to play it. Would come in as a last pick if it did appear. I think that a response to the Mina specifically is due, but they need to forge their own composition. This would be the ideal time to pick up their mid brawlers. A 2-3 last pick is kind of a waste for that. And we've seen lots of creative ways to play mid. Sandy, of course, is banned out, but it's one of the ways that we've seen mid played in the past. Bo is also one that stands out to me. I feel like Leon could sneak in here maybe, just, you know, spitballing.
Janet would be another one that comes to mind here. She wasn't banned out and is currently one of the best mids again. She always was, really, on double swoosh, especially because you're quite close to your opponent. She doesn't have the widest range, but because she can always get out of danger because of all these bushes, the danger around her, it's so good to have a brawler who can evade an incoming Mortis or a Kenji, like you already mentioned.
I want to see some more early today as well. I feel like that's a brawler which can definitely get a lot of value. It's going to be recent in the draft at the moment. I think we have some disconnects, so players are going to be getting back in on that side of things. Janet as well, as we saw already, you know, on this map, it's really quite brutal, but I don't know how good she is on her own. It works really well with the dark kind of side of things, but you've got to have at least some side lane pressure if you're going to bring in the Janet pick. Yeah, Otis, I think that makes a ton of sense for me. It's definitely going to be one of those things that you can have in the back pocket. Against a team like Tribe Gaming, you do have to have a good tank counter.
Oh, well, okay. Mina has disappeared and has transformed into an Otis, so I wonder if our eyes were playing tricks on us, but this is what you were wishing for, Ark, was to see some Otis. It'll be coming in as a first pick now. It'll be the 2-3 for Tribe Gaming in just a moment here. I don't think Otis is really one that you respond to. You just kind of accept his existence and know that you shouldn't push him as a tank or an assassin.
I wouldn't recommend that either. Maybe a Spike brings a bit more range compared to the Otis. That could be an answer here if you wanted to react to the Otis. But yeah, tanks are now not as good anymore. So let's see if we're still going to see that Kenji, like you mentioned, one of Luffy's favorite brawlers. Sandy's still bent out, so we still have Bo and Janet as potential gem carriers here. What I always want to see on Double Swoosh or Gem Grab in general would also be a Lily. She is so good at just diving in with a hypercharge, getting those gems off the gem carrier, and then dive out again with a gadget back into the Shadow Realm.
Bull and Janet, go for it. I want to see some Bull. It's going to be a tough thing to make work, but I feel like Tribe Gaming are not going to be deterred by the Otis, really. I think it's more about the timings in which to try to consider things. Mortis, I think, going to have a good time on this map here, but Charlie as well, kind of curious as to where she sits within this region. Definitely been used a lot across South America and also in EMEA, so just kind of wondering whether that's really kind of carried over in that regard. But it's definitely Bo, not a bad brawler to have on this kind of map either. Like the Soundy Shout, but there's in this map very much a lot of options, and that's what makes it quite exciting for me.
I love Double Swoosh, just as a map in general, also as a map name. It's pretty funny, but it's been around long enough for us to establish, hey, you got the good side and you got the bad side. You have an easy way to the enemy gem carrier with the bushy side on the left, and then on the right, you have the tough responsibility of playing range, getting that scouting. Speaking of scouting, one thing that I would love to see here is Gene. I wonder if we'll see him play as a mid. You can play synergistically with him as well, stick around his radius, get some magic puffs going, and this is a sort of team play also that is elevating teams to this level. It's what is characteristic of anyone who makes it to this stage in Brawl Stars.
One of the players is currently experiencing some technical issues at his end, and we of course want to make sure that everyone is competing under fair conditions, so we're gonna give him a little bit of time to get situated once more. Tribe versus Vetic. Now, if I would have seen this matchup here, as Levy's roster already played last year, I would have definitely said Tribe would win this one. Bilal and Aslevy have had their fair share of losing versus this roster.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's always a tough region to compete within, honestly. There's just so much competition, and for Tribe Gaming, they were the team that, throughout the entirety of last year were the team to beat. And I just kind of worry that, did last month tarnish that in their mental, coming in. And as long as they get the drafts right, that's obviously the first stage. Stu, I can see it as a good mid with the speed zone potential of that, so don't mind it. But gotta be honest, haven't seen Stu here for a while.
Yeah, we saw it in South America, but it doesn't really give away a whole lot. I feel like there's just higher priority things in general to be selected here. Now, keep in mind, this would be drawing the comparison between North America and South America. Vastly different regional metas. Looks like also a comfort brawler, I believe. Here comes the Nita. Really preemptive here. A bit puzzling for me to see so early. It's going to be useful for pushing that lane that has more bushes, so from our perspective, it's going to be on the right side. Also acts as a pretty good tank counter. This, I think, is for a Bull specifically. Like, in case it is picked up now, Nita's the #1 way to counter that. You can't let them pick Bull and Nita.
And Bull is coming in next together with the Janet, the brawler that we mentioned before as well. To me, next to Sandy, the best gem carrier that you can have on Double Swoosh, really. Really solid combo on that left-hand side, best gem carrier. The Bull that is just super strong at the moment, very oppressive, can put up a lot of pressure against the opponents, play in their bushes, and then Otis to keep your own bushes safe. On the right-hand side, we don't have too much range right now versus that Otis and Janet pick. Stowe is also going to do a pretty good job in mid, can always dash out of harm's way. Nita pretty good against the Bull last pick. Another Bull counter and someone we haven't seen in a while, but I'm excited to see what Tribe can do with Surge.
Just saying, Bull and Janet had a 100% win rate in scrims. That's quite a scary prospect. Surge, I don't mind it. I was kind of warming to it in South America, but I felt like it worked for the most part with the helping hand of that bow super totem to be able to really get off the mark. And until you do that with Surge, it could be a tough thing. But I feel like if there's any team that have got something in their pocket to counteract the tanks, kind of has to be Tribe. They're the team that are more renowned for bringing in those kinds of brawlers. So I do feel like, though, you know, did they kind of want the Bull originally and they were kind of deterred away from it seeing the Otis? Or, you know, did Vatic kind of like have this in their mind? Or we might have some issues here with Bilal. Looks like he's standing still as well to start things off. Possibly the player in mind that when we were loading up the draft has some issues.
Yeah, unlucky. Could be Power One. We'll, I guess, get some information here. A bit of a sluggish start, but Vatic and Tribe Gaming, they're chomping at the bit. They are ready to face off versus each other. Vatic, the expected victor here, I think in many people's minds, if you're just to look at the script data, they look really, really fearsome. For Tribe Gaming, they have, as you said, the more extensive history. Not just history, but a legacy of greatness following last year. Did stumble at their first international event at the Brawl Cup. It was the first time that we really saw them struggling. Now, of course, that was with Zeus. But it doesn't seem that Diego Gamer was really the answer. I think any problems that Tribe are facing are more insidious, right? They're like deeper than that.
Yeah, I was impressed with the way that we saw Diego Gamer come into LCQ to helping hand as Livy on Team Electros, and you know, I did feel like he was a little bit nervous as well. I felt like it was one of those things where, despite his best efforts, it was like one of those roster synergies that takes some time to get used to, and maybe that's what we're kind of seeing now with Tribe Gaming. Also, just that kind of teething period that they need to kind of get through. But I mean, they did play, to my count, like 530 scrims since the update. That's
oh my gosh.
Well, sets rather, sorry, sets.
Still.
But that's still quite a lot, by far the most in this region. And that's just my only concern. Is like, because they've got so much pressure on themselves as a result of that exit in the semifinals last month, have they put too much weight on their shoulders? Have they kind of come in with this urgency to maybe overdo it?
I mean, by the sounds of things, yes. Did you say 530 sets?
Sets, yeah.
That's insane. I want you guys to look at your 3v3 wins on your profiles and think about how that translates to how much you have played Brawl Stars in your entire lifetime of playing this game. This is what they've done since the last patch. That is insanity right there. And look, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I know firsthand how much Tribe Gaming have been playing, and it is my opinion that they have actually been playing a little too much, grinding a little bit too hard. I wonder if they've scaled it back in the last week, you know, learned to be friends. You know, it's interesting. The last team to wear the Tribe Gaming banner, we saw them say, yeah, we actually had to learn how to be friends again. That's what Zulon said. I'm not going to say it's an org curse, but, you know, heavy is the head that wears the crown. When you're number one, there is so much pressure to stay in that position.
It is a job in the end, and they become somewhat of co-workers, not friends anymore. But in the end, this is a game and it needs to be fun as much as they want to grind and they want to come out on top in the end. Really commendable still that they put in so much work. And the same thing was actually happening with Tribe roster last year. They were also the ones to scrim the most and they came out on top nearly every single time. So yeah, it probably pays off. It is an interesting question you threw into the room, though. Maybe you can scrim too much. And the more you scrim, the more data you also give to your opponents. And that is something that we see often in drafts then. Everybody knows exactly which brawlers you want to play.
For Vatic as well, you know, a big roster move that is going to carry a lot of potential on the shoulders of Ducky to really follow through with that too, because, you know, I always find this when teams kind of pick up a player, and it's like, especially with a lot of eyes on that kind of story as well. You know, that responsibility, that additional pressure that comes with that as well. So it's a really interesting matchup for me in that regard. Both of these two teams have got so much to have to live up to. I mean, Tribe historically over the past sort of 2 years, like I said, going back through those score lines, that semifinals exit last month was their worst performance since June of 2024, when, you know, that was actually even the Elevate roster of that year. It wasn't even Tribe Gaming, it was that far back. That was the last time we saw this roster, you know, deviate away from the grand finals. It's wild to me.
Yeah, just weird. Something's going on with Tribe Gaming. What is it? You know what? If you know, then maybe they would like to hear your opinion, because I think they've been trying to figure it out themselves and they haven't been able to. This is ultimately going to be the test of whether they have found the solution. Because no matter your opponent in the first round, if you are truly number one, if you're deserving of that title, then you're going to win every match over the course of the day. It doesn't matter what order it is.
What's also an interesting thing to always discuss is metas, and it has changed once more. Now we're in a very tank-heavy meta. Immediately what comes to mind here is RBM. I feel like the current meta should favor Tribe, actually, and it looks like we have a game, folks. This is the first map in this series, Vatic versus Tribe Gaming.
Here we go, fast splatter there from Brawl. Great to see him now back in the action, correctly as so. Big moves already from the Surge of Luffy, and that's going to be Ducky falling straight away.
Luffy pretty much walks in just all wide and walking in a straight line, gets his first super for free. That's really, really important. I figure Vatic just decided, well, he's going to get it eventually. Let's not play chicken about it. You'll see Ducky go super aggressive on the left side, the mobility over towards mid. It's what I think is going to make the Nita matchup actually a little challenging, is keeping track of the bull. But he's not hard to find now. Charges right into Diego Gamer and Luffy on the right side. Meanwhile, on the left, RBM is looking for an angle to push in. Won't get anything just yet. Still waiting for someone to push up that left side and just debating whether he's going to lane swap.
Pretty even start though. Tribe had an explosive one to really start things off, but now it seems like Vatic are starting to collect themselves a little bit better. As Livy, of course, having that escape mechanism going to be quite crucial here. Here's some big taps, probably not too far away from hypercharge now as well, as Ducky pulls yet again, so probably going to have to make as Livy rethink his positioning here. Can now take these guys, and actually goes to the aggressive, the hypercharge on Diego Gamer.
Interesting, yeah, force him all the way up. In fact, push him in a Tribe Gaming spawn, and it looks to be profitable so far. Could be Luffy getting in from the side. One more shot will do it. Meanwhile, on the right side, Ducky's creating a lot of pressure, forcing RBM back. Has the super in hand, could rush up towards RBM, goes for it, it's a dash away, and Ducky has his hypercharge. It's going to be super meaningful for the next push in, because he gets those piercing shots thanks to the buffy that Bull recently got. Tribe Gaming have the countdown. It's 10 gems in hand as they run back to spawn.
Let's see whether we can see a hypercharge from Ducky here, going straight into the cycle as well. The Surge will jump though into the hands of his Livy. That's going to be a reset nonetheless, and that's going to be time. Valuable time for Vatic. They should be able to get some from the mid here, but I don't think there's going to be necessarily enough. There is that gem. The spawns are in a couple of seconds now. 7 the most. Let's see, Livy's going to go down here as well, so that should be doable. The reset is there. Very calm and collected from Vatic.
Well, look how aggressively RBM is playing. He just wanted that super so badly, only to throw it away a moment later. At least he's in position, but it would have, been a little bit better if he could have helped his team out with some of this pressure. Going to, at mid, have to dash away as Livy in the sky, hypercharge style, doing so much damage. Vatic has all these gems once more. It's a takedown. You gotta be kidding. How is Diego Gamer getting away with this? 20 gems in their possession and 10 seconds to go. And
really so little to be done with in terms of utility really now from Vatic. No dashes from Ducky, no ability from Livy to get some air control. Can they get this takedown potentially now? No, that is a massive steal, and Livy was very unfortunate. He couldn't really get away with what he was able to establish, but a massive, massive turnaround from Tribe that really shouldn't have happened.
No, that was crazy. That felt like kind of a theft for Tribe. Yeah. Admittedly, though, they were in the lead in terms of gems. They fell back, and what happened? Well, they got charged by a hypercharged Bull. What are you going to do about that? His shots pierce. All of a sudden, the Nita doesn't matter so much anymore. Her bear isn't blocking you, and it's precisely what we saw happen. But they hung on. If only by a thread. We'll see if Tribe Gaming has offered that free Surge level up. It's going to happen once more. Ducky doesn't really mind. He still has to create position on the left side. And hey, it's better than giving Nita a bear.
And of course, like, the more the Surge is shooting the ball, the more it's feeding him anyway. So like, I don't think this Surge is necessarily the strongest of answers in my opinion, but we'll see how it will play out for Tribe, whether that was just a steal at one-off or whether it's actually consistently going to work against this kind of comp. Going in again onto the game, and look at this. Ducky's just going to continue cycling and push RBM there straight into his Livy, who can actually outstay his welcome if he wanted to. Could have maybe been able to get to the skies there, chose not to. Almost 7 gems from the mid now for Vatic, and that's a really promising opening start.
That's great team play from Vatic also. Ducky knows that he's going to die if he pushes, but he doesn't need the kill. He knows that he's creating the opportunity for his Livy to get those gems into his possession. Now, as Livy has the hypercharge, things are open on the left side. Luffy jumps back to try and recover, but it's not going to be any good. though. He has gotten some health back. RBM's work on the right side has pushed his Livy back. Get a super for his troubles. Vatic just reassuming position. Ducky knows that this is the wrong matchup. They don't want RBM versus him on the right side. He's going to take that matchup. It's the best one that he could be offered him. Opts to reposition around the left side. RBM goes super aggressive all the way to spawn. Can get a takedown on his Livy. Now Ducky's holding on the gems, and that's bad business.
Yeah, not great at all. Actually has to force out the super to go back onto defense now to get his Livy to come in and get some taps. As Tribe Gaming now, 6 gems, making up for a lot of lost time and a 7th spawning from that mid. Livy there with the hypercharge, great value as well. The ricochet shots between his Livy there, and Ducky and his Livy will fall to RBM. Now dig again with the hypercharge coming in as well. Really big plays from Tribe, making up so much time, and it's now 8 gems apiece.
They've got that spawn trap going as well. They have possession of Vatic's nearest bush. And what does Vatic really have? They have Bilal with what's usually a defensive super, but he might have to use it on offense now. Just needs a sight line on someone. RBM trying to fake him out. The hypercharge is out, but the super hangs on. Tribe Gaming in possession of 11 gems. Vatic don't have enough time to recover this. Bilal's going to give it his best effort. But this one was absolutely won hard and fair by Tribe Gaming. The first one felt like a steal. This one's all fair. Tribe Gaming take the lead early on.
Good stuff from Tribe. Putting their money where their mouth is. They came in today saying some big talk that they were going to turn things around, and that was the way they wanted to start things out. I still feel like I love the Vatic comp more. I really do. I think that if Ducky was able to make that ball just count a little bit more, it's not easy. I mean, the Nita's going to get a ton of value off the back of you regardless, and the Surge is literally designed to counter you, but I still feel like in the way that Brawl is just so oppressive right now, it could have still been done.
I think he was just shut down too hard. He looked, I want to say, a little homeless. Like he couldn't really find the matchup that he wanted. He faced against Stu thinking like, well, I'm not against one of my hard counters on the enemy side, and even that wasn't sufficient. That's good for Tribe Gaming, shaking off the nerves a little bit. No celebration, no smiles just yet. You can see it's a kind of satisfaction that they know could be so fleeting. They don't want to indulge themselves too much just yet.
Yeah, still very, very early days. Pretty even for the most part across the board, I would say. But the mistakes were definitely more prominent on the side of Vatic, as they just couldn't really get out of that situation and was flanked around as the gamer came in to secure that kill, and just everyone else had already fallen. All the gems were spilled, and Tribe got off the mark with that first game, and after that just kind of crumbled down a little bit for the side of Vatic. I want to see things how they reset into a new draft, into our next map, but yeah, I would say that in terms of the stats, not too much to say, more to say about the mistakes that were made.
Yeah, something I want to shout out, actually a good play was RBM getting the hypercharge Stu all the way behind, and all of a sudden the front lines don't matter anymore. When you got pressure coming from the top, from the bottom, he managed to take down their gem carrier of Livy. He was on that gem, he's like one tap, and now all of a sudden Ducky on the bull has to pick up all the gems. Now things are topsy-turvy. They're not how they're supposed to be. There will be room for aggression here on pinhole punt. However, I think there's some room for synergistic play also with a wide open mid.
Well, despite all the practice, the map kind of escaped for a little bit in Tribe's preparation process. Vatic got a 72% win rate here, so you'd expect them to come prepared. Bans are the Crow, the Bull, and the Otis, the Meeple, the Ziggy, and the Glowy. So good stuff around for me at the moment. Spike that first early pick. Again, I wasn't a massive fan of seeing it as much as we did in South America, but it's getting some good value, so I don't necessarily mind it for that reason, but still some big heavy hitters. Despite the Bull ban, Kenji going to be available here, and I think that's it's just a question of whether that Glowy ban is going to deter them away from it. Let's see as well, BB could be an option here, Pierce as well. Those are brawlers that have still escaped through those global bans, so Ems as well, being globally banned, could play a factor here. Yep. Otis, though, you know, again, when it's in this sort of brawlers ban, you're looking for all the alternative, and Chester is that.
Okay, Chester will be a counter to any aggression. He just deals out ridiculous damage in close range. One that I'm looking for actually is Poco. I think some of the good Poco counters have been out of the mix, basically. The superior support of Glowy is gone. You have Ems also globally banned. Could create an opportunity. It would be nice to be able to pair it up with the BB. So I feel like Vatic are considering this right now. Yeah, just go ahead and take the BB for themselves and pick up something to support it later. Or they just decide to take this one on the chin. They're like, okay, well, they can counter the BB. It's going to suck, but at least we don't have to face it.
I like it though, the Chester and the BB combination, it's really quite nice. Mo could work out pretty well, actually, off the BB, just cycling, again, that drill and the utility off the back of it. And in Brawl Ball, it does have a great tendency to get results, get a nice through ball and lock it away. Let's see as well, I like your Poco shot though as well. Gale going to be slightly more of a harder shutdown though. Didn't get the best of results earlier today, but it has seen some fantastic ones in EMEA in South America, so definitely some insurance policies coming in here for Tribe. Lacking their kind of normal aggressor, I will say. I'm not sure whether it's the time or the place necessarily for it, but it's always a joy to watch RBM pop up in Brawl if he does decide to go that way.
Yeah, I'm curious what he plays into this BB because the #1 BB counter is gone. It was banned by Vatic, and here's the Mo. Yeah, for whatever reason, I feel like Mo is going to suffer here. I think he's not going to be so great into the BB. However, the ideal pairing for this composition from Vatic, it's got to be Poco. And Poco has like 2 bad lanes here. Mo is able to get right under him, not really much he can do there. Gale also, just like in the range game, makes Poco pretty difficult to play. So I feel like Vatic may still decide to go for it. They just like hard death ball this down the field.
Calme-toi.
It's going to be Charlie. And yeah, I was kind of curious to see, we saw Charlie so much in East Asia and did kind of like drop off slightly towards EMEA and then bring it back again into South America. I think it's a really worthy kind of brawler pick. I guess with the biggest of responses it's going to have into the Mo, really. That's what you kind of want to have that cocoon ready for, is when the drill comes out, that it's shut down immediately. So I think it's not bad. I think that as long as that Charlie is kind of shadowing the Mo, then it could get some value, but it really is very much defensive and reactive super to be able to hit. You can't really aim it in advance.
Spiders also will be able to block a bunch of these shots, so that's a huge consideration as Livy is tapping with this yo-yo to pass up to Ducky, who's largely unsupported. He pushed up really, really hard into a couple of anti-tanks. Now Tribe Gaming get to take up that space. In the absence of Ducky, he's back up on deck on the right side. That's a pretty good super from Luffy to eliminate as Livy. Ducky will just pocket this ball in the corner because he knows that this has got to be a team effort. He, as a lone BB, is not going to take down 2 anti-tank brawlers.
No curveball for Luffy as well, which I'm really quite enjoying, because the amount of times I end up saying that, you know, if you're not being able to dodge curveball at this level, then, you know, what are we doing? It's obviously going to make it a little bit even easier to dodge, but I think the value that he can be obtained off the back of it could speak for itself. Hypercharge now for him also. Ducky then hopping the between booster to be able to push up here, but it's being really heavily scrutinized. The pinch between Luffy and RBM is just too strong.
Vatic looks so lost right now. Ducky's been wandering around. He wanted to swap over to the left side. That's a little handoff to Luffy as Livy recovers it, but has no ammunition, it would seem. What? I'm surprised he didn't pass that away. You only have 1 shot as Charlie. Just surprised he didn't have it to throw it away. We'll see Vatic come out the gates once more with aggression. Ducky won't get the additional healing from that next smack. He's going to have to weave his way into range or just throw away the healing. He might be incentivized to do that now to give his team better odds of pushing late, but no, decides to go for it. Has that pass up to him, but still pocket support, just wants a better lane. Knows that he can run down the smoke, as Mo's just like terrible damage in close range, and guess what? It's a game of musical lanes. Diego Gamer swaps over to mid.
Yeah, Diego Gamer pretty low. Again, another lovely super there from Luffy, but time is ticking on. 40 seconds left, and it's Vatic that do need the goal. Tribe Gaming now starting to push things up on this right-hand side. An advance ever close to the hypercharge of RBM is a dangerous one at that, so if he continues to get fed from Ducky, I do worry as to how they'll fare. Hypercharge already going in, and that's what I'm saying with the Charlie. You've got to be hot on the collar with that one.
Well, and Bilal's going to have terrible... Yeah, there we go. Just awful matchup there in close range. Bilal comes out on top. Of course, Ducky kind of throws away this bubble. Would love to have the super in the end game. Bilal also being kept back so effectively by RBM. He's got to be close to this super. Here it is. It's wide open, but no one has a super. As Livy knows he's not going to be able to pass this in, but Ducky might be able to hypercharge forward. Just going to go for a pass up to Bilal. Oh, and just at the 11th hour, in advance of overtime, tie up the game.
I was like heart in mouth wondering why Ducky wasn't popping hypercharge, so really reserving for it as Livy now going to chop just connect the cocoon as well. That's massive now. Ducky can afford to be super on the aggressive, missing some swipes, but now making up for lost time. And what a turnaround for Vatic! That was nuts!
Holy comeback! How did they keep their composure there? It's like you said, yo, what about the hypercharge? Where's it going? And he's like, don't worry, I'll handle it.
I got this.
I got this. Like, I have a plan for overtime, and it worked out so beautifully. Cocooned the left lane, it made it a 3v2, and it was curtains from there.
That goes to show the confidence, doesn't it, really, by holding and reserving it, just so sure that it was going to be a goal in that final second, enough to be able to then really utilize it in overtime. Unreal stuff from Vatic, who really did need a bit of a game to breathe a breath in this battle, because so far Tribe haven't skipped a beat, but that's showing that they can still bleed.
Vatic up one game in the set, though it didn't look like it was going to go that way from the final few seconds. They somehow managed to bring it back. Real hat trick there. What is Ducky doing is my main question, because he just has really bad matchups. He's been put in a terrible situation. RBM's trying to send this one down the mid. Not going to work out. It's defense again for Vatic. They need to win these lanes, and Ducky, I think, has really just accepted that. No, he's not going to be able to get on that Mo. He's just going to have to suck it up, but his teammates have to create the opportunities for him to do so. Him being the spearhead for this push is really the biggest thing. He knows he's going to die. Hopefully this lets Vatic take up some space in mid. Otherwise, it would have been a worthless death. How is he alive still? Luffy even gets poisoned. On the right side, Diego Gamer's pretty low. That's the opportunity on the wall. Gets him with the shot. RBM down 2 as he walked forward just to, you know, prevent himself from getting staggered on the respawn. Still, it's been control for Vatic, finally.
Really good stuff so far, but almost Tribe were able to make something of this. Now Luffy's going to be pinched in here, not even a water bubble. Great one from Ducky there as well. It's going to be a goal for Les Livy. With 1 minute on the clock now, Tribe Gaming behind and under a tremendous amount of pressure to bring this back.
So how does this mid-fight go once more? Look at the kit that Tribe Gaming is boasting right now. They have a couple of hypercharges, one super. Luffy knows that he can zone off one of those important lanes, especially in front of the ball. Might do it in front of the goal. There we go.
Massive.
Ducky slowed down. It's a ton of damage onto him. He's healing up a bit more, but Pockets ball on the left. Bilal wants to get this and pass it over to his Livy, but even then, would it have been worth it? RBM can just blast him into his own spawn. Ball thrown away up the left side as Livy stagger on the respawn. It's a pass up to Luffy, then to RBM. Daisy chain down the field to tie up things in game number 2. 20 seconds till we head to OT.
Retaliation from Tribe, and here comes the hypercharge of RBM, forcing back Ducky, no stun there as well. Luffy again's been playing a fantastic spike, and again, the choice of star power with fertilizer with Buffy's really interesting to see. Makes a big difference now going into overtime yet again. Can Vatic do what they did last time and bring this to a position of equalizing the sets, or can Tribe find something? I'm looking towards the game here. If he gets super with this hypercharge, it could be devastating.
Well, with things wider open, it's going to be much easier to dodge Spike. Ducky might actually have better matchups here, but he wants to stay away from RBM. Look how much space he's giving him because he wants to swap lanes. Says, Livy, please take care of him. Now in the cocoon, Luffy knows that he's going to pop out any second now. Ducky goes for a couple swipes, just misses the next one. He was barely out of range. Let's see, gadget restored for Ducky. He'll get a bit more health. Tribe Gaming just biding their time. They know that this Mo hypercharge is their ticket to victory. One elimination is all they need to lock it in.
Uh-oh, as Livy's not got the cocoon, and now Diego Gamer punches it as well. It's going to be an easy pass through for Diego Gamer to get that game done. I think Vatic themselves knew that towards the end there was not really anything that was going to happen other than Diego Gamer getting that ball, going in, and getting the job done for Tribe.
Vatic have not made themselves an easy draft here, okay? They are not giving themselves a good time. With this BB, Ducky just has like torture matchup after torture matchup, and typically BB is quite accustomed to being able to walk forward and win. Ducky's having to go really, really deep, make his teammates fight a 2v3, and then stay alive on the back line still in the face of all that oppression. It seems to have worked actually quite well. Vatic have been tapping things up as Ducky's been a massive distraction, gets hit with the stick around, but it should be fine. Pass up to him for a slot in. No, not quite. Luffy's here with the defense, not just one, but possibly 2 kills. Won't get the lineup for that final shot onto Bilal, but RBM is ready for a pinch. Still gets stuck in that cocoon. Bilal has an easy kill also versus RBM in close range. It's looking pretty solid. Vatic definitely in control of mid. Not enough firepower to make it through the goal line. Ducky's getting the heal. Passed it a little bit prematurely, but it's fine.
Surprised Diego Gamer didn't use super there to knock the ball out of the hands of Vatic, but nonetheless, Tribe now behind here. Good connections from Ducky. Now at full HP as the Spiderlings go out to cause some problems. Tribe, Diego Gamer getting tapped up as well by Ezra. A couple of shots away from Super, has the hypercharge as well, and is probably going to need it. This is time where Tribe are looking to make this push and open up some space with Diego Gamer to potentially go in here. I think he could probably go in now, but maybe Livy's that close to the cocoon that he doesn't want to risk it.
As Livy, what do you have up your sleeve? Got to be one shot away. Yeah, I mean, he's stepping so much like, what? He doesn't have it by now? So he has the Hypercharge and Cocoon, but this is a pretty deadly super as Livy has to stay aggressive to get the lineup, and another one. Ducky walks forward, just the next tribute. Yeah, run down the clock a little bit and know that overtime should favor them. It's where they won in the last game. Vatic, what is their plan now? Is Livy still hanging on to that Cocoon, who's denied the ability to use it? Also, Bilal has a Hypercharge super. That could be pretty beefy. Ducky forced back by the Twister. Now stuck on the right side inside the stick around. Don't think he really minds. He wasn't taking that much damage. Livy now coming in from the right side. It's body blocks, like you said. A walk through for Vatic. It's game number 3 and set 2 headed their way to tie up the series.
That was more like the 50-50 that I'm expecting to see from this matchup. Really nice to see Vatic not taking it lying down, especially after the result of that set and gem grab, which just really was so dominant in favor of Tribe. Very close nonetheless. Massive, massive result for Vatic. I've got to say though, going in, wasn't a massive fan of the spike, but seeing Luffy play it, I'm converted, bro. Honestly, can't wait to see his stats. He was just playing out of his mind. The amount of hypercharges and value he was getting off these supers was just nuts, but still wasn't quite enough. And again, I feel like it was a better match there for Ducky than it was in that first set. He definitely had more opportunity to put the pressure on there.
On the note of Luffy, like, call me crazy, I still feel like he's underrated. He's a top player in the region, and yeah, he's like a total standout from his team. I feel like teaming with, teaming from, there you go. Legitimately standing out in the kills department. I think alongside RBM, it is really difficult to, shine, and Luffy accomplishes that. They all looked really solid here, Tribe Gaming, but they were outshone by the team play of Vatic. It looked like Ducky finally figured out how he was going to approach this, okay? He takes way, way far left or right, then circles around, baits a bunch of ammunition towards himself. It opens the doors for little chip shots to come in from Charlie, and those accumulate over time. That is how they managed to get those goals.
Going in then to out in the open. Again, a reminder of those global bans, the M's, the Ruffs, the Leon, and the Kit. Now, Angelo, Buster, Byron joined the mix, as well as the Eve, the Ollie, and the Byron. Interesting to see Ollie banned actually here because it's often kind of left out, but it makes a lot of sense. Could be still Jae-Young an option. Definitely a better combination of the Ollie and the Jae-Young, but it is definitely something which could still work here. Brock, not the flashiest of brawlers, but one that I still feel is first pick worthy here. Of course, Gene gives you some options as well, and as long as we don't see as many missed hands as we saw from the previous match with Snoy, then we should be good on that front. But still a very good Pierce game on this map also.
Yeah, I feel like Crow's just kind of a must, because, like, look, I don't want to face Glowy, I don't want to face Jae-Young. Both of them are pretty useful as healers. Let's go for the anti-heal strat. Also, Crow's just good in general. Now, this is interesting. I want to point out the ban from Tribe Gaming. I feel like Ollie's kind of targeted. I feel like it's a very Ducky brawler. Speaking of brawler and player pairings, Bilal is a massive Pierce player, so this should be a pretty comfortable matchup for them, or for him. Headed into this later stage of the match where things are proving to be pretty equal, it's important to find that comfort.
I like the Meatball here. It's kind of like a good deterrent of potentially Glowy. I still think Glowy here is going to have a very good time. Oh, again, it's Spy coming in. Yeah, I mean, we know how it's going to be played to perfection. So definitely probably a better mode, actually. They just didn't really kind of get the value despite the amount of kills that he was getting. I mean, he was getting the value, but the match was still lost.
Move those feet to the
there's a block.
box,
I really love that pick. I mean, again, it's not necessarily as flashy as some other stuff, but just having that immediate wall break goes such a long way here.
So how do you get over the left side? You don't have stuff that floats over water easily. Okay, Angelo's gone, Eve's gone. You don't have convenient wall break. Do you just do you go gray with a grand piano? What are your options? Or you decide, screw it. We will run Jae-Young to get mid position, or we'll earn it the hard way. I feel like actually Mansions of Meeple could be pretty nasty to deal with. They actually decide to double down. They go for the bell. This should spell pretty good sharpshooter matchups. Yes, it is going to be difficult to land your shots on a Crow, but a Cactus from Spike isn't going to properly absorb the shot. It can still reflect off of the Cactus. Brock also outranged, just outdone in, I think, a lot of like sniper v sniper matchups. So on a matchup perspective, I feel like Vatic should have the upper hand, but in terms of getting that initial positioning, they are vastly outdone by this Brock from Tribe.
see Crow coming forwards as well, a brawler which is just so often globally banned at this point in terms of the meta, so looking forward to seeing some good assassination attempts with him. But I'm kind of with you. I think that the more exciting comp is definitely with Attic. I mean, certainly Pierce in this particular map can do so much work. I think the bell shots as well, like we already said, bringing that in. I feel like, you know, if you get some good reverse polarity connections and also into the life plant, it's going to deplete a little bit of what that can do in terms of body blocking. So let's see, Dig again, we're going to already shape the map to his advantage as well here, with that entirety of that corner now blown away.
Yeah, really nice lineup there from his Livy. He banked that shot perfectly to hit behind the barrel. It's a hot spot for sharpshooters to hide here on out in the open. Also want to point out the placement of the Mansions of Meeple Gadget early game denied that positioning for a spike. Even though Diego Gamer broke open the wall, Ducky's going to go for it again, just back away that right side. Ooh, they've also managed to trap someone. Not that it really does anything for them. Like, Ducky's been outranged quite a bit, so hasn't managed to get a super just yet, but if he had, it would have been a definite kill.
Let's see now, coming in, another reverse polarity. Maybe not too sure though on that top right-hand side. Ducky outstays his welcome. He was struggling prior to it, so I'm not really surprised. As Livy now just going to go into the gas as quickly as he possibly can. Try to feed, but Luffy still gets that kill, so giving over a little bit there, but Tribe looking pretty confident, I would say.
No doubt. Vatic, they have these long-range brawlers that they can outrange with, and it just doesn't really seem to be playing to their advantage. Reason being, it's quite difficult for them to hit these shots. You saw as Livy firing away at Crow, and it's something that I shouted out during the match. Crow has very fast movement speed. Oh my goodness, but as Livy's looking pretty deadly now. Marksman here at mid, he has another reverse polarity to fire away, looking for the proper matchup. Could reach over to Diego Gamer, who falls just short of making it to that left bunker. But Vatic now have mid control. They can rest easy knowing that they have the upper hand here. Tribe Gaming have the hard path. Once that poison's at their backs, they'll have no other choice but to move forward.
Yeah, if Ducky can get into a good spot here and really shut everything down, get the pinch between himself and Bilal. Livy is with a hyper charge. That's a great wall. Look at that round the corner. Beautiful curve there from his Livy. But Diego Gamer's pushing back now. But nice rocket fuel. Ducky low, going to poison down. But actually, as Livy gets the kill regardless prior to it. I love the accuracy as well from Diego Gamer on this Brock. You can see like how much push, but leaving the walls intact. That was really, really nicely done in the previous round.
Well, they've been scrimming a lot, so they've had a lot of chances to practice it, huh? Yeah, practice makes perfect, but only perfect practice. You know that Tribe Gaming have been drilling things a lot. You can see it in their gameplay. But Vatic has been winning in their practice. That's the perfect practice right there. So far, a bit of a stalemate. Nothing major won so far. A bit of chip damage going both ways. Ducky knows that if he traps someone in this mansion, then it's over for them. Can you get the spike? No, but they've closed off the lane. Doesn't matter so much because this corridor around the right to left lanes is so troublesome for them to face Diego Gamer. Especially Crow. Like, if Luffy hits one shot, then he poisons them and sends them out of commission for a while. But now he's got to be two-tapped by several brawlers. A beautiful super for Diego. It's not looking good for Vatic.
It really is not here, and I think there's going to be no way around it. Nowhere to go for Ducky. Oh, but hang about. This could be an opportunity itself, but actually just immediately punished as RBM comes in. Ridiculous ending, but Tribe looked very much in control there. They're not deterred by the comeback of the Brawl Ball from Vatic. They are just back in business, and this Brock pick's working out super well.
It's great. The thing with Brock is at the end of his shot, you have AoE. So as long as you operate at max range, then you're looking pretty good. You hit a bunch of shots that like technically would have missed. So against sharpshooters, it's not the worst matchup. It just as Livy is more tanky than Brock in the 1v1. Look at the lane switch up, by the way. They put RBM at mid and Brock on the right side. Bilal's taking fire from both of those areas. And here comes the wall break from Tribe Gaming as well, just opening up this stronghold that Vatic wants to hide in. They have to abandon ship because there's just not a safe place for them to hide anymore. And now they got to get crafty. They've basically only got one way of moving into mid. No one wants to take the jump pad. It is a death sentence if you do, but sometimes you have no other choice.
I really don't want them to, honestly. It's one of those things I want to see avoided at all costs. Ducky was trickling down so much there from the Crow Poison. Now the Fluffy Gadget doing its work, but this is where things get a little bit hairy for Vatic. Not the greatest of balls from Ducky, to be honest, either. Now still Vatic punched in, and as Livy goes down, now surely as well, Ducky to follow, but there's a trade. It's a 1v1, but Luffy's in a much better shot here of surviving on. Not out of the question though for Brawl. Can he land?
Oh my
He lands it on 70 HP! The poison trickling down, that was so clutch from Vatic.
That's insane. It was Ducky straight lining forward, getting one kill and getting Crow low enough for Bilal to move through. And that was through a super also. He was taking a bunch of poison damage. He had to hit every shot there. There was no room for error. Now Ducky gets exactly what he wanted. It's two enemies trapped, the piercing through the walls, but yo, where's the assistance? As Livy marks on the left side, Diego Gamer, he's pinched between Bilal and his Livy. Could still get a kill here. No, Bilal hits him from the bottom side, and Vatic tie it up. I can't believe that just happened. What a clutch round 2 to finish things off and tie up the set once more. This is as tight as it gets till we head to double match point. By the looks of things, it is getting more realistic by the second. It's set number 3. Both teams have one game apiece. Somehow, some way, Vatic always find a way to face Tribe Gaming here in the quarters. This would be their first time winning.
Wow. Vatic, when they look like they're out, they still just keep fighting back, but it does seem like Tribe, though, lead the aggression, lead the scoreline. So they've got to be able to get ahead here, really. Let's see. There's RBM getting tapped up, got a heal up. Stuck in the left-hand side. Seems to be in a much more confident position. Shield for Lippy. Another mansion of Maple all going straight up. And no super be able to follow up, though, so not able to do too much here. But Bilal comes in, gets a couple of taps as well. It's looking better for Vatic.
Good team play also. You see RBM sticking down the life plant to block for Luffy. That's a super out from Spike. Gets him a little damage. Ducky doesn't have enough to finish off this kill. Luffy is pretty lit up, though. Ducky's going to abandon or just dodge everything. Every single Spike could take him down, and he just dodged every single one as Livy with a really preemptive super. It's 3v3, but everyone on Vatic is on low health. Bilal's going to take a bunch of these shots to the face. A super for a takedown as Livy and Bilal both need to stay alive. The poison's enough to eliminate Diego Gamer. It's one round for Vatic. One round from them taking the upper hand in this match against Tribe.
This would be massive. What a reverse polarity there from his Livy. Beautiful off the barrel, and it actually is enough to put Vatic in this position early on where they're now in good amounts of control. Hypercharge for his Livy. Gotta get that super though and land that mark. It's gonna make a big difference on this round if you can do so. There's Bilal in the mid, getting some good taps. Good wall as well. Luffy's then shut down, and look at that. Punish on the way out. Down, but not out just yet. Down to 660 HP.
But that is why Luffy is him. He managed to stay alive through all of that. The back and forth dodging. Bilal shot the same place twice. And still, all that was left was some motion blur behind Luffy. He was so wiggly. Here's a hypercharge on the right side from Livy, backing things away. Tribe Gaming have one of their members trapped in their spawn, though he is not marked up, so it's definitely a win for them in a micro kind of way. The super now, that barrel is penetrable, and Bilal needs to take advantage of it. Doesn't really seem to do so. He does have a super that's guaranteed damage on whoever's inside the radius. It's one tap onto Tribe Gaming, back into their bushes. RBM gets a kill as Livy got some pretty sick shots there on the right side, but it was too little, too late. One round, one final life for each one of these players in set number 3.
Down to one single round then. RBM has the hypercharge as well. That's going to be really punishing. Ducky knows it. Throws out. Manchester Meeple there as well. This is looking dangerous, realistically. Vatic getting pushed back. Bilal, low HP. Livy trying to find, again, a lovely connection and does, so that might just be enough to alleviate the left-hand side somewhat.
Well, Bilal needs to hit the shots. Like, that's the main thing here, and Crow is so wiggly that it's difficult to do so. With every single shot that Bilal fires off, Luffy seems to shrug it off as if he already knew exactly where it was going before it was fired. Tribe Gaming still in position, and Vatic backed up into the same spot we've seen them lose from so many times. Hypercharge popped for RBM, and Bilal goes down early as Livy knows it's over. It's a pin out from Ducky as they're beginning to accept defeat. A flurry of supers out from Tribe Gaming as Vatic still desperately clawed the chance for victory, but it wasn't there to begin with. This one's all Tribe. It is 1-2 with Tribe in the lead.
Very valiant from Tribe against a lot of scrutiny, but then just back to business as usual. That was like the same position where Tribe were placing Vatic time and time again to get that early lead. And despite, like, I thought that Batik had some wind in their sails, honestly, and starting to correct some of those mistakes to give themselves the best shot, and they just kind of crumbled back to their old ways and, you know, deserved to lose the set, really.
Looking at the stats, Diego Gamer looked pretty legendary on that Brock. Also, for anyone sleeping on the Spike, myself included, you know, feast your eyes on a pretty awesome KD for Spike as well. This one worked out really, really well. I think the combination of all those Crow Knives and the Spike supers, or excuse me, shots, but the supers as well, dodging all of that was a tall order. We saw Ducky actually do it on one occasion, but sitting in an aggressive position, it's really, really overwhelming. It worked out for Vatic in one single game, okay? It worked out for them in individual rounds within the set. Didn't lend itself to victory for them. Tribe Gaming just playing safe stuff, and it works out quite effectively on a mechanical basis.
So, gentlemen, how are we liking the addition of Ducky so far in the Matic?
I like it.
I think he's doing great. I feel like at the moment, though, maybe he's just not got the brawlers, which, he, I mean, looking in back to last month, Mortis, I mean, he was just unbelievable on that particular brawler. It's kind of like working. There's nothing wrong with it. I think it's good, but I still want to see him pop off.
Me too. Ducky, we just need to see him given good matchups. I feel like we've been denied greatness. I've yet to see like a Ducky pop-off moment today, except for, honestly, okay. We saw him punch in with the BB in set number 1, set number 2. You saw him dodging a bunch of spike shots consecutively. That was a lot. But where's the high execution brawler that we see is so typical for Ducky? Actually, hold up. And the gems also in set number 1. So all of these things in mind, give Ducky a chance to shine as the newest member of the squad, an expensive one, I might add.
Apparently, we are now on open. We're now on open business, and this is going to be the last chance for Vatic to pop off if they still want to stay in the race here. BB's going to be left open and immediately makes it into the pig phase. Same thing with Chester, actually. I believe so far the most banned brawler of the day, with BB and Bull still in the mix. Whenever those two aren't banned in the regular bans, they're probably going to show up in the pig phase, especially in a map like open business. You need to come in close and comfy with your opponents to collect actually some time in the hot zone. Spike is going to come in here. Pretty good brawler to just cover the bases here. You can't really step on the zone when his super is laid down. BB yesterday was a bit of an issue because she was just in the back behind her opponents. She was playing in spawn of the opponents and never actually collected some percentages.
Surprised Sphinx hasn't been picked up here yet. Definitely a good brawler to consider for sure on this kind of map. Shelly, about pretty much the hardest of counters into that BB already. Still, Tribe could go Kenji here if they really wanted to. I mean, worried for the spike for sure, but it's definitely the tank that would spring to mind for them on this particular map. Let's see how they kind of feel about that. Do worry a little bit for the spike. Probably just to take it away from Tribe at this point because they're playing it so well and so effectively. I quite like it, but third and final pick coming in now for the Tribe. Let's see how they feel.
If you're Vatic, you're coming into this with all of your preparation. You're like, look, we know what bans we're going for, so don't touch those. But for the love of God, don't give them Spike again. I don't want to face that. Yeah. I think Bilal, which I feel like this BB will probably go over to Ducky, but does not want to face that brawler again and just get merched on that brawler. So let's talk about the approach to the BB, because Tribe Gaming had first pick and they deliberately let Vatic have it. Clearly they're not concerned. They believe that they can outrange it with Pierce, which I don't think is wrong. Is the Shelly going to be enough? I feel like I've been pretty disappointed in the performance of Shelly as a brawler in this new patch with the new round of buffies. She's just not as strong anymore. Now Barley, I feel like you're probably committing to walls that will not exist for very long, because both Shelly and Chester can break them open.
That was my immediate thoughts as well. Barley's a bit of a risky pick here. Probably has to go with Sticky Syrup. Usually want to heal up your teammates, but against that Shelly that will just want to chase you down, you need something to slow her down. And yeah, as you said, they're going to break open the map. Pierce is going to do even more of what he does so well, namely snipe his opponents. Pretty good comp here from the side of Tribe Gaming, but Vatic, I'm here for you to surprise me. You have to in this one. Tribe Gaming can close it out.
I don't know how convinced I am of this Vatic comp, to be honest. Let's see how they fare though. And if you're already overextending though, will go down as a result. So that's a fantastic start. Ducky really utilizing the speed of this BB to weave around. Pebble, Tonic coming up for us. I wasn't too convinced of the sticky syrup because there's no real assassin. Just Luffy's going to be attached the whole entire time to the BB anyway. Oh, that's the connection you're looking for.
Yeah, that mixtape is pretty fire with it cutting the heads off of a couple of brawlers on the enemy side. Ducky's looked pretty good on the micro. I want to point out that he used his knockback, and Luffy's like, that's my cue, I got to dash in, and Ducky says, I get a second one from the gadget. Knocks him back. I feel like Vatic really know how to execute on this brawler, and they knew that into a brawler like Shelly, for example, they should be fine as long as they can keep the spike away. Ducky does have to retreat, but he gets that healing from Barley on that herbal tonic. And no slow this time. They're not really worried about that Shelly rushing in so much as it being responsive to the BB, it would seem. Vatic are in the lead. They have 60% to 9. Ducky's still setting up high. He doesn't seem to mind, but coming in with a hypercharge is going to be troublesome.
Well, this is why they're really dependent on these heals. Good cycling there from Tribe with the hypercharge, but still not enough. And Vatic on his own. Ducky just utilizing again that home run star power to perfection. Finally shut down by Diego Gamer. But look how much Tribe have got to do to catch up here. They're in a pretty good shot now, especially with Bilal being this low, creeping ever closer towards 40%. They've got a hold this entire time. Map open, Bilal goes down. This is massive, and this never falls as quickly as that. Tribe could very easily catch up now.
I very much agree with how Vatic are playing this, though. They're not sending Ducky on a solo mission, like a suicide mission. He's going to create the pressure and then take advantage when everyone else has pushed up, on his team, at least. We see the hypercharge super coming in from Bilal. Big old circle on the circle. It's not one that anyone can walk into. Ducky smacks Luffy away, but I feel like that's exactly where Luffy wanted to be. Now that all these walls are broken open, there's not really anywhere for Vatic to sit. They counted up to 78% in the early stages, but they cannot bring things back. Look at the slowing also onto Bilal. You see that Pierce is running the slow star power with his first shot, inflicting that on enemies. Tribe Gaming proceed on to match point. That is not how I saw this one going after we saw Vatic reach, what, the 70% mark?
It's a comp that, yeah, it just has such a great early game, but as time goes on, the more those walls go down, the less you've got really anything to go with. I'm surprised that Ducky used hypercharge towards the end there in a 1v3. I mean, it's not going to really do much. I think more of a sign of desperation on Vatic, who are really in a dangerous place now to... They've got to do so much. They've got to really just have the entirety of the zone for such a long time, and as time goes on, feeding RBM, feeding Luffy, they can't afford these walls to go down.
They don't want to feed them. That's why they put Livy on the proper lane this time. But Ducky now has a torture game against this Chester. He doesn't want to feed him bombs. He doesn't want to give him damage. Does take advantage of the aggression from the right side. And lucky Duck, RBM gets a jawbreaker immediately. Doesn't get him the kill, but it keeps the pressure up. Ducky's not able to advance on. That's an ugly super for Ducky. But it was a quick reaction. I guess we could let it slide by. It would have helped out a lot, though. It would have gotten him closer to the hypercharge that matters so much. No kill for Bilal just yet. But the rest of his team is pushed up. You see as Livy's in position as Barley.
Oh, lovely connection there from Bilal. Actually, Fluffy goes straight down into it, and that could have actually worked out, to be fair. But it's a tied game, and that's kind of concerning, because Vatic had a much bigger lead at this stage in the last game, and yet Tribe still turn it around. This is what I'm worried for. As soon as RBM gets that hypercharge, it doesn't matter what's in his box of tricks for the super. You know that those walls are going down.
Tribe Gaming is still applying pressure to Vatic in their own spawn. In spite of the presence of walls, even Bilal's feeling that he also blocks the shots with a well-placed life plant. Luffy getting tossed around, but where's the kill? Ducky has the hypercharge, doesn't want to get slowed down, just going to toss out a super for a bit of extra damage, and RBM on the right side wins.
Oh, no.
Ducky taken down by Diego Gamer. Realistically, Vatic only have one more shot to take back mid.
And you need that kind of like hypercharge to be able to do that, and Ducky wasted it again, and now, realistically here, Tribe should be able to seal things. The map is catered exactly the way they want it. Luffy there, the hypercharge as well, going to town. And there's the wipe, as Tribe will stay standing at 90%. Ducky going to make his last final ditch attempt to pierce. He'll be delaying the onset. And that is dominance. Tribe Gaming back in business. And one of the favorites in this competition falls in the quarterfinals.
The looks of pride, and thanks for 20K, says Diego.
Wow. Wow. No. Oh my God. That is one of the most brutal player cams I've ever seen. Oh my God.
That's pretty disrespectful. I mean,
allegedly.
Allegedly 20K. If you know it, you know, and it won't be hard to find on the Bird app later. Wow. Vatic.
This is why I love NA. This is why we brawl.
This is what they call, in the industry, it's professionally referred to as NA vibes, and I'm here for it.
I was the person that originated NA vibes.
Were you really?
Yeah, it was. It was in a live stream chat, and OG picked it up, and I was, yeah, I said I was kind of not really feeling the NA vibes anymore, and it led from there.
Well, okay, I guess you really mean it when you say that NA is your favorite region. You hear that, EU? Don't let him back.
The NA bands are a bit less playful than others, a bit harsher, but yeah, that was a very, very good player. Came so good that we want to show it twice. Here we go again.
All over socials, all over socials.
No.
Tribe Gaming takes this one, even after most of the casters have said Vatic is gonna, easy breezy, go through the semi-finals because they've been looking so good in scrims. Tribe didn't stand a chance against them. What happened today?
I mean, practice makes perfect, right? And Tribe put a heck of a lot of practice in. So, you know, they were just really looking solid. I really admired a lot of the spike leading up to things.
Massive cortisol spike detected on Vatic.
That was a post from Tribe Gaming. I do want to point out, cortisol, of course, your primary stress hormone. A low level such as this one causes fatigue. So I hope they're still going to be awake for the second set or the second match they have to play today.
This is why your qualifications on the desk.
Thank you for the diagnosis.
So essential.
You're welcome.
To have.
You're welcome.
So essential.
That's why I'm here, right? But yeah, overall, again, what happened? We didn't really like that barley, of course. We talked about, maybe sticky syrup mixer because otherwise that jelly's going to run him down. And that's kind of exactly what happened. He went with the herbal tonic. The barley had no walls to hide behind.
That's the gadget that you kind of normally run when you're against the BB, and they had the BB on their side, and you know they were obviously playing into a lot of wall break and just were hoping they could get a lot done in the early outset of the game, and just didn't happen that way.
We want to have a quick look at just, our predictions in the shambles now. We said Vatic will go through, at least we were right with Team Electros here. Tribe Gaming now joins Team Electros in the semi-finals. And what do we have up next in store for you? Ready?
I am looking forward to Only Realm versus Legacy Esports. Only Realm, you may remember these guys as KDS from last month. They withdrew from Brawl Esports, and now that team has gone over to Only Realm, but this is still Bobby, Sands, Patchy. Legacy Esports, some fresher faces around the block, however.
Legacy Esports, the second team that has knocked out Stamina out of the monthly finals. The other one was Vatic that we just saw lose. Welcome back to the desk, Uber, by the way. Did you enjoy that previous match? How are your predictions looking?
Yeah, I kind of boomed because I copied your homework. Now I'm regretting that immensely.
Never do that.
We counted out Tribe Gaming too early. I think so much for us were asking the question, does Diego Gamer fit into this team? Because obviously they look great individually, but they felt like less than the sum of their parts. I think that's been taken care of, and maybe we get punished for not putting enough trust in them.
And we're going to get to see more of Diego Gamer and his squad later on. First up, though, quarterfinal number 3. It's Only Realm versus Legacy Esports. And one of those two teams we've already seen last month, but with a different name. They were KDS, now Only Realm, led by Bobby, of course, who had inconsistent results in the previous years.
It's funny, I think every campaign for Bobby in the Brawl Stars Championship is marred by some kind of tumult or difficulty at the start of the season. This time it wasn't actually in game, it was trying to secure an org to play for, but they looked pretty good. Top 4 in their first month, I thought that was fine. Normally Bobby bombs out in the quarterfinals in that first campaign and then spends most of the year tweeting about how he's going to end up winning one of those. So these guys tried and tested their veterans, and I still believe they have what it takes to, be the best in this game. And I think they get a relatively straightforward matchup in this first opener.
The huge question we asked last month already, do Onk still got it? And it counts for both Bobby and Sans on that roster. They've been playing esports since forever. Now they have Patchy in their roster this year, not Tsar anymore. 19-year-old. He's not one of the newest or youngest rookies we have, but in terms of this roster, he's still the youngling that has to bring in some
He's only 19?
reactiveness.
Yeah, and real ones will remember, he came into Brawl Stars as the 11-year-old who was cracked at the game. Took him a little while to turn 16 and be eligible to play, and he broke into the competitive scene with an absolute splash.
But Dog Walkers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
In NA West, I mean, man, what a throwback. But it's been so long since then, he's still on top of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great addition to this roster. You know, I think Bobby and Sands want to stick together and make it happen. That's fine. They still are clinging on to hope of making it to World Final and performing there, so I respect it.
Maybe a little inconsistency in last year, but 2026 so far, really, really great. They almost made it through into the grand finals last month. We had the chance to talk to Patchy about it.
Patchy, how's the team feeling ahead into the second monthly final? You placed 4th through 3rd last month, so probably feeling decently good about the start to the season even.
Definitely not feeling the greatest, but we definitely feel better than we did last month. I think we can improve on last month at least. Hopefully, feel like we're playing better, you know, chemistry-wise. We're still building, drafting a little better, but we'll see. I mean, we've got a lot of wild card opponents this month, so.
A lot of wildcard opponents, and that's kind of what we talked about here. The lower branch of the bracket looking not as stacked as the top, but that makes for really great games, right? We have a lot of rookies in this region, which are usually the good games right now.
I mean, it's funny that we're saying that, but yes, if the first matchup from tonight is anything to go by, it is the Maturino Warlords that are giving us some of the best gameplay. Look, I think that Legacy are kind of an interesting team because they're a bit of a mix. There's players that were sort of fighting for recognition in these monthly finals. Alianis, who played with Batucci's, I think, for the longest time in this region, has been replaced by Zulan, who always seems to find himself in the conversation, but not the centerpiece. And there's the question of whether or not he can still work his way back with this roster this month.
They're another rookie-heavy team here, Legacy, which I saw the team graphic as well. And after they're beating the new team to beat, Stamina, the runner-up of February in the lower brackets of the monthly qualifiers this month, they are now the new team to beat, right?
Is Bro in a cage? What's going on here?
I'm not really certain.
Is he...
Ready? I feel like you know these players quite well.
Yeah, this is true. Well, I mean, I've been watching them in Maturinos for ages. Like Wink and Nerf, these guys are longtime teammates. They cycle out their third a lot. Heck, they actually played with my roommate Z like years ago, which is
How
just
many
so
roommates
fun.
do you have?
I have 4 roommates.
Yeah.
It's 5 of us, and it's a cool house. However, them joining up with Zulan, it's like, well, what is a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? It doesn't really feel like he belongs on this roster, but he is subbing in for Junie, who's their ordinary player. I don't believe he's coming back in future months. He's just here like as an emergency sub.
That is super interesting. So they have a little bit of experience on their side, not a complete rookie roster, as Junie can't play this month. This is what everybody at home voted. You can still lock in your predictions for the next few matches. We still have 1 quarterfinal to go on event.brawlstars.com. Lock in your predictions there to get the rewards as well. And most people here vote for only Realm, which makes a lot of sense. You know, those are players that you know.
Yeah, look, I think they're a known quantity for sure. The 3 of them together were trying to fight for recognition last year, didn't quite get there. I'm happy to see them here. I do wonder like what's going on in the background, like trying to secure support to sort of continue to push their craft, their gameplay. Hopefully Only Realm is a place they're going to be able to call home for a while, and they can stop worrying about all the other stuff outside of the actual game and just focus on winning, because it feels like that's been something these guys have struggled to do.
What I'm super excited about is those new teams usually also bring some new draft. I want to see some different drafts. So far, we're able to tell pretty much which draft is going to win. For example, don't pick Barley if the map is wide open.
Yeah. Don't do that this time. I think if there's anything that's characteristic about Only Realm, mostly focusing on the core of Sands and Bobby, last year it was some questionable drafts throughout last year. And they tried some like experimental things. And then when they shifted towards the non-experimental things, I feel like they actually did find consistency.
Yeah, sometimes those brawlers that you know and love are better than the meta picks. We have seen that yesterday as well. Sometimes a Lu and Hot Zone is still just as good as all of these Buffy brawlers. We're now ready for a quarterfinal number 3. I hope you're too. And we're going to kick things off on Pinhole Pond Brawl Ball, the beloved mode. These are our bans, the global bans Spike and BB, together with Bull and Chloe. So I'd say the 3 best brawlers in the game out of the way here. Spike, we were a bit on the verge of, is he really good or is he not that good? Leon is going to be picked up first here. And that makes a ton of sense for me here on Pinhole Punt. With the lollipop drop, you now really easily get into the middle and you get sped up with it too.
I like it a whole lot. I think it's a really useful brawler to have, just generally speaking. Also, got to note what that hypercharge buffy does. It gives you up to, what, 75% of the close-up projectiles damage at long range. So, welcome back, high-powered long-range Leon pre-nerf. He's even stronger than he was then. Now, Gale, the response from Legacy Esports. You think so?
Yeah, again, there's obviously like no tank picked up. Also, the think span to me indicates that they want to try and work some of these more projectile-based control brawlers in. So that doesn't exactly scream we're going to play tanks. It is Pinhole Punt. I get that. It might just be the, Legacy are trying to play to the map, but this is a relatively early Gale. It means they're really set on the idea of like running into a tank. And maybe you're banning the thinks because you want to play Meg. Right? She really struggles to get through that super, but we're going to see a Kenji picked up alongside the Gale.
Seeing Zulan back in the player cam honestly feels so right, but he himself did not manage to qualify yet for a monthly final. I'm glad he at least gets a chance to sub in here. Really wants to see what this squad of two rookies and Zulan can do here on the right-hand side. Now with Kenji and Gale, they have the aggressor and they have the counter against it. So I really like that setup. Also, Gale is going to do so well into that Leon. Chester once more would be my first pick. He's banned out. Otis as well. You can go so many aggressive brawlers still here because you don't really have anything against it. For now, they're going to go with something with a bit more range. They already have the Leon, and as I already mentioned before, that lollipop drop, putting it behind the wall there in the middle, the Pierce is just going to stand in there, shoot from afar. What do you want to do against him?
You need to have Kenji pressure him. That is what you have to do. You could also, like, get something that throws over walls or, like, a squeak or something that, would be able to take down a turret. Squeak, also, just like always, useful for anti-turret. But Pierce over here, I feel like, is going to be mandated to run the gadget that blasts people away, because Kenji is going to be aggressing you. Pierce hates when stuff gets in close range versus him, so it's very clearly countered. Now, with this shade coming in, this is a brawler that Sans just like spams because he loves it. It's really good. But if wall breakers come in, that completely dismantles it.
Yeah, sometimes though, like picking that wall breaking brawler can leave you short-handed in other aspects of your game. We're going to see the trunk come out here. I love this. This is obviously something that is, has to be respected here on the side of Only Realm. And I don't know if they sort of see this coming. The Gale has application, all right? Obviously, it can do to some degree deal with the shade. Leon with a hypercharge doesn't have to be that close to do sort of high damage with his primary fire. He still does like minimum 75% under that condition. So there are ways to work around it, but I do like this Legacy comps. It's going to be a ton of fun to see it play out.
There are not that many ways to counter out the shade, but Trunk is definitely one of those. I like to see him, and we haven't seen enough of him, honestly, in the whole month of the March monthly finals. First, a map here, Legacy versus Only Realm. Who will it be in semifinal number 2?
Only Realm, the Unks of the region, now in Legacy Esports, New Blood, making it to their first monthly final as a squad. Most certainly this year, it's an early takedown for Patchy at mid as Only Realm grapple over control of this ring of bushes in the center. Zulan's going extremely aggressive, trying to take down Patchy, and has to abandon ship, just knows he's not going to be able to DPS through the Invisi-Heal. A lot of times you don't see Invisi-Heal even used at all. I don't think he was anticipating that.
Yeah, I quite like it. Patchy looking for a bit more durability here, and it seems as if Legacy Esports aren't quite ready. This is going to be a walk-in, folks. There's nothing Zulan can do to stop it.
So Zulan, what he needs to be doing is isolating this Pierce, and I just have to wonder why. Maybe he's decided that it's not worth it. I know I'm going to get gadgeted. Immediate aggression right off the bat from Legacy Esports. They're trying to swarm Only Realm, and Nerf in with a hypercharge will be rewarded with a kill. It's deep in the enemy side. Patchy off screen nails one down mid to kick us off with a game for Only Realm.
Nicely done. I like the idea of the Trunk last pick to answer the shade, but I think wholesale, the composition here for Only Realm is really challenging to try and go up against, and there's nothing that's really built in to answer the threat of the Pierce, right? Pierce is just free firing for a lot of this map, really easy to connect many of these shots. The damage is good against someone like Zulan. You can see him just getting nuked.
No.
What is Nerf 7 supposed to do? He's left behind the game. There's nothing really that Gale can do to answer the Pierce either. It's clear to see Only Realm have comp. They are rolling.
but this is what you do on ladder. Only on ladder can you walk straight forward and put that ball in the goal. Gale didn't have a super. It was so early game. It was in advance of him receiving the ability. Good slash there from Zealand, like a bit more damage on Apache, but he's got no matchup versus Sands. He can't get through the wall. Literally getting clapped. Sands on his last legs. Nerf will get the upper hand there. Ball all the way at the goal. Nerf
Wait a minute.
Gets a takedown. It's wide open. That was not good at all. Where was the shot away? I'm shocked.
Yeah, it looks like Apache was not quite able to escape there. Just getting taken down in the 1v1. See a bit of tightening up here from Only Realms. They end up letting this game break down into a number of isolated skirmishes. There's probably no more connections. Here comes Nerf 7 though. Sands has to respect this, and there's not a whole lot he can do trying to stay out of the high damage zone by being on top of the trunk. Is it enough? Apache still runs it up. This is probably one of the more scrappy games of Brawl Ball that we've ever seen. But at least there's one team that can prevail against this kind of chaos, and it is Only Realm. Good start for them here. I still think they've got the powerful comp.
It's pretty rapidly back and forth. One thing that stands out to me for a Legacy is that they've gone with a couple of assassins, and you can imagine, yes, it's going to disrupt the mid control. Yes, you can take down the Pierce, but you have to earn your movement first, number one. Number two, what about your backlines? You've only got a Gale on defense. He doesn't have a pushback off the beginning of the game. It is not sufficient, not even versus a Leon. How unlikely.
And that's exactly what happened. When Wink would fall, they had no defense anymore left. The Trunk and the Kenji already in the opponent's side of things. And yeah, nobody was left there. We see the Leon just walk up time and time again, score that one very sneakily. It was a try, you know. I really believe that with a better comp, it could have been a bit closer, but this one was a couple of the quickest Brawl Ball games we've seen all month.
I think as good as the Gale can be against the Leon, it was horrifically bad here. Really completely outmatched, doesn't do anything to the shade most of the time, and Apache's able to close the gap enough on the Gale that even if there's like an attempt at blowback, the damage is still going to be there. And yeah, look who's free firing the whole round. Your boy Bobby, 555 DPS on this piece. There is no answer to the sharpshooter whatsoever.
And he always was a pretty good sharpshooter at that as well. Pierce is super strong in the current meta, and the only two teams who really play him at the moment, Only Realm with Bobby and Humble with Luki. Makes you think.
Makes you think a little bit. Yo, real quick, can I keep my job and say that I thought we were waiting on game number 2 until we headed to replays? It really went that quickly. Like, seriously, faster than I could register it. Set 1 already in the books for Only Realm. We're headed to Knockout. Up next for set number 2. Hopefully Legacy can get a grip on this. At least the pace is due to slow down in a mode such as Knockout.
I'm looking at their drafting here. I don't want them to be tipping their hand too early in Knockout. And there's a ton of these middle-of-the-road brawlers that do not imply too much about your overarching game plan that I'd like to see picked up. Just get Gus for me, or something like that. Something middle of the road, something straightforward. Angelo and Eve both banned out, so that only leaves Juju that could traverse the waterways, which is probably not really when you want to be, but people do forget that she can do that. Meatball also banned out pretty commonly. Leon here has really been a go-to on out in the open.
What I immediately see here, Leon left open, Brock left open, and those two have to be picked up here by either of these two teams. With this map, you can really only pick something on the left-hand side that can walk over water. Angelo and Eve, the best two, band out here, and then you can break open the map, which usually want to pick up Brock. Brock most often band out here on a map like this one. Leon on the right-hand side, is that just picked up because they do not want him on the other side again in Patchy's hands, or do they have a good Leon on their own hand?
I think they do have a good matchup here. I feel like Leon is first pick worthy in many circumstances. I am concerned, however, like talking this map in particular, are there better ways to get into mid quickly? What is going to threaten that lollipop drop? I feel like Brock can do that because Brock can, you know, get that AoE at the end of his projectile, hit things just around corners. The barrel is not going to be an issue for him at all. There are also plenty of other ways to take down turrets. I think
rocket rain if you have to.
Yeah, like seriously. And the Brock also, like, let's pivot and say that this is their way of getting into mid, okay? I think there are also ample options on the other side for Legacy to get into mid quickly. They could stick with the Leon. They could also float over the water. Like, they've got options.
I think this also makes Squeak pretty much unpickable. You really only want to pick that into a team that doesn't have wall break, so they've got to go through the singular choke. And again, RT, very safe option here. This is like, for me, almost like first pickable because it says nothing about what you're trying to do. And here's that Byron that gets picked up. Obviously, really good in a pinch, turning these fights on their head. You've got very good defensive setup here. Now the RT and Byron combine, like, you can't really dive that. The Crows are a bit of a trap. It was last month. They only won 1 out of 5 outings in NA. Everyone was trying to pick it up. And in general, Crows' win rate's been questionable.
Yeah, but what's really good against Leon? What can make him visible? A Reggie, maybe? A Crow? A Pearl? Those are all picks that they either already have or can still pick up. They're going to deviate from that plan, though. Jae Young is going to come in here, so they have the speed, they have the poison with the Crow. They can open up the map, so they're immediately in mid. Super, super quick gameplay that we're going to see here from Only Realm. On the right-hand side, I do really like that Baron pick up here alongside the Leon. Going to make sure that Nerf can actually get into mid, despite the other team already waiting for them there.
I mean, this would have been a Byron pick for Only Realm if possible, I think. With global banned, this is about as good as it gets if you want that supportive brawler. Can offer you some healing. You got to respect Jae Young. Remember, Weekend Warriors AoE, once you trigger that gadget, does go through walls. So don't get caught sleeping against this guy. He can actually slap you around if you get on the wrong side of his gadget. But of course, map broken up here by Bobby, and Only Realm into the map.
This is really crafty from Only Realm because usually just one brawler for getting into mid is sufficient, but they trust in their ability to spawn trap if they could properly storm mid. Here comes the Weekend Warrior. It's a lot of damage on Zulon. They don't have a way of getting over this wall, but it's kind of okay. It's going to be a bunch of healing from Sands. Keeps Patchy alive, and Patchy's poison persists to take down Zulon, dropping this to a 3v2. Only Realm are slated to win this by sheer numbers alone. Should be a takedown on Nerf coming in. Patchy in close range versus Wink gets pretty close to his super now.
Really heads up from Patchy. He almost overextended into trying to find that extra damage, but there was the heal from Jaeong that kept him in the game despite the poke damage he was taking back. So the Brock here is a pretty big difference maker. This Lollipop drop is fated not to last very long. It's actually getting cleared fairly effortlessly. Zulan wants to try and close the gap here, but there should be a heal switch for Sands, and there it is. Burst heal is huge. Zulan just ceases to exist.
I just wonder why, like, against an entire enemy team, they can rotate out, they can clump up, body block for each other. You were not going to get a pick off there, and even then, you would have died guaranteed. So maybe dropping things to a 2v2, like, is that favorable for Wink, RT? I'm not terribly convinced. I feel like that was a poor play. We'll see Patchy respond now onto Wink with a kill. 3v1. Only Realm takes this one 100%. Need to see fewer hero plays. I think, it's never wrong to try something new. We've learned from our mistake. It cost us a round. Don't send the Leon solo on this huge wraparound recon mission.
I have no idea why Wink supered Sands there while he was behind the wall. He bought Weekend Warrior, and then Wink throws his super at Sands, who just stands still and says, okay. Anything else? No? Okay. And then they dive with the Crow. Why are we using our Byron super before the Crow is diving in when he's obviously flashing super at you? So a couple issues there for Legacy. They need to have an answer to that all-in potential that Only Realm's comp has.
I'll tell you what, though, like, it's hard to look at a 2v3 and think, yeah, I can win this, especially against a team such as Only Realm. We saw Sands, Bobby go to the World Finals last year. Patchy qualified even though he didn't end up going. Legacy Esports know that this is a David and Goliath story in just a quarterfinal. And they're trapped in spawn also. Just not a good look, but of course this is what's naturally going to happen with Only Realm's brawler choices. So it's up to Legacy Esports to respond. It's basically inevitable that they find themselves here.
I just think this is a good comp from Only Realm. The Brock, for me, just clearing every lollipop drop is such an elegant answer. Okay, Jilan. Yep, that's a clone, of course. No, I thought it was a clone. Are we throwing for fun? No? Okay. Trying to go in with that all-in play, but again, you need to do that Jaeyoung healing, so very, very tough to burst through that. Now on a 2 versus 2, the gas is starting to encroach. Both players tapped up here. Hack gadget available for Nerf, but he's not able to get close enough. This one was a pretty open and shut round, another solid win for Only Realm.
Only Realm 1 round away. They'll take position once more. So what does Legacy Esports respond with? Finally, an aggressive rollout. Nerf's going to go solo. Zulon was in the invisibility for a bit of extra speed as he moved forward. We'd love to see some supers from Legacy Esports. A Byron super for a kill confirm. We see it just now. But the Leon super combined also with the speed would be extremely useful. But as soon as that, they fall back into their spawn.
Okay, I like the placement Lollipop drop. It's a little further back, so you're going to get max duration. Well, not max duration. There was a activation of Weekend Warrior to put some damage on it, but still, you can see Legacy is thinking about how they can try and keep that gadget in play for as long as possible. So there was some damage that came in from the Byron there. Byron, a hypercharge is ready. Something that has to be respected here by Sand, who is spending most of this round trying to keep his teammates topped up.
Great play there from Zulon to take up a bunch of room on the left side. He used his invisibility and speed to get forward, but here comes the speed response from Sands. Hypercharge for Patchy just wrecks havoc on the enemy side. Now wraps around to pinch Nerf and secure the set 2-0 style. and no expression at all on anyone from Only Realm. It's as if, oh, never mind.
An eyebrow raise.
A little eyebrow raise from Sans, a reaction here after a set victory. Yeah. One more until they go back to the semifinals. It's where they finished last time. They have their sights set on the finals, so the quarterfinals is just kind of required. They don't seem to be phased at all.
Just like the way they navigated draft, a really solid composition. It was nothing too fancy, nothing out of the box. It was questionable. I think there's some discombobulation on the side of Legacy Esports. Like when the game plan is to go aggressive with this Leon, it feels like Zulan is on his own.
The game plan is to go aggressive, but to not do hero plays, not as often at least. Two of you, what was that setup? Stop with the hero plays.
I mean, I just said, are we throwing for fun now? Because he literally
I remember that quote as well, yeah.
A 1v2, yeah.
That jump pad play, it was a nice try, I guess.
I mean, I think if there's a plan for the rest of them, like, for example, are you trying to Byron super the landing location once you come off the jump pad? That's pretty nice. That can be good in a 1 versus 2 scenario. There you can really find success. He wasn't invisible, to the best of my knowledge. No, he was quite visible. Anyway, very difficult scoreline to read, I'll be honest. And not because my eyesight is declining in my old age. It's just making me cringe looking at it. Only the one kill, unfortunately, here for Legacy Esports.
I do want to remind us all here, this is the team that brought down Stamina, the second place of February, the runner-up, and Stamina lost 3-2 to this exact roster. We do have Zulan now, except instead of Juni. I don't think Zulan is that much of a downgrade. That's not what we know Zulan from. He has played esports in such a long time already, and he has been quite successful at it too. So if only, Juni was here, I guess, but I think Zulan should technically be an upgrade.
People really underestimate how much cohesion this game takes to succeed at, I think. And Zulan is an incredible individual. Like, don't get me wrong, and he's seen the highest of heights and some of the biggest stages in esports. But sometimes plugging into a team when your broad understanding of how to play the game is a little bit different, or at least you're feeling for timings or like what your instincts are, and you're going up against a team who actually has they're on the other end of the spectrum, right? Where like Bobby and Sans basically finish each other's sentences here, even if they only share a couple brain cells, right? And Patchy, who comes in and knows these guys so well, has been around the scene for a huge amount of time. So like it's an uphill battle for Legacy Esports. I think even in their brightest moments, they're going to struggle here.
And that's exactly where I wanted to go. Zulan, a very strong individual, but the synergy just might not be there yet. They don't really have the scrim time that an Only Rem has together. They've been playing for longer than just this season together, Sans, Bobby and Patchy. So super excited to see a bit more of them. Maybe those 2 first sets were just a little warm-up for them. I hope so, because those 2 sets have been some of the quickest we've seen.
Yeah, they've been madly efficient. Brawl Ball was gone in a flash, then not a single round response there on Knockout. Hunt Zone can be a more extensive mode, but I said the same thing about Knockout too. A lot of times you see people pressed up against that poison. Sometimes we even saw it ending before that. In Hot Zone, if you win the zone and hold on to it for the entire time, it's no good. Here on Open Business, a spawn trap is very possible unless the walls are broken open, allowing for a more expanded couple of compositions.
I'm willing to revise my opinion if we see a nice draft here from this Legacy team, because there's a reason why they're able to beat last month's finalists rather. So I just want to see them get off to the right start outside again.
So Legacy, time to lock in now. This is your last chance to show us what you played up against Stamina in the monthly qualifiers. Ruff is going to be their first pick. Very solid pick here. You can open up the map as Radio already mentioned, and you have it in your own hands now if you actually want to do that. If they want to pick some range with it, of course you break open the map, you can still just go tanks, and opponents can't really risk to pick up those tanks just now. We have a couple of tank counters open here. One of those is Nita, is going to be immediately picked up here. Not the most of range, but as long as the walls are still standing quite good. Kenji also usually needs some walls, so that's actually quite risky into that Ruffs.
Do we get like Barley or Berry, or like a thrower that has healing capability? Do we go back to the well and get a Byron in the mix? I love Nita on this map. She obviously can make great use of that cover, provided the map isn't opened up, and the Bear obviously is amazing to create that space and create that zone. So I don't know if we're going to see Legacy veer away from this like opening up the map kind of idea. Obviously Ruffs doesn't do a whole lot in terms of sandbags against this kind of setup. And Ems is going to be the answer. Someone whose effective range interacts really quite well with Kenji and Nita respectively.
I'm looking at Kenji, however, getting aggressive on that Ems. Once he's in close range, then it's really poor for her. Like, she'll be able to blast him away, and guess what? He's going to dash right back onto her. Now, she is equipped with a lot of kit. She has Caustic Charisma, pop that one out, get some healing with Hype. You also get the shield if you have Hype equipped because of the new Buffy that came a couple patches ago. So, really useful brawler just in general. I see potential to be outranged. I think it's not going to be as useful when the walls are up. Gray as a mid. Really, really interesting. I feel like that should also be able to break down some of the walls. A couple wall breakers taken for Legacy so far. Only Realm due to respond with something that can react specifically to the enemy brawlers, because Nita is not going to cut it in the matchups.
Gray's so good on a map like this one because you can set up a double teleport once you have the hypercharge available to immediately get back into mid from spawn. So usually he's played together with a tank that can put this to good use, be immediately in your opponent's faces again. Neither Ems nor Ruffs really want to be in their opponent's faces, so I don't know if that has a lot of synergy, but I guess we're going to find out in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I guess like the hypercharge for Ems, you know, has this similar effect of friend zoner in that it shoves people back, so you can TP in and then pop that hyper straight away. Makes a lot of space for yourself instantly. Obviously, Ems really struggles against throwers. She doesn't have to worry about that too much in this matchup. But yes, I do think Kenji running at her will be an issue. You can see that Sans can get to the safe side of that cloud. Oh, I love that though. Beautifully done. Obviously now with the Buffy that in a friend zone has a knockback component, a stun component rather, and Sans was caught, but it wasn't nearly enough to take down the Kenji.
You can really get an understanding of what Only Realm think of their opponents when you watch Patchy walk in a legitimate straight line to the enemy side and take 0 damage along the way. And this has been happening all day long. It's how he got that first goal in Brawl Ball within only 8 seconds of the game starting. Only Realm to have domineering control of mid. They're going to have to respect this a little bit. That pull from Zulon didn't quite bump Patchy into any sort of danger. It didn't accomplish really anything, but at least he does have a hypercharged double teleport if he wants it. They got to act fast, though, because they're behind by an insane margin.
Yeah, oh, good damage there from Nerf. Sans though able to avoid some of it and get some healing back, but the healing gadget actually isn't great against the damage that sort of comes distributed over time. Sans here, knocked away, of course, by Wink as the map is starting to get opened up a little bit, but it's coming, well, rather late in the day is the nice way of putting it. 85% of counting here. Zulan was healed, or shielded up, rather, from the use of that dimensional door, and this is kind of the idea, right? You get your M's through the TP, but Bobby was able just to clown on him in that situation at 98 and counting. Sans should be there to finish the round, and Legacy Esports, well, they didn't really turn up to that round.
No, not really at all. So where's the early game defense? Only Realm walked in a straight line. I cannot overemphasize that. And they got mid-control immediately. The gadget from Ruffs was not sufficient. They allowed enemies to take immediate control, and then they could not bring it back. The Gray teleports didn't really accomplish anything. It's a lack of synergy for Legacy Esports. I don't necessarily think it is the brawler selections alone.
Okay, friendzone, they used Sans is probably going to clean up that kill at the top of the screen. Yep, Nerf goes down, and that's a problem for Sulan, who gets left upon. Yeah, this might be even more one-sided. Now Sans is able to play deep within Legacy Esports' spawn and is happy to draw out these supers. Thank you very much. That Caustic Charisma now has no real impact outside of letting Legacy play the game.
Patchy forced to back up, but he does have a mute in case anyone walks in. Sans, meanwhile, is establishing the control. Now swipes back to take care of the freshly teleported Gray. You see an attempt at defense, also breaking open that wall so it's not as easy for Sans to spawn trap Legacy. But still, it's just not looking possible for Legacy Esports here. It's a little sad.
Yeah, immensely one-sided game so far. Sans getting good value off that slash Shimi, but eventually going to be brought down. Job done, though. He's made the space here for Bobby and Patchy to sun themselves on the point. Get that beach towel rolled out and basically play the game from the most comfortable position possible. It's an open and shut case for Legacy Esports. That's the match, folks. 3-0. Legacy quickly puts the sword.
Only Realm, they know better than to react here because they were supposed to win this one anyway. It's a team with a transplanted third, Zulon coming to fill the shoes of Junie. Now, in his career, Zulon has accomplished far more than any of the players he is sharing a team with here, yes. But the synergy was just not present, and I feel really, really bad for Wink and Nerf. This is their first monthly final. I spoke with Wink a little bit. He said, yes, it's my first, and they've been grinding for this for so long. They weren't afforded the opportunity to show up with their own player of choice, and then they got 3-0'd in kind of an embarrassing way.
But they're still top 8 in a region where we have
true.
different teams every month so far. So still a huge success, and maybe they're going to be back. Maybe next time with their proper teammate. Again, I think Zulan is an outstanding player, but I think nothing beats synergy.
Is someone checking if Sands is awake? Bro is,
I mean, look at those 9 kills. I think he is.
he is extremely in a zen state after that performance. Yes.
That's the cortisol level.
Yeah, exactly. He's jester maxing there. This team just rolls over
frame
the top
logging his opponents.
Yeah, don't worry. They found the ASU frat leader and they've taken him to task. Forget about it. I mean, look, I think this Legacy team, to be able to find a success against STMN in the monthly qualifiers, that does obviously bode well for them. They should have put up more of a fight. If they're going to beat STMN, and if I'm STMN and I'm watching this, I'm like, we died for this? We died for this?
And Stamina also beat this roster, Only Realm, last monthly final. So technically it's Stamina, Only Realm.
No, I mean, it's,
and now where do we put Legacy?
It's called a circle of suck.
Oh.
Yep, there
I
you go.
see.
That is
Interesting.
an interesting one.
Yes.
Well, we want to have a quick look at the 3 first quarterfinals already out of the way here. So semi-final number 1, we already know it's Team Electris versus Tribe Gaming. Only Realm now waiting after a whopping 3-0 sweep against Legacy in semi-final number 2, Uber.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm pretty curious how this last of our quarterfinals is going to pan out, because we've seen roster changes on both sides, right? Zeus Esports, I misspoke earlier. Alianos was on that team and actually departs for Ducky, not Ducky with an IE, Ducky with a Y. Don't worry, guys. You'll be able to keep up with that, I'm sure, in time. Vicday obviously has some really known names. We're talking about Unks. We've got plenty of them in this lower bracket here. So I'm hoping for a pretty competitive game, because a ex-teammate of Zulan's is also waiting in this next match to show us what he is still capable of.
And both of those teams have been victim to roster movement, so I'm super excited to see how they will do. Now, we get Ark back. Ark, how are your predictions looking?
Hey, let's gloss past it. We haven't got to dwell on it. At the end of the day, you know, it could have gone either way. I felt like, you know, Zulan did put up a big thing on social media saying that he was going to prove himself. It was quite the opposite. I think like the whole roster movements take time to really set. One of the most convinced. I mean, that was supposed to be my break, by the way. Don't feel like I really left the desk.
Just enough time to scratch his butt and back to work.
That was, a very, very quick 3-0. Let's hope the next one doesn't go that way. It's 2 teams also affected by those roster changes. It's Vicday versus Zeus Esports. Vicday, it's a new iteration. They first picked up Steel. Now, second best is going to be playing for Steel, who played for Ducky. Maybe we have to have a quick look later on again at the graphic, just which teammates have switched with who again. And they are rapidly improving after those roster changes, even though Ducky is supposedly one of the best players in the region.
Right, I mean, this is our roster madness graphic. Obviously, we're looking here at Steel, who came in and then went on out. Obviously, second best is certainly a known quantity and quite a quality player here as well. Alianos departed Zeus, so Ducky comes in, the Ducky with the Y, not the IE. But again, I kind of like it because there's like some familiar foes on both sides of the field here.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough thing to see, like all these roster movements that haven't really been paying off, but that does say a lot about synergy. And, you know, when you've got that cemented kind of like chemistry, you know, the teams that are sticking around, I mean, look at like sort of Maru and Maori in the EMEA region, you know, going back as far as 2021, they're still together and still getting good results. And, you know, I think for me, this is going to be interesting to see how Vicday will fare, because they've gone through so many of the motions, haven't they? I think second best is a fantastic player, though. I do really feel like he could sit nicely in this squad, but it's coming into the question of like, you know, are OG and Vegeta polished in their preparation process?
Vegeta got a girlfriend. I'm worried for him, honestly.
From buff, though.
Yeah. Oh, is it a buff, though?
I think
I've heard
it
it's a
is.
debuff in some scenes, so...
Would you say so? Interesting. I think that there are 3 things who make a really good team in Brawl Stars. One of them is synergy, and that's something we talked about so often today. It's something that also Snowy mentioned in his interview. You know, he thinks that team is just so strong because of that. The other 2 things are mechanics and communication. Communication can sometimes be a little hard because of language barriers. Synergy and communication you can build over time. And I'm really eager to see how these 2 teams have already built that up, because they both didn't have a lot of time with their new teammates. And as we have seen in previous iterations here, or in previous matches that we had today, more often than not, that roster that made some changes like Vatic looked really good in scrims, but not so good today in the monthly finals.
I think that synergy like carries over a lot to match conditions because the pressure's higher. So when things go wrong in match conditions, you actually need to fall back on that synergy and chemistry that you've built. You might look really good at scrims because you have like a honeymoon period, right? Or maybe just things line up on certain days and make you overestimate your ability. But, you know, under pressure, that's when those bonds really get tested here. I think this is about as high pressure as it's going to get for both these teams. Both these teams are full of, like, there are superstars on both these sides. You know what I mean? But do they mesh into each other's systems? Do their protocols make sense? Because in the previous game for Legacy, they didn't.
So the second team in the arena here is Zeus Esports. They picked up the ducky with a Y. And we'd ask Zemp what he feels like he brings to the table.
Zemp, great to have you here. You've got a very important match today. I want to ask you, how are things going with Ducky? What do you feel like he brings to your roster?
Things have been pretty good so far. It's nice to have a newer player. You know, he just turned 16, so new talent's always good to bring in. And I think it'll kind of help us adapt to all the changes that have been happening in the past 2 years. Hopefully, like all the results Tyrants had last few years weren't very good, and we needed to change something up. So hopefully, the new players, new talent, new way of playing will get us some wins.
What if a beautiful guy there at the bottom right who did the interviews?
That's right.
Stunning, yeah. Stunning.
Right. Stunning.
Resplendent.
I'd say
Great
so too.
jacket,
These are the
yeah.
global bans for this series. For anyone just tuned in now, we now have global bans in the BSC. These 4 brawlers we won't see in this match. So in the next 5 sets, we won't see any Bull, Leon, Chloe or Spike. Pretty much the same bans as before. And quarterfinal number 3, BB, is now left open. Leon banned instead. And yeah, he mentions Tyrant in his interview, who this roster is really built around. Tyrant brings the experience. As he said, in recent years, he didn't bring the same success as maybe 2021, 22.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the role that he played on Tribe Gaming, for example, back when they were, and geez, after that, what was it, Pioneers that he was on? He wasn't supposed to be the centerpiece player. He often picked the brawlers that were like designed to facilitate or provide that utility. So I think he's really, really solid. But Tyrant's a role player. At least he has been in this era of his career. So I hope that there's someone on Zeus that can actually step up and show like some, you know, cracked mechanics or, you know, real hunger to be at the top. Because it's hard. Once you've been on the biggest stages in the world, like getting back there is actually said to be harder than getting there in the first place.
Both teams come in after major upsets win in the monthly qualifiers. Vicday actually beats Tribe Gaming, who we saw now looks super, super strong. On the other side, we have Zeus beating ZZS, the Zulan team that for the second time in a row didn't actually make it into the monthly
Zeus
final.
Zulan second best?
Second best on that roster. Yep. So they actually beat that team, which now have picked up second. So he's got a chance for revenge here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think this is a fun matchup. It's got a ton of players from yesteryear mixed in with like some rising stars. I mean, the Elevate situation from last year, I think still like confuses people to go back and think of it. What could have been from that Vegeta team, Vegeta, Diego, and of course their third, who should not be mentioned in this situation. So like that team that was really supposed to lead the way for this region.
We also just saw OG here in the player cam. I think that's a little bit of a internal beef as well. Not really a beef, but like a old gen story between Tyrant and OG.
True.
These old gen players from back
Tribe
in the day.
STMN. Yeah.
But again, like, you know, I've got to bring up the fact that, you know, the last time we saw Tyrant was LCQ 2024. I mean, OG's biggest, you know, biggest score line would have been second place at the 2023 World Finals. These are long times ago now.
Good year, though.
We're heading into our quarterfinal number 4. It's Zeus Esports versus Vicday. Vicday or Zeus, both of them a little mix of new players and then some old gen in the mix too. We have Kit banned out here on the right hand side. I know Orc is going to be very happy to see that. Kit is one of these brawlers that shows up more often in NA than in any other region. We are out in the open, so once again, you either want the brawler that can make use of the water on the left hand side, or you want to break open the map. Brock is double banned, even Angelo both open, and Angelo is also going to be that first pick for Zeus.
I think both teams are actually trying to leave Angelo open to potentially pick them up. Because if you're first pick and you're banning Brock, you must have had an even higher priority brawler in mind. And I think Angelo probably is the go-to still in many cases. I've seen big flops from Angelo, but in general, you've got to respect its capability. This also opens up the potential of a Nani answer, right? a brawler that we don't see much of on this map unless you're dealing with Angelo, but it's going to be Gus, the old faithful, picked up here.
Mind seeing an Eve here. I think Angelo would definitely struggle into those hatchlings. It's still open, so
that's crazy.
I mean, definitely could be up there for me, I think, as well.
All the water walkers are open. That is wild.
Yeah, but the Gus doesn't necessarily spell a good synergy. I think they're looking for maybe something that's going to be able to drive themselves forward a bit more here and have a bit more presence on the map.
Hatchlings are so good against Angelo.
Yep. Hell still could be an option to combine with this Gus, maybe have an even tankier shielding, but definitely not surprised to see the Eve come through here.
Hey, it is Swamp Central in this draft so far. You've got the Eve, of course, you can traverse the map. She has the jump gadget. I think a hypercharge that is really problematic for those single shot brawlers. It's something that Zeus Esports need to keep mindful of.
On the right-hand side now, they already have a lot of range. What we haven't really seen so far in the NA region is that bow comp that was played so soft in the stage on EMEA. It's not going to happen once more. It's going to be Bell some more range even. If I'm that blue roster right now, I definitely want to pick up something aggressive. Kit is banned out, but there's still plenty of options against two snipers. It should be a pretty fair game here. Right-hand side has one more pick though. Probably something like a Pearl, maybe
this was
an RT,
SA, it'll be
something that is good in the long run. Both of those brawlers are going to be super, super good as long as the smoke does not come in yet. In the end game, they're usually not the best.
Okay, two sharpshooters, RT. Fair enough. That's been left open for quite some time. To see that come in here to round out the comp, it's very solid. We've got all three brawlers virtually operate as sharpshooters. There's good defensive options here for all of them. Nest eggs, of course, Angelo's ability to jump away in a pinch, and RT dropping legs and having a very powerful hypercharge. So they got range, they got defensive capability. They don't necessarily have the playmaking potential. There's no catch potential. There's no like Gene-esque brawlers in the mix here. Notice the healing is limited, and here is Nani. When you see multiple sharpshooters, Nani is always a go-to. And all of those brawlers, to some degree, have to respect return to sender.
Kind of feel like they may have been looking for the Ollie, but then the Bell showed her face, and that may have then diverted things slightly. But I quite like both comps here, honestly. I think they're pretty solid. I feel like the RT, though, the hypercharge is definitely going to be one of those devastating moments towards the end. If they can get that value in early on, tap away, then it's impossible to dodge. It's basically just a GG at that point. So really looking to see how that RT fares.
All right, in we go, folks. Time to get the series between Vicday and Zeus Esports kicked off. Vicday in blue at the bottom of your screen now are the ones on the E comp, and of course, second best gets himself across that body of water to set up on the left side.
Good dupes already from second, getting himself warmed up and trying to close that gap. Meanwhile, OG getting some serious aggression on that right-hand side. Already two marked players on the side of Vicday, and Zeus Esports continue to land these shots. Yeah, OG has to force out the return to sender, but not really in a well-timed manner. Wasn't really going to have much value off the back of it in the way that he did.
Yeah. See OG make some shots here. Does have, theoretically has the same range as Angelo, but the effective range, the sweet spot for this Nani is a little bit closer range than it is for the Angelo. Here's the pick. And we're looking for Ducky. Good damage, but is that enough for Vegeta to work with? He doesn't seem to think so. So we're going to have both teams very much stay within their lanes at the start of this round. The gas is already starting to come through, though. Second best, tapped up a little bit by this Bell, and there goes OG, Tyrant Star. Writes a new chapter in a rivalry that spent years in Brawl Stars with that elimination, and the rest of Vicday look like they are going to flounder.
Yeah, nowhere to go realistically there for Vegeta to accept the gas as a solid first round for Zeus Esports. Plenty of time, though, to turn things around, but yeah, want to see a bit more from OG. That peep was a good break, though. Has left the wall intact and got rid of some of the bush, so we're going to be able to see that crossover now.
Yeah, that's what OG wants. He wants to give Ducky less places to hide, but also not allow Zeus to get back into the map easily. So he's managed to split the difference quite nicely there. However, we need him to be firing at animate objects, not the scenery. So need OG to now start to work this diagonal. Tyrant is back into the map, of course, in and out effortlessly. Oh, big return to sender here, hit for OG, wouldn't go astray. Second best is forced back here as Zempa starting to tap.
I love that reverse polarity from Zempa as well, gave him some good positioning. Second now, got the shield gear coming in. Shield as well for Vegeta, that spooky boy, so I'm looking to see that pay off. quite the connection that Zem was looking for there. Second now has the hatchlings as well, which are going to go down. Pretty good time that the gas is coming in, but just eradicated them as well. That's really not great for Big Day.
Okay, second best going for it here. Put some pressure down and was waiting to see that first protester. It eventually comes out as he realized his goose was absolutely cooked. 2v2 here. OG can afford to take some damage here from the gas and stays outside of the range of the RT sim to peep in to get the job done. That's pretty clutch work from Monk.
Very close. Really was. That could have easily been a game going the way of Zeus Esports. OG already got the hypercharge as well. That's going to be a godsend, but Vegeta would love to have as well a super to hand, especially in these moments here when the survivability is so crucial. Nice gadget, but just a bit of a miss there from Zemp. Be on the cooldown for another one. He's been landing them quite consistently into that moment in time as well.
Oh, Mark doesn't actually connect onto Vegeta. OG now makes his way back into the map. Hypercharge, ready with the next super. You've got to respect this Angelo damage. Tyrant's looking for a target. OG's almost opting out of this protracted engagement that he's been in with the Angelo. Still looking for some turn to sender plays. Eats that hit from the Angelo now. Next shot would do him in. So he has to back away, get healed up in time. And Big Day don't really seem like they know when to go. I think they're hoping that they're going to chain some damage together. That's good. That's what you want to see. So Hypercharge here comes out. Okay, well, bye second best. Good knowing you, mate. Tyrant here with a jump out, though. This is nice here for Vic Day. They've done enough to take this first round away. As the gas starts to come in, we get to see, again, a good late round performance from Vegeta and OG.
I like the way that both teams, though, are being quite preservative. They're not going in just willy-nilly. They are taking their time and ensuring that they've got the utility to hand to go into these final moments. Second there with the hypercharge, although it didn't necessarily go his way, there was some good attentiveness from Zeus Esports to get rid of it, really. The Angelo shot that came through was quite pivotal. But, yeah, Vic Day just kind of, I guess for me, they didn't look like the favourites in that last round, honestly.
Yeah, I actually think that Second's Hypercharge Super attracted so much attention from Zeus. Two players turned their heads to try and blow it up, and that gave Vegeta the opening. I also think, like, you might think Vic Day aren't doing a whole much or looking that strong, but their strategy for the late round is quite powerful as well when you're considering peak, return to sender, and, of course, the Gust Super. That is super potent with a knockback component on it as well. So don't count them out. Even if they like to play slow, they're hoping to charge supers towards the end of the round and put some pressure down. Even like hatchlings in those last moments can be pretty problematic for a composition that is only single shot rolls.
Second getting tapped up on the left-hand side, though. Great jukes from Vegeta and OG, doing a great job on this right-hand side. But yeah, Zemp is really laying in. As the gas comes in as well, it'll be very tough. Gadget from Second and taps from Vegeta. That's really going to open things up massively in the follow-up as well to Tyrant. Lovely from Vegeta. That's going to surely secure the round.
Yeah, I mean, the Eve is insane here, right? The fact that Zemp has to spend one shot shooting at a hatchling and not at Vegeta, who closed the gap, was ready to line up a shot on him, is huge. And second, that's just an incidental part of the fact that Second Best used his jump gadget, right? You get a free hatchling off the back of that. So a couple more shots connected if Second Best will actually have a super that'll be able to make use of.
Vegeta marked up here. Does find Ducky in the mid. And again, Zem winning this left-hand side lane, and Vegeta's actually going to have to come in here to helping hand it. Gets a hypercharge for his trouble, though, so I'm sure that he will be absolutely okay with that. The gas is going to be not too far away. Marked up again is Vegeta, but these follow-up shots is not really quite landing for Ducky.
Second Best also in a bit more of a commanding position thanks to a couple of shots hit by Vegeta that allowed him to step up towards that bush side, and a reverse polarity that didn't really come close to hitting Second Best. OG doesn't have to do anything, I think, then just hold this position as much as he can. He knows that Tyrant's always going to be able to get out of the map and heal up if he needs to, and
big mess, though.
That's rough. I mean, that mark, in theory, is homing, but when fired at nothing in particular, it is not just going to beeline towards the nearest player. Here's that hypercharge super from Vegeta. Very, very tanky. He is, Lena. Second Best with the jump. Does, of course, have a few hatchlings to help should it be required, but a great set here from Big Day. Nothing too crazy. Saving some energy, being pretty conservative about their approach. They know it's all about playing for that late round, getting a Gust Super at the ready, and having timely return to centers.
OG wearing a Foot Esports jersey, by the way. Yep, just doing the throwback. Vegeta, for me, was the outstanding player in that match. I mean, he really was the rock. landing shot after shot. Zep was doing some great work on the left-hand side, a bit tarnished by that sort of missed hypercharge towards the end, but honestly, Vegeta, the Jukes around the situation as well, time and time again. Nothing was landing on him, and everything that he was shooting was landing, so great stuff.
Yeah, I was also watching him for a solid 10-20 seconds, and he didn't get hit a single time, dodging both incoming shots from two different players at the same time. Really, really good stuff. That must be the girlfriend buff.
Yeah, okay, sure. So far, we have 1 point for the girlfriend buff. Again, and you can see here in these final moments, Vegeta not only is insane movement, but also knows where to collapse that left side lane to either get the elimination or give second best the room to move up and be that much more of a threat. Obviously, Eve doesn't quite have the range. It's more of a projectile speed issue against Belle, especially when you're dealing with like that reverse polarity that can give her artificially more range. But I just, great to see a mid here who knows when to collapse that side lane and help out.
I almost want to say he was too busy spamming the thumbs down emoji other than like getting actually a kill, but that's something he did ever since we've seen second best in the BSC. So I don't think it actually costs him any brain cells.
It's just under the thumbs at this point. It's just a natural reflex that he doesn't even think about. I'm sure that even he to this day doesn't even realize he's still doing it, honestly.
Probably. He's just doing it automatically.
Just automatic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do need a
claw grip just for the emoji. Literally.
Was it like a wild player? Yeah. I reckon he's just moved the button straight under his primary fire, so he can access his pins really easily.
But that would be so unfortunate if he then presses the emoji instead of an actual shot.
That's what we feel like he has done on occasion, or at least that's...
Maybe in this round. Next round is going to be open business. Let's see what they're going to draft here. And if we're going to see a little less thumbs down, probably not.
No,
open business is the map, and it's a map where, once again, you can break open the map completely with roughs, and then you shouldn't pick Barley. It's something we learned.
I just like Nita so much here. I don't know why. I think there are some situations where Nita can be countered. We saw Bobby on the Nita last time in the last game on this map, and like Bruce does so much in terms of creating that space for you. If you've got a brawler that can actually make use of it, then I think it gives you like a really powerful power play for like 5 seconds sometimes at maximum. No ban of Nita, so do expect her to feature in this draft. Finks, though, is windmill slammed here by Vicday for good reason. Tough to find a better control brawler on these more open hot zone maps.
Yeah, Lou and Finks have been banned out every single time we've seen this map to date so far. So Finks not banned out immediately is going to get picked up. Lou on the other side banned once more. Ross this time as well. We have many of the top big brawlers out of the way. Chester is one of those brawlers I'm still looking at, and Kenji could show up once more, Ark.
Yeah, Ziggy as well could have a good spot here. It's tough with the amount of walls and the placement in the draft to do it. I mean, I don't mind it. It's not really overly played, but I don't mind it. It's okay.
We haven't seen her so long.
Yeah, I mean, Mama J back out to play. Love to see it. For me, yeah, I like the Kenji shout. I think that could be an option as well. Stu going to come in as well, like that. Chester's still available here too, by the way. So kind of want to see whether that might be something that could definitely get rid of a lot of these walls. And the Pam turret is going to depend on them. So back over now to Vicday, see how they want to finalize things out here.
This Zeus Esports comp is all about staying power. You've got two brawlers here who are very good at being hard to shift off the hot zone for very different reasons. For Pam, it's obviously just the durability and innate sustain she has from the healing, and Stu, it's just being quite hard to hit. So you might end up seeing this Zeus Esports comp just wanting to throw themselves at the point as early and as often as possible. Mina, though, is someone who's going to be able to defeat this fairly well because her damage up close is terrifying. So also pretty important because alongside Finks, you've got another brawler who can disrupt projectiles.
Interesting to see that Pierce is completely left open and nobody has picked him up so far. If I was the blue roster here right now, I would have picked Finks, something to open up the map, and the Pierce, and then where does the Pam put her turret? The Stu can't really break open the map himself because Pam wants some walls, so he probably also picks his second gadget there, tries to put a speed turret down. Here's the Jester finally, we talked about him before. He's so good in the current meta and most often banned out because of the DPS he brings. When he finally has that 4-bell shot, it's going to do close to 5k damage, something like that.
Bro's got wall break as well. So, it's a little random in terms of when it comes up, but can be quite powerful. He also has area of effect abilities that can randomly come up, and a hypercharged super that almost feels like it doesn't matter if you run away from the epicenter of it, you're going to get caught by one of the 5 different effects that it has. Ziggy here, of course, thrower, definitely seems wide open. There's no real way for Vicday to threaten it, and it's not possible for Finks to actually interact meaningfully with the shots that come in from Ziggy because they come from the sky. They're zappy.
Bit of concern for the Ziggy at this stage, though. There's a lot of wall break with that chest of potential. Again, it's kind of like the RNG. If it's in your favor, you get a lot of bombs, then like it's going to deflate a lot away. But I do prefer kind of what Vic Day are running with here, to be honest. I think the PAM could be quite troublesome, though. I think that, if the chest is not able to get those wall breaks in a good amount of time, then the Finks, for me, is the best brawler as well. I'm surprised it's not kind of like more heavily banned and picked up first in this situation. So OG should have some good matchup.
Yeah, these speed zones are going to get max value from Zemp. They're not going to be clearable with this composition. And there's obviously those unbreakable walls there where the PAM is that these healing turrets can be placed on. So plenty of space for these deployables to get their full value. So far, though, Vic Day has spent more time on the point. Second best is pretty hard to hit with a lot of these shots, but the Ziggy Super is going to clear the way, and Vegeta eventually caught by Ducky on the right.
Second lurking on his left-hand side. Zeb knows it. Dashes back under the helping hand of the PAM healing station. Wimble Gadgets will be able to survive just a little bit longer on this right-hand side, still with the damage gear rolling in now. Zeb considering the possibility of it, and actually gets caught out of guard there as OG takes him down.
Yeah, there's that big super, and still, it's countered out essentially by this Ziggy Super, which moves slower through the Fink zone, which has the effect of working against Vic Day. They want that Ziggy Super to pass by as quickly as they can, so they can go back to being on the point and actually make use of the time zone there. So, interesting interaction. Nice little counter pick there, I feel, from Zeus, but OG's going to have yet another super developed and going to make extensive use of that to turn Ducky into a smear on the ground.
Well, now Vic Day just tipping into the zone, getting some good percentage cap for it as well, as Zeus Esports start to collect now. Was that 45% mark, some catching up to do. Vegeta has got super as well here, which depending on what he's got in his pocket could be quite bad. And their pocket gadget as well, keeping everyone inside of Vic Day on their toes. Falls now to second best, but look at this. Vic Day starting to really capitalise. His Tyrant's too low to contest.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrants can't come forward at all. And Vic Day just did a good job of rotating on and off the point. It was often second best using that, his normal shots to rotate in and out. OG has like another, oh my god, it's a hyper super, which is going to shut down that right side of the map entirely. Second best still not able to stay alive long enough, and that Ziggy Super, unfortunately, as good as it is against the Finks, is a little too late.
Yeah, Vic Day's starting to really exude their confidence in this series. And we need to see a bit more from Zeus Esports. This is just getting a little bit scary now. One game away from taking it another set. And to be honest, we haven't really seen enough to warrant a potential comeback either. And that's the thing that's concerning here. Second already immediately onto the zone. Wimble Gadget straight away to allow his teammates to come forward. But OG now gets aggressed quite heavily there. Tyrant will secure the kill. That could be the chance for Zeus Esports now to get themselves stuck in. Already a very early PAM healing station too.
Yeah, Vegeta has a terrible matchup against the Ziggy on the left side, and that's something that Vic Day tried to swap out of, but Zeus read into immediately. So how do Vic Day get this chest back into the game? Naturally, second best has made a lane swap here, as heralded by his Protesto. Here and coming before you see him. It's going to be Vic Day now starting to catch up. Here's that Ziggy Super, and second best gets fried amidst it. Vegeta trying to come forward, had a healing super, which is quite timely, as Ducky's overextended onto the point now just to try and get some extra capture progress. And the Mina has arrived. Good connection there on towards Ducky. Tyrant also now has to deal with the pinch of the Finks and the Mina while Zemp heals up.
Second did really well there, getting a lot of percent. Oh my word!
That's nice.
Nice dash forward, gets a great super connection there as well. Very close though. Zeus Esports are adapting, but is it too little too late? Second still staying alive. Unbelievable, honestly, the tech on this guy. Just keeping himself so aggressive, so vulnerable, but staying in the mix.
What?
It's ridiculous.
Get him! Somebody get him, please! Thank you. Zemp eventually finishes him off. Clearly didn't have breakthroughs. He's been using Speed Zone in this game, so couldn't quite get to the Mina. Now, as fancy as that looks, Zeus Esports have managed to get themselves a lead. Here is a hypercharged super from the Ziggy. This is going to come back the way it came, so it's going to be in the game for quite a while, but it's not really in the best spot. It's been mostly avoided by Vic Day, and OG's been able to stay alive, but fired some shots when he might have been better off healing, so we have a cycle in to get another Ziggy Super, and this should be Zeus Esports now running away with the remainder of the round.
Leading towards 95% for Zeus Esports, but there's still a chance for Vic Day to have a last say here as Vegeta has an opportunity, can't find it. Zemp on the zone, should be enough time here realistically.
Oh, not the super!
Is that the duck realistic? He's got to get on the zone, he does. That is a big sigh of relief for him because that was getting a little bit hairy towards the end.
Not only does the Ziggy have a really good matchup against the Chester, but if you're able to cycle those supers reliably, you're basically denying the middle of the map for extensive periods of time. The hypercharge super from the Ziggy was less than convincing. It didn't bounce back in the best direction, but still, it was enough to give Zeus the extra mileage they needed to take the round out. Remember, they were leading early on. We need to see OG on his Sphinx, I feel like, get more involved. Second best involved, stay alive, but we need to see more offense rather than defense.
Second again, going on the aggressive, finding Tyrant. Zem getting the pinch off there as well in a crucial moment in time. It's now they can start to pressure OG. Back to the Finch to gadget away off the zone, and that's exactly what Zeus Esports need here. They need to assert themselves. Oh, great there from Ducky. GC will fall. And it's everyone from Zeus Esports on the zone.
Yeah, they're feeding Ducky these supers. Once again, it's tough to dodge them. You notice that OG is trying to, but it gets almost nuked down entirely. Still, Victor able to cycle onto the point for a time, but as soon as Zeus decide that they want to clear them off in numbers, they do. Now OG doesn't really have anywhere to be. Vegeta's struggling in these second couple of rounds now. Second best has to try and navigate the outer ring of that Ziggy super. Still gets rolled over by Zep, who's able to benefit from the healing turret that is basically unkillable because there are no throwers on Victor's comp.
Super down. Oh, but Vegeta falls there as well to Zem, but that's great from him. He can continue the aggression, gets behind the second here, and the pinch saved by the windmill. However, charge for Zem. He wants blood going for the right-hand side. Gets the pinch again with Tyrant as Ducky just clearing some space in this bottom left-hand side. Zeus are starting to really find themselves here.
Yeah, not great for Victor at all. Zeus are going to find themselves with a comfortable lead now as that super from the Ziggy stayed in the game for far too long. Second best needs a pretty insane run of eliminations here, and that is beautiful. Great catch here with those tornadoes. Still, Ziggy super has to be contended with now, and all Zeus need to do is throw themselves at the point for a short time, and this will be done and dusted. Vegeta's super had to be used there. Windwall gadget will buy a little bit of time for second best, but still he has to dance as the lightning zaps at his toes. And here's Zep to step up to get that extra percentage. And we're done and dusted here for Hot Zone.
No time like the present for Zeus Esports there. Very nicely done, because I did love the comp. The Vic they were running, it just had a lot of utility, and you know, how often do you realistically see a fixed comp go down like that? It's not common, and again with a Pam, really interesting stuff from Zeus, bit avant-garde in that regard. But you know, second, I think will still play out his mind, just not enough to get it done.
At the beginning, I also felt like, oh, why Pam? We haven't seen her in such a long time. And then as soon as the game started, I was reminded of why. She's so good in supports. She and Emma are probably the best two counters to him, because whenever you have that ult available, hypercharge, you see the Pam can still just cover the entire ult spray, and with that the Finks has nowhere to stand in, even in his own ult. So really good draft here from the side of Zeus.
Yeah, no safe zone whatsoever. Again, I want to repeat, the interaction of the Ziggy super into the Finks super does not favor the Finks team at all, because that lightning storm moves so slowly, and it starts moving slowly in the relevant area, which is on the point. So it really does feel like a hard counter pick, and like Zeus were more than happy to see that insta pick of the Finks. They had so much time and room to play around it. I do think that Victor painted themselves into a corner with that first pick.
Regardless of all that, though, at the beginning it really looked like Victor had it nailed down, and they were on the way to getting a 2-0 in this match and the lead. What happened? Why did Zeus Esports find a way to turn things around?
I think when you got a Pam, you got a lot of survivability, and I think that a lot of this objective play evolves around being on your feet. I mean, second was clearing up some great space, but I think Zeb was doing a really good side lane against him actually on that Stu pick, and just keeping that aggression going and rolling in. And yeah, just OG not really able to do too much in that mid. I think that it was just better chemistry, better communication from Zeus Esports clearly. So yeah, giving themselves a bit of a sigh of relief, but this one's far from over.
They also made sure that Vegeta had to play into the Ziggy. A horrific matchup for, the Chester, and a team that doesn't have any throwers to answer. So I really do think that Zeus had comp from start to finish.
Yeah, Victor looked really, really good also because of second best. He played that Mina so well, barely ever went down, and then in game 2 and 3 I feel like they brought him under control a lot better, focused on him a lot more. Now we're heading into Bounty, and now we know that we are going to see a set 4, so I'm already very pleased that this is not going to be over as quickly as the previous one. Already gets a bit of a longer break than New York.
fine. He needs it in old age, doesn't he? Yeah.
I do not like that.
Okay, well, Layer Cake, of course, we've seen this map played out a couple of times over the last couple of days, and not a whole lot has changed, right? With these global bans in effect, though, it will change the calculus a little bit. We've seen teams chance to bring throwers in here, but in general, having those assassins is important. Kaze's open here. Obviously, someone that can give you that blue star advantage straight off the rip, and I expect it to be hotly contested here.
Good plans all around, I feel. Still
Mom
some
never misses.
options. Bell going to be the first pick coming in for Big Day. Could be an alley map for me here as well. Definitely RT. Could be options here.
Yeah. The drafting so far for Vic Day doesn't feel like it's super data-driven. Maybe just more around comfort. Obviously, Bella's amazing on bounty maps, right? Especially if you find that you have the lead at some point in the round. But yeah, with Kaze so glaringly open, I think it'll be a disservice. Zeus will be doing themselves not to take it, and Pierce will join her.
I'm on the same page here. I pointed you towards Kaze and I was like, oh, she's wide open. Of course you're going to pick her up to pick up the blue star, and with that you gain a huge lead in a bounty set. And on the left-hand side, we don't pick up Kaze. Pierce also left open, and arguably the better sniper over Bell. So they must have something in mind, and we talked about it earlier. Sometimes comfort picks are better than meta picks, but so far I really like Zeus Esports comp.
Ash is a wild card pick for me, for sure.
This is spicy, man.
Definitely wild.
Comfort pick.
This is so OG coded, man. That's crazy. Okay, so obviously, a potent brawler who, can benefit with speed boost from taking damage. It's just someone who wants to get up in your face. The little helpers are good against brawlers that cannot cleave.
I'm not sure whether I'm a big fan of it, honestly, but it's going to require some serious support coming through here. It's kind of why they picked the Bell. They just really want to keep that Ash alive as much as humanly possible, but some control wouldn't be the worst of ideas in the world. Some throwers. Juju has a good map on this side of things, and certainly the Gree can be a big problem for brawlers like Ash, so they might want to pair it and take it off the cards from the side of Zeus Esports. Definitely, it's a risky pick. I haven't seen it played out in Layer Cake for such a long time, honestly.
Can we go into a gene here? You do have reasonably good damage. I also think the threat of the magic hand to give you space to lay those nest eggs down could be fairly potent. Having a little bit of healing against this poke damage that's going to be fairly persistent. Lamp blowout against the Kaze could also be a reasonable option there as well. Like I said, it's a little bit hard to predict these Vic Day drafts. They're also going up against Pierce, who got picked in direct response to the Bell. I think it's one of the most hotly contested sharpshooters at the moment. And the Juju point is interesting because she has been prolific on this map, but if SA aren't picking her right now, then is anybody else going to do it?
She can't be great, right? I still think it's a good shot. Take came to my mind as well. I feel like he's a bit stronger at the moment than Juju. But yeah, throwers overall, just if picked, then as last picks, because we have so many assassins that are so good in the game right now that has recently received the buffy. On the left-hand side, we now have a super interesting draft with that Bell and Ashe so far. I do think some heal would go a long way alongside that Ashe, so I do like your shout with Jean. Maybe also just a Byron, just like a simple old Byron Ashe comp like 2024.
Byron's fine. You can play Wind Up, Squeak here if you want to. Kit, I think I don't think Kit was banned, right? You can go there.
I don't think so, actually. Kit would be a good shout.
It's not too. We've seen it on Layer Cake already this evening, right? So you can make use of that. Also, that hypercharge is really strong. But it doesn't really answer like the sustain issue, right? You might need something to back up that Ashe a little bit more. Ashe does have a gadget, obviously, that lets them convert range into healing, which is fine, but it's not super reliable if you're facing down consistent sources of damage. Now, Kaze is going to be annoying as well with that Fan Storm, constantly throwing that in. The hypercharged version, of course, is very large. So definitely a bunch of different directions. In the meeple, we discussed that, really?
It's potential, definitely potential. Going to reset the draft, though. Had a bit of a disconnect to fill, so we'll find out just a moment how the players are reconnecting back into that. If it is still the Ashe, because I'm still still reeling off the back of it as to whether it's... but if it is correct and it is going to go through and they're going to pick it again, then I feel like it's going to have to be something on the defensive lines for Zeus Esports to really counteract it, because once Ashe is in your face, and maybe even with some support from healing side of things, potentially Byrons, it could be really problematic. and the robotic rats as well. You know, that's going to lean into having something which can have good area splash. I think, you know, brawlers like Ziggy, you know, going to struggle in that regard. So it's quite an interesting brawler pick. It's such a bold one at the same time.
Ziggy would have been so sick here, but I think it was banned out by Vic Day. Obviously, he's just sort of ubiquitous on this map. Ali on Layer Cake? Any Ali?
Yeah, I mean, if somebody dares to pick up a thrower, Ali would certainly be a good answer to that. I want to talk a bit more about the overall fact that we now have global brawler bans here in the March monthly finals. We have the brawlers Bull, BB constantly banned out today. Glowy also didn't have a lot of showings. Do you two feel like overall that's healthy for the BSC?
Look, I think last year we had 6 bans last year, no global bans, right? And the consensus was that we didn't have enough bans to account for all of the problematically powerful brawlers in the game. That was, you know, back then there were, we were 89 to 100 brawlers or something like that, right? Last year. Now we've got 10 bans in total, which is 10% of the roster, but it does feel like that's enough to account for the overtuned brawlers and also allow you to ban a little bit more specifically for the situation, the map, or maybe what you yourself just don't want to go up against. So feels fine. It does feel like some teams with more restrictive brawler pools can get forced to the bottom of the barrel a little bit earlier, but I do think having a deep brawler pool is part of the skill set of champions that you want to develop here in the VSC. So I'm not all that sympathetic of teams that might tend to that complaint.
I really like it so far. I think we need some more bans. Now, going from 6 up to 10 might be a bit drastic, but we're going to get more and more brawlers, so I think 10 is quite nice. Was it Lumi that was 100% banned out at Worlds at one point?
Was it Worlds? Or was it LC? Yeah, Brawl Cup, I feel like it was when we
had an entire LAN tournament where we didn't see a brawler a single time, so having a global ban there would have probably been pretty good.
She had like 9600 HP though at the time, which was quite absurd. She was
the good old times.
Yeah, ridiculously tanky and also
even Uber won some games. Huh?
Sorry, that's crazy.
When he plays,
I said okay. I'm getting it. I just don't do Mega Pig. Guys, don't invite me to your club if you need people to do Mega Pig. I will sit in your club and just get my games done, get my battle passes done, play some ranked. I'm not doing any Mega Pig. Don't message me about it, okay?
But yeah, that's very true that now that with the new Prestige, even you have been seen playing some leather, and I'm sure you're going to get your first Prestige very, very soon.
What is this? This is crazy, bro. Let's talk about this graphic that very conveniently was put on the screen at just this very moment. Obviously, this is the East Asia's sort of ban, so they very immediately went after what they felt were the more problematic. Notice the 3 global kit bans there, though. I should tell you everything you need to know about how this brawler can take over the game. MEA, for me, are very, very reasonable. They often target the sort of the strongest brawler or some of the newest ones that come through. Obviously, with Sirius not available, Naja not available to be picked here. Glowy would be the biggest offender. Mortis with 4 bans aimed at him, though, is pretty spicy.
And I do want to point out what was super interesting to me. EMEA had Glowy banned out in the global bans every single round, and then we had East Asia to ban him out in the regular bans every single round. So it kind of was the same picture, but in different ban phases. We're back in the draft now. We are right before that Ash pick, so we're going to see if that was actually intended. No, that was a random pick. The player wasn't able to pick anything, so they're going to go with that Ellie instead. And we actually have mentioned her. Super, super good in case that right-hand side would decide to pick up a thrower. But Zeus Esports has the last pick. I would not go with a thrower now into Ellie.
I don't hate that this pressures sharpshooters as well. I think like the PS, the last thing PS wants is to deal with is someone running up on them. So I like that. Meatball, of course, can kind of contain this Kaze if she looks to try and come forward, set up a catch opportunity for Ali to potentially, even if there's grass in the vicinity, leap over the wall and sort of dive on the person caught in there. So few directions you can take this, but Layer Cake is characterized by a lot of those walls. So being able to render them virtually non-existent for your team is going to be important.
Final pick then for Zeus Esports. I do like how Vic they are approaching this one. Ali, there's such a good brawler to have. Ooh,
what year is this, bro?
Oh.
What year is this,
I mean,
dude?
it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Ali has to jump on top of your head, literally. So Hank is going to be kind of like not the worst of ideas, but it's going to be very defensive. Not really able to make some big plays. It's going to be primarily down to the Kaze, and then you can support her with those pushes. So it might seem a bit wild. I'm open to it. I'm just got to wait to see how it plays itself out here realistically. It's definitely interesting, I would say.
Okay, so it is a Hank against the zero thrower comp, which is pretty decent. Hank can be a little bit threatening if he, gets up against those walls with those big bubbles and will force opponents away. It's very curious, though. I like this from Zeus. I was accusing Victor of not being data-driven drafters, but this one is a little off the wall here. Zemp's able to make some space by stepping up onto the safe side of this indestructible wall, and Victor are going to have to play it slow to start.
Here we go with Zemp on the right-hand side, trying to get some early value, but again, when you're in the bush with that big bubble, not really hiding that much. Now in a good spot, though. Just taking his time, waiting for his teammates to come through the mid. Very passive early start, which is only going to really lend more over to the Bell here to be able to lay down some nest eggs. Now, Vegeta has something to say.
Nice.
Gets a nice early takedown.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're playing Boomer Brawl Stars right now, I'm not going to lie, but that worked out beautifully. They have Blue Star. No need to get aggressive. At some point, the Hank is really going to struggle against the Meeple when that super is active. So Ducky might need to try something a little bit different. We see a lane swap here. Now Zemp comes to the left side, but there's a diagonal here that makes it awfully easy for Vegeta and OG to tap him down.
Zemp again, trying to enforce things, but he really needs the helping hand. There's not enough aggression coming from Zuzi Esports currently at the moment. They're waiting for like a kind of final push, which could very much go against them. With OG having the mark and Ali get to really go the aggressive. And when she does, she can pack a punch. Ducky now going to be seeing second through that wall and that information will be relayed over. But at the moment, Zeus are behind and it's just not looking good.
Hey, Fish Torpedo for Zemp to get some help, but it doesn't do anything about the mark on them, so eventually Vegeta's able to step up and find the elimination. It feels to me like Zeus don't actually know how they ought to proceed here. The Pierce is getting no value, doing almost no damage. Tyrant has nothing to do, and now second best decides to go in, sees that low health target. It's an easy pick up. There was already another mark at the ready for the Hank. Ochi, though, blinded up by the fan storm. It's a really nice little adjustment for Ducky, but now, yep. Well, that wall is rendered permeable to all shots, and so Victor get themselves up to 12 to 15 stars at the end of the round. Listen, it's not high-octane Brawl Stars, but it is...
To say the least.
It is pretty cerebral, though. Like, get the blue star, sit back, and then wait for overextensions. Yeah, Victor aren't trying to, I don't know, win any huge fans amongst the Zuma fan base. They're just trying to play solid Brawl Stars.
Yeah, very kind of hard to call the match, honestly. I mean, just very, very passive, very slow. And it's Zeus that need to push more than it is on the side of Victor. I mean, they haven't won the blue star this time around. That could make a big difference. Yep. Last little second. So let's see now how Victor approaches, which I imagine they're going to be more aggressive in their approach. And,
I hope so.
Yeah, you can't really play this that way. You do have to make some moves.
Ducky, fast enough this time to snatch that blue star away. That's going to be important. Victor have tools to be aggressive. And like I mentioned, if they get that map control, they can then just litter the area with nest eggs and make it really hard for Zeus to get back into the game if they lose the lead. Zemp caught on a diagonal, a little uncomfortable positioning here for the Hank, so need to shift back towards mid. Still, second best almost able to get that full elimination. That makes the Hank very, very low, and he's going to find another way in. Of course, he can traverse waterways as Ali. Not quite able to get close enough for the finish, but Victor in a comfortable position on the map, even if not in terms of score.
Well, Vegeta now has super. There's only one star in it, no kills or deaths just yet, but big taps to the Torrent here, and the Gadget as well will stand out. Ducky and Zemp now comes in and gets some massive value before getting taken down. Zeus still have a 2-star lead here. There's 50 seconds left, plenty of time for a response to bring things back into order. Vegeta's the playmaker realistically there, but second as well can go the aggressive. If he's not able to time it correctly, it's going to go from bad to worse.
Zemp has been really hard to finish off. Once again, I think they're in that fight with about 400 health back in that right-hand corner. This time Vegeta has hypercharge, so he can obviously get much closer, play from inside these walls, and these shots are virtually impossible to dodge. Blue star difference, though, still matters, but second best goes in, gets Zemp, it's traded out. So despite all of this smoke and mirrors, all this bluff and bluster, Zeus Esports still have the lead. I think we've realized now just how important that blue star advantage is. 12 seconds left in the round. Victor have to make the play.
Hypercharge for OG. Second, flanking this right-hand side. Will be careful to flank these shots. Oh, great gadget, huge. The second just immediately annihilated. Now OG trying to get some taps. I don't think there's enough time for it even. Zeus even picked one up for themselves at the end. And that's better, much better, but you can see how much this is leaning on having that blue star for Zeus. If they don't get it off the bat, they don't seem to know what to do with themselves. Yep. That's the problem here. So it really is so dependent on that getting off the mark early.
there is a plan for Victor if they're behind in stars, but it requires them, honestly, getting the Hank. That seems to be the primary target, as they often take the most poke damage and are like a low health opportunity for second best. Now, another blue star picked up by Zeus. I think they also realize how important that is in terms of their win condition. And all these Meeple Supers, no kills off of them. Zemp doing a great job at staying alive with that gadget, and also fish torpedoes.
Second going in, can find the connection here, but there's some low HP and some marks as well.
They're in trouble, man.
Yeah.
That's going to bounce and bounce.
One, second going to come in. Silent Falls. This is much, much better now. Victor can just come back. This is where they want to play from realistically here, so getting that early lead, crucial. OG can just get a mark as well if he wants to take it off the Hank, but I think probably just best leave it. Use a hypercharge, get some value and some big heavy shots, and keep that lead.
Ducky saw an opportunity to take second best down after he dived in, but we just saw how powerful the Bell is here, while she's still sometimes preferable to that Pierce. Everybody was so close together, grouped up, had nowhere to go on the map, and so those bouncing shots were guaranteed to find important eliminations. Now, though, we're back in this position, where Zeus Esports have offense. Zemp's going to get tapped down pretty heavily. It also marked up Vegeta. Oh, rage quit gadget there, just in case there was any risk of him giving the blue star over. If they get Vegeta, it's going to be Zeus Esports in the lead. But they have to protect the Meeple, and Tyron's able to find that elimination now. The response, though, from second best, it's fine, but still a blue star lead. The Hank has got to go, and OG knows it. Zemp is marked up here, trying to stay safe, and he knows he's one and done in that corner.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't come back there. Maybe he just felt like it wasn't really viable to do so. Victor's still going to be in the lead here at 2 stars. Let's see, realistically, they can find anyone. Just one single kill towards the end. Ducky, got to be careful. Second there. Has got a fan storm. A lot of nest eggs, and that's the problem here for Zeus. Now, they can't really push into this very easily. Going to be very cautious. Here's the fan storm. It's go time.
Okay, I like this hypercharge from Vegeta, though. Lets him play outside of the fan storm. That's masterful. He wraps around to that 9 o'clock position, is able to get that damage down. Nice finish for Victor there. Slow and steady, wins the race, tortoising themselves across the line.
Nice turnaround towards the end, honestly, for Victor. Getting that really, really early takedowns in the way they did, and coming back. I mean, you know, didn't then have to be pinned upon that that blue star, really. And I think for Zeus, they were really just kind of banking on it being in their favor the whole time and just playing defense. As soon as they went on offense, their comp just did not work.
I want to address the elephant in the room. How do you feel like the Hank ended up forming its part of Zeus's composition?
I don't think it was too bad. I think it kind of made a lot of sense on defense, but it's the Bell, the nest eggs. I mean, when they're littering the map, when the Hank is marked up, pushing into that, one stun, you're a goner.
And I think the Hank was exactly the problem here. They really needed him to push a lot. Whenever they grouped up, the Bell just had so much value. So whenever they actually had the lead, they got the blue star with the Kaze. They just lost it immediately because they were too grouped up. And Zemp with a Hank can't really do too much even against an Ellie. She's just going to jump onto him. The Bell was super, super strong into that roster that wanted to play all in the same spot. By the way, chat's got me. It was Charlie who was banned out at Worlds 2023 100% of the time, and Lumi was banned out 96% of the time at Brawl Cup 2020, I think 3 as well, where we had yeah, she was only picked up 4 times in total. Right. So chat's got my back. I'm very happy. We have
Ali
Vegeta.
was considered so busted. I think, was her projectile speed just super high? I can't remember now. Why was she so aggressive?
Yes, her projectile speed was quicker and the range was actually shorter, which is super interesting.
But it was like bam, 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 bam. Yeah.
You can really spam it.
All the time.
You know.
We actually had the Meeple there with the most kills.
Okay, I mean, I thought the Meeple was fantastic here, like especially in those final moments. There's a fan storm like thrown at you, which could be like really problematic. But there's a hypercharged super that lets you wrap around and play inside the blocks, get kills, and not get punished for it. The Meeple was sick. The alley was fine. You know, we kind of called out every one of those potential brawlers here. So good job on the draft, everyone. We had an idea of where that was going to go. Double swoosh, though, up next.
Double Swoosh is a map with a lot of bushes. Usually we see a lot of Sandy here, Janet as the 2 gem carriers of choice. And on the lanes we have seen literally every single iteration of what you can play here today so far. Ems was picked up very often. She's actually banned out here.
There it is. Otis is no surprise to see this brawler pop up. Fat Spider really good for zone control. Played on the left-hand side of the map. And obviously the Mute Gadget is just something you really can't afford to go without. A hypercharged version stuns as well, so it gives you stopping power against potential tanks, of which there aren't too many that are available to be picked here. I want to point out that EE is open, but not a great pick into this Otis.
Yeah, Ali's also open. I wonder whether the Otis is going to deter the ideal. I mean, for Vic Day, they could just pick it up and combine it, honestly. Definitely second best is going to be fantastic on it. Sandy coming through. Haven't seen that brawler for quite some time here today, which I quite like for them. But Lily, I mean, it's open here. Could be definitely one of those brawlers that can get in the back lines and cause some mischief. I like it for that reason. Stu banned out, so no Stu mid then in that case. But Squeak's a brawler which sometimes Vic Day will bring in. It's kind of a wild one. Buster as well can have some good value on this map too.
We see Sandy for the first time here because he was banned out every single time before. These two teams actually super interesting so far in their draft because they leave open a couple of those brawlers that we haven't seen at all yet today because they're just too strong to leave open. And both of them decide to, leave those brawlers open, pick them up instead. Otis is one of these brawlers as well. Left-hand side now, how do they react to the Lily? What do you think?
She is pretty terrifying. Obviously, there are other brawlers that you can draft with stopping power. You also just have to take your mid here at some point, and Janet is, a good candidate for that. To reveal those bushes potentially, if you make use of the boombox gadget. Okay, Trunk is going to be the answer instead. I mean, someone who can sort of push up in the middle part of the map and generate a lot of pressure, mobility that's lent by the super. It feels like a very classic Vic Day pick at this point.
Definitely not one that I had on my horizons. I don't mind I love the brawler's mechanics. I think Trunk, we don't really kind of see enough, so I'm quite excited to see how they can make this work. And it's kind of taking the reins of what Jackie used to bring to this kind of draft now. Surge coming through as well. Definitely seen a bit of a rise in Surge, specifically this weekend actually, which is kind of interesting to see as well on this map.
Yeah, we haven't seen Surge, I think, in East Asia and EMEA even once, so that's a refreshing sight. Trunk also a brawler we haven't seen too often. He's obviously quite good into the Lily. Is it going to be enough, though? I'm really waiting for that last pick now. We, on the right-hand side, already have our gem carrier, and that's Sandy, technically. Could still pick up Janet either way. She's pretty good regardless. On the left-hand side, I also wonder who's going to play mid. Probably either the Otis or the Surge. Gale is going to come in here, and that's just very targeted towards that Trunk.
Yeah, I feel like Otis mid is probably the go-to. The fat splatter on the other side of the boxes is pretty annoying. The other mid doesn't really have a lot of room, especially someone like Ducky, who is, if they're going to be the mid here, is quite short-ranged. And will, of course, struggle to go head-to-head. But there's, decent stopping power here between the Gale and the Sweet Dreams gadget of the Sandy. You've got to be pretty careful about the Trunk in terms of how you want to come forward. Surge is just, he just vomits damage. It's definitely a very powerful tank killer with that invulnerability frame that can be used in response to the attempt from Lily to engage. So keep your eyes on that one. Lily gadgets will be important.
Yeah, OG as well, going to have to work overtime here. And it's going to be a really tough one for him to get around this Gale now. So far, so good for Vic Day in terms of gems, but it's going to be chaotic. Honestly, you can see the way that Zeus are already starting to move around this, and it's down to Vic Day to keep a track on everything. Ducky making a little pass on this left-hand side, and they're finding some good value at the back of that as well.
I respect the Ducky definitely trying to be aggressive here, but kind of outmatched against these two, effective longer-range brawlers. OG meets his end towards the top part of the map and didn't end up creating any space for second best Vegeta in there because they were scared of one Gale.
Well, now second, and Vegeta pushed down. OG the healthier of the squad. Ducky twisted there as well. Great stun as well. Nothing Vegeta can do. Gems dropped, down with second. And it's all a little bit sketchy, honestly, for Big Dave. But so far, the gems are split, but that's a massive play. Oh my goodness, OG literally comes back with all the goods.
How the heck did second best survive that? OG, that was beautifully done. He went deep and has a hypercharged super ready to make use of here. Ducky, the most aggressive Gale I think I've ever seen outside of one Kenny casts, and I don't think it's going to be enough here for Zeus Esports. Here's OG yet again, hypercharge as he trails those ants behind him. Nice looks for Vic Day. I think it's success that's paved with second best aggression early on in the round, and OG going all in on that Trunk.
Yeah, that was the biggest play, really. Until then, I wasn't overly convinced on Vic Day and just felt like the Gale was really quite punishing and putting them into that back spawn area. It was just enough for the gems that they had, but then adding to it from OG was the big moment, really. This is what I'm saying about the Trunk. It's like a kind of a wild card kind of brawler pick, but if you can make plays like that, then it's absolutely got a place.
Here's your Lily gadget. Plenty of damage waiting for Zemp as he emerges. Second best and OG deal with him handily. Nice work by Vegeta. has a ton of handy things that can be dodged away from, you know, with that vulnerability frame on his super. And obviously it is an ability he has access to very frequently. Big damage there. Zep again flattened. OG is running away with the game. This Trunk gameplay is inspirational.
Yeah, missed super there as well from Zeb. Not going to be great for him. Got to be cycling in more for that early side to bring back some goods, really. 6 gems already. Zuzi Sports not really having much of a showing here. Zeb into the realm. OG goes Zip. Plus 3 throw of Ducky will secure it, but the gems dropped. Zeb's low HP and second easily going to be able to defend it.
Best part is second best is a very reasonable backup gem carrier here. This allows Vegeta maybe to be that much more aggressive. Second best has that super on hand if he gets accosted by the Lily. And OG dives in. That is nice. Ducky is handled. Or other handles it. Tyrant is out of the game for now. And the Gale probably feeling pretty uncomfortable, outranged by both the remaining brawlers on Vic Day. They are 9 gems, and that is 10. Vegeta gets in there with the super, gets on out, and OG just says, I'm going to throw myself in front of my opponents here. Zep, though, able to go in. Nice hypercharged super to get that singular gem, but not forcing second to part with his horde.
OG, oh my god, tried to get some disgusting value, but got knocked back there. But it's a massive moment there to stop that countdown from Zem. Now, they still only need 1 gem. Good positioning power here from Zeus Esports. OG on the right-hand side looking to make a play, then shunned down again by Ducky. Now 200 HP now taken care of. Vegeta waiting for this gem to spawn, not really in a favourable spot. The next one might be, and Zucky knows it coming in. That Gale will twist it potentially for this mid to be able to deter it.
Okay, OG's going to make something happen here. Stunned up, though, by the gadget of Tyrant. And Zeus at 8 gems. This is now getting pretty close. Tyrant with that hypercharged super, big speed boost to everyone inside of it. OG's got nowhere to go, nowhere to be. Tyrant's got to go. That's the first piece of the puzzle. He's stunned up, muted down, but will eventually be removed. Once again, Vegeta's back in the game. He just picks up that 1 gem that he needs, however, needs that second one as well, and that's the problem. Zep going forward, 6 gems on him. He knows he's got to go aggressive. OG is able to get some gems dropped as well. Second best of Vegeta back away. Will be another gem spawning in these moments. It should just be in time to stop this countdown from being completed. 1 second away from defeat. Zeus, hang on.
Perfect awareness there from Zeus. Got about 7 seconds on the clock to be able to get that gem spawn. They knew it and were able to spread themselves out just to ensure it. Now they've got the lead in terms of gem count, but getting that one is so important, but can they get back out again?
Stun.
Lovely stun, but OG low can't really go in here as well.
Big
Great stun as well. Vegeta low HP though. OG coming in for a massive play that goes down, and I don't know whether Victor can get this now.
Nicely done by Zeus Esports. That is gems that are tantalizingly close, but outside of Vegeta's grasp. They'll step forward, and second best is going to try and get close as well, but Zeus Esports' patience has paid. They were 1 second away from losing the entire series, but now they've tied us up on gem grab.
Yeah, that's really quite incredible from Zeus to have that ability to stay so composed. The question is, can they continue it forwards? Can they just survive this set? And it really is that, just continuing to survive at this point. Very much calculated, I must say. And they got the rewards of it, but it's not over by a long shot realistically here. The match point still stays standing for Vic Day, and it could be over in this next game.
Zem and Tyrant doubled up on the right-hand side to start with. Vegeta's have been able to get in, get those 2 gems away. No one tests the gadget of Vegeta, so he won't get that free reload. OG backs up. Zep is the cat amongst the pigeons here, and the damage of Tyrant is such a timely arrival by the Sandy, but not enough. OG is able to survive there, albeit with 1 gem to his name. Another gadget drawn out of the Sandy, and OG wants that elimination. He gets it. Now inside the root sand, he'll have enough time to get out, and that's a Sandy super that doesn't do a whole lot to further the game plan of Zeus.
Second, got the mute now. OG trying to find Tyrant here, but only really ending up feeding him. Towards will Sandstorm. OG will find the wall as well, but stunned back again from Ducky. Zem coming back with some gems. Massive moment here for Zeus Esports. They've got 8 now, 2 more spawning in. Good Sandstorm from Tyrant. Full awareness now, 9. 1 more spawning in. This is 10. And Zeus Esports running back.
They're chilling. I mean, 30 seconds left in the round. Vegeta's not going to get past Tyrant. No chance. Hypercharge is there for OG, but does he have the health? Maybe slightly premature on that super from Gale, but OG can't get close enough. He knows that he's likely to fall here. 1 more hit. There it is. Second best gets him back behind them. Okay, 6 gems to their name. Now Vic Day can back away. Vegeta nice and healthy. Good gadget use there as well to soak up that kit. This game still is on.
Oh, Zem, be very careful, my friend, going into that trunk with 5 gems. 6-8. A bit of a fumble from Zeus, no doubt about it. Big huge hypercharge there from second. The gem dropped Zep. Going to be going to pick it up. But either way, this one from the mid's crucial now. And it's all Vic Day. This is disastrous. Zeus Esports had this game in the bag. They've blown it unless they can reset this countdown.
Second best to run interference. It doesn't quite connect the mute onto Tyrant, but Tyrant is low. Ducky, hypercharge super there. Vegeta's able to dodge it, but the damage is enough. Zep's able to get back in. There's a gadget to get away. He is pulling off the grandest heist, but OG's still sitting on 10 gems. He wants to make sure that Zep can't pick up anymore. He'll have to back away. OG barely alive steps out. 9 gems here for Zeus. Second best steps up. Surely an opportunity, and yes, they've reset the countdown once more. This game is still afoot.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Zep is not taking this lying down, but they still need this gem from the mid here, otherwise it will go to Vic Day. Tyrant knows he gets a stun, gets the gem most importantly. OG goes in, stunned out, gem spilled all over the map. Zeus Esports should be able to just about win this. That was ridiculous.
We are far from done here in this last of our quarterfinals. Zeus have got to be feeling good. That's OG with food. He's been eating good up until this point, but for now it looks like, yeah, that squad is going to have to wait a little bit longer for their just desserts. Vic Day were on the precipice of victory there. But Zeus turn up when it matters. That is some high-flying, high-octane Brawl Stars, and I couldn't be happier. We're headed to a final set.
That was ridiculous indeed. What a match for Zeus, absolutely throwing. And then all of a sudden Zep with the robbery of the century, getting those gems back into their own spawn. We had so many countdowns in this match, so many stopped countdowns. Yeah, I mean, you were saying Zeus Esports, they're chilling. They still have a sandstorm, you know, they're just back in spawn, and OG comes in, clutches up. I really want to see those moments again.
Yeah, I mean, there were so many countdowns. It was second best, I think, that managed to get the gems loose in that last set. That was a real game changer. I think Lily is just so good here. You see Zemp here was able to dive deep and sort of start to get that lead going for Zeus Esports. This is, look at the second best at the top of the screen. Bam. Just able to tap Ducky with that last shot. OG went in. They got out with 6 gems there. But OG overextended into a stun. The Gale ended up being such a big difference maker in these clutch moments. And Vegeta didn't quite time his super enough to dodge away from Zep. There was a hypercharged super from the Lily, though. I think the Lily is just such a big part of this game plan.
I mean, they prevented too much points in that set. We're now going all the way to the 5th. If Vic Day don't secure this set, or maybe, you know, we even see Zeus Esports defend even more match points, that's going to be really quite disastrous. They're going to look back on this and think that they really missed a trick. OG did not, though, on 14 takedowns on that Trunk. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Zemp as well, 13 kills on the Lily. The match was really played out between those two makers, and yeah, really great to see a brawler like Trunk getting as much of a showing as that.
I don't think the takedowns are was interesting on this stat. It was 44 gems on that Lily. It was really just them getting the gems out of their opponent's spawn. They didn't really pick them up when they actually came out of the mine. That was such a back and forth, super, super nice. And with a clutch set like this one, we now landed in set 5, and we finally go all the way here in an A.
Yeah, we made it to pinhole punt. Shake it off. Honestly, this series started pretty slow. I would say glacial pace. Now, though, after the end of Gem Grab, I'm feeling hyped up, and I'm excited to see the conclusion of this series. Only one of these teams can advance to take on Oni Realm in that next match, and it could be OG once again going up against his old teammates. Again, the Unks are thick here in this lower bracket, and OG's trying to make his way there once more. This team, of course, has a lot to prove. They've made those changes, but so far, they're looking pretty darn good here. What is the draft plan going to be? It's an M's straight off the rip here for Pinhole Punt. She's impressive. Gale, of course, very good at keeping opponents at arm's length, and Ruff's picked up for utility and support.
Ruff's is huge. Honestly, the hypercharge cycling then. Some really dangerous ideas. Mortis is open here. I wouldn't mind to see it at all, especially with the M's on their side of the field. Could be a good time to bring something like that in. Definitely the heavy hitters like the BBs and the Bulls all banned out here for good reasons, so I quite feel like that's necessary. But Charlie could be a good counter potentially here. Maybe a bit overkill there's still some... Yeah, I love it. Love it. Matching now with the Charlie, you got yourselves a really nice comp, to be completely honest, because that's one of the brawlers that can be shut down. Mortar can dash the cocoon, of course, but like more often than not, it could be a good defensive maneuvering.
Okay, so where is your damage supposed to originate from? Leon is global banned here. I don't think you're going to pick Meeple into this. Do you have a gap close to actually put some pressure down? You need someone with decent damage. We've seen Mina match up against Mortis at times. I don't know if that really is where you want to find yourself. You have a brawler here. Okay, so you have a brawler here in the roughs that really can sort of set up those hypercharges, but now you're also dealing with the Pierce's threat of outranging 2 out of 3 of your brawlers. This, I think, puts Victor in a bit of an uncomfortable spot.
Really like the Pierce there to round off the right-hand side comp. They have some range, they have the M's if the opponent still decides to go for something aggressive. And of course that Mortis is going to wreak havoc so far. Yes, Gale, kind of good matchup here with the Twister gadget. Also, whenever he has a super available, of course. But they're still missing something. And I don't know if Stewie's going to be that something that they're missing here. Not the most DPS, usually struggles a bit against the Mortis, but at least he has mobility. They can open up the map. Stu's pretty good in doing just that, Ruffs as well. And on this open map, yes, Pierce is going to have a favorable matchup, but they might just be able to control that Mortis, which probably is the biggest problem here in the Zeus Esports side comp.
So you have the Gale at least to try and force the Mortis back. Gale is horrific into Pierce, naturally. You have some gap close in the Stu to go after the Pierce. I feel like Zeus have a pretty strong comp. By the way, don't count out the damage that Ruffs can do, by the way. He does hit pretty hard, but Zep's not going to give him much of a chance to do that. OG is going to be peppered down, and oh man, this comp looks really scary from Zeus Esports. I wanted to kind of give the benefit of the doubt to Victor, but that's not a good start.
Yeah, really not a good start at all. And it's super aggressive. I think the Pierce as well is opening up a lot of space. And Zep is just absolutely going in, punishing everything he possibly can, bouncing off the Twister there as well, past the Tyrant. And as quickly as that, that's a match point earned in 33 seconds. Let that sink in. Coming off the back of Gem Grab, it was basically done and dusted, and Victor were about to walk away with all the goods. We went back and forth, and now we're here, 2 match points denied. And now it's Vic Day that are looking at a match against the match point themselves.
You don't have an excuse at this point. Vic Day are a very experienced team of players. To make such a draft error as this, at this level, it's inexcusable. They are getting absolutely pounded. It is virtually over. OG's going to fall here. Second best can't really stop this at all. So Ducky's going to walk it in, and Zeus Esports are 1 goal away from advancing to the semi-final.
Vic Day have fought so hard to get to this point, and it's getting stopped. They're getting walked over, ball pushed through. 3 versus 2.
Tragic.
Zep to the right-hand side, but it doesn't even need to be there because Tyrant will score it. What have we just witnessed? Vic Day absolutely blew this. It went all the way to the 5th, and it was just so convincing. This is ridiculous.
What a disaster. It's an utter capitulation. You have 4 sets of really competitive Brawl Stars. We just saw OG throw it back with some fantastic trunk gameplay. And yeah, they pulled up a little bit short on Jeb Grab here, but this was a despicable capitulation in the final set. Completely out-comped. The confidence with which they locked in this Ruffs and Gale is staggering. Only to follow it up with a Stu who's completely outmatched by this Mortis. Comp gap is like it is immense.
It was very evident in this match. The first match was a 33-second game, and I didn't think they could even top that. The second one was actually 32 seconds, so they did top it. Super quick matches here. Zeus Esports clearly outdrafted them. And yeah, as I was saying, they needed something to stop that Mortis. Gale was already there, but he was clearly not enough, and that Stu last pick didn't really add a lot of value to the
These aren't even replays, it's just watching the match back, isn't it? I mean, it's just unreal. I mean, it literally is. There's not even a highlights reel. It's just like, literally, let's just watch it all back twice.
What is Ruff supposed to do against Ems anyway?
I feel so bad, honestly. As you put it so nicely, they fought so hard to get to this point, Vic Day. It was a 3-2 series, and then to end on pinhole punt that lasts 1 minute in total.
Bro, they walked into the airlock and ejected themselves.
Yeah.
I know what to say.
Yeah, I think we're all speechless, so we're just going to show you a nice, colorful graphic. How about that? We're going to have a quick look at what expects us in this semi-finals arc.
Yeah, this is a huge one. This is now the point in time where do Tribe exit the competition in the same place in which they did last month? Or do they, upset the team which won the whole thing in February? Team Electros, of course, the current reigning champions. And the Tribe, a massive redemption arc to try to come back in this this story, really, because again, last year they were only ever finding themselves in the grand final. It wasn't a question of if they made it, it was a question of do they win it? And 4 out of 6 times they did. After that Oni realm as well, curious to see how they're going to fare. And the big question of were they tested in that quarterfinals match enough to really make a stance in their semifinals?
Yes, Stripe Gaming was in the grand finals every single time, won 4 out of 6. And last month, they faced Team Electros to knock them out in the semi-finals. So that's the first time in a whole year where they're actually stopped by this exact team they're facing now as well. You get ready back, by the way. You can talk about our predictions so far.
I missed a couple preds today, unfortunately. I did not believe in Tribe Gaming taking it over Vatic, and Vatic definitely surprised me. Unfortunately, for my predictions, it's Tribe Gaming making it ahead, in fact, for all of us. Then Vic Day fall to Zeus. I know that you and Ark are both happy about your predictions. I really thought Vic Day would be able to show up and beat these guys, but I feel like they're just not coming in with the competitive spirit for the future that Zeus was boasting.
We're pretty aligned in this one. Nobody still believes in Tribe Gaming, which is a huge surprise. Once more, they have been the most consistent team ever in the history of NA, Brawl, Esports, and we still believe in the rookies.
Yeah, I mean, curious to see, what will happen in this next match. I feel like Team Electros are still kind of like a very big favorite here, but they have definitely taken a bit of a hit this month. They're not necessarily looking as dominant as they were last month, so this could be a 50-50 as well.
Lock in your predictions as well. You still have some time before semi-final number 1, either Team Electros or Tribe Gaming. And if you get your predictions right, you're going to get the rewards that we just showed you. You can now also win rewards in 2026 for playing the Championship Challenge all the way through our LAN events. The first one being the Brawl Cup in Berlin. And Reddy, I hope you won your Championship Challenge. I hope you got all your Chaos Grubs.
I decided to only play one Brawler in the Championship Challenge this time. I played with a couple friends, so no, I actually didn't. But I will do it next month. Just trust. Why are you side-eyeing me?
This guy lives.
I play with pro players, and I do the challenge every month.
Just get it done, man. Don't make excuses. Just get all the way forwards. And
I could have lied, by the way. Instead, I decided to be honest, and look what happens to me. I'm punished for being myself.
This guy lives with 4 pro players and
that's true.
I don't want to hear about that.
That is true. No excuse.
I am super excited for this one. It's a little bit of a deja vu. It's the same semi-final as last month. It's Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros.
Team Electros. Was it a real surprise, honestly, that they're here? Well, it's a surprise that they're here in the way that they have made it, because I think we saw them more challenged in that first quarterfinal than any of us expected.
They are a squad that, for me, are just so dangerous. And I feel like their chemistry is just unmatched in this competition. They are the team to beat.
They truly are. And last month, Team Electros won against Tribe 3-1. Ark, I believe you have a little bit of analysis for us for Team Electros' gameplay
so
so
far. Yeah, let's break it down. Yeah, it was crazy. Honestly, I was watching it was so enjoyably from the sidelines last month, and this was a moment that for me was really important. I want to keep an eye on Snow on that left-hand side. He's got Hypercharge and Super, and this is kind of like the moment where he needs to retain that Super. Memen is the person to get everyone into the mix and maneuvering around the map, and Duin is the person who needs to make the play. He's the playmaker in this regard. But Snow there pops the Hypercharge, keeps the Super. He needs to get that ball through to Duin there, and you can see the low HP. Really quite a tough position, because this requires all 3 members to be retained on their feet. This is kind of what Duin is saying, look, I'm pretty close to my Hypercharge and my Super. I'm going to pop a gadget soon, and you can see how quickly he's able to get off the back of that, because this this gadget rather, is able to give you that 50% Super charge off the back of these shots that he lands. But look how quickly the ball gets from the other side of the field all the way down with the help of Memen there with the max speed at the back of that phase shift, just there to evade that Otis shot. The ball coming forwards, and this is the through ball here from Snowy, absolutely pitch perfect. And you can see that the helping hand of that Hypercharge for the maneuverability just helped that goal go in. Honestly, unbelievable tech.
Thank you so much, Ark. That was very well done. Tribe in that scene had 2 supers available, a hypercharge, and they were so not ready for Team Electors. And that seems to be the case for pretty much every single team we throw at them in the monthly finals.
It's really the synergy above all things that these guys come equipped with. They've been playing together for a long time. We got the chance to ask them about it in an interview. So, for Tribe Gaming, finally, they managed to make it to the semifinals. We expected this out of them in month number 1, to be honest. But they're here now. That's what matters. It's Luffy kind of commanding everyone. And I think he's been the one kind of cracking the whip, making sure that everyone is practicing a little bit too hard. I would say maybe too early to make that criticism because they're here in the semis.
And they are in the semis because they not only showed us exquisite gameplay, but also pretty good draft in their quarterfinals. And we want to have a look at that here. Tribe Gaming, they had a 3-1 versus Vetic. All of us predicted that Vetic would actually take this one, but I think many of these matches were actually already decided in the draft phase. We see here the global match bans Ruffs and Ems, which are 2 brawlers that we don't see banned out too often.
I think what surprised me the most really is the picks. I mean, for Tribe Gaming, not a single tank there. And that tells me that they're kind of preparing more on the side of things of like, we're going to be countering rather than picking those in. And it's just kind of very unusual. I'm quite excited by it. I think, to be honest, Tribe have got a really good shot in this matchup. Much better than I felt coming into today, actually.
I mean, they looked better in the quarterfinals than we all expected. On the other side, we have Team Electros. They had a 3-0 versus Enosis Esports. It was tied, 3-1, sorry. It was tied in one of those sets. And they pretty much had 3 global bans here, which was, yeah, sticking out to me here the most ready. Bull, Shade, and Crow banned out every single ride.
Bull makes sense to me as a global match ban. When you look at Shade, this is, I feel like, pretty targeted. Also, they just don't want to be upset by any of the weird stuff. Versus Enosis, I think they expected, as the favorites, to be, you know, presented with some kind of surprises. And they didn't want to deal with any cheese, any of the stuff around walls, no, like, fire, you know, like Legacy, Shade, last pick. We'll see the global bans come out this time. Bull and BV banned by Team Electros. They're saying, look, this time, first of all, we don't want to deal with Bull, but this whole, like, BB shtick that you pulled with with Vatic, no, like, miss us with that entirely, where you saw Tribe bait Vatic into picking BB repeatedly, only to counter it with, like, all anti-tanks. No interest.
The global bans tell us so much about a team. Many of them just banning out the meta brawlers, like that Bull and BB you just mentioned. And then Tribe Gaming on the other side, they had Ruffs and Ems first round, and now they're with Ruffs and Otis. Those are just solid brawlers and good against tanks. And guess who is on their roster?
Still a lot of options in that regard too. Yeah.
Thank you.
Like the Kenji, you know, Kenji could be definitely up there now as, you know, the Mortis. I mean, that Otis ban is quite pivotal. Despite the BB and the Bull being banned out, there's definitely going to be an element of Tribe looking towards that next tank that's available. And, you know, we may even see some Ash later on down the lines as well. RBM loves that brawler and just gets a lot of good results to it. And, you know, it's one that they don't even need to scrim. They just know that they can pick. Yeah, like, honestly, that's a big thing in, like, what we're seeing, this evolution now of, like, the scrims data. Because a lot of teams won't even necessarily play or bother scrimming a brawler because it will just keep it off the record. Because they know they don't need to practice it. They're already the best with it.
Talking about scrims, these 2 teams are actually the 2 that have scrimmed the most in this region. No other team has reached, I think we're close to 500 sets played from both of these teams.
529 sets.
It's super insane. Yeah, I mean, how many games have you played in recent days overall?
Yeah, nowhere close to that. And that's an entire set that they've played, by the way. So this is what happens when you lock in and you are playing Brawl Stars all day, every day, from dawn till dusk. I wake up, I eat briefly because I got Brawl Stars to play, and then I play for 12 hours straight, maybe pop a dinner in there, and then talk about draft as I drift off to sleep.
I hope you're all ready for this. I'm so excited. This should have been our grand final. We already get it in the semis. We're eating good today. Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros. And we see RBM, the man, the myth, the legend. Which tank will he pick here on Hot Potato today? We have no Chuck ban, which is I I would say surprising if we were like 3 months ago, but in this day and age, Chuck is actually not picked up that often, not even on Heist anymore.
Cordelia span also. Only Charlie remains as a way to really deal with Chuck. Unless you just base race him, you get even more damage. Amber coming in as the anti-aggro from Team Electros. Don't often see this brawler first picked, but if it's Team Electros picking it, then I've learned not to question it because they really are, playing 4D chess here. They know that they got to get this brawler because there's going to be something funky along the way. Also really good into a Charlie specifically, so maybe that helps them secure that brawler for themselves if they needed to react to the 2-3 turn from Tribe Gaming.
Looking here for maybe a berry. I just feel like an Amber's a poor person's melody, is it not? That's the only thing. Thank you. Yeah, I love it. I say it every time, but melody for me is... Amber's very North American, so I get it, and it can get some very good results. Maybe kind of follow up, but definitely just prefer the melody myself.
Lumi there for the defense. Really, really good to hold on to that mid control, especially with that icy gadget she has. And yeah, we now have 2 brawlers for the damage already with that Melody and Amber. Second pick now for Team Electros. As you said, we're not going to question it already. Whatever it is, but we'll see what it actually is, and then we'll talk about it some more. Kaze has actually been the most pick-up brawler in NA scrims on this map, and there she is. So Team Electros now going with something we kind of expected, so of course I'm not going to question it this time.
High DPS should be able to play versus that Lumi quite effectively, utilize the walls, and then get on top of Lumi where she's really, really weak. So I think also picking up that Amber is just one less thing that would deal with that Kaze pretty well. Just hold down auto aim, basically, to deal with that brawler. Now, do you want to go for the Charlie at this point? Probably not, because what, you're going to be facing this Amber? Also, forget about those walls because Colt's going to be breaking them open, so no thrower play. I think Team Electros considered a thrower briefly, thinking this will be a good matchup against the Lumi, as long as Melly doesn't have a dash that's also quite manageable, but with the last pick being on the side of Tribe Gaming, can't take the chance of them running a wall breaker themselves.
Love the Colt pick. The Kaze, by the way, has got a 100% win rate on their scrims on the side of Team Electros, so I really, really love the Colt being wide open at this stage. Is normally banned as well. Like, it's going to get picked up. Daryl's kind of a wild card pick here for Tribe. I quite like it, especially with the aggression that it brings combined with the melody, but the Colt able to break things open over time, it's a tough one, really. I think that it could really overwhelm, though, and that's where Team Electros is going to be cautious.
My storyline of this month is to have a different winner in each of the regions. So far, we have achieved that in every single region with Crazy Raccoon, Humble, and New Heights Gaming winning. I'm not sure now if Tribe Gaming has what it takes to take down Team Electros, but I'm hoping for it.
Last month, we expected Tribe Gaming to resume their reign of terror over North America and keep that #1 title. The only thing that could disrupt that is the Kid Wonders on Team Electros. They managed to do it last month. Can they knock out Tribe Gaming in the semifinals? Well, Team Electros are already off to the races. They're getting pretty close to breaking open that shield. Tribe Gaming yet to answer.
Yeah, perfect there from Mimin to ensure the amplified shot onto the safe and rotate it round. Now, Luffy going to make a dash for the safe, but shut down immediately on the defense by then coming back in on that spawn side. Diego Gamer does get a tap, but not too much. Zarbian rolling in now. Some damage, just cracking the safe as well.
Luffy charging in. It's an easy one for Snoy as he continues to hammer away at the safe. Memon seems to be almost invulnerable. Did manage to get that safe down pretty low. Now it's Doan's turn to play defense. He's going to post up at mid for as long as he can, but backing away gradually versus Luffy since he's not interested at all in feeding that super that Luffy's going to use the dash right on past them. It's an aggressive play once more versus Tribe Gaming as Memon pushes up. RBM going for the assassination attempt onto Doan. It looks fine. Snoy, meanwhile, moves up on this double-pronged push alongside Memon, who only needs 2 more swipes to take it down. It looks good. It's game #1 for Team Electros in a total shutout.
Yeah, really convincing, wasn't it? I mean, you can't really leave brawlers like Kaze and Colt left untouched on the safe. Tribe maybe just a bit preoccupied going in on their own sort of line of sight with the Daryl and the Melody, but not really getting nearly as much goods to bring home. Objective just not really being handled, and I think defensively, just not there.
Well, I think Memin moves so quickly that they have to shift it into defense mode pretty much immediately. And even when they do have one defender, Memin still is being properly defended. They're going to commit 2 brawlers for the defense. Memin doesn't get a kill quite yet. Luffy body blocking also gets his super for free. Looks pretty good. Oh my gosh, Snoy! Okay, he was tapping with those first couple of clips. Didn't quite land that last shot to get the finisher. And we'll see Tribe Gaming continue to compound upon that push by getting a crack against Team Electros' sake.
Yeah, doing a great job on defense, I was going to say there.
What the dog
and that kind of makes a lot of sense as to why the Amber's kind of there on the side of Team Electros. They're not using it on the offensive, just keeping it back for the Daryl. And now Memin trying to dash forwards, making better of it now. RBM not going to burn down those. Luffy actually finds an escape there through the mid. Needs to heal up before he gets much damage. Oh, great roll from RBM. That's going to be good for Tribe on offense.
Oh, Luffy gets a takedown on Duin. It looks fantastic. RBM also in position, but say goodbye to those walls. He was making a hefty use of just one remaining box. Luffy's going to come in as a distraction, gets a bit of room for RBM to survive. Snoy cross-eyed, like seeing double, and well, hitting one. He moves over to the left lane, completely ignoring RBN. That's going to be Memin's responsibility and a bit of super fodder for him. It's going to be free damage once he shifts back into the Geisha aspect and gets on top of this save. RBN with a pretty powerful hypercharge roll out, but I don't know if that was really worth it. Would have loved to see that on top of the save, but he has to match the pace of Team Electros, who brought this down to its final legs. One shield.
Oh, this is going to be close. Let's see. On the other side of the field, they actually get the damage as well. That's insane on the side of Team Electros. They get the stealth. The back of that is nuts.
The damage, the pressure, just overwhelming, especially the positioning of the Kaze. Too much to deal with. In game number 1, I think that was really the best example of that, where Kaze pushes forward on the lane, especially up the right lane where she's dashing, and had to be defended. In game number 2, you saw a commitment from Tribe Gaming where they put 2 brawlers forward to defend against that Kaze, and it was good enough to rebuff her, send her back to respawn, they get the, re-aggress, and we actually got to see Melody and Daryl do what they were supposed to do. I think we saw misplaced utility, however. You see Daryl using a hypercharge to get a kill, like on a vulnerable Colt. That's not worth it at all. You want to use that on top of the save.
Yeah, really nice. Really nice from Team Electros. I thought we'd see a bit more of a better fight from Tribe. There was a little bit of a moment towards the end. That was the final clutch there from Snoy. And for the most part, realistically throughout, like Team Electros were 25% ahead every single step of the way, which is quite a big factor when you consider that the safe and the time it takes to crack is going to play a role. If the clock tricks down until the very end of the game, sometimes it's not even possible to ensure the damage of which you need. So pretty close in terms of stats across the board. But I mean, Snoy and that's Colt 345 DPS. Really, really solid stuff. And I think, again, that wall break just took a lot away from what Tribe could bring with that Daryl pick.
Totally. Can't sneak up those bushes anymore. Neither can Melody. It's so troublesome. And you see also Memin with an unreal level of safe damage, 130k. That is insane right there. And for him to get that much damage, he also has to be a survivalist expert. I think game number 1 was the perfect example of that, where he's dashing on that safe, he's staying alive, sometimes like switching forms to get a bit of extra health. Just prime right there. Excellent gameplay, standout for Memin.
Well, Tribe, again, this week did have some things to say on socials regarding their performance, and that they knew themselves that it wasn't going to be good enough. They wanted to really up their game, and talked a lot today about how much preparation they've done coming into this one. They are feeling good about things. They are feeling like they are prepared, but that first set didn't really say the same story as we're going to Hideout now. First pick of Crow straight off the bat already. The Bans, the Kaze, the Pierce, the Angelo, the Bell, the Ziggy, and the Byron.
Well, the 2-3 turn now for Tribe Gaming. They've got plenty of things open at the moment. Leon is the method. That will get them into mid pretty speedily. Most recently we saw this played on a, slow-paced map like Hideout or just a mode like Knockout. We saw Zulon use it. I think we need to see more team play than we saw offered in that matchup, however. And if there's anything that we know Tribe Gaming for, it is the team play. Diego Gamer's been a tough fit into the roster, I think. It's taken some time to deepen the synergy and the connections. We talked about them with this. They're feeling much better about their synergy. So for an assassin that often goes solo, I still think they'll be able to find those opportunities to work as a team.
Gene's a great pick. 70% win rate on the side of Tribe here. And now we'll see what the response is from Team Electros coming in. Potentially be Jae Young, maybe coming through. Leon as well could be a dangerous brawler. Picking Mortis is what they are feeling, and that's always a scary prospect. Been globally banned many times today, actually.
Yes. Well, he's just fantastic at team wiping. The issue with Mortis is that you have to get the super that allows you to team wipe in the first place. In order to do that, more often than not, the method is to die. What do you not want to do in Bounty? What helps your opponent winning the game? Giving them stars, you can't really afford that. Now, we've seen the mechanical execution of Team Electros for, well, this is the second month in a row. And, okay, cool. That's going to be a great counter for the Leon. It's a #1 counter for Leon in the game. I don't know if it's as good as it used to be in the days of yore, but back to the Mortis, it's going to be execution heavy just to get the super. And then maybe they can chain it to a hypercharge. I'm not so certain about it.
Third and final pick, yeah. Leon, Gene, really quite dangerous. The Pearl is a good response. It's just, again, like seeing it so much in South America, it's not going to be the flashiest of brawlers, but I love what Tribe are rocking with here, realistically. Gene going to helping, hand the Ollie to be able to maneuver forwards in the map and the heals. The Leon, super aggressive. It's just about whether Team Electros can really pop off with this Mortis. The Pearl, of course, going to be a pretty good deterrent into the Leon. That's kind of like the thinking in that regard. Then, that's kind of my only reservation, actually, realistically here. The Leon, going into the Crow can jump away. Going into the Mortis, can dash away. Going into the Pearl, despite having the weakest hypercharge in the game, it's still going to do a lot in that circumstance.
Yeah, just a survivalist expert over there. So, I'm curious about how this one will pan out. Can we put our trust in you, Team Electros, to take a second set over Tribe Gaming? Do you have what it takes to make it to the grand finals once more? Well, it's a blue star for Team Electros. That's part of picking Mortis, is that you get the blue star for free, but they are determined to stay in this aggressive position. Note also a lack of wall break for Tribe Gaming. It's going to come down to Diego Gamer on the Gene to break open the stronghold on the left side. Really popular position to sit in. This is crafty from Tribe Gaming, though. Put up the lollipop drop right behind it to grant some additional speed and invisibility at mid. Thing is, for Team Electros, they weren't interested in it to begin with. They just want to stay alive. They're perfectly fine hanging back in their spawn. Snoy especially, if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's sitting on high damage with a gadget that could one-shot Diego Gamer.
RBM utilizing the speed of the back of these walls as well, and that star power sense. Doing, shielded up. All good for there from Snoy to be able to deflate that with the gadget as well. Tribe going to be hunkering down with the back of these Gene Magic Puff heals. Just the 1 star. With Team Electros low takedowns just yet, and time still ticking down. Now the speed off the back of this lollipop drop. Luffy, that's great. Evading the shots as well. Man. Danger coming in. The Thunder Strike doing this, just forced into the air. Whoa. Did better than I thought he would do, actually. That circumstance going to come down. That's ridiculous.
How do you survive that? An invis Leon attack in point-blank range, and you still hang on. That's insane for your team to trade, of course, and maintain a 6-star advantage. Only 2. A measly 2 stars handed over to Tribe Gaming. They rebuff this next attempt at offense. Memon now baits out the attack from Luffy. Has to know that he's supered in. Gonna dodge these shots. Over to the obstacle as well. Tried to get Luffy to auto-aim. They still take him down. I just can't believe how well they're playing. Team Electros with a 12-star lead now. 10 seconds to go. Just pop your hypercharges while you're at it. Farm some elo off of these guys in a monthly final. Just hang on to the last 6-star advantage to get game #1 of set 2, and I am mind blown.
Is it Electros playing well, or is it Tribe playing bad, or just a combination of the two? I think it's that for me. Electros are playing really, really super well, but that exact thing that I was thinking coming into the game, it's to me an error in the draft. I mean, you can see that the Leon should be getting more value, but the Crow can jump away, the Pearl can pop super. They've got to really use the Leon into brawlers that are just not ready with that utility, and I mean, that's kind of the problem with this, but it was a great play from Luffy, using that lollipop drop as a backdrop to then use super and then take that line in towards the kill. I mean, I thought it was going to be a surefire takedown, but it just wasn't.
I want to also draw everyone's attention to what we didn't see. We just saw it off the beginning of the game, Memon getting hypnotized by Ollie. That's a deterrent, but the thing is, if you never have to play aggro, then it doesn't really matter. If you have the blue star, then it doesn't matter. But Tribe Gaming finally get an advantage, and we might get to witness the second thing that we didn't see, which was a Gene pull, okay? It took forever for Diego Gamer to get there. There was just no one playing aggro into him. Memon also tried to bait out another gadget from RBM. It is going to be a mind game for as long as Memon has the energy for it.
It's a big lollipop drop there from Tribe. Oh, that's huge. Magic Hand. No! No! That did not just happen! Memon was unreal. There's no way you should be surviving that. That is absolutely disgusting.
At this point, I am putting down my tablet and throwing in the towel saying, Uncle, you win! You pull a Mortis and he team wipes you with the super. Now he's got to be well on his way to a hypercharge as well. They can't really afford to let Memon die. It would close this to a 2-star game. It would be far too risky. But Tribe Gaming, I think especially, do not want to push the guy right now. That is team wipe potential right there. 30 seconds to go. Tribe Gaming, they're only a few seconds off of drive time where they have no other choice but to push whether they think they'll win or not.
I like this from Electros. They're just navigating themselves up the map, but they might find themselves in a bit of a rock and a hard place unless they find Luffy, which they do. Now the stars are falling and crumbling down as Memon has the final say with 5 stars above his head. Absolutely ridiculous. This squad seems to get better and better the more they run through the bracket. Tribe with egg on their face, and now 2 sets down.
Set number 1 didn't really sell me. I thought, finally, we're going to see a close match between these two. Memon, can you react, please? Like, can you look like you're winning? Like, this isn't just another match-areno. But seriously, remind yourself where these guys came from. They farm opponents, even top opponents, including people such as Tribe Gaming in match arenas. That was an absolutely unreal final game from Mortis. I can't wait to go back through the replays because there were so many incredible moments throughout that. There was game number 1 where somehow Doin survives this Leon attack, which, guys, if you were around in 2018 when Leon was first released, that was like such an unthinkable prospect. Now he has a Buffy, and he's even less survivable. Memon there also farming so many stars at the end of game number 1, but game number 2 is when it really started to get heated.
Yeah, honestly ridiculous. I felt Tribe were in a pretty decent spot here, and then you just see that. I mean, that's just disgusting. That should not be happening. It really, really shouldn't. And that's again why I just question, you know, is it Electros just playing out of their minds? These are great plays, but maybe Tribe just aren't bringing enough to the table here. And I mean, just going back to your point though, what you were saying, and I just remember what Kenny was saying last month that I really think resonates, is the fact that these guys have grown with draft. I think that's a really important point. They don't know a time when there was no draft, and I think it shines that way. Like, you just have, you know, just grown with something along the way. You're so comfortable with it, and they're knocking it out of the park every single time. It's not just in the mechanics, but their decision-making really, I think, comes back as a route to that.
It's been an observation of mine as well. I think a lot of times the old heads have reservations about playing the brawlers that think are like busted or free wins. We're past that era of Brawl Stars. But, you know, you have folks that have been playing Brawl Stars for long enough to where there weren't gadgets in the game. I mean, Ark, you know, you and I remember, it doesn't even seem like that long ago to us. Those, you know, those are some good old days when there were no gadgets.
The good old days.
No surge teleport. The days of yore, everyone. But could be that Tribe Gaming find their legacy being only that, a legacy, something of the past, if they continue to be outshone by Team Electros in their own semifinal to win.
Tribe got to be feeling the pressure now. Again, to lose in the semis for a team like them is a massive deal. This is the thing, they've got such high expectations at this point. I've said it about twice today, I'm going to say it for a 3rd time. Again, like that defeat last month was brutal for them. From 2025 to always be in a grand final, to win 4 out of 6, to lose in the semis was their worst result since June of 2024. That's how long they've been in control, and they're just now subject to that just being completely dethroned by the might of this roster of Team Electros.
Just way too strong. How can Tribe Gaming put the brakes on this? Let's look at their bans so far. Crow, pretty consistent ban. Honestly, worthy of a match ban a lot of times. Spike comes out from Team Electros, good, consistent brawler. We actually saw Tribe Gaming use this one pretty reliably. I think putting to waste my theory that Spike, just like a really safe brawler, like a noob killer, but at the pro level of play, there are some pretty crafty ways to use it and deny the enemy tank play that I think is so characteristic of RBM specifically on Tribe Gaming. Keep in mind they do also have the last pick, so they would be looking at a tank last pick.
Trunk is an interesting one which Team Electros like to mess around with, and I just remember distinctly, you know, the Wild Finals with Sergeant playing it on this very map just so gracefully. Mortis going to come in, that's always a scary prospect, but there's still some big, heavy shutdowns to it, which, I just kind of feel makes it not necessarily the best of picks. I mean, I like Shelly here, honestly. I think it's a huge shutdown to Mortis. I don't know whether they'll be daring enough on the side of Team Electros to go that far, but certainly there's options which, despite the Otis banned out globally there, I think that they can still shut this Mortis down.
Nita is one that I was kind of looking out for. Mortis can dash right past Nita. Let's not forget that. However, as Mortis, you have to feed the opponents in order to get your shots. Nita can fire off like 1, 2, maybe 3 shots when you go in. Then she's past halfway to a super. That Nita Bear is going to force you all the way back into your spawn. So now this is what Team Electros are thinking. That Nita Bear has the potential to force us all the way back into our spawn. And again, the Hard Rock Mine spawn trap is real. It can hurt you. It's what I said yesterday in SA. And it happened also. Damn, from Team Electros. They want to suck away all that ammo from Mortis if he dashes in.
Yeah, I'm kind of warming to Pam a bit more. I'm glad that we've seen more of her in this region, and it has worked out so far today. It's a good map for it, Vision gear as well, going to get a ton of value. Surely, a mid still needed, and I mean, they can't be thinking Nita surely on the side of Tribe as a mid gem carrier, right? I mean, I don't know at this point. This is the problem. Like they're not looking themselves. They're not looking themselves, and like there's a mid coming in. It's going to have to play into that Pam.
Feline frenzy.
Hit for Electros is that's always dangerous. Especially when you've got gem carriers and stuff like that. A kit with a hypercharge can be that very thing to come in and really cause some chaos.
And you get that stun so quickly, too. So, a Mortis attack is going to give you 3 shots on him. You should be able to get your stun pretty fast, get your hypercharge. Also, Tribe Gaming, who is their mid? It's whatever it is. It's probably going to be vulnerable to the kit attack. I think a lot of times the response to a Pam is, let's just go Bell, but Charlie is the method that they go with. I think the Spiders should be able to soak up some stuff. Maybe Charlie decides that she'll get crafty. Will we be surprised by Tribe Gaming? She cocoons herself with a gadget to survive the kit? I'm not so sure, but I'm just trying to think horizontally here because Tribe Gaming, their comp hasn't really sold me, and I want to believe that Tribe Gaming has the preparation to dethrone these guys as #1 in North America right now. Because if we truly see Team Electros go on to a Grand Finals, then we will have no other choice but to acknowledge that these new faces are the future of North American Brawl.
And there we go. Team Electros straight into the mid and aggressive plays from Tribe. Luffy going to be going down surely here. Snowy going to be catching him off guard there. Look at that. Just look at the way that Team Electros explode into action. It's honestly absolutely ridiculous. And Tribe already off the respawn, coming back and seem a bit scattered.
It's fine because Tribe Gaming, they're more of a slow burn composition. I'm a little surprised that Luffy didn't get his super off of that second push in. Diego Gamer gets pressed really, really hard. Duin also forced to abandon a little bit early before getting the kill on Diego Gamer. They're not going to rush it. They're just going to play slow and controlled. This is how the Pam is supposed to play, and they just have like such a spread of different play styles. Finally, Luffy gets the super and sidesteps that attack from Memon, but look at the position he's given up. Now, I don't think this is an issue for Charlie. Knows that they can just cocoon him. It'll be an easy one for Luffy. Tries to change the super. No hit on the Duin. The near kill on the Snowy is almost pretty good.
Yes, he did so well, just shut that immediately down now. Memon coming off the back of that invisibility cardboard box. The cocoon, the gems here in danger. Diego Gamer goes down. Hypercharge now as well. Memon just continues the assault, getting a second. It's a complete and utter walkover. And Luffy's going straight into a 3v1. He's doing okay of the result, but what do you expect? Of course you're going to go down.
Memon had the super in the perfect time of 5 seconds to go. The Demogorgon's down on the right side. Now make it 3. Team Electros all the way back to into the corner, and nothing that Tribe Gaming can do with this amount of time remaining. It's match point. This one could be gone in the blink of an eye. Team Electros, a flash of lightning. These guys onto the Grand Finals. I just can't believe it. Will they really steamroll Tribe Gaming like this?
I mean, we talk a lot about how much prep Tribe have done coming into today, but, honestly, Team Electros are not far behind in that regard. I mean, if you combine the amount of sets that they've played, it almost totals 1,000. 1,000 sets of prep have gone into this match.
When you ask Team Electros how they play so well together, you know what they say? Well, we scrim a lot. We play together a lot. When you ask Tribe Gaming, why they're faltering, they say, I don't know, we play a lot. They use the same strategy, so something's got to give. What is the difference between these two? Is Team Electros' effort just superior to Tribe Gaming's? We'll see a concerted effort from the squad to get Luffy in the back lines. Duin is forced back hard, but a pinch between Duin and Snoy is enough to shut the Mortis down. But this early game pressure, the death of Luffy, actually does gain a pretty serious advantage for Tribe Gaming. They can afford to play off the tempo lead now with RBM pushing so deep into Team Electros' spawn. This is the most promising game that we've seen so far for Tribe.
Yeah, Luffy's been doing a very good job of just buying time for his team and you know, getting the Nita into those back lines every now and again. Just keeping Team Electros busy and away from that objective. It's like the final stand, though, so it feels, at least in my opinion, for Tribe Gaming to try to rekindle something to go home to say that we've got a game here and there, but still set to seem far away from me.
Kind of a worthless push in from RBM. Gave away a bunch of control, probably didn't get him that close to a bear. He might be 1 or 2 shots off by this point. He's determined to play against Memon, who's determined to waste his time. Here comes the hypercharged super. It's firstly on RBM. The defense from Luffy making a double kill, just throwing himself at the issue and can't accomplish anything. Team Electros, they take back control of mid. The only thing that could make this better is if Duin had a forward Pam super, no gadget reaction. It's Luffy once more just throwing himself into the mix, trying to get a super that could fix this. A cocoon, possibly from Diego Gamer, decides to hold on to it. And Tribe Gaming, just by sheer numbers, should be able to push in, but Snoy is still alive on this left side, going for the spawn trap.
It's ridiculous, the amount of value that he's gotten in that position. He was on 80 HP before, and he's still there, still being a problem. But Luffy coming in, the bats, the combo sprinter, that is a play that Tribe needed. Can they get away though? Snoy is still there, the bear are going to come through, and he should get that kill there as well. So Tribe should be safe and sound now. Reset nonetheless. Can Electros make something of it?
It would be really, really nice if Luffy were able to defend here, because he's the one with team wipe potential, and he knows that the enemies are going to be throwing themselves at him, but he has the most mobility. But could he be cornering himself? Well, he's in the back corner, 3 seconds to go. Doing approach from the top. Oh! Tribe Gaming barely survive. The match point continues. Team Electros still only 1 game away from victory. Tribe Gaming just 1 game away from going to the next set. This is their lifeline, and I'm just not sold on it.
Yeah, this is the thing. I'm not sold on it either. It feels like a last stand, but it feels like one that might end prematurely, and that's the concern. But nonetheless, it is some momentum. It is something, and that's more than we've seen so far from Tribe. So can they turn this now into a set? That's the question.
Okay, Tribe Gaming getting pressed early on. They don't have that deep Mortis like they did last time. Memon also decides, no, I'm not waiting for Charlie to come out of the cocoon. It's just enough time for the remainder of the Tribe Gaming roster to respawn and post up in position. Luffy's going to go for Memon, baits out the super. It actually looks pretty good, survives all of it. Duin can't do anything about that either. He was out of range, and Pam's shot, it spreads out so much. It's really not suited for these tight corridors like the right lane.
Nice there from Snoy. We'll stay here defending. As Duin is going to need it. 7 gems now, slightly split. Duin with 6, and again, Luffy's just keeping all their eyes on that back line, giving that pinch, ensuring now that RBM's joining. This is going to be quite risky here now. Creature of the Night coming in, but low HP, and realistically, Luffy shouldn't be using that gadget in that situation.
Well, yeah, it's just to get in those back lines and act as a distraction more than anything else, it would seem, which it seems to be a more useful position for him with how apt Team Electros are to stick together when they feel like they're going to get pressured by a Mortis. There's not all that much he can do. It's an evasive maneuver from Memon with a hypercharge to get 1 kill, now goes for another one. Ooh, tried to predict the path of Luffy, couldn't quite get it, still gets the kill. Now on to Diego Gamer, the final nail in the coffin. Into the cocoon, RBM is going to try and save him, but he's too low on HP. Diego Gamer nearly makes it all the way back. Luffy has no choice but to collect these gems and move backwards. He's actually going to the side. He wouldn't mind dying here. Look, he has the hypercharge as well. This could be the biggest play. Now in with the hypercharge bat. Still defensive move from Kit, but it falls short.
That was really nice from Luffy, but is it enough now? 3v1s doing, can't really go to the mid to get these gems and contest them. But 10 are with Luffy. He can dash around, but he's not the best person to necessarily have in terms of the aggressive. He needs his teammates to be able to protect him, and RBM doing his best. At the moment, Team Electros know they can get one from the mid here as well, staying back. What's the play? The dash in from Luffy. Watch where the gem's going to be. He gets the gem. He's got 11 for Tribe. That's huge. They get the match. They get the set.
That's saved the day for Tribe Gaming from the brink of defeat to the brink of defeat, part 2, just less so, because now it's not a game separating them, it's at least 2. One more set. Look at Luffy, the expression on his face, head and hands, because he is the driver for the team in forms of motivation, in terms of, hey, let's go, come on, let's practice. He's the one who wants to play Brawl Stars all day. He's incredibly mechanically gifted. He has worked for this level of skill, and he had everything resting on his shoulders.
At the beginning of the day, I asked you if this is the start of a new era, the era of Team Electors, or if someone has what it takes to take down those rookies. And it would be so beautiful if the team to take them down would be the last era of NA, namely Tribe Gaming being so dominant in 2025. Team Elector is still looking pretty solid. This was such a close set, especially that game number 2.
Yeah, honestly, for me, like, I'm still not sold on Tribe, but I still respect the fact that they didn't take it lying down. They at least have got a set to show for it, and they had some great moments, honestly, some great steals. But again, against Team Electros, the way that they are playing, it is just very, very scary. I mean, the only reservation I have is that, if this draft doesn't go their way, we're going all the way to the 5th and final set. But look at those stats. I mean, the kit player was absolutely unreal from them. And I'm really surprised, to be honest, that Electros didn't secure that set. It just felt like they were going to be able to turn that around. But got all credit to Luffy, really. I mean, the entire time he spent in those back lines, just being a distraction.
Main character energy, like solo leveling type of stuff, is he's all the way back there. He's playing that 1v1 as well versus Kit, and actually coming out on top in the later stages, managed to adapt to the playstyle of Min. It's incredible to see the individual players going neck and neck in what has been such a team play centric narrative.
That was so interesting to see. We have 25 gems on both of the gem carriers and then 29 on the Mortis. He's just stealing them. Super well played. And if I just look at the stats overall, yes, that definitely was Team Electros winning the set. Most kills, so much DPS, most gems, but in the end it was just Tribe Gaming turning things around in the last few seconds. So they came super close to being out of the game in a 3-0 sweep. Now, last month it was a 3-1 overall. I'm sure Tribe Gaming would try to do better the last month. So let's see if they can at least push this to a set 5.
I think they realize the enormity of this situation, and this is why you prep. And they have done that. You can't take that away from that's for sure. Think's banned. Good to see. It's kind of like the first thing that I'm looking for here, realistically. But Luke going to be open. Bo, really haven't seen much of it in this region, and I don't mind it. I mean, I'm not overly sold by it, but just kind of an interesting observation, really. Let's see. Yeah, Lupo's pick. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a big brawler hat to have on your side of the flying through now. Buster, Team just don't really care.
Well, is it that they don't care, or is it that they were like, your next pick will be Lu, and then Tribe go, Lu? What? Predictable, maybe. This is also a favorite for Luffy. We've been saying this for years. You put Luffy on the Lu and you win. And importantly, he puts a circle on the hot zone. Now, Luffy as a player that executes should be the one entrusted with the Lu play. It's tough to hit those shots. You shoot like a short barrage. You have to strafe with your shots to hit them. Very, very dodgeable. Usually the thing that shuts down a Lu is your shots being avoided.
I'm just still looking at that Ember, kind of smiling. It's such an NA pick, but it's actually so good into Spike. He can't put down his love, can't get it against her. It's not really going to cover him from anything. On the left-hand side, we also have that Buster. Eager to see how well that's going to fare into that Lu. And Lu, most banned brawler on any hot zone map currently, is going to be picked up, of course, as first pick. Mortis is going to come in last. Now, Mortis was the key to Tribe's success in the previous set. Let's see if he can repeat that on the left-hand side. Now, Leon would be my pick here, I feel. It's pretty good because of damage. You have that lollipop drop. You have some secrecy. They never know where you're coming from, and they just need something in Lu's face in the end.
Yeah, Leon, or I was going to say Chestnut, yeah, to shut down the Mortis. It's going to be really tough to push into. I think that the wall break as well could definitely even go further to helping hand things. I do feel like, for me, Electros have got... they've got a real strategy. The speed in which they picked up the Amber and the Buster is kind of what worries me here. Like, they didn't seem deterred whatsoever, as a Buster probably should into a Lu, really. I mean, that's the kind of brawler which you can really kind of farm the back off and get your hypercharge, litter the map with ice. It's just kind of a bit concerning, really.
I just see a bunch of potential for this Amber to get super off of the Mortis and then block up all of mid. You also have Duan, where they're going to kind of stay near so he gets his super for free. Oh, wait, I take it back. He's going to play aggro. Even Memon comes around the right side, not even focused on the Mortis matchup. Nice. It looks like reactive Brawl Stars with that Chester pick, but Memon's going to take any matchup he can get. He just wants to play. He just wants to win a lane.
Doing juking so nicely there. Lovely from Snoy, though, as well, to keep going backwards there to avoid the Creature of the Night gadgets. And if he goes through that, then he's obviously going to take damage and heal up the Mortis. So, really nice observation there. Great jukes. Look at that. Memon low, Snoy low, but they're still staying alive and just working around this objective.
Team Electros backed up, but it seems to be by their own accord. It's going to be the Creature of the Night in. Luffy immediately upon exit, sucked in by Duan, and it turns into an offense for Team Electros. Duan was able to get out of that stick around thanks to Kevlar Vest with his super. It's the star power that prevents you from getting any kind of debuff while your super is up. Could be useful into Diego Gamer, but Duan didn't have his super when it mattered. Also, interesting placement of that hypercharge. Tribe Gaming were just more focused on getting kills than they were on, you know, some sort of Hail Mary play, just placing it on top of the zone. They're already in the lead as well. Luffy snaps up a kill on the left side versus a vulnerable Buster. Tribe Gaming seem to be in a position to win this.
Yeah, I feel like this Mortis is saving them, and honestly now, Creature of the Night gadget, Snowy low, but look, he goes into the wall there, but should still come out on top. In the meanwhile, it's RBM and his teammates there doing a wondrous job of getting the objective down. Diego Gamer getting a lot of these ices on the objective. This could be a fifth and final set at this rate, honestly, unless there's some adaptations. Team Electros not going to be even trying for it towards the end, and that's not good signs.
Yeah, well, and I have to wonder, Team Electros, they're like new gens, okay? Is this just them being like, okay, I'm not going to waste the effort, like I'm not going to waste the ATP in my finger muscles? Because they, I think, are probably quite confident in this still, but maybe it like is a weird draft for them. It's like you said though, Art, what's up with the Amber and Buster? Why was this the combo? They snapped at those brawlers so quickly, and the first thing they did was split them up, send Buster on the aggressive. This time they'll have them playing as a duo. It's a missed, oh, never mind. It was a missed attack for Duan. He still managed to get that gadget off later. He had the restraint to use it at a later point. Diego Gamer trapped in a bad matchup. Thankfully, RBM saves him from being taken down by Memon, and he just escapes the fire of Snoy.
Just about, yeah. He's going to stay alive now. Luffy going to continue the assault there. Does find one, so the trade is there as Tribe continues to stay on the zone. This is where Electros going to push so deep with this Buster to really do much. It's not going to come in now. This is good from Electros, but still behind. Luffy's low. Going to heal up. This is the thing that I'm noticing at the minute. Electros just not able to secure things. Finally, Diego Gamer burns down there, but Tribe are just staying on their feet.
Tribe Gaming, their ice is going to expire in just a moment, but they have more CC to isolate this mid lane. Duan popped that hypercharge, and now he can't do anything with it. At least there's a bomb from him and breaks open his own wall that I feel like he might have wanted, but it seems to be okay. Look, whatever Team Electros wants, so they can break whatever walls they want. Here's the aggression from Luffy. Has enough ammunition to get the Amber takedown, but not enough to get anything else. It's still fine. It provides an opportunity for RBM to come in. As long as he's not like played against that Amber at range, then he should be fine. But Amber is back, and Luffy has a hypercharge. He might have to take the long way around to get to enemy backlines.
Hypercharge, just he will fall. The burn should be there for RBM. Diego Gamer as well, low. But again, our team is just really making the most amount of time on this zone. Hypercharge coming in for the Mortars of Luffy. Shut down now, but the time is spent so far for Tribe is very strong. Electros, though, they've got time. Now approaching 60%. They're not too far away from this. If they can just hold Tribe back now, they can easily tie this up.
One successful retake for Tribe Gaming, and it's over. We're going to set 5. Team Electros have to hang on to this position. The ice is already driving a thorn into their sides. They managed to push away Mortis. Memon and Snoy hanging on by a thread, especially Memon. He's one tap by this Lu, and now a hypercharge out from RBM. Looks like it could seal the deal. Luffy, RBM, the duo on this point will have to square off against this hypercharge. It should be Tribe Gaming staying alive just long enough to send us to set 5. They were at a match point, Team Electros. Now they'll have only one set left to fight for their victory. They've had second chances. This is their third. If they can't secure it here, then Tribe Gaming have no doubt proven themselves worthy.
Yeah, it's dangerous territory now. This is like reverse sweep potential. And Tribe know it. You can see the smiles there from Luffy. This is what they've been gearing up for. And it's a real possibility that this actually happens now. I'm not going to lie, especially as this Mortis is just troublesome brawler, which Team Electros don't know how to shake. They've got to start batting it out. They just cannot leave that on the table.
Luffy on that Brawl is just a tad bit too good, even for our favorable rookies here. Team Electros looking pretty good also in this set, but in the end it's Tribe Gaming closing things out. That second game was especially close here. Tribe Gaming now pushing it to the 5th and final set. They're already doing better than last month.
Something that stood out to me from this last set was Diego Gamer on the Lu, because it's like I said, you put Luffy on the Lu, except, wait, hold up, he did so well on Mortis. Can we put him on that again? And it just shows what Diego Gamer brings to this roster. In place of Zeus, just Luffy had to be the Lu player. So it's new, fresh brawler pool that lent itself to them being able to run this composition. I don't know if they'd be able to succeed with this comp with a different roster of players.
I do think that Diego Gamer is one of those brawlers or players that can fit into pretty much every role on the team. He can play those supports. Tanks, he doesn't usually really have to with RBM and Luffy on his roster, but I think Diego Gamer is just someone with a very wide brawler pool.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's a good supporting role, but I'm kind of more interested in how Luffy's doing today. I feel like he's now the aggressor of the squad. Like, RBM's sitting back a little bit in that regard. We haven't seen any of his tank brawler picks really coming forwards into the forefront. They're just really dependent on this Mortis, and that's why I'm just kind of surprised that it's just being left open as much as it has been. I think we're going to see it shut down now, maybe, but like, maybe it's too late. Maybe the damage is already done.
Team Electros has won last month, but they still stayed very humble, and maybe they don't feel as consistent just yet. Maybe the nerves are showing a little bit, and after an almost reverse sweep right now, I hope they keep their nerves under control.
I think Team Electros just aren't really accustomed to having a target on their back like Tribe Gaming are, because they were #1 quite reliably throughout last year, and they managed to stay on top. Maybe didn't do enough preparation last month, I would say. I think also just like the team dynamic was kind of off as they adjusted to this new roster. Let's get into the draft. It's set number 5. It is one mode to win it all, and I don't think there's a more fitting way to finish than a bit of knockout. If we go to the ultimate round where everyone has only one life left, now that is cinema.
Let's see. Meeple available here. Could be an option. Gray as well, kind of drifted away, but definitely still, for me at least, something which could be viable. Byron, but with the Ollie ban, still viable as a brawler pick and still going to be helpful, but not going to have that kind of synergy. Gene going to come in for Tribe. And again, straight brawler, as long as you're landing the magic hands, and we've seen it already today, a couple of instances where that was not the case. Over now, Team Electros, we'll see how they're feeling. I mean, again, Byron and Daryl is something that I've seen in their scrims. It's options here.
I think Byron and RT even are a pretty good match, a pretty good synergy. Let's see if they're actually going to pick him up. What is always open is either Rico, a thrower, or Brock. You want to either open up the map, maybe play something like a Pierce, or you don't, and then you want to play something like a Rico or the throwers. They're going to side with the first option here. Does make sense when you already have that RT. He also brings quite a bit of range in. Now, what's going to be the last pick here? Once more, could be the Byron brings in that range or something to target that Gene a little bit better. Yeah, I wouldn't know what that is, honestly. But maybe a bow to help with the breakage. Gray would do the same. Or they actually bring in the Devil still, but
enjoy
yeah, with a broken
treat.
open map, Byron makes a lot more sense. And as I said, yeah, Yoli is banned out, but Byron and RT are so good together. RT's just so good in the long game. They're going to have Brock in the early game to break open the map with the Byron, and Brock at that range. Really solid comp.
Piper coming in now. So I think what we'll be looking at now is possibly not wall break, just to jump away, because now you're facing a sharpshooter matchup. Yeah, it's like a
That's
like
clever.
You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. Like, do I play a throw? Well, I'm facing wall break. Do I play a sharpshooter? Well, now he has like iframes to jump away from my shot. And for Piper, was this really the best sharpshooter that they had? They could have a free kill versus the Byron. Okay, that's a really troublesome brawler. It'd be great to take him down. But use a homemade recipe against a Brock, he's just going to jump away. So it's like completely countered there. At least Piper does have more serious range than Brock. Arc, we're headed into set number 5. It's Team Electros versus Tribe Gaming Part 5. This one's for all the marbles. It's for the Grand Finals placement. Will Tribe Gaming ascend to their former glory, or will Team Electros prove that they have ushered in a new era of North American Brawl Stars?
This is now a real test for Team Electros. Probably their biggest test this year so far. Had a match point, it was denied. Tribe were, had nothing on the board, 0 sets. Now look at them flying into a real position of potentially making it into today's grand final. No kills or deaths so far, just shaping the map so far. Snowy in the middle, just getting tapped by the Piper slightly here, but it's the bush that for me is quite key, because as time goes on, going into the rounds, it's going to be really obvious to where Tribe are lurking.
Love also just to see how Snowy is playing over here. He's always depending on those heals from Mimin, so if he gets tapped up for the Piper, he's not really so worried about the homemade recipe. Now the walls are forcing everyone together. Luffy is marching forward. The bottom right lane falls. It's 2v2. The heals are online. Snowy with the rocket rain down. Luffy in close range. Shouldn't be able to do anything. What? Got the kill versus Mimin. Now that's pretty cool. Sidestepping, Snowy body blocking. That actually looks a little bit promising for Tribe Gaming. Okay, they lost the round. But if you're able to avoid the body blocking by the guy who's getting healed by Byron, then there is a way to have some counterplay.
Rocket Fuel for more break potential. Luffy low. Can't really go on the aggressive here. Vengeful Spirits will find Snowy from Diego Gamer. And now Merman back in this position of being able to heal. Luffy, though, could tap, goes for the homemade recipe onto the RT, though, instead. Chooses to not go for the Byron might be a mistake, in my opinion. Hypercharge, still not going to find anything, so a big waste there.
Tribe Gaming have a couple of supers at hand. RBM got way too aggressive. I'm not sure what that was about. It's going to be a bit of damage on Snowy from Diego Gamer with the Vengeful Spirits, but the heals from Mimin are here. Ugly super there from Diego Gamer. It's only Piper left to face anyone, and we know that Luffy could tap them all individually, but when it's 1-on-3, the firing squad comes down. Once more at match point, Team Electros. It's like they saw in set number 3, they only need one game to win it all. Go to the grand finals, it's where they were last month.
It'd be super disappointing there for Tribe to have gone this whole way through to then not complete the reverse sweep. I mean, that's, in my opinion, almost worse actually than just going out on the sweep. Still time, but I mean, that just looked far more calculated by Electros. They were just so in the game. And Tribe going back to old ways, question mark. You know, it's, come on, let's go all the way. Double match point, please, come on.
Okay, Tribe Gaming, you heard it. Get a game win. Come on! Where's the action? Well, it is Gold Arm Gulch, so it's bound to be pretty slow. This is basically the lead up to the poison making everyone actually fight. It's an EU curve if I've ever seen one from Luffy. Just wanted some early damage, but it's easily healed up by a bit of, staying still. Mimin also, a bit of damage versus Luffy. You can see the impatience because that super's not going to accomplish anything except for getting him a hypercharge later. It might be better used later on. He would love to have this super in the final stages, and he hasn't hit a shot since using it.
Now it's going to get close. Mimin falls to the gas. RBM low on the top hand side, but Duin is really struggling in this middle section here. Can Snowy do something amazing? Oh, not quite enough, but that was a valiant attempt. Nonetheless, though, I think in that situation, do you still use the Rocket Rain? You're going to have to earn that back now.
Yeah, I guess he's gotten himself closer to hypercharge, and he just has the confidence that he'll be able to get there. And something we've seen is actually quite characteristic of Team Electros is just the way that they play in the long game and the confidence, like they just ooze it. They need 2-round wins here. Tribe Gaming lead on utility also. You saw Diego Gamer practice some restraint of his own by not going for the pull. It could have interrupted the Brock Rocket Rain. It could have kept his teammates alive, but really, it's just important that your team wins, not that everyone stays alive, bar one single person. Taps onto Mimin from Luffy. If he hadn't used the super, if he hadn't had it in that moment, then it would have been a 3v2. Luffy continues to march forward with his swagger. The only thing keeping him back is Duin threatening the pinch. And even then, Duin's being suppressed by the spike shots.
Oh, Snowy there, standing still. I wasn't sure, but he's okay. Definitely Tribe starting to find their flow. Must be said, hypercharge put by Luffy. Diego Gamer has the pull as well, but finds the shots regardless. He's still got it in the back pocket for in a moment's time. Duin in towards the gas, finds RBM, but it's going to be a really tough affair, especially now. Mimin on his own, can't get it done. Tribe Herbie! Let's go, Tribe! But now, again, the real test Electros have been able to bring it back to claim a match point. Tribe have gone all the way to this stage. If they lose now, it would be disastrous.
It would be tremendously sad. I don't see any team coming out of this really happy with the result. Tribe Gaming, of course, any loser coming out of this happy with the result, I should clarify. We'll see a different rollout from Team Electros, doubling up on the right lane, also Duin taking this early on the right lane. We saw Memon take it alone on the right side, Duin operating more of a mid role. And this seems to be working so far. Tribe Gaming have been suppressed and forced back under spawn. Still, Snowy's afforded enough room to break open the important bushes. Tribe Gaming seriously cornered, in fact, and they haven't earned anything off of giving this position away either.
Yes, it's not looking good for Tribe here. RBM does have a super here. Hobo Recipe, no connection. Going to try to flank around this left-hand side. The Diego Gamer is going to do his best to get a magic hand. That could be the very thing that could alleviate the situation until the rocket fuel of Snowy rules it out entirely. Luffy's going to fall shortly after that, and everyone falls. And Team Electros give themselves the best fighting chance of making the grand final with that round, one away from doing so.
Tribe Gaming collectively fell back. It was a team loss for them. Yeah, Luffy says, I'm going to do this my way. On the left side, Homemade Recipe, scouting out the left lane. He has to know that Snowy's over there now. He's revealed himself out of the bushes. I think the standout thing in game number 2 that let Tribe Gaming succeed was Luffy taking matters into his own hands, but this is going to be a collaborative effort between Diego Gamer and RBM on the right side, getting 1 kill with the magic hand. They would love to get this for the next round. Snowy's like, dude, just make it in. Memon says, please, can I just get a big utility here? Why did he not even shoot? I don't understand. He could have gotten a super out of that.
You're feeding over a lot of utility, but why did Tribe just not farm him? They could have just let him heal back up.
That's also true.
Like that was a prime opportunity, but I guess they just want a speed run.
That urgency could come back to bite them. That's going to be a curve from Luffy to keep Snowy low. Diego Gamer had the sight line, then Vengeful Spirit would be pretty juicy right now. RBM on his way to a hypercharge. That's the first kill on the Team Electros. Tribe Gaming have the advantage. Are we watching a reverse sweep?
Tribe can't fall now. I mean, there's a hypercharge for RBM. Snowy needs to find something, or just needs to find 1 single kill to make it a 2 versus 2, because right now they're at a serious disadvantage. They can slow the pace, they can keep the heals coming in for themselves and just give themselves the best chance, but this is going to be tough.
Snowy has a super. It could be a kill confirm on the someone, but he doesn't want to get too close to Diego Gamer. He doesn't have a way of avoiding it. Hypercharge to block off Duin. It zones him in on the bottom side. Snowy falls. Duin after. Tribe Gaming once more in the grand finals. A new era of North American Brawl Stars? Not quite yet.
Back on top, but a job that is still not done as far as they're concerned. When Tribe make the grand finals, they make it to win it. But what an upset. Team Electros, the last month's monthly final victors, will fall in the semis. That guarantees ourselves a new champion in North America, a new champion in every single region this month. Starting to our wish.
My wish was fulfilled, but Memon was AFK, and I think you can see it in Tribe Gaming's faces that that's not how they wanted to win this one. It was a thriller of a match. We went all the way to double match point, and Tribe Gaming walks away as the winner. And yes, we're gonna have a new winner in every single region. Team Electros won the February monthly finals, and they can't win this one now. 3-2. Tribe Gaming takes the lead. So we had in East Asia, Crazy Raccoon, then EMA with Humble, New Heights Gaming yesterday in South America, and it could now be Tribe taking the win over the March monthly finals in North America.
Never before and never again. The new blood coming out and taking a monthly final and then taking the subsequent one. Someone else is going to have to earn that title. Team Electros have been shut down here in the semifinal. Tribe Gaming advance on, and I'm more convinced than I have been in the past by this roster.
We are currently looking into if that last set actually has to be replayed, or at least the last round of it. It was a double match point. It was super close, and yeah, you can see it in Tribe Gaming's faces. They are obviously happy about that win, but it doesn't feel quite right.
We did call it out when it happened. I just kind of felt like towards the end it was like just almost accepting defeat. That's why just kind of like we see it happen sometimes with players. Just before the gas comes in, players will just stand still and be like, look, just I can't do anything in this situation, so just take me down. But obviously, you know, we'll look into things to find out what exactly happened. For Tribe, of course, they've done everything that they can do in the regard. They can't just kind of like, you know, just in that moment, do nothing. They've got to secure the kill. They've got to continue on as if the match is still on set. So definitely not the way that I'm sure Team Electricity wants to go down. But at the same time, you know, if it's his own connection, that's the question here for me. I mean, if it's on him, it's on him.
For me, the overarching storylines today were really Team Electro's that new roster, the rookie team. Will they have the same legacy as Tribe Gaming had last year? Will they now be back-to-back champions? And can they drag it out over the course of the whole entire year like Tribe Gaming did in 25? On the other side, we then also have what I wanted and what we talked about already, a different winner in every single region. So in a sense, I'm happy for Tribe Gaming to win this one. So happy that we're gonna have a new winner this month. But yeah, we're gonna see in a second if we have to play that out. Usually in online tournaments, each player is responsible for his own Wi-Fi connection. So it's getting investigated as we speak.
Yeah, just taking some time to work on this one, but I guess we can continue talking about the composition there as well. I think it was quite interesting. I feel like it was pretty fair also as a sharpshooter matchup.
Yes, definitely. That Piper last pick was indeed super nice into that proc, and I can announce that Tribe Gaming has won that previous match 3-2. We went all the way into a double match point, and Tribe Gaming will move on into the grand finals. They did it, finally broke the curse. After just 1 month, I guess we can't really speak of a curse, but they look as strong as ever.
I don't know whether they look as strong as last year, though. That's the thing, you know, like that was almost a sweep.
The doubters are still there.
We can look at it as a five setter as it was, and a reverse sweep that it was. But I mean, we can't forget how we got there, and it was looking like Team Electric were just stomping them at the beginning of this one. So in the grand finals, I mean, I'm still not even sure they win the whole day at this rate. And they've definitely been able to assure themselves that they can, not buckle under the pressure. I think that goes to say quite a lot. It's a vast improvement on last month, but I'm kind of waiting to see what happens in this semi-finals too, really, before I make my decisions.
This is so crazy for me to see the stats. 7 kills on Snowy. I don't think Brock is usually that good into a 1v1, especially against the Piper. But on the other side, we have a pretty even scoreboard here. Luffy with the most kills, and he stood out to me so much in that previous match. Also, in the 2 other sets Tribe Gaming won, where he was on that Mortis, he was the definite MVP. That he's so good on both the Assassin, Mortis, and snipers like Piper is actually mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, it's like he hypercharged in set number 3, like IRL, and then that carried on through the next couple of sets because he looked completely different, I think. He started off with the Mortis, the Piper to finish also, just the way that he played Piper also. You saw him saying, don't worry, I'll handle it. Just walk straight forward, hit every single shot. When we look at, for example, like the stats of Snowy, how is the guy getting 7 kills as a Brock? It's because he's able to dodge so well and almost nothing more. It's like not really the matchup so much as it is the mechanical skill of the individual players.
All 3 members of Tribe Gaming just cover such a wide brawler pool. We already touched on Diego Gamer earlier. We talked about RBM being so good at tanks. He didn't actually play many tanks today. He's so good also on some solid support, some long-range brawlers. All 3 of them really just so variety.
Very.
Noun makes a lot of sense. Varied, thank you. We're gonna have a look at Tribe Gaming now standing in the grand final. They're still waiting for their opponents. It's either gonna be only Realm or Zeus Esports.
One of these I expected, the other I did not. I thought it would be Vicday heading on to the semifinals. It was in fact Zeus Esports, which even though it's opposed to my prediction, I'm actually more happy about this because Vicday came into this not scrimming at all. They beat Tribe Gaming in the final upper bracket round to qualify, and then you're facing it Zeus Esports, who are absolutely like putting their hearts into this. They're trying so hard. It's Tyrant trying to carry on his story in Brawl Esports. He's not satisfied with it fizzling out now. You have new talent such as Zimp, and then second best for some reason joining forces. So yes, I would love to see second best make it into the later stages of a monthly final once more, harkening back to the days of 2020, 2021. Some good times back then.
I mean, I am looking also at that Only Realm team, realizing that I don't know what we're supposed to expect from them this month because that was the most non-game of non-games I've ever seen. So I think that makes this out the semi-final quite compelling in that I have no idea what's going to happen.
We had such a sweep start into the day. We had 3-0s, 3-1s. It looked like this day is going to be over very quickly. And then at quarterfinal number 4 was already super close. Zeus Esports versus Big Day took it all the way to the 5th and final set. Now semifinal number 1, you just watched it, double match point in a knockout set. Absolutely mind-boggling. And I hope that semifinal number 2 is going to be just as interesting. We have only Realm versus Zeus Esports standing here in the semis, and one of them wants to face Tribe Gaming. Both of them want it. Only one of them will actually make it.
I'll just throw in my opinion that I think they want to win. I don't think they want to face Tribe Gaming. I think they would rather not face any team. They're more focused on just getting that trophy than anything else. Versus Zeus Esports, I think that, this is basically the lower bracket that we expected. Vic Day or Zeus Esports are some of like the easier opponents, I think, to face. And so I think Only Realm are actually quite satisfied with how the lower bracket has shaped up for them. It's been a pretty fortunate start for them in month 1. Of course, they earned it. This is definitely fortunate in a lower bracket.
We had the OG matchup already before with OG versus Tyrant, there's the old gens. Now we have Bobby and Sans coming in against Tyrant once more. And they bring in Patchy. He already played in the BSC, of course, last year, but now he's joining this duo. And we wanted to know from him how he's fitting into the team so far.
Yeah, I think I've been fitting in a little bit better. I'm kind of fitting my role into the team. I've been playing a lot of control meta this sort of last few months. I think I originally was more of an aggro player, but Bobby and Sans are typically they play a lot of aggro, and so I kind of have to fill that role of playing control a lot. I can still play aggro all the time, but I've been kind of fitting in my own role throughout the last few months, especially recently more this month. So you'll see me on a lot of control bars this month.
Supporters, which aren't brawlers that are exactly in the meta. They're really just there to counter the meta.
Yeah, something that we've seen from Patchy in the past also is that on his roster last year with Vegeta, Evex also, those are aggressive players. So him having to adapt into this different role, not necessarily whiplash, but it's an adjustment that he's had to make in the offseason.
Yeah, I do think it matters when you go up against a team like Bobby and Sans who really like to assert themselves in those roles, whether sharpshooter or tank, as it were, then you've got to make space for them. So I appreciate that he's putting his team before him.
And then on the other side, we have Zeus Esports that we don't know too much about, really. We have Zemp and Ducky, 2 fairly new players in this region, alongside Tyrant, who we haven't seen in a while, but he's kind of always been around in Brawl Esports.
He has, and even in his time being around in Brawl Esports, you haven't really seen him. I mean, he doesn't really say much. He doesn't like make videos or anything like that. He just shows up to win.
As a pro player.
His name, his OG name is I Want to Win. He is here for nothing else but victory.
Yeah, no content, no like spicy tweets, none of that. He's really just turns up to play the game. I do think that he might take more of a backseat at times on this team. I think there's a lot of talented individuals. I think the Zemp guy is definitely someone worth looking out for.
One of the 2 best matches of the day, both of them 3-2, was Zeus versus Weekday. And if you remember that Gem Grab set, that last one, Zeus Esports actually almost lost. They were 1 second away of a loss in this one, where they picked up one last gem ready.
This was a ridiculously close series between them and Vic Day. I really had all my chips on Vic Day to take it. I thought even without scrims, their innate skill would be enough to carry them through. They looked so good in the first half, and it seemed to fall apart in favor of Zeus. But I think Zeus have still earned that match in their own right.
Yeah, look, that was a really close gem grab. It could have gone either way. Yeah. I think Lily creates a volatile game state because you're playing a brawl that's designed to basically dive at all times on the enemy gem carrier. Zeus is a really, Zemprad is a really good tank player, so I'm looking forward to seeing more from him. The Mortis, the Lily, anything that's dives, anything that's aggressive, anything with a high health pool.
You mentioned a lot of what they drafted. We want to have a quick look at that right now. Obviously, they had to play all the way to set number 5. Spike and Chloe were the 2 bans here. Crow almost always banned out by them as well. And Uber, you mentioned it, that Lily in double swoosh. Zemp on that brawler was what won them the game.
Yeah, a big time. And that's kind of your job. A lot of pressure on your shoulders when you're playing Lily. You tend to play solo in that situation. You throw that gadget down. You hope to pop up behind enemy lines. without being in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Not so easy to do, and you force fights with that super. It's really challenging, requires very high level mechanics there, and that's something we saw from Zemp, I think, in spades. He's going to go up against opponents, though, who obviously have that level of mechanics to also know how to deal with that kind of scrutiny. So don't put all your eggs in the lily basket.
And then on the other side, only Realm ready. You sat down with Patchy earlier. Is it true that we've seen him on controllers?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at a bunch of control brawlers over here. Pierce is one standout to me. You also have Brock. Otis being a control brawler for these guys. In terms of the bands that they're going with, these ones are way less, what can I say, monotone. Like, they're much more varied than we see otherwise. I think it shows greater stratification in how these guys think about draft, but does it really lend itself to their success? I mean, yes, this was a 3-set series, but I don't think this was a proper example of how Only Realm play against a top opponent.
These are the global bans for this series, so for the next 5 sets we won't see any of these brawlers. And I say 5 sets because I actually want to see a 5-set match once more. I want our semifinals and grand finals to be close. Otherwise, why is one of those teams even here, you know?
Sure. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing more of Only Realm. I wouldn't mind seeing them test a little bit more that synergy between Patchy and the existing core. Will be put to the test in a matchup like this, and Pierce is, banned away from them, so they won't have that option. No tanks, though, banned, interesting, by Zeus Esports. They might feel confident when it comes to any of those being left open.
And Only Realm, after a very quick quarterfinal 3-0, they need a bit of a warm-up if they want to step up against Tribe Gaming in the grand finals. These are the votes from everyone at home. 66% of you think that Only Realm would win this one. I believe against the Legacy, it was about 88%. So they definitely believe in Zeus Esports a bit more than in Legacy.
Folks, we're going to be starting the way we finished off. It's Gold Arm Gulch to boot. We'll go to Ring of Fire, then Hard Rock Mine. And if Only Realm can't close this out in a 3-0 series, because I think they are the favorites here, Hideout and Hot Potato are to follow. Something I want to point out on those global bans is they were the same global bans as Team Electros. Just get rid of the BB, get rid of the Bull, none of this funny business. And Zeus is going to thrive in the chaos and the funny business here. That is how you upset a top opponent, is a chaotic meta.
Yeah, I think that, again, we've got Tyrant on this team who's an amazing Stu player. I feel like that's something to me that's so emblematic of his game style. Throw that in with Zemp playing another tank, get in the opponent's faces. I do think these guys want that chaos. They've got some really hungry youngsters here that would like to knock these older fellas down a peg, I think.
We're praying to the gods for another close matchup here, semi-final number 2. And we are in Gold Arm Gulch here. Only Realm versus Zeus Esports. The bans are already in. They do not want to see Spike. Neither of them. Rico's going to be banned out here. Ollie. Lots of the brawlers that we've just seen before are banned out yet again. First pick on the right-hand side. Byron, again, always a great option. Or RT. That was the first pick in the last round. Let's see if they're going to do something similar.
Crows also still possible. They're going to lead with Leon. I think this is a powerful option for coming down the lane. Just a lot of invisibility. Also, keep in mind the typical diagonal dynamic of this map, where you have the central zones, bushes on this diagonal, and having speed inside of there, having a bit of invisibility on the diagonal is going to be crucial for the sharpshooter matchup. Only Realm are going to have to either suck it up and go, okay, well, I guess we're doing this now. Or they could go anti-turret, or they could just opt to not play the sharpshooter diagonal.
Yeah, we've seen teams, I don't know if this is the map for it, but even pick Gale against the Leon. I think the Crow to reveal the Leon and make it harder for that invisibility to kick back in is good. It's been a go-to pick for this team. We've seen some of these squads just kind of ban Crow actively all the time, but we've seen this same 2 pair of brawlers actually out in the open from these guys earlier, the Brock and the Crow combined.
Brock again can open up the map, so they could come in later with a sharpshooter. On the right-hand side now, probably no throwers available right now. If you want to open up the map, you shouldn't play a thrower. And the blue team right now has that in their own hands. They can also just decide to play Rocket Laces, not open up the map, and still pick a thrower last pick. And that's why I love to pick brawlers like Brock early into the draft. on this map. We have on the right-hand side now RT being picked up, and I mentioned it before, just super solid on knockout overall, because in the long run, when the smoke comes in and you have a super, even a hypercharge available, that's going to be free kills left and right.
Yeah, you become the wood chipper with all the projectiles, the blades surrounding you, but you have to hit your shots. So who's going to be the one piloting the RT? Who's the one that they can trust to hit those shots? Mortis is going to step up the momentum here for Zeus, of course. It's going to, I think, also disrupt some of these back lines. Sands won't be able to dash away. So that's only, of course, if he doesn't run rocket laces. They should also want these walls, so I think Sands kind of has to run the wall break anyway.
Yeah, okay, so you need an answer now against two brawlers who really want to close the gap on you. Opening the map is still going to be of paramount importance, and finding ways to get intel. Get that information, like reveal whoever is inside those bushes and make it hard for the Leon to sneak up on you. I thought about the Pearl in a roundabout way. There's obviously, you know, her innate ability to break open the map. She's also not a brawler that you really want to dive on. And Overcooked is another good way of having ticking damage, making it take longer for someone like a Leon to be able to re-enter stealth or stay hidden in bushes.
Exactly, Pearl and Crow so good into a Leon. Both of them will reveal his position. And then the Brock that can decide to open up the map is certainly going to help against that Mortis on the right-hand side. Zemp on that Mortis, though, is looking fierce.
Yeah, I'll be scared of the Mortis here. That's definitely something to bear in mind. But you do have a comp that doesn't really want to be dove on here. Let's jump in, start things off, because Gold Arm Gulch, the first map in this series. The winner goes on to meet in the grand finals, a Tribe Gaming who looks pretty scary right now.
Last month, this Only Realm roster lost to STMN in the semifinals. It was such a massive disappointment. We saw it on Twitter. They were so down in the dumps, doubting themselves as a result of that, because STMN came in with the lowest scrim win rate of any of the top teams, and somehow they lost in set number 5. Only Realm, this is their ticket to a grand finals. They just have to be ready to claim what's rightfully theirs. Zeus Esports comes in as an underdog hard. However, their performance in the quarterfinals, I think, surprised us. We'll see who gets the upper hand. In the early stages, we only see the super earned by Tyrant. It's the dynamic we expected, with the speed and the invisibility granted by the Lollipop drop being a major assistance. Zip in, but it's only a trade.
Sand's going to come forward now, looking a bit more dangerous as the gas begins to encroach for Ducky. Looking to dive! Oh my goodness, that Leon damage is filthy!
It's round 1 for Zeus Esports. Only Realm, what do they do into this? Well, Sands needs his super to be able to push away this Mortis properly. We'll creep up the left side. Only Realm still fighting alongside this diagonal. Zeus Esports were able to get down on the right side, also playing around what they have left of this obstacle. It's an immediate reaction from Bobby, a bit of damage on Ducky. 2 of those rockets from the Rocket Rain connect. Zemp also is waving goodbye to a bunch of these different areas that he can hide behind. It doesn't seem to deter him too much. Gonna go for Patchy, bait out the gadget, hit him through the wall with the combo spinner, but still no kill. He's just working on getting that super and hyper.
Yeah, now though, this is a bit of an awkward spot for Zeus to have to play from. There's a relatively wide expanse they have to cross, but Ducky cleans Patchy up. Some sharp shooting on the Leon there, and Zemp's able to dive back into safety. Now in a 2 versus 3, it's Bobby and Sands fighting back-to-back like they have for so many years. This squad, though, doesn't really care for your fairy tale storylines. No, they're going to snap up the first game here of Knockout.
Zeus, game number 1. It's the Mortis that's getting these individual picks that's so troublesome. And if you're Only Realm, what are you going to do into that? Are you going to rapidly rotate your lanes? You kind of can't with the Pearl being as slow as she is. It's challenging for her to get things lined up. Look at the expression of Sands also. It feels like so many times Sands is left on this Pearl that basically does nothing for most of the game, just try to survive. But here, the early game picks are the real race, because Mortis is now threatening to get them early on, turn things into a 3v2, and then from there, that's just not winnable at this level.
The Leon scouts the bushes early on the left side, and Ducky realizes that Only Realm are all grouped up here on the right. Ball's broken open. First things first, Zemp felt like there was an opportunity to threaten Patchy. Definitely wants to try and avoid the Pearl at all costs. Sands, however, has kind of struggled to build these supers and actually be an active deterrent to any of this upfront pressure from the Leon or the Mortis. Sands needs to hit shots to do that. Frankly, his Lollipop drop makes it hard to draw a bead on Zeus.
That and the fact that he's a burst fire brawler. His shot is so long, it's made of a bunch of different projectiles. Individually, they don't charge up that much, and he can't wall peek using them. with Zeus Esports rapidly retreating but finding new places to hide thanks to their speed, it's challenging for him to do what Pearl is supposed to do, act as a deterrent, something that you can't dash on, something that sits under her teammates to use a super when she is pushed. They're going to have no choice but to push now. Patchy's getting isolated on the bottom side, needs some pressure from the top side. Zemp actually gets trapped in the corner on the top left. Patchy still comes in for the assist, but it's Bobby's kill. Round 1 for Only Realm.
Okay, the dive on Apache pretty unsuccessful, and for whatever reason, Tyrant doesn't have any ammunition to clean off the Crow. Bit of an odd exchange there. Looks like Zeus needs to make this dive happen before the gas gets a little bit too close, because now, well, you're dealing with the Crow dive, which features in a vulnerability phase, and yeah, the Pearl super. So Zeus need to put it together pretty quickly, but now diving on them gets much harder against this Pearl that is ready to rumble.
It is. Bobby also is threatening to rain some artillery down on them from long range, has that hypercharge. And don't forget about the fact that he breaks stuff for free. He's going to use it for a bit of damage versus Tyrant. I don't think that's really what he wanted. Would have much preferred to get rid of a wall, but the closer that he gets to Tyrant, the more he risks feeding that hypercharge, which is a win condition in itself. A single brawler can win you the end game. It's going to be a bunch of speed for Ducky as he's periodically popping in and out of that lollipop drop. Just an unexpected assault at long range. He's working on getting the super for the end game.
Hard to imagine what the win condition is supposed to be here for Zeus Esports. Feels like they're just waiting for this round to be done. In fact, that's kind of how it's playing out here as well. It's taken them too long to get an advantage, and so we are even up here in this first set with one unsuccessful Mortis dive kind of snowballing out of control.
And I think that's the weakness of this comp from Zeus, is that if they don't get a Mortis kill early on, then it just provides a bunch of time for these walls to be broken open, progressively weakening their composition that's so reliant on the shielding that those blocks provide. And Only Realm only profit. Sans, his shot fans out, but it's fine if you have wide open swaths of land to fire down. Patchy also has knives that spread out. Doesn't really matter too much, and Bobby's just going to be here to facilitate the wall break. But if Zeus Esports pretty much flip the coin to where Only Realm are going to push in the early game, they can shut down the early wall break.
Yeah, they're not letting them into the map, importantly. There's some walls going to be broken here, but they're not all that beneficial for Bobby to do so with, and that shot there doesn't really move the needle. In fact, the lollipop drop persisted for a couple of seconds after the rocket fuel was used. So Zeus here slowly get back some of this map. The Only Realm haven't really been able to put a scratch on him. Still, we need to see the red side actually make a push, make a play. They've got to dive in, and Zemp is going to be the one with all eyes on him. In Apache he goes and is flattened. This time Sans comes to the rescue, and that Crow Gadget's innate damage reduction really helps them. But Ducky is able to assassinate Sans, and Patchy's caught outside the map.
They managed to get a kill, but they were in the total wrong position. Like, yes, man advantage you may have, but control you do not. Zeus Esports pretty much smushed them into this poison. Against the wall, against the water, there was nowhere to go. And again, Only Realm decided to push this right lane early on. They could have opted to go to the left, but Zeus Esports, again, predict correctly that they're going to go over to the right. Only Realm are quick to fan out, however. They want to take up some control on the left side, and Patchy's sort of dangling himself as bait. I don't think Zemp's going to bite. He knows that he's just going to get jumped on, but there are mind games that he can play here. Just going to push Sans. Got him so low, same for Bobby, but there was no combo spinner.
Yeah, no super either off that. Combo spinner would have been the obvious choice. Patchy surely with this super can get rid of Zemp, and he does, yeah. Zeus just linger a little bit too long out in the open with low health. And Only Realm are well and truly poised to even this last game up. Ducky, of course, was able to equalize and make it a 2 versus 2 last time around, but I don't think Only Realm are going to let them get away with that again.
No, the only thing that they really have now, their only ace is Tyrant's Hypercharge, and Only Realm are apt to get down these walls. They know that Tyrant's going to be hiding behind these. It's its only real form of protection. You can't dodge 3 different Brawler's shots at once. Just walking into the poison, that's, yeah, a round conceded to Only Realm. They're just going to save this for the next round. They at least do have Ducky super by this point. Zemp also has the aggression. Pushing the left lane, by the way, this is the correct choice because they have the walls to hide behind.
Yeah. Again, they're eventually going to have to try and fight their way across the map. Only Realm trying to play behind this L-shaped wall. Zemp, those been able to close the gap. And you can see Only Realm respect it. They do not want to let the Mortals cross to them with 1 dash or less. Hypercharge for Bobby. No super developed here. Maybe just trying to rattle the Saber a little bit and get them out of this corner of the map. Zeus, though, unconvinced. Patchy also with a hyper, and he also hasn't really moved the needle. Big damage on Sans here. Dangerous stuff. Ducky's able to get close, and here's Tyrant with that hypercharge. free damage through the wall onto Bobby. And there's no way you're coming back from this one. It's labored, it's belated, but eventually Zeus put Only Realm to the sword here on Knockout.
All of that effort to get their hypercharges. They've got Brock, they've got Crow, and then it's used to speed forward. I think Bobby thought to himself, it's cool, because I'll hypercharge forward and I'll dodge all the RT shots, and I'm going to get us so much room, and he immediately gets tapped by 2. And from RT, where successive shots get you a bunch of damage because you mark your opponents, yeah, he's like dropped below half health. He has to retreat. Patchy popped his hypercharge just to survive. They allowed themselves to be pressed into the back right so early on, and there was just no recovery. This one was already a wash. Like, Zeus Esports had already won the game by this point, just flexing their additional utility that they didn't have to use. But come game number 2, it did start to look possible for Only Realm to make this work.
Yeah, look, I think they figured it out, getting the Pearl in the right position. You can see there, great super from Sand that catches Zemp on the way in. Patchy followed it up with a hypercharge. And obviously, you know, now with that Buffy, hypercharged Crow, even without a super, is stronger in that his main projectile comes back to him, but still not enough in that last few moments there to tip things in the favor of Only Realm. So Zeus end up with what feels like a pretty convincing win. It just takes him a while to get there.
It did. Something I want to point out on the individual players' stats, Patchy, Ducky, the newest additions to the team respectively. Patchy came in at the beginning of the season. Ducky came in at the beginning of this month, the replacement for Alianis after last month's disappointment in the quarterfinals. Seems to be working out so far. Hello, Ducky. Hey, good job on the Leon, man. You think you'll be able to do it again in set number 2, or will Only Realm be able to push him back?
Yeah, not too shabby so far. I was a little bit surprised, I think, to see Only Realm kind of struggle to come up with an answer to this Mortis game plan. They wanted the game to go long in the end, and we realized that it was Zeus the ones that had to make the action happen early. But even with all the wall break that we saw from Only Realm, there was always a niche, for someone like Zemp to crawl into and to spring forth from. So it's going to be Ring of Fire coming up next in this series. Hot Zone will be your battleground for your second set.
Ring of Fire, it's home to Bo. A lot of times it can be great to get some supercharge for your teammates, get some hypercharge for them as well. Damn, insta-locked for Zeus. I feel like this is very much a Tyrant brawler. I would love to see him run this back. I mean, dude, good old days, because Tyrant has been in the game for a long time. There was a period where him and the rest of the former Tribe Gaming roster ruled North America. They were #1 reliably for 4 years in a row. He's now leading Zeus to victory so far, and falling back on some of the old stuff that they love.
Yeah, kind of, like you mentioned, expecting to see Tyrant on these less flashy but more control-oriented brawlers, like we saw the RT from him earlier on. Okay, Stu got to be snapped up virtually straight away here, though. Staying power sometimes doesn't mean resilience, but mobility. So being able to dodge those incoming projectiles here, and also find openings to go in and go aggressive. This is very much a patchy-coded brawler.
Yeah, it's been so patchy-coded. Loves to play the Stu, and he's so talented on it as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. However, he's also had to say that he has to play some control now.
Brawlers, yeah,
so is this as much of control? Is this the aggression? We saw earlier Stu using a hypercharge to get all the way behind the enemy team. So very much aggressive play. Amber is going to be a much more controlled brawler. She is basically here to sit at mid and hold down auto aim a lot of the time, and she can also shrug off some like pushes in by aggressive stuff, get the orbital fireballs around her to deal a ton of damage, and it's also possible to shut her down. However, the Crow's been banned, so they have safeguarded themselves in this regard.
Obviously, Amber can clear the bushes on the other side of the map, which makes it a little bit harder for like the sharpshooters or potential longer-range brawlers. Fortunately for Zeus, they're not drafting any of those. No, they're going to be going back to probably the Zemp Mortis, which once he gets in behind, can be pretty devastating. It is interesting to me that like Mortis is really being prioritized over Lily or some of these other assassins here that feel like they have more utility or the ability to get behind enemy lines are detected. This is really mechanically demanding to play Mortis here, especially against some of these compositions. So now, Only Realm have to think about what happened in the previous set. Can they draft an answer to it? Because you follow up with a very solid sharpshooter. It feels like B is very much at home here on Ring of Fire.
Now, with this B selection, a lot of times B is just like not really that great of a brawler. Like, she can play as a sniper. She's outclassed by other snipers, and really the final part is that she's just kind of fallen off. However, in specific matchups, she absolutely thrives. Poco's wide open. This could be a Poco opportunity, and now it's just not at all. She hard counters it. So, well, Now I think there's a lot for Only Realm to deal with. You have this B kind of out of nowhere. Allie's going to create aggression on the backlines. It's going to be super difficult for Pam to hit her because while Pam does a lot of damage in close range, it's only if you are existing in that spot for long enough for all those projectiles to connect. So she'll find her home in the bush. Allie's going to repeatedly jump on top of her. You do run the risk of feeding, but I think Allie is fast enough to take down a B who's sitting further back off the point. Same goes for the Pam, but where's the anti-turret? Are you really going to send an assassin in to take down a darn turret? I don't think that's really worth it.
It's going to be really hard to deal with. So much so that I don't think the B needs to worry about taking Honey Molasses here. You can stay on Rattled Hive and then just make use of the healing to be harder to kill. We'll see what the plan. Yep, Rattled Hive straight off the rip. It is the go-to gadget here, but the Honey Molasses can be helpful when you're getting jumped on. Bobby deals with Zemp off the rip here, and Sans is going to get quite deep trying to do his best Zemp impression. The double jump over, Tyrant does get splattered, and that Iron Hive is easily dodged away from.
No real range to deal with B now. This is the tough part, is that they can't deal with it unless Sans is here to create the aggression. Meanwhile, Zim picks up the double with the combo spinner. That's why he goes 360 degrees. So you can pick up more than one. Who needs bats to get a collat? Only Realm, they do have the advantage for now. They were taken down in combination. But Zeus has established more long-term control here. Not only do they eliminate Sans in a defensive manner, Zemp goes for Patchy at mid, now circling around into Bobby. These respawns are so staggered, that's actually a huge loss of control.
Yeah, I mean, Sans sure can get over the wall here, but Zemp is more than having a fight in Alley. This is looking very good now from Zeus. They've got a healing turret set up. There's no anti-turret, as you astutely pointed out earlier, I guess outside of this Amber Super. Bobby with the hypercharge, removing much of the grass, but Sans would also like to make use of that himself. So now doesn't really have the ability to get those free jumps behind enemy lines. And Zeus have now caught back up into the game well and truly. Hypercharge activated here for Ducky. And an Iron Hive that eventually catches on to Bobby, but he's going to get out of range.
You can see how impatient Sans got there as well. He's like, oh, come on, can you please get close to the bushes or to the water? I need to do something. Ends up throwing himself into two enemy brawlers in kind of a worthless attempt. Patchy's dashing forward, trying to create some space for Only Realm, but still Zip is tearing up the back line. Ducky with one final set of Bs to shut these guys down. Matt Trino pinned in the air. Zeus Esports with what appears to be an outdraft here in set number 2, get game number 1. That's a work of Zep, by the way. He is the team drafter. No expressions yet. It's not over, but he's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, look, I think the Mortises look fantastic. Couple 2-for-1s there from Zep as he dived deep, and the alley at times has looked fine for Sans, and he's a very mechanically proficient player. But when Bobby is obviously eliminating a lot of the grass, it makes it a little bit tricky for Sans to undetected get behind enemy lines. It's what we call a non-bow. Two brawlers that can work against each other sometimes.
You also have Sans facing the healing once it is up. Oh my goodness. And Zemp encircling, just no assistance from Bobby. He was on high health, is sat so far back. I just feel like he could have been there to help out. The team dynamic is sort of starting to fall apart. Sans actually gets one kill too. Looks finally good for Only Realm. Bushes intact, moisturized, feeling in their element. Two brawlers on the point, but no Sans just yet to push back Ducky. He's in position now as Gadget active. Needs to get over here and get active himself so that Patchy can come in and finish off the kill versus Zem.
Now, Sans has been very disruptive. A bit of a problem here, but with Patchy going down, now Zeus are poised to start to bring this game back. Bobby's in a bit of an awkward spot, wants to try and come forward. Doesn't have the Dancing Flames gadget because he realizes he'll get burst down too quickly by Zemp if he turns up. Another nice combo spinner finish, and that's another aggressive thrust by Ali Stifle.
Patchy's thinking about coming around behind this turret. Meanwhile, on the home point, Zemp gets those hypercharge bats out, but dies to the fire of Bobby. Only Realm are all over Zeus Esports. They're trying to take down this turret. It's going to be the responsibility of Patchy. Now Bobby in with a hypercharge. Zip dashes right past it onto Bobby, and Zip ends up getting taken down by Sans, who rotates forward into position behind. Meanwhile, Patchy just staying alive, being a distraction, baiting out the shots. Tyrant doing his best to also suck away some ammunition. He's not going to survive this burn, and Zip this time denied on his aggressive attempt at a kill.
Yeah, this could be it here. I think Only Realm managing to come up with the goods, and Bobby has been really hard to push over this round. The Amber into the Mortis. You notice that Zemp, even with the extra shielding, has at times struggled to deal with that flaming threat. Dive on Apache here, not quite enough there from Zemp. The Stu survives at about 700 HP, and Tyrant can't really afford to worry about it because Bobby is lighting him up. Oh, the Ironhide doesn't connect, but one of the Bs do, and that's important now. Zeus have gotten back into the game. Sands is trying to disrupt them here, but Zeus had too many players on the point. It's really a fine margin between these two teams, but that's still 2 sets now for Zeus.
A 4% difference to end things off. That has to really, really hurt. If you're only Realm right now, you're thinking, oh my God, are we letting this happen again? The bracket has been bestowed upon us. We don't have to face Team Electros at any stage, right? Once again, they're on the opposite side. We have no Tribe Gaming to face. There's no Vatic. Just Zeus. You just have to get through Tyrant and Zemp's new squad. Ducky was a recent pickup as well. Ducky with the Y and a B emoji after it. I can imagine for every player on Only Realm, they never could have foreseen themselves in this position, down 2 sets against a team that I can't picture them ever taking these opponents seriously.
Yeah, frustrating, I think, for Only Realm, because it feels like they've barely got a warm-up coming into this game, and they've been met with a brick wall pretty much straight away. The Mortis play from Zem's been excellent. It felt like we saw Sand step up, but there was an answer to the Mortis. The Ember, Bobby was able to handle that threat 1-to-1, but again, like Zem still did too much work over the course of this game, and meanwhile, no one is looking at Ducky. If Sands is not able to dive successfully, Ducky is doing whatever he pleases.
7 kills on the B, 14 on the Mortis, and Zemp is a player that we talked about before, how dangerous he truly is on these Mortises, these Lilies. So maybe those are brawlers you actually have to ban out against this team.
I suppose so. I think that, you know, when we get onto some of these maps, even with like global bans available to you, you can't. I mean, they already tried to eliminate all the tanks. I mean, Zemp doesn't just play Mortis. The guy plays tanks. He calls himself the Tank Goat. So you've gotten rid of 2 of them with the global bans. I guess you could start throwing Mortis bans out, but there's always going to be something from these guys. So.
It's pretty much what I'm thinking. Like, they've already gotten rid of the 2 premier aggressive tanky brawlers in the game. It helps to also stabilize the draft and normalize things quite a bit, but still just not able to push back that Mortis. But did they really even draft anything that stuck out to you as a Mortis counter? No, not to me. And it feels like, I mean, it's not like they're playing entirely blind drafts, but I feel like they're very much playing their own brand of Brawl Stars. They refuse to kneel to these opponents and play Brawl Stars on their terms.
In any case, if Zeus Esports takes this next set, this is already gonna be determined who will make it into the grand finals. It would actually be 2 teams who came through the lower brackets, who lost in the monthly qualifiers, both Tribe and Zeus Esports actually not having the best start into the March monthly finals. And it would also mean that the casters are back at cursing with our predictions, honestly. We cursed Vatic, we cursed Team Electros. We all said only Realm would take this one, and they're 2-0 down.
Oh, I don't want to see my Preds. That's fine. I mean, that's a sign of a healthy region, in my opinion. I'm quite happy to see this level of froth in NA if it produces like a team that can really compete on the world stage, which I'm sorry, but for NA, like, it's been a while.
It has.
They've been on the South America trajectory for a hot minute here, while, regions like MEA are pushing ahead, East Asia are pushing ahead. We need to see, a real king out of this region. So I don't mind if they're going to go back and forth a little bit here regionally first.
It's important to have that, inter-region competition to create the best players from the region. And look, if Only Realm have to be put to the test, favorites they may be, they need to be spurred to keep trying and keep improving to be real competitors on the international stage. They made it to semis in the last month, so they are still, it's not like it's over. It's not like they missed a qualifier or anything like that. So they're still in the mix. It's early on in the season, but we need to see the signs of life early on. These guys have been afforded the chance to make a grand final 2 months in a row. It could be Zeus shutting them out.
On the right-hand side, we already have the gem carry here in the draft booth. Janet, left-hand side, still needs 1. And in comes the Ham once more. Super interesting pick. Before, it was simply as a counter to Finks. Now Pam is picked up on her own, and she's not a brawler that we see too often currently. Right-hand side now, still a lot of options open. I would go with DPS here against the Pam, and Chester is still left open.
Oh, that is a decent shout, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, having something that can really, hit you with some really nasty nuke potential on the map. When you've already got such a safe mid, Rico, I think, fills that same sort of niche. He is someone who's going to basically blast you to oblivion in one of those side lanes. One of the most oppressive brawlers that you have to deal with in that part of the map.
Once upon a time, Rico was just like always insta-lock first pick on this map. And now it's been relegated to far later here on Hard Rock Mine. It's a little curious. I would say also the counter to Rico play is just don't play the lane, basically. Yeah, because the objective is not on the lane. Now, it is tough if you get trapped in your own spawn. You let the Rico push up too much, so it's not completely ignorable. It comes down to the person piloting that Rico. How are they able to navigate if you just totally ignore them?
So we have a kit here alongside the Rico. You're right. So we might end up seeing the map get split, so east to west. Just because people are not interested in dealing with the Rico. But now, obviously, you've got another threat as well to be looking to get into your backline. It's going to be the kit picked up here. Obviously, extremely potent at going after that gem carrier. With a hypercharge, that kit can just go and go. The Lily response very reasonable here. Janet is one of the safest mids, one of the hardest to remove, but you have a gap-closing assassin with burst damage and the element of surprise from that gadget. It's about as good as it gets. And even that might not be enough to really put Ducky under pressure.
We have a Spike and the Lily on the left-hand side, and then the Pam that I believe only Realm hasn't played in Hard Rock Mine in any of their scrims, which is such an interesting pick to me. They must have known that on the other side we're going to have some aggressor here with Kit coming in. Now, who's the better brawler at turning things around at the end, Lily or Kit?
I think they're both actually quite close competitors. I want to put my money on Lily because she can go into the Shadow Realm. She's way more easily able to escape. Only Realm need this Lily to do a lot of work. It's fine if it kind of, blows for most of the game, as long as it can steal back the gems at the end. So Zeus Esports are one set away from upsetting Only Realm. This roster of Sans, Bobby, and Patchy, once again, it's going to be stunned right out of spawn. Sans double stunned after he was feeding so much damage to Zemp.
All right, well, those gems will truly drop. So Tyrant's going to be able to get in, scoop up a number of them. It's 4-0 now, and Zemp is behind enemy lines, looking to build up another super. He's done so. Dive onto Bobby. Follow-up damage, though, needs to be there, and frankly, there's no sightline for Tyrant.
Ducky on the right side. Not the greatest super ever. At least he's established his position over here. No one really wants to mess with him. Meanwhile, deep in enemy territory, Only Realm sacrifice their Lily they may have, but they have that hypercharged super. It travels really fast, it ricochets, and it sends enemies to the Shadow Realm. It's exactly what Sans would like to get onto Janet. It also travels so quickly that if you're at a pretty respectable range, then you can get it. Well, he's going to get comms on where Tyrant is. Tyrant's forced to fly away. Still has the hypercharge, so it's not really the end of the world, but a double kill on the enemy side hands over so much control to Only Realm.
Yeah, I feel like I agree with your assessment. The Lily, I'm feeling favored. No, is favored against the Kit. In all cases outside of hypercharge, which Zemp has just been able to develop. Sans might want to try and take the Kit out of the game now. But we'll see Zemp back away. He is going to be the kill. Wow, wow. They just died. They all just ceased to exist. Nicely done from Sans. Perfect little chain of eliminations. And that gives Only Realm the lead. Now they're in position to start to close this round out.
That's got to be the most insane double kill I've ever seen from a Lily in my entire life. Sans has the medal to make this happen once more. Went for the super onto Zemp. Couldn't get the takedown. Bobby still only needs one gem. Zeus need two. It's a game of tempo at this point. You have to get a sizable lead on your opponent. Ducky with a hypercharge. It looks pretty good. Zemp with a hypercharge as well. Bobby can't stay alive. Sans also stunned. Oh, and he picks up the gems. It's the last thing that he wanted, as he does have to play aggro. Moves in, looks for the kill on Ducky. All it does is stun things out for a little bit longer. Equalizes the gem count. Sans cannot afford to die. That is the most troublesome thing for this team. Their aggro is part of their win.
Zemp's happy to trade 1-for-1 though, as the Rico is back in the game. 11 plays, 11 now in terms of gems, and this one should spawn favorably for for Only Realm rather, as Bobby's about to snap that one up and start the countdown anew. Zemp, that's probably not where you want to find yourself there. There's a lot of healing thanks to that Pam. Tyrant star now with hypercharge available. Just tries to super and clear that out of the way.
Yeah, not going to happen, though. Behind the Indestructibles, the Janet damage won't be enough, and I don't know if anyone will be able to get in there. Ducky definitely gave it his best attempt, but I think it was more focused on Patchy. Bobby also due to fall with these gems. Sans can pop into the Shadow Realm, but it didn't get that hairy. Also trying to bait Zemp forward. That's big damage for Patchy. One more will do it. There's Sans for the assassination. Gems back in their possession. We're getting pretty close to the final gem spawning. Tyrant gets to soar away with a treasure trove of gems. Still, I think. No, not quite enough time. They have to interrupt this countdown. Bobby closing in. They would love to get a kill here. It's what they need. Everyone circling around. Tyrant can't escape with a backstage pass. It looks like he popped it into the wall. All these gems recovered. No, at the final second, only Realm have just enough gems. As regulation expires, they stay alive.
Just enough health as well. They were very low, but this Pam healing has been so instrumental over the course of the map. It gives you a place to fall back to when the kit tries to dive. You can't be diving someone sitting on top of a healing turret if you're the kit, and frankly, Zeus don't have a reliable way of clearing them out.
It's not match point quite yet. Only Realm could be waking up here, but this one was traded back and forth so actively. Yo, Patchy, there's a cat in the right side, and you're dead. That's the way the kit matchup goes when it's not versus someone who's skilled in the close range matchups and not, you know, brawler-wise. Tyrant's gonna fall with all these gems. Bobby traded for Zip as long as Patchy can get this shot.
Oh.
Why? Does Patchy not have the faith that he can hit a close-range shot so he feels the need to close in and go for an auto-aim and then never use it?
Zim got away with absolute bloody murder there. Really, that was disgusting. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, 5 gems on the kid. So that's not ideal. However, Zeus have gotten off to a good start and they have a gem lead. They're low in health though, and Sans is pushing the line of scrimmage quite far forward. Tyrant here in a weird situation where he gets to play that much more aggressively. This is an odd interaction, of course, as you can sort of fly around with the Janet and throw some of those yarn balls down. That's Patchy out of the picture.
It's the brawler that keeps on giving. Kit, assassin, support, freaking, you know, bombs dropping from the sky. Yeah, airstrike. Nothing is off the table. It's plenty of combinations that they can go for. Zeus Esports, though, have gotten just a slight advantage over Only Realm so far. Has the hypercharged Zimp, that is. Would love to stun Bobby, but he knows that Sans is ready on the right side. I can't believe Patchy managed to push back Ducky. Zimp knows that it's drive time. Bobby gonna be taken down, making 2 kills. Tyrant tries to fly away, gets 1 kill. Sans forced into the Shadow Realm just to stay alive. And these gems could hand over to Zeus Esports, only barely don't.
Yeah, that was nicely done there. Good timing off the gadget for Sans. Bobby with 4 gems to his name as well. Patchy's done such a good job at controlling Ducky on this round. And that's it. Only Realm, we're going to take the game away. The difference maker is the Lily, but everybody contributes there to a really important set win.
Comfort brawlers for individual players here. Also, Spike, you know, not necessarily that difficult to play. However, Patchy is going to make him look like a fantastic brawler on the right side. Yeah. Take a quick break, man. Stand up, walk around a little bit. I feel like after he walked up to Kit and then gave him 3 shots, got taken down with the cycled super, he's like, dude, I'm finished. I need to lock back in. And it worked. He also got to the appropriate matchup on the right side. As difficult as it is to face a Rico on lane, he took the appropriate position and he just played it so clean.
Yeah, I like what we saw from Patchy here on the Spike. Hard to find success against the oppressive laning of Rico, and we mentioned sometimes you just sort of opt out of it entirely. This is good though. Patchy knew he had to just basically blow all of his shots there to keep the Pam alive. Many of these rounds went to the wire. Sans with 320 health into the Shadow Realm to keep those gems standing. It's a great gameplay from both sides, and Only Realm at least have come to play, finally.
And that first game was absolutely ridiculous. We actually had every single gem spawning. It only spawns 29 gems, and we also ran all the way to the end of the round. Is this going to be the second reverse sweep in a row here?
Well, the first one started off at the brink of defeat, right? So, could be. How much faith do you have in Only Realm at this exact moment?
No, I'm calling a fake comeback from Only Realm.
Yeah, the complete waste of time, a little, you know, 2 sets,
I just think
2 sets.
The draft was slightly cheeks from Zeus Esports there. I know what the kid is supposed to do there, but Sans looks incredible on the Lily. Frankly, Only Realm step up. I don't want to simply pin it on the draft situation, but it did not feel like a very durable composition that we saw from Zeus at all, which meant that the margin of error was very, very fine.
It's only 1:30 a.m. here in Copenhagen, so I think Only Realm just wants to bless us with a little bit more Brawl Stars before we get to sleep. We want to see those close matches. We are in the semifinals now, and the grand final, I hope, is also going to be super close. Zeus or Only Realm, who have what it takes to potentially take down Tribe Gaming when not even Team Electros can do it today?
That's a really spooky thought. I wanted to put my
really
chips on Only Realm, but now I'm seeing them fall to Zeus.
Damn, the Bobby respect. I like it. Okay. Piper banned out here by Zeus Esports with Pierce already been globally banned, but I've seen Bobby just pick Mandy in cases like this, so never doubt it. He'll find a sharpshooter to play, don't worry. Also, Bell is still an option, but I think Kaze is definitely the highest priority pick here, and that's been secured by Zeus.
Okay, 2-3 turn to follow. Into the Kaze, do you just accept that Blue Star is not yours? Bell, yeah, comfort pick. You pointed it out. This is a Bobby comfort pick. I think Sands can play this quite well also. If you are playing for control, then you can slap down a bunch of nest eggs on one side of the map, deny entry, deny exit, too. And it's also really useful to shoot at mid in the early game versus a Kaze. Sometimes the response to a Kaze is to just like try and kill it the moment, nuke it from the moment it tries to get the blue star. And if you hit her with the bell, then that brawler is going to be carrying back that contagious shot back to its teammates.
Okay, I really liked the Jaeyoung that we saw last time from Only Realm. I think they actually played it out in the open. It was Sands. Kind of cool, making use of that Weekend Warrior to like destroy spawner balls or to pressure people from behind walls. But yeah, another really solid pick for this map especially.
We still have Jean left open here. Could be a potential pick here for the right-hand side and would be a supporter. It's going to be a different one though. Byron is going to come in here and you need something to support that Kaze. Of course, she's going to get that blue star at the beginning of the round, and with that, already a huge winning potential for Zeus Esports if they can keep her alive and if they can make sure that Only Realm never comes too close. Second supporter here. How do you make your opponents not come close? You have a lot of damage. What do two supporters not offer?
Is it damage?
Exactly. 100 points for Ready.
Wow,
and also,
thank you so much.
And then you also have the Kaze, who has to come in close and comfy with your opponents. They can't really hold them at range, and that's what you want to do. Usually when you have the blue star, left-hand side now has a last pick. They already have the Jaeyoung. Who do they want to speed up here? It is going to be the Jean, mentioned before. And when they have that hook ready, the super available, that Jaeyoung speed is going to come in clutch.
Yeah, it feels like budget Jean Max, the comp we always used to see on this kind of map. Obviously, Max offers you a little bit more individually. Neither team has really very high damage output, but I mentioned it earlier on tonight, don't underestimate the damage that Jaeyoung can do under Weekend Warrior. It's quite potent. But in general, yeah, this is going to be very much predicated on the blue star being picked up by the Kaze, and we're going to be looking at Only Realm that have to find a way to come forward. Can they choke their opponents out of the map? They don't want to overexpose themselves to be dove by Zemp.
Wow, look how quickly Zemp comes up and grabs that blue star in the right side. Now, once Bobby gets this super, Zemp is going to be a slippery one, but he could drag him through, get that pull, and break down some walls. Patchy with first blood on the right side versus Tyrant, who totally outranges him. That's an excellent response here from Only Realm. They don't want to back away too much because they would love to hang on to this position. Doesn't seem like Sands is too intent on occupying that left side either. Even though it's a strong position to keep your opponents in their spawn, Zeus Esports were a little too high for them to assume that position. They'll opt for defense instead. And anytime a brawler is trying to aggress Jean, it's a great deal for the Jean because he'll get a super off that.
Sands is so gross. Oh my god, he tapped away. Another Weekend Warrior kill secured here by Patchy. Nice gadget use. I told you, do not sleep on Jaeyoung's damage output, especially if he can speed himself prior to using that gadget. That's how Tyrant got picked up in the first place. And again, the ranged damage is already enough from Zeus Esports to dissuade those moments from Patchy who wants to speed forward. And now, there is a magic hand in the mix.
I wonder if anyone on Zeus Esports clocked that he has that pull. He may have been off screen. He was in the bushes for a while. Could be some knowledge that he's holding back. Zemp moved forward to try and bait it out if it were there. Don't know whether they're totally certain that the pull exists, but they are respecting that effective radius of pressure that Jean's pull typically exerts. 25 seconds left. It's about to be the point of no return for Zeus Esports. They have to push in now.
The Sands is hitting everybody, man. This is insane. Zemp tried to step up. He got hit. Tyrant wants to make his way through. Ducky's getting hammered. He actually ate a nest egg there, so he's in grave danger. 10 seconds left now. Tyrant's going to come with a hypercharged super. Dangerous on the Bobby, but Zemp just gets flattened. Sands is tapping like crazy. Ducky with the super. Patchy doesn't mind going down here because the job is done. Nice opener from Only Realm, and they convert.
Patchy looked so awesome on the aggression. He dealt with the Byron really well. It was just like not proper backlines for the Byron. He was not far back enough, basically, over towards the right side, where he was able to get damaged by the Jae Young with the weakened warrior and then the damage to follow. Also, let's not forget the early stages where Patchy kind of overextended, but profited because of it, because he got the kill onto Byron. You'll see him on the right side once more, gets the opening kill versus Kaze. It's a blue star, it's a 2-star, and another one for Bobby. This is a fantastic way to open game 2.
Jae Young's pretty sick, man. I'm not gonna lie. Just being able to hit on the other side of the wall is a big difference maker, when that's kind of what Zemp is depending on to actually take any sort of map control. That's sick. And we talked a lot about how Patchy's starting to find his place in this team. Already seeing the chemistry start to take place between him and Bobby on the right-hand side of the map. That stuff has to be pretty unspoken, so looks like they both landed on the same idea at about the same time.
Zeus Esports have a 3-star gap to close at the moment. Do they really want to try Patchy again? Well, he has everything they want. Blue star to break the tie. The 3 stars, they need to reach the 4 and get to only Realms count so far. No one really wants to make the first move. I think Zeus Esports are intent on waiting until the later stages. Ducky, gets a super for some support onto Zemp. Zemp knows that all he's going to do is feed damage to the opposing side. Gene has a super. It's a nightmare situation for Zeus Esports. All they can let happen is for the time to expire and for Only Realm to have no other choice but to move back.
Yeah, I mean, the truth is the Kaze is really designed to get that blue star. Outside of that, especially against this comp, there's not much else to be done. And Zemp is finding out the hard way. Dash forward, Weekend Warrior used by Patchy. He is looking for a fight. Ducky is extremely low. Tyrant gets caught out. Yeah, they're getting flattened. Okay, Magic Hand is going to catch Ducky out. He was already low as it was, and we're heading to a set 5, folks. I'm going to give it to you straight.
Yeah, there's no way for Only Realm to lose this unless something catastrophic happens. A bit of foreshadowing. Perhaps Sans lands no, it doesn't land the mark, but he's got Zemp pretty low. Same for Ducky. No vision on the right side. It's a little complicated for Patchy, but when things are in point blank, he's able to land those shots so effectively. On the left side, a little torturous for Ducky as he trips every single nest to egg. His entry into the home zone disrupted. Well, looks like Only Realm are doing exactly what they needed to do. Hey, look, all you got to do is win 3 sets. Doesn't really matter when. Yeah.
That is fair. Although I do think that if you want to try and avoid the hypertension aspect of being a pro player, you want to win them earlier on in the series, or ideally all of them. Unfortunately, for Zeus, they didn't quite get all 3 of them. Now they're going to fight tooth and nail to stay in this series in a decider set. Great tenacity, I think we're seeing here from Only Realm to come back. Also, just great game plan. I'm really liking still seeing the Jae Young on this bounty map.
And I want to say it once more. Ready? What were they missing?
Yeah, damage.
Omelette du damage.
I really feel like that was a classic outdraft. On the Zeus Esports side, they had the Kaze as first pick. Super nice pick. Picked the most times ever on a map like this one. You get the blue star, you win the game if you only make sure you survive. But they have nothing to hold Only Realm back. They just speed up the map with Patchy on that Jae Young, and he every time got the first kill within just a couple of seconds. Yeah, when you have the Kaze already on your team, you have to make sure that you actually make the comp work. And we see it here. Again, what are they missing?
Damage.
Good job, guys.
I mean, Tyrant also was getting farmed. He outranged Patchy for the most part and got his rear end handed to him. Then he swapped into the matchup against the Bell, and Sans was, this DPS is actually pretty sick considering that we had, almost the max length of round possible, having like 277 DPS on the Bell. Like, these shots are being hit, which means that the positive feedback is constantly giving you the shield to withstand the pretty anemic poke damage that's coming. So Bell feels basically unkillable. And Zemp was a spectator for that entire game. Bro, I hope he's getting his star drops. Because that's about all we got out of that experience at all. No blue star, no maidens, no dub. It's tough.
Bell to chip them down, and then Jae Young to confirm those kills. Really well played from Only Realm. And once again, that was a complete outdraft. So now for set number 5, I want to see some well-balanced comps from both sides, so we actually see a good game and not just an absolute stomp.
Oh, set 5. How I knew you were coming in this match. There's no way that Only Realm were going down to Zeus without a fight, and there's no way Zeus was going to get the upper hand without having to go the absolute distance. Let's break down some of these bans as we wait for number 1 to come in from Zeus. It's Nita, Ruffs, and Crow. I think Crow is pretty consistent. Ruffs just because they don't want to deal with like hypercharge madness as well as the wall break. On the other side, it's just good, consistent stuff banned out. They want to play with basically the other brawlers than the ones du jour, du current meta.
Yeah, they are all like very the serviceable mid-range brawlers, right? Some are stopping power or like dive potential. That's kind of what they're going for here. Rika looked in pretty early on now. Ducky, his job on Hard Rock Mine was to really flatten that lane and probably force Only Realm out of playing like the vertical lanes and trying to split the map differently. But he lost to Patchy. He lost to his fight. He straight up was getting 1-to-1 here. The Colt is super interesting. And the Melody. We almost never see this brawler at the moment. But of course, she boasts fantastic all-in potential with that gadget and hypercharge. I'd like this. This is really brash, confident drafting out of Only Realm.
And I think that was pretty obvious. If you pick a Rico as first pick, he does a lot of damage to safe and he holds down mid like no other brawler, except if you open up the map. And we do have a pretty good brawler at the moment who also have a Buffy, does a lot of damage to safe and can open up the map for you, and that's Colt right there. Melody also picked up here. They have so much damage already on the left-hand side here for Only Realm. Lily coming in now on the right-hand side. She's okay.
I mean, Colt does not have any inherent mobility.
Fair, but she will not do too well without walls either.
Yeah.
Now if they round the comp off with the thrower, we have the happy trio of we're just gonna be spawned camped eventually when all the walls are broken open.
I will say that Colt can get some evasiveness, you know, with the Buffy. He's able to move a little bit faster with each shot as long as he's running slick boots. So, it, like, could help him juke things out. I think the priority here for Colt, aside from anything else, is going to just be the wall break. That is the response, because with Colonel Ruff spanned out, that's really the usual way that you get this accomplished. And you can see how much Zeus are doubling down on the presence of those walls. They have something that needs bushes, they have something that needs the walls, and I just, whoa, yo, what's Bobby laughing about? I'm curious, do they feel that confident right now? They haven't even picked their last... I mean, oh my gosh. Okay. Wait, this would be a legacy Shade game, because point out the wall breakers on Zeus. They've taken away the last wall breaker in Colt, and now they can just opt to leave them all open. This is a brawler that Sans spams. This is his comfort zone. This is their set to win. They have all of the factors going for them. And Zeus had to be expecting this, by the way, because Shade is one of their top brawlers as a team.
Semi-final number 1 ended in a reverse sweep. Now this one is shaping up to be the second one in a row. Can Only Realm complete it, or can Zeus Esports claim back some of these points and that last set to make it to the grand finals?
Bobby does open up the wall a little bit here. I guess these vertical ones less useful to try and crack this map open somewhat. Patchy going to be accosted by Zeb early here. Patchy, who doesn't actually have extra durability outside of the use of that gadget. Without music notes, it's really not worth it. Multi-low launcher here for Ducky in the mid, and Only Realm frankly just get mowed over. Patchy very quickly off spawn. Now needs to go after Tyrant, who's got some pretty impressive safe damage already.
Well, they've killed everyone. There's not a remnant of Zeus Esports on Only Realm's side now, so they get to hammer away. They say Bobby alone drops 25%. That is how strong Colt is right now. It only took him 4 clips, but he has to know that Zemp is moving forward. But doesn't even get taken down. Sans and Patchy together managed to help him out for the elimination. Sans has the super that he wants. Doesn't have the hypercharge quite yet. It's a pretty good laser. Patchy's also focused on these kills. Now has a wide open space to walk counterclockwise around the safe for the maximum damage possible with Melody.
Yeah, pops that gadget as well just to stay long enough to get a knock down to that second stage, or rather the third stage of shielding. Here comes Sans as well with a hypercharge super. Remember, every clap is hitting for maximum damage under hypercharge. It is really scary to have to deal with Shade under those conditions. Sans though just pops a normal super, wants to threaten the safe, I'm sure, and keep that damage coming. And again, hitting for 4% per hit. Pretty respectable now, as Bobby and Zeb are going at it, but Zeb in the Shadow Realm can't really go after the safe here, so needs to try and split between dealing with anti-personnel and anti-safe measures.
Patchy's also got to be just one shot off of a super. As Bobby falls, Patchy knows that he's so close to victory. Gonna go for it? No! Actually spams his dashes into the wall. Could that be a throw? It's 50% on Only Realm safe. The shield has been procced. Only Realm just need to make one solid push forward. Just go ahead and pop the hypercharge.
Oh,
Sands gets the tech for the double long slap, and it just looks wonderful for Only Realm. An outcomp, the smile on Bobby's face when they saw it's Shade. It's exactly what we wanted. Sands showing a little bit of emotion here because he knows that finally he held up his hand saying, please, please let me finally have this. And it looks like his wish may be granted.
Like what we're seeing from Only Realm. The drafting is excellent. Perhaps those years of experience are starting to show when that was an area of their game that they often felt most criticized for. Again, we'll open up the map. So this Rico just doesn't feel quite as oppressive, and Patchy is already eyeing off that safe. This is going to force Tyrant into defense mode, and Zemp flattened already. Sands is loving life right now. He gets to play the Shade, and he makes it look awful good.
Zeus Esports are taking heavy hits on their safe. They're doling out some damage to Only Realms. However, it's not without some casualties suffered on their side. It's going to be an aggressive play forward for Sands. Looks for 1, 2, 3 slaps. Meanwhile, Ducky contested on the right side. Zimp as an assassin doing his best to defend, and he actually will get a super. It's completely whiffed. It hit that obstacle on the left side. Just the worst possible situation. Sands also going to be outside of this wall, trying to defend against Zimp. Gets one shot, but not the next. Bobby now thrown to the realm, pivots and gets the kill. Patchy still alive at mid, has his super, has all those notes. It's looking good for Only Realm. What can Zeus do here?
Yeah, again, Only Realm just forced their way back into the map, and it's a double clap there for Sands. Really no coming back from it now as its safe is knocked down to 50% and Zed can barely get into the map. Bobby has a bullet storm and he turns it into 10% safe damage. Here comes a Melody. Patchy with the gadget pop there. Ducky able to stay alive, but it's map control that's been garnered by that aggressive play from Melody. And now Sands will knock Tyrant out of the game. More safe damage? Thank you very much. It is teetering on the edge as Patchy comes in with an extra bit of damage. Only Realm was so close here to completing the reverse sweep.
3% remaining. Sands, all he has to do is go forward, use his gadget, and get that last bit of damage on the save. A crit would do it. Gets it! And that's Only Realm headed to the grand finals. It's what they couldn't muster last month. It's what Sands and Bobby couldn't get together until the final month.
Sorry, but the narrative here, I just can't keep up with it. Last month it was about the rookies, and now our grand finals is literally Unks Anonymous.
It is.
What is going on?
I mean, that's exactly what we wanted, right? Something different every single month. And Only Realm delivered. They did not make it into the finals last month. They dropped out in the semifinals. Guess who else dropped out in the semis? Tribe Gaming. So they now improved, both of them. We're looking at the stats here. Sands with 10 kills. Bobby opening up the map and doing the most damage across the field. And it kind of played out exactly as we predicted. At the beginning, Zeus Esports always were the ones to actually hit the save first, got some damage done. But as soon as the map was open, it was Only Realm completely walking over them. And I really got a feel from them here. They were 2-0 up, so close to make it into one of their first grand finals ever. And the draft just wasn't it in the last 2 rounds.
The first pick Rico on Hot Potato, though, is a little bit of a head scratcher because it really opens you up to literally any wall break in this game of Brawl Stars. And that's exactly what we saw, right? And the fact is that, yeah, I love this from Only Realm because they realize that they do need some walls, right, to make the Shade work. But if they knock out one of the vertical walls in the middle of the map, the Rico's effectiveness is drastically reduced. There's no longer this nasty corridor that you basically have to stay out of entirely. So half the map is for the Shade, and the rest Bobby just knocks out with a Colt. Just has his 6 sightline on the safe. Exactly.
Zeus Esports 2-0 up, and then they just get outdrafted 3 times in a row, really. It was so unfortunate. Ready? Who are you thinking is going to take the grand final now? We're going to have to say goodbye to you in a second, sir.
Yeah. I'm just going to cast my prediction here. I'm sorry to Only Realm, but I put my chips on Tribe Gaming this time. I think they can ascend to their former glory. I think they put in the work and the hours to take what's theirs.
Okay.
And let's have a look at this grand final now. How did you call it so nicely, Uber?
Unks Anonymous.
Unks Anonymous in the grand finals.
By the way, they're like average age of 20, so, you know, I'm obviously stretching that term a whole lot here, but it is the previous household names in North American Brawl Stars returning for a victory lap, perhaps. I mean, only one of these teams, of course, advances victorious here, but we've got the youngsters of Team Electros and Gnosis, who also looks really promising. Vatic, who, you know, suffice to say, they spent a lot of money on trying to, you know, have a strong case to be made for a championship here in North America. And even like this Zeus Esports team that looked really promising, strong game over Vic Day, a lot of 3-2s by the way, that makes sense why it's so late here, but good to see Tribe Gaming find their feet and also find their footing with Diego in this team. You can say the same of Only Realm. We've got two teams with legacy cores that have brought in another player and have managed to acclimate them by the second month. I think that's quick enough.
Arky were here also last weekend. We had 4 3-2s in the EMEA region, and we got some teasers online on social media where people were saying, oh, NA, you could never deliver a monthly final like that. So many close matches, not for you.
That's crazy.
We're on the way there if the grand final is also a 3-2.
Yeah, it's super crazy to see like so many reverse sweeps, so many kind of unexpected ways of just coming back. And NA is my favorite region. It's that for a reason.
You said that before, he still stands by his words. We already had ready sets predictions. Let's also look at what all of us said. As I kind of said before, we are kind of jinxing today, not gonna lie. Vatic had 4 votes of us, Team Electros as well. At least we were right now with Only Realm, but we were kind of close.
We were almost very not right there. We all... well, I'm sure this can't go wrong at all, right? There's no way that we all end up being wrong. No. I'm sure Tribe have this, guys. Don't worry.
Let's see if Tribe Gaming can get back into their era. I hope all of the viewers at home have also voted, because you can still get those pins. You only get them this weekend, so they're super exclusive. I really hope I get that spray. It's so cool. But yeah, anyway, you can also now get rewards by competing in the Championship Challenge, qualifiers, monthly finals. So if Tribe Gaming wins this one, they get a Chaos Drop per round. It actually would be clever to stretch it all the way to a 3-2 to get more Chaos Drops.
Don't do that.
Big brain.
It's very late here in Durham.
Yeah, to be fair.
give us a compelling and exciting grand final, but we don't have to drag this out, guys. It's okay. We've got lives to live.
And of course, they want to gain some points, not only through the monthly finals for honor and glory, but also towards the Brawl Cup. Your tickets and mark your calendars. May 15th and 17th, we want to see you in Berlin, and maybe we're gonna see Tribe or Only Realm there. This is gonna be our grand final for the North America March Monthly Finals, Tribe versus Only Realm. One of those teams we have seen a couple of times already in the monthly finals, but that was last year. Tribe Gaming absolutely dominating, making every single grand final, winning 4 out of 6. On the other side with Only Realm, also a quite seasoned team, but not quite as successful in recent times.
Yeah, and we've seen this happen a lot across not just North America, but multiple regions in that respect. And, it seems like we've just gone past these golden days in Brawl, when we had like the STMN versus Tribe, and now it's starting to bring itself back a little bit, but it still hasn't answered the question in my mind of like, are some people washed? Are they kind of past their prime? Just got to put it out there and say how it is. But I'm glad that we're starting to see some variation, and it's great to see Bobby back in the grand finals. Yeah.
I mean, I was really uncharitable towards these guys, frankly. I was calling a fake comeback in the previous game. I really thought Zeus would get there. That's just based on, I think, how they started the series, but it's nice to see, I think, this Only Realm team find themselves, again, great to see that competitive spark. It's great to see the reactions, especially from Sans. It's always written on his face. The guy's such an open book. And yeah, it's great to see Patchy not just play control brawlers for the whole series, right? We saw him on the Stew. It actually had an incredible showing. I thought his spike against the Recode lane was great. He didn't shy away from that challenge, so I'm really impressed, and it seems like this might be exactly what Bobby and Sans needed.
Both of them played a 3-2 in the semi-finals, and we will have a new winner also in this region. My personal wish was that we get a new winner in every single region, and so far we got that. Now for an A as well, because Tribe won against Team Electros. We want to see just how close they came in the semi-finals. Also in the draft here, we're going to start with Only Realm. This was their draft.
Yeah, I think like for me, the Shade standout at the end there, that was quite exciting. They played a ton of different comps and styles as well. I love the Jaeyong and Hideout. That was really nice from Patchy. Sands gets to, show off the Shade towards the end of that series. A lot of Crow bans. They don't want to deal with it for most of this series, and it kind of makes sense, even though I feel like the Brawler is kind of a trap. This pick and ban was very much about them trying to find ways to deal with Mortis or to deal with that aggression and make sure that tanks were not allowed to be played at all.
Sands hates Crow. Like, if there's one thing about Sands, is he loves Sandy, he hates Crow. And I think it makes a lot of sense for that reason.
Tribe Gaming on the other side, also a lot of Crow bans there, not picked him up a single time, so maybe they're doing Sands a favor.
Maybe, yeah. That could well be the case in this grand finals for sure. But again, the thing that's really surprised me about Tribe today is just like how little they are picking up tanks. Like they're focusing all their attention in just kind of like working around it, not picking the counters and allowing Yuffie to go on these kind of like Mortis tears. So great to see finally a global ban for the Mortis because that's been a long time coming.
And they're still winning at a lot of the tank counters with Ems in the first round, then Otis, now Spike, and always accompanied by that Ruffs. They really seem to hate this brawler. They do not want to see him whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't really know what their issue was with him so much. I mean, Ruffs has been fine, but it's terrible against any sort of gap-closing tanks like your Lilies or the Mortises of the world. So don't even know what the thinking is here, but it is surprising on that note to see Tribe Gaming shy away from tanks when this is the team that features RBM. Like, these guys are playing double tank when they possibly could. And RBM always looked very, very good on those gap closer, assassinate, or just the high health pool brawlers that wanted to try and get up in your face.
These are the maps for the series. We're going to kick things off on Brawl Ball, the fan favorite. Sneaky Fields, followed up by Durling Beetle, Spells Rock, Safe Zone, and Shooting Star. And I do hope we get to see every single one of these maps. As I mentioned before, the grand final is supposed to be close. Both of these teams have fought so hard to even land here. It would be super unfortunate if one of them would have to say goodbye in a 3-0 loss.
Yeah, I mean, well, for Tribe's sake, that almost happened in the semis, but they were able to put a stop to it and turn things around at just the final hour. But, it can happen. It can absolutely happen. I could see it happening in the grand finals. It could be a sweep. I know, Sonny, you love them to go to the 5th and final set, but, it's like almost, 2 a.m. here? Like, we're all right if it's a sweep.
It wasn't actually only Tribe, it was also a reverse sweep for only Realms. So let's see if it's going to be a reverse sweep in our grand finals of the March monthly finals. And this is going to be a battle between the Unks plus Patchy plus Diego Gamer on
not old at all, but
yeah,
whatever.
We're kicking things off on Sneaky Fields. Chester is going to be bent out. He was the one I was looking out for, such a strong brawler on a map like this one. They're going to go with Shade here on the left-hand side, just as we talk about Tribe not picking up as many tanks as in the past.
I'm having an L premonition about a potential tank pick here. Do we get to see that sort of from RBM? Obviously, it's a reasonable option. There are other directions you can take your tank play. Notice the Bull has been banned, even though he snuck through global bans, and expect to see the second pick team have to spend a ban slot on that brawler. The only realm here, they're on the red side, and Pierce will be taken up straight away.
Yeah, it's a solid brawler pick. It's definitely one that I feel like it's going to lend itself nicely to this kind of roster as well. Let's see. Sometimes Ashe is it's such a weird one, really, for only realm, but they do kind of consider it sometimes. People as well could be quite a decent brawler to consider. Definitely seen a lot of that already today.
The RBM Ashe we were seeing like every single month for quite a while. Yeah, do they want to? Oh, dude. Okay, really, Frank. I mean, we have seen like many of these buffied tanks banned out, and Frank's always been open. We haven't seen him banned at all. Finally getting picked up here. People still considering him, I guess, to some degree to have what it takes to win at this level.
Pierce and Frank now on the side of only realm. Bobby probably gonna be on that Pierce once more. Talked about it before, how Pierce really shines in the hands of those sniper players like the Luki and Humble, like Bobby on only realm. On the left-hand side now, let's see if your premonition was actually correct. Primo would be a really decent pick into Frank, actually. Vex is gonna be the first pick here. A decent mid into any sniper who can dodge those incoming shots a little bit better.
See how they follow up. Gus could be an option. Give a bit more of a helping hand over to the Shade. Potentially here.
Frank, right?
Sorry?
You have to disrupt this Frank. Right?
Yeah, I mean, but ultimately the Max is designed to overthrow. The Shade is going to be able to use the walls to be able to evade the Frank. I mean, the Frank's kind of already overwhelmed. I don't think they have to necessarily go in too hard with it, but definitely a shutdown wouldn't be the worst things in the world, but it's just not that many. There you go, you got your wish.
Well, I mean, honestly, I wasn't too sure about it until we saw the Frank get picked up. Now you have someone who, like is able to disrupt that, Frank wind-up super. And it's such a classic RVM pick. I really only said I was expecting it because of the map we have and the team we're looking at. So it's going to be fun to see that. We're definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel for tanks right now, though, with many of the good options or the best options off the table.
You're spot on today with your draft, honestly. Did you study some drafts recently?
I mean, I try and do prep, I mean, I don't want to reveal my sources. I have one page of notes.
Your sources. Cough, cough. Stu on the right-hand side, now coming in as last pick. They can open up the map with that, and that's going to help out that Pierce. I think that's the idea behind this whole comp, opening up the map with both Frank and Stu as quickly as possible. This is our first map of the grand final. Let's see who starts off on the better foot.
Well, the Tribe, I feel like there's kind of actually more on the line here, simply because of just how consistent they've been over the years. For Only Realm, I think that, again, a roster which started out the year and patched out retirement. I think that was like one of the wildest stories.
He was done.
Yeah, he was. Look at this already. Tribe wasting no time at all. I like that stall as well before the goal, because ultimately just get that utility as much as possible over and just feed and farm off of Only Realm.
A bit of extra time, give him less time to come back into the game. RBM, wow, he is quick with it. Bobby struggling to connect with him. Eventually he goes down. Here's Luffy, though, trying to clap and maybe gets inside those blocks a second too late. Here come Only Realm now with a bit of mid-control.
Hypercharge. Jaeger Gamer.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah. Okay, super. Going to disrupt slightly, but not too much. Not getting to a good spot. Hypercharge for Luffy. More speed from Jaeger Gamer. Really cycling nicely. Here is RBM going on the aggressive patch. It's looking really, really good. Luffy's got all the speed in the world. I don't think... Oh! Bobby did a good attempt, though, but I didn't think he was going to be able to have enough behind it to prevent it, and that's already a really swift game.
Yeah, that was a lot quicker than I otherwise would have expected. The Shade play is looking pretty good. I mean, you have to try and shut them down pretty quickly as that Shade gets a hypercharge. It gets pretty ugly. Starting to see what Only Realm's comp was capable of when they had that map control. Right here, super thrown down in the goal area. It looks pretty good, but I don't know, man. The Frank isn't quite hitting for me right now. Oh,
nice cancellation from RBM. Patch should have seen it coming, really. Now Jaeger Gamer goes down. This is an open, wide goal and net for Sans to be able to come through here and slot it through. RBM gadget potentially here. I think Sans should have shot that. You're on a Stu. You can earn that back. It's not the end of the world, but you can't really not go for that.
RBM gets that elbow drop and, of course, guaranteed dispossession of the ball. Patchy, though, is healthy enough here to shoot this one through. Good recovery here from Only Realm. That one could have been ugly.
Let's see now, RBM's got a hypercharge, and that's a really, really dangerous prospect. Going to be able to cycle here, getting a ton of value. Sand's going to fall surely here, and RBM going to shoot this to the skies. Nicely down, Luffy on the line, and that is going to be a really good retaliation from Tribe Gaming.
Look at the hypercharges arc. There's so much to work with for Tribe Gaming. They're looking pretty scary. Oh, okay, nice super there from Patchy. That one connects beautifully onto two. Diego can't defend this, and he knows it.
Yeah, it's a nice noise cancellator on that Frank, really. That's kind of why Patchy was able to get so much value and continue the hypercharge forward. Good retaliation there from Only Realm, and definitely like the way that they are considering this prospect. They've got to just continue to run this Frank down, really, and that's all down to Patchy.
Yeah, I like that a lot there. Patchy can get beat up all round as long as he hits a massive hypercharge super like that. All he has to do. RBM getting poked down. He's never going to get out of the corner. Luffy needs to stay alive here, and he knows it. Backs on up here. Super Diego Gamer has to phase shifter ahead of it, but he's out of teammates, and, well, that ball's hitting the back of the net. Make no mistake.
Yeah, that's really nice from Patchy there. Ultimately, no super on the side of Tribe from RBM to be able to try to defend it either, so Diego Gamer, a hypercharge coming in. RBM just lowering himself forwards as well. A lot of scrutiny though, probably full HP. Sands as well, going to be there for the defense, but it's just Sands on his own. Luffy's got the speed, gets the ball. Oh, Diego Gamer, lovely footwork from Tribe Gaming.
And now Shade hypercharge waiting in the wings. Luffy can go full aggressive here, and he's going to. After the Frank first, there's no super build up here for Patchy. Until now, he takes the damage in order to earn it, but Luffy really just runs rings around him. I like the breakthrough there from Sands, but he's bitten off a bit more than he can chew with that shade, and it is an open field now. Patchy desperately trying to keep them in it, but RBM shoots the ball past him, and that is the set taken by Tribe Gaming.
Very close. Really back and forth, neck and neck.
Sick. Really
I thought Tribe was going to run it down really easily, honestly. But I did appreciate how Only Realm did put up a fight, and you know, at the end of that, it was so close. But just Tribe having that edge and bringing it forwards is kind of what we expected, at least in our predictions.
Yeah. Look, Patchy looked quite good. I also think we saw some clutch PS supers from Bobby. Obviously, that's a ball that doesn't want to be dove on at all, but Bobby's able to sort of throw that super down on him or in front of him, catch 2 players in it, sometimes find enough damage to sort of bail him out of what would be otherwise be a really nasty, like this situation here. Okay, it doesn't stop the goal, but we're seeing this a lot from Bobby, and then there are some cases where it works out quite nicely.
Yeah, this is great from Patchy. Good smash, allowing that goal to be ensured. Sounds it, not really anything you can do. I mean, you've got to try to get as far away, but with the speed of the shade, it's just going to be a matter of time before they're able to get the goal, and then just not really much to do with defense.
Yeah, again, situations like this, obviously Bobby can't really bail himself out of now, and even though Patchy is very tanky, you know, as RBM walks up and just shoots straight through him. Overall, fantastic fundamentals from both sides. A really like volatile, exciting back and forth with comps that feel like they've been taken out of the last couple of years a little bit, right? Obviously, Pierce and Shade are in the mix, but it does feel like we've really encapsulated the soul of what these two teams were able to do at the height of their supremacy.
That's actually very true. We have some very old comps in this one. Both of them worked out quite well. In the end, it's still a 2-0 for Tribe Gaming, though, so they either had the better draft or they just played better, Arc.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby, though, just going crazy on that Pierce.
Yeah.
Didn't realize quite how much value he was obtaining off that, but my eyes were on Patchy. I just feel like at the moment, you know, you've got to remember, it's only Rebel just come off the back of a really grueling battle as well. Like, on the other side, Trovo had some chance to kind of relax and let that reverse sweep sink in. So I'm going to give them that sort of benefit of the doubt, really. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only Realm. They're super experienced. They can absolutely come back in this series.
Arguably, Tribe Gaming also had a different kind of opponent in Team Electros who best first, so they definitely warmed up. Whereas Only Realm face off against Suzy Esports, who played super well today, but they're still not in the same category, I think, as Team Electros.
I think they can play up to that category. I think it's what we saw from Zeus until they kind of lost their grip on the game. So I think neither team would have the excuse of not being warmed up coming into this kind of series, even though it was Only Realm who played more recently. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles here. Does the Pan Maker return? I mean, that's obviously a Brawl that's looks pretty good on this map. Give me something ultra booming. Give me like a Melody side lane, a Barley, a Pam. Just the classic. You know, where's Draco at? Pull him back out of the closet. Let's go.
Louis is actually left open, and that would also be one of that closeted brawler. We did see him quite often today, either banned out or open, but he is, usually one of their strongest brawler, has always been ever since his release on Hot Zone specifically.
Oh, just Chester, 2 really good brawlers that I want to see valued highly at that first pick level. Poco as well, you know, banned out, I think for good reason, but we haven't really seen any of it today. On this map, it's got to be there. Lufa Tribe, they've always seemed to kind of gravitate towards this brawler as their first pick thing, but I just think it's good. It's very good. It's a big deterrent of tanks. It can get a lot of value for the back of them, but brawlers like Stu, you know, they're kind of really going to work out well into this Lu, and it's just an option.
Yeah. One way or another, that Lu Super is going to force your opponents off the point. So I think what you do with that window is more important than whether or not the Lu is in your composition necessarily. We've also seen like some games where the Lu player is just popping off and really hitting those shots, and you don't really think it's a brawler that's supposed to do a ton of damage. Finks obviously is great against a comp that sort of depends on the Lu. Against slowing those projectiles down is a big deal, and I think it's okay to prioritize this brawler here.
And we've seen before how to counter onto things, so Pam could definitely make a showing here and now on the left-hand side. Second pick, though, first for Only Realm. They still have a bunch of options open with a lot of DPS, for example, Chester, Otis. I'm thinking of those 2 brawlers. Spike, of course, is going to be global banned. That would also be one of these options. But yeah, we'll see what it actually is. We could also just go with another long-range sniper, of course, for Bobby. They're going to pick up the Pierce once more.
Leon is still open here. That's kind of wild to me, and it's still not being picked up. I feel like it's probably one that serves Tribe pretty well, but I mean, the lollipop drop now, the ability to aim it and the radius of that, I just think it's gotta be on their minds. Moses could be banned out though, globally. Let's see how they feel. The Barley is sometimes used by Tribe in this respect. I mean, yeah, thank the Lord. Yeah. Just amazing it lasted that long in the draft. But yeah, I think Barley, this is probably my favorite map for Barley. It doesn't really kind of work for me elsewhere, but as long as the walls stay up, then, you know, there's not really any sort of threats right now.
Does this start to make you think more about opening up the map if possible? There are indestructible boxes that will protect those lollipop drops, but a brawler like Brock, for example, can always splash damage through those and take the lollipop drop down if it's not placed far enough back. That would also benefit the sharpshooter, right, of Pierce, who might be able to go that way, and it could be effective against a comp that's trying to abuse Ems, who, again, is very effective against your team if there's a choke.
And this comp is kind of showing us why Tribe usually bans out Ruffs today in their global bans. I think they are quite good into any comp that is not a comp to break open the map. So let's see what they pick up here instead. Bo would be an option. Griff, anything to open up the map. Stu, of course, as well. Or are they going to deviate from that? And Griff is going to be their pick. So yeah, opening up the map makes a lot of sense, especially if you already have Pierce on your side. And as you already mentioned, the lollipop drop, such an impressive gadget from Leon, can only be placed on one side now.
Yeah, I like that response from Only Realm. It's definitely going to provide, I'm assuming Bobby on the Pierce, but it could be anyone really in that sense, but it's going to provide them a lot more maneuverability. I think just like literally go for the earliest of breaks on that bottom left-hand side, open the map up from the very get-go. It's a good deflation technique to just make the map play out so differently. When you've got a Pierce, you know, as long as you're landing those shots, you're able to get so much more value. There's a lollipop drop down from Tribe. Do we get the break as well? Immediately we do on the other side of the Only Realm. So yeah, that's kind of the strat that I'm expecting.
Okay, so map opened up a little bit here. See no Brock, so that lollipop drop can go on the right side should Luke need to do it. But Patchy will have a good diagonal here, and some good indeed. My goodness. You're going to have to pay attention to Bobby at some point here, because this guy is going to tear you to shreds. And Diego Gamer, well, he was stuck in the corner. Easy pickings for Bobby.
Yeah, nice shot from Bobby. Genuinely, like sometimes it can be really difficult just to get that perfect lineup. And Diego Gamer was just literally sitting in the corner waiting to see whether he could heal up off the back of some missed shots, which sometimes happens in even this level of pro scene. Sands tapping away, back to the fixture as well. With that Ems spray as RBM's low and punished now the back of that big super as well.
Yeah, Sands can just dip a toe onto the point. Well, good until now. They're going to have loose super. Diego is going to be able to move up here, and Sands will hope to step back on the point pretty soon, but Luki and RBM are going to be waiting to try and find him in the choke, so it won't be such a simple matter. Look how quickly Luki can put Sands down here. Oh, the gadget used and still not enough. Ends up being a trade, but elsewhere, RBM bullies his way forward and cleans Bobby up.
Honestly, so much value there from RBM. Absolutely disgusting. He's allowed a lot of time for Tribe to get themselves stuck in on this zone. Super to hand, they're going to get some heals at the back of that yet again. Lovely stuff from that Ems. Really doing some fantastic work. 70% now for Tribe, and Only Realm are starting to fall behind here.
Lollipop drops are so good, I mean, that there, Luffy was able to use it to get like an extra 15% There it is, hypercharge super there from RBM with a knockback component to it. Means that, oh god, Luffy's going to run Bobby down. Yeah, Tribe Gaming are pretty much chilling here at this stage. 83% and counting. Patchy's looking for a way back in, but you know, unlike the Brock pick, he doesn't quite have that maximum range that can really start to threaten from further back. And I don't think RBM is leaving for anybody. A commanding victory here for Tribe.
Yeah, as soon as you get the Ems so far deep, it's very hard to push up against it. And I just love the amount of value that RBM was bringing there. The acid spray gadget has just been elevated now since the buffies, and it has an additional slow, so it just makes it very hard to really do much about. So, I mean, for me, Only Realm, they just cannot afford to lose positioning. If they get stuck in spawn against this kind of comp, it's very hard to do much about it.
Okay, well, the map's opened up yet again, thanks to Patchy's gadget. And RBM just got this vomit damage. Diego Gamer, good taps as well from him. RBM have a chance to heal back up. Sands, though, up close, as he knows where Ems is at her weaker, but of course the Charisma's just going to knock out the things in the end. Patchy, though, is he at least, well, he was here. And he was gone in an instant. All right, here come Tribe Gamer now looking to set up, and I've got questions about this Griff because outside of the wall break, it doesn't feel like Patchy's been able to move the needle elsewhere.
RBM, RBM, RBM. He's everywhere in this game. Just continuously keeping the pressure on, and at the moment, Only Realm are just kind of just giving up, trying to work around it, just walking straight into the shots. Almost 50% now for Tribe Gaming, and that lollipop drop combination as well means that sometimes Only Realm will just walk into him. Now, RBM is down. This is the chance, and Only Realm can push forwards now and try to make up for lost time.
Healthy lead though, 30% picked up here. To the good for Tribe Gaming. Diego caught inside that Kia Super. We're definitely going to give the man Bobby his flowers here because the sharpshooter play has been sublime. But here's Luffy straight back off respawn very quickly into the action here.
Lovely stuff.
Gets himself a 2-for-1 trade. I think he'll take that any day of the week. And much like Pam, Ems is a bit of an issue to deal with even for Finks.
RBM, hypercharge. Sands back to Finks. The Gadget will get away from it. Not handing him too many hills, and now he will fall as well. Sands on the zone. Bobby and Patchy now joining him as well. And Luffy going to try to make something of this. Look at the timing of that. That is so incredibly sneaky. And Only Realm didn't see it coming, but he didn't actually manage to get a kill with that.
Yeah, nice super there off from Patchy. This hypercharge will clean up RBM. Diego Gamer's going to try and dip his toe in a little bit, but now Only Realm have been given a runway back into this round.
Luffy not going to use that super straight away. Keeps the unpredictability at play. Now pushing forwards as well, and Sands has put the hypercharge prematurely as well. Just 7%, 5% now needed for Tribe, but it's just Diego Gamer as Only Realm gets some good solid takedowns, and this is the chance to really bring it back. Luffy going in on the aggressive, has got to find some value here. Get some huge taps into Bobby. Sands and Patchy evade the shots, though they should get this done, and they do by 6%.
Actually sick. That is so nice. I think Only Realm really learned from their mistakes previously. They didn't allow themselves to be locked out of the map entirely. And I really thought we got to see a little bit more what Griff was capable of here. Nice chain supers coming out there, making it hard for someone like RBM to actually get into that annoying position deep in Only Realm territory. Good recovery. They're still now got to land the plane and even up the series.
Immediate lollipop drop, and again the piggy bank response. The exact same setup as before. Acid spray from RBM. Oh, Patchy there's got punished as well by Diego Gamer as a result of that slow. Everyone on the side of Only Realm low. Tribe Gaming, 20% already on the zone and off to a good start.
Now Luffy needs to take some time to heal. He was probably hoping to go up to the Pierce. Nice little threes there from Diego Gamer, super deployed. But 20% to 6 here already. Only Realm, despite looking like they were in a commanding position, weren't actually spending any time on the point. So Red side's going to have to make up for that particular deficit, but another nice cashback here for Patchy yields an elimination.
Luffy again, so sneaky, but didn't really find anything there, and immediately punished by Bobby. Sands can turn around to focus the attention and get that pinch when he wishes. RBM though now, really going to struggle against that time warp. Sands pushing super aggressive as well, is able to evade it so easily. It's still neck and neck, honestly, now as Only Realm approach that 30% mark and tie up the game.
Yeah, now we've got an even affair. Diego getting caught out by that Pierce super. Luffy, despite having good damage up close, doesn't really want to tangle with Patchy, and now the map gets opened up even further. This is only going to benefit Only Realm. Luffy has range, but the damage fall-off is quite immense for Leon. Diego Gamer, it's like, it's like a thrown sponge. That's a nice hyper super though. But Bobby was able to extract himself from the situation, and Only Realm is so far ahead right now. It's go time for Tribe Gaming. They've got to make a play, and RBM's trying to do just that. He's gotten forward with the caustic charisma, needs to make use of it soon.
Luffy's going to surely fall here, and he will. Diego Gamer now so low, and now Sound's going to completely aggress RBM. He'll get a couple of frames there of invincibility, but not too much. As now Only Realm really are starting to cook here, now approaching 85%, and Tribe just so far behind. It's going to take a miracle to bring this back.
You're starting to see why so many teams are globally banning Pierce. If you give that over to Only Realm, Bobby is going to make your day pretty awful. 62% accounting. Tribe Gaming trying to get back into this game. Luffy low, but Bobby being picked off is a sigh of relief for someone like RBM now, who could make use of the absence of the sharpshooter to push up and be a nuisance, and these consistent lollipop drops on the left side might get Tribe back into the game.
This is massive. If they can stand out Patchy here as well for full hypercharge, they do it! That's insane! Tribe was so far behind. RBM had his work cut out for them, but that is a huge set. 2 sets to 0 when it could have easily, so easily been tied ball game. Oh no! That's so bad.
You're going to be seething after that one. You have the rug pulled out from under you entirely. Slow start here at Dueling Beetles for Only Realm, but they really bounced back. They figured out how to get Griff where he had to be, open the map up. Bobby was dishing out an insane amount of damage. All in all, it was looking good until RBM's able to surge forward across the map and get nestled there in what remained of the unbreakable boxes.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous, honestly. I feel so bad for Only Realm. I mean, they put up such a good fight as well. And there was only micro moments there that could have really made much of a difference. But I mean, Sans 13 kills. You can see on Patchy's face too, like he was really feeling it at the end of that set. They know that was a set that they had to win. And they set themselves up for success, but still managed to blow it.
With the Pierce damage. What the heck?
And once again, the stats look like it was a super close match, and it was. But we're sitting on a 2-0. It really doesn't reflect just how close this grand final is so far.
It's been great Brawl Stars though. Like I'm not going to complain. I really enjoyed watching this Dueling Beetle set play out. And yeah, I thought the Finks was a nice look, but against the M's, like the gas clouds get slowed up, but they cover a lot of ground. It's the same as the Pam issue. You still need to give that space up as the Finks player, even if you could dodge through it there. And that's annoying. The Finks doesn't want to do that. The whole point of Finks supering is that they don't get shifted off the point. And yeah, I could imagine that frustration would have to be starting to boil over here because you've had multiple chances to catapult yourself into this series as Only Realm, and they've been snatched away from you at the final moment.
But Only Realm, you have pulled off one reverse sweep in the semi-finals. Why not make it two? So I really hope Patchy finds his way back to his tablet. He just walked out of the room. We gave him a little
we put an air tag on him,
to
so
breathe. We'll find him.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that. But yeah, we'll give him a second to breathe here. But that must have hurt, and it honestly is hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, frustration. Could just be going to the toilet, just going to put that out there as well. You don't get much time in between sets.
Don't let the
It's
truth
very,
get
very
away with a
possible.
narrative arc. Unreal.
It's possible, but I think, again, you know, it's a set, whatever way you look at it, that they could have absolutely, should have absolutely won.
Yep.
Just, Hot Zone's tough. You know, you lose control for a few seconds, and it really is the difference maker. A couple of percent is all it takes, and now you're looking down the barrel of being, you know, having to full reverse sweep.
Where Bell's Rocky could potentially already be our last map of not only this grand final, but of the day and the March monthly finals, if Tribe Gaming closes this one out here. With the first pick on their side, we have a lot of those brawlers spanned out that we usually see as first picks. I'm looking at RT, for example. Uber, what's it going to be instead?
Honestly, Gene, yeah, I guess if we're looking for something that's pretty unassuming, inoffensive, and doesn't really imply too much about your overall strategy, that's fine. Leon is available here. That might be a good first stop. We saw Luffy obviously playing in that previous set, looking pretty commanding, but that is an opportunity here for Only Realm to snap that one up. Again, I like the Gene. It establishes an early win condition for you in this draft. And heads up as well, despite us not seeing Ollie really at all right now, he still gets the respect ban on this map, especially.
Pierce open.
Enjoy your
an option.
treat.
Byron coming through. Big fan of the kit ban. Wouldn't mind seeing that bow combination with the Gene, actually, to just really cycle those supers in successfully well. Mina here, definitely a threat now, especially with the Ollie ban as well. A brawler which can really kind of have some tankiness to overthrow, to have the windmill gadget as well to come down time and time again. You know, it gives you positioning power. It's definitely up there in that regard. But sometimes tanky brawlers can come out to play. There's the Leon. It was just gonna come down to it. It had to. And that's probably one of my favorite brawlers on this map.
We discussed the Bow Gene comp before. We haven't really seen it in NA at all so far. Well, picked up very often last weekend. You just get that Gene super very, very early on in the game, which helps you usually win the round. Second pick now for Tribe. Is it actually going to be that? I'm sure they were hoping to pick up that Leon for themselves. Make a lot of sense to pick up Gene first, because Gene is quite a good counter to him. You can spot him even when he's invisible. They could also just opt for a bit more range here. Bell was the one coming to my mind. Squeak is going to be picked up instead. They just want to get rid of that lollipop drop gadget, it seems.
That's fine, but I want to see a brawler who capitalizes on the map control you gain from spamming these Squeak shots. I was kind of wondering if we were going to get the, the Jaeong mixed in alongside the Gene here as well, but there's like concerns about you having barely any damage to speak of, and you already have, decent healing, I think, provided. Give me like a decent sort of mid to long range brawler, something that can approximate a sharpshooter. Yeah, Bo is here, and again, we'll be feeding those magic hands to try and bring them up more often.
It's honestly really quite disgusting when you just see how effective this Bow Super Totem is in combination with brawlers like Surge, brawlers like Gene that can really just continuously have it. I think that for me, the Gene continuously having Magic Hand on a map like this, it's going to be really tough for Only Realm, regardless of this third and final pick. I just kind of feel like this could be kind of chalked. It's got to be a Pierce ready for me.
Yeah.
Gonna go Daryl. I mean, not what you expect when there's a kit ban as well. I mean, that's kind of where I can see Daryl working, is if you've got a kit available and you pair the two together. But this is really a bit of a Hail Mary.
You know, we talk about this both turrets. On the right-hand side, they could have just picked up any thrower. Ziggy's actually open, and he's so strong on this map. And with Ziggy, they could have just destroyed the boat totem, and no Gene Super available for the left-hand side. Daryl is going to be the last pick instead. We now have Byron with 2 brawlers that profit from his support.
I mean, these guys think it's still 2025. I'm not going to lie. When that hypercharge came in for Daryl, he was all the rage for quite some time. Will it be enough in the Big 26? We are going to find out, folks. This may be the last outing for Only Realm here. It's a comp that's a bit of a head-scratcher for us, but they have gotten themselves the Leon, going up against Squeak and Bo with his Gene, though.
Yeah, I like from Tribe the fact that they are cautious to push into the spawn to prevent the Daryl having Super too early on. That's exactly how you're supposed to play it. Just go on the aggressive as best you can, because that's where Daryl can obviously be dangerous. Has the Super now. Sans with the lollipop drop depleted. Exposed on the right-hand side. Bobby already earned Super as well for that splash. Looking to support the Daryl on the roll when it comes.
Okay, here's that lollipop drop. Yeah, Patchy trying to surge ahead now. Close the gap a little bit. Here we go. No one to really slow up there. Patchy getting closer. Yeah, Luffy gets picked up. This must be the moment to come forward now. Sans got to respect this damage from the Squeak, though, and it looks like he doesn't give it enough regard, but Bobby's there with a Super to save the day. Nice finish here for Only Realm.
Lovely stuff. Let's see if Only Realm can keep that up. I mean, it really depends upon Bobby having that splash for the Daryl roll to have everything ready to go in that regard. The Leon has got Super as well, but I think Sans in the top right, so look out for him. The Hypercharge available for the Byron is going to be even more devastating if they can time these Daryl rolls to perfection.
Hypercharge Super for Bobby now. Last Super was a round end of this one. Definitely something you want to respect. And again, you need to see the Daryl coming, but Lollipop Drop makes it a little bit hard. You do see it coming, but it's on a bit of a time delay. He has that stealth assisting as he steps outside. So RBM's really trying to canvas any of these strokes to make sure that they get some sort of early warning. Those residue gadgets are being used off cooldown to make sure Daryl stays put.
Good gamer has got Paul. Will he get Patchy out the way he does, but straight into his own demise? And Luffy, last man standing in the fall equally as quickly. That's a solid game and set, well, not set, but 2 good solid rounds there for Only Realm. And gives me some confidence. I mean, this Daryl is definitely working. We haven't really seen yet Tribe really put him on the back foot in that regard and target Patchy before he's even got roll. And that's kind of what I want to see better this time round. You know, if Bobby's got splash, Daryl gets roll, there's not really much the Tribe are going to be able to do about it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that there's anything built into this Tribe gaming composition that can stop the Daryl. Because again, he speeds at you outside of that lollipop drop and will, over time, build that Super naturally. So the question of whether or not he'll close the gap is already answered. He will be coming for you. It's about whether or not you'll be ready for him. RBM's trying to get ahead of it with these residue gadgets. You almost turned that into a pick on Sans, but Bobby was on hand with the healing.
Sans trying to get that invisibility in the right-hand side, not finding any connections into RBM, nor is Bobby. Some good dukes on that side of things. And again, it's a matter of time. Daryl's going to get a roll, and then Tribe are going to be on the back foot yet again. They've got no utility, so Only Realm using that to their advantage really nicely for me. They know exactly how to approach this. Nice depletion of the lollipop drop. Again, Patchy has got roll. Bobby's there for support, now going in straight in. Oh,
got him this time.
Actually really well for Tribe. The medical puffs as well, coming out clutch. They should be able to get around here just about. Luffy's low here. Not as easy straightforward as a 1v1 here as he'd like. He might even deplete down. Bobby's doing so. Oh my word. 90 HP is absolutely ridiculous. That should have been a bit more clear-cut.
Okay, still though, it looks like Tribe can survive the Daryl dive, but essentially RBM has to throw every shot on the Daryl, and Diego Gamer needs very, very good healing. Lamp Blowout doesn't really seem to do the trick here. RBM's just caught. He's in an awful spot. Tribe weren't ready for the dive this time around, and that was a very quick round.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like it's pretty clear-cut for me that this is going to be a potential set going the way of Only Realm. Not really seeing the Super Totem from Luffy either, by the way. I mean, that I thought was the whole strategy of bringing it in to helping hand Diego Gamer. But they're struggling, really struggling. Daryl's got roll, everyone's got super. Now Sound's going for the strike, but these mines in the show's position here, if they don't time this correctly, he's going to go down. Down to 2,000, yeah, he will as well. That was not great, and that's all credit to Tribe.
Yeah, Magic Puffs really stretched to their limit there, but it paid off, and now Patchy's got no choice but to go in and try and get this one over with. Okay, really felt that Only Realm had comp and they had a strategy that was nigh unbeatable, but Triad Gaming are showing some really impressive composure under that level of pressure. And they might try and find themselves some super before the gas comes in. Bobby would like to do the same, and okay, yeah, well, again, that is the end of the game. No one's carrying their supers over to the next round. Nicely done by Tribe. They have a chance to end the series now in this next game if they can continue to be in position in advance to deal with this Daryl dive.
Yeah, for me, I'm still not confident that Tribe have got enough of a grip upon what Only Realm are bringing in. It just seems a bit shaky. It seems a little bit hesitant, honestly. And when the Daryl's rolling in and when Only Realm was going for the strike, I really just feel like Tribe can so easily falter in that regard. But now pushing in a nice manner, the lollipop drop depleted again. This is the time to really focus their attention on this Daryl and just try to get a better grounding in this mid.
They are aware of where Patchy is right now. Sans, they might have a chance to dive in here. Diego, though, keeps a respectful distance from that lollipop drop zone entirely. Bobby trying to spray shots at RBM, but none of those connect, so not a lot of pressure on the Squeak, but there is a super earned by the Byron early.
RBM's doing a good job on his right-hand side, but again, here is the splash from the Byron. Daryl roll is there. If Sans had super, they would have already gone in for this strike, I feel, and see how many shots he's away from getting so, but certainly there's not really much that Tribe got to be able to defend this. Now comes the roll from Patchy. Vengeful Spirit's out. There's a lot of heals coming in from Diego Gamer as well. Scans in Viz on his right-hand side, but he is spotted immediately. There's the pull. Patchy comes in. Oh, but it's not a good one. Tribe went down like flies.
Yeah, the Byron Super's too good. It just flattens you, especially when you get your back to the gas as it is. Patchy didn't even have to be perfect in that round. He just had to attract attention, pop his gadget, and scare the living daylights out of Tribe.
Tribe Gaming, 2 rounds, and it could still be done in a sweep. But Only Realm now have got themselves a large amount of grace. With 1 round away from being able to take this set. Sans, the lollipop drop again, and that additional speed makes it so much easier to shoot these shots. RBM going to be poisoned just for a little bit here. Diego Gamer must land this pull.
Starting things off with the Magic Hand would be massive. Especially if it's not like a Byron who could be nuked down before he has a chance to actually, you know, like throw his own super at them. That would provoke a response from Only Realm, but would see Tribe be advantaged, especially if the Byron goes down early. The Tribe would rather be more reactive about this. Diego Gamer's not really posturing that aggressively. Okay, he does flash it there. Here comes Patchy. Where's Diego looking, though? He's looking for the Byron. Unclear. Oh, super doesn't quite connect, but RBM's seen better days. He is going to tick down, and it's Luffy onto Sans as Bobby was picked off. Not enough. Only Realm stay alive in the series. They'll begin to mount a comeback.
Really surprised as well that the strat that we kind of like was foreseeing with both Super Totem just wasn't the case. Running tripwire and didn't really kind of get to see where Tribe were looking to get the value off the back of it. We saw it just towards the end there, a little bit of stun, but didn't see the bow get really the mines at all, except for that kind of one game which they won. But, you know, it just wasn't really working. This Daryl-Byron combination was just so much stronger.
We were hyping up that Bojin comp so much that they decided to pick the other gadget. That's hilarious, actually. Yeah, Only Realm back in the game, and we actually go to set 4. Who would have thought? Only Realm seems to feel most comfortable when they're 2-0 down.
It's crazy how one-sided, though, most of these games look. When Only Realm's comp did what it was supposed to do, it was, yeah, there was really nothing that Tribe Gaming could do about it. That combo, obviously, of the Byron and the Daryl was very, very potent. And yeah, like Tribe, like,
shouldn't have been that close, surely.
Exactly, like they barely get themselves out of some of these rounds. Sans on the Leon really felt like he was decoying, which is fitting, I guess, considering how the brawler operates. But you know, for the most part, he was there for the cleanup. I really do think the Tribe, yeah, they got bested when it came to the draft. They're a really solid game plan. That was more important than solid. It was simple for Only Realm to put together. I really do think that's what you want to do this late in the day when the stakes are this high.
for me, now, if only Realm have slowed the pace, they got a real opportunity to be able to add another at this point. That was a real big risk, in my opinion, but a risk that paid off. And now this could get really interesting.
I think it's already super interesting. We finally have a game. It looked like a 3-0 sweep from Tribe Gaming, but only Realm a reverse sweep once before. They might be able to pull it off twice. For Petty, it's actually the first reverse sweep ever. For the other two, Bobby and Sense, I feel like they get more reverse sweeps than any other team. They so often struggling in the first 2 sets.
Yeah, why do I feel like they also get reverse swept a lot as well? I just seen so many of these heartbreak scenarios for the STMN team back in the day where like they were looking good and then all of a sudden not so much. So I wonder if we can ever get a stat for that one. Either way, I'm sure they'd love to go back to back on reverse sweeps here. And there's only one way to do it. It's find success here on Safe Zone to tie up the series.
They're very used to long matches in total.
Yeah.
I think that's how we can summarize the experience for only Realm. We're in Safe Zone. We want to see some snipers again. Let's see if Pierce is actually going to be banned out against only Realm. Nope, they're going to leave him open. Let's see if they're going to pick him up themselves.
Good bans though. Chuck, Melody, Colt, Penny, really big heavy hitters, and the Crow and the Bull. Definitely going to be potentially leaving things open to Bell. I think as a mid is very favoured in North America. I think that only Realm wouldn't mind it in that regard. It's kind of like, yeah, I like to see the cars they come out here. That's the biggest one for me. 8-bit as well, and Angelo definitely going to be contestants here, I think, with the bans. Glowy sometimes makes appearances on this map, believe it or not. I think it's never a bad thing to go in with an Otis, just for any of the tanks that do manage to escape through here, because it's potentially going to happen.
That's crazy. I mean, that's the first time Glowy has come up in this series, not globally banned at all. So definitely been an option on a number of these maps. And the Safe Zone, yeah, it's really good. Brock's an option. Kind of feels like it's fallen out of favor a little bit more, recently, but good to open up the map. You also can start to think about those that can traverse waterways. We've seen like a random off, like game mixed in here and there. Angelo, of course, on this map can be good, but doesn't always have the level of safe pressure that you're looking for. Kaze, though, comes up pretty quick in this draft, snapped up by only Realm.
This still screams Pierce to me, honestly. If you have Bobby on your team, leave it open. Surprised that Tribe didn't pick him up himself, but Kaze is going to be picked up first. Does a lot of damage. Also, whenever she has a super available, the edges of her super will hit that save for a couple of percentages, and it's so worth to play a brawler like this one on Safe Zone. You do have some walls that can't be broken open, and with that, Kaze just is infinitely better. Hide behind those walls, get those snipes. Bell is going to come in instead of the Pierce. Bell is super good because if you hit your opponent in front of the save, you can bounce with the save and you get some save damage by just getting kills.
Best Egg's also troll on this map. It's annoying.
Let's see. Otis is kind of screaming to me like maybe Daryl even for Tribe here, just to have some continuous aggression, and there's no defensive maneuvering. They could bring in maybe a Cordelius if they really have to. There's going to be the Glory, yeah. It's kind of an interesting...
Man, you cannot miss right now. Nicely called draft. Yeah, we do have the Daryl. I think, yeah, I've never seen it played alongside the Glory, but I've got a feeling it's going to be bad news for only Realm.
On the right-hand side now, Melody banned out, Ember technically still open. We called her before the cheap version of the Ember, or they're just going to go with something to defend, actually. So far, pretty good damage dealers, especially like Kaze is just going to look into head up straight to save. 8-bit is that midway. Really good in defense, and once you have super available, you try to go up and deal a ton of damage onto the open safe. Bell also always kind of an indicator. When you want to pick up the 8-bit, you should also have her on your roster.
It's been 0 days since a Bell 8-bit draft. We got that one yesterday as well, and it looked pretty bad in that particular series. But hey, different region, different day. I will, Bobby, of course, on any sharpshooter, looks quite powerful. Sands, we've also seen plenty of 8-bit games from him. And again, this is only Realm trying to fight their way back into the series. They want to take this to a 5th and final set, and the way they do that is to get a sick comp and make it sing here on Safe Zone.
RBM and Sands going to join forces on this left-hand side. If RBM can get Brawl, they've got to be very cautious on the side of only Realm to be able to be there for defense. I like this 8-bit. I've got to be honest. Already Patch has got the crack of the save. I think 8-bit in Heist is always good.
I just love Diego Gamer inside the fan storm. Does not care if he's blind because he's already tended to the Kaze, so simply just continues to go to work. He will get tapped down eventually, though, just as well because Luffy would have been experiencing some of those bouncing shots had he not been removed. Nest egg set up by Bobby. That will slow RBM down. RBM has to be expecting this. It is an even game so far. Both teams giving as good as they've got.
Yeah, now RBM has Roll, and he can really just knuckle down this corner and just wait for his teammates to come forward to apply this pressure. Now just go in, gets a little cheeky touch on Sands on the way as well, and the Roller didn't quite crack that second stage with 53%, and maybe just a little bit more. They can find it. There's the splash from Luffy, and there it is as well.
Glowy, so scary. Yeah, that gadget there obviously being able to give that extra boost healing to Luffy, but more importantly, getting Diego Gamer out of trouble. RBM here, waiting for Super. Diego Gamer trying to keep him topped up in that meantime. Okay, yeah, nice little turn away there by Sands. He wasn't ultimately feared. Here's RBM, recalling Rotator should be off cooldown, but he didn't have a chance to make use of it. As Sands, who just bypasses Luffy, as Bobby's going to follow up on his own mark with a killing blow.
Yeah, so only round now, still behind, but have got a much better positioning in this mid. If Sands gets hypercharged now, combining it with that super, he could get straight onto the safe and cause a lot of damage. And for this reason, Tribar still being very cautious. Bobby's got the hypercharge as well. I think that realistically here, they've got to go for it. Oh, that's not great though. Can they get some damage on this safe regardless? That's the question. Luffy again with a fat splatter. Gonna get that 8-bit turret down. That's felt like a bit of a missed opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a hypercharge super from the bell. The mark did connect, but it took ages for Luca to get looked at. Here's Sands, muted up as they are, still able to do damage to the safe. Kaze pretty good in this kind of role. Luffy going to block some of the incoming 8-bit damage with that spawn invulnerability now, and Diego Gamer eventually is able to peel Kaze off the safe. Here comes RBM. Hypercharge has got them maybe enough headroom here. 5% difference on the safe, and Patchy's not going to get a sightline. Luffy's going to body block this, but can he do it in time? Yes! Only Realm can't find the damage they're looking for in the end.
I think if you watch that back, you'll see just how instrumental Luffy was for those body blocks. I mean, the extra credits gadget was popped by Bobby. That is going to shred through a safe. And that crack was evaded. That was pivotal.
All right, we'll head into another round here. So far, this glowy Daryl comp for Tribe Gaming's looking pretty good, and also definitely seems to fit their strengths. The trade. RBM eventually picked off by Bobby, who's already set up a nest egg in his home territory. And Diego Gamer can't body block his 8-bit forever. Patchy's able to get some free damage to the tune of 12%, and Diego Gamer has to gadget himself just to try and stay alive. We need to see RBM reciprocate with some damage and only Realm safe, but so far, he recalling rotators out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, not going to get confined too much that time round, but it's what Daryl's for in Heist. Try again. And he's got that roll. Diego Gamer's doing a good job of keeping Luffy alive here, and RBM got a massive long roll as well. Again, that safe's still not cracked though. And now Diego Gamer's actually going to start to hit it himself, and with the help of Luffy now, this is looking much better.
Okay, Luffy with a fat splatter in his wake. Sands protected from most of that damage now, but RBM is once more in position, simply waiting for the clock to strike midnight, and he'll have that super at the ready. Damage booster available here for Sands. Obviously, extra credits means you don't have that plug in. Here comes RBM. Onto the safe he goes. Good damage. That is very nasty. Only Realm here now need to manufacture something themselves. Maybe from the left side as Sands will look to dive in. Hypercharge super at the ready, so it could be a fan storm for some extra 3 long-range damage. It requires some lining up, but there you go. These ticks of 1300 really start to add up.
Yeah, nice work from Sands there. And this safe now going to be cracked. It's such a close game, but RBM, Hypercharge, going to go for just the roll. Patch, he gets a double bounce as well. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Hyper.
Now there's a crack, and the job is not yet done from Tribe Gaming. Diego Gamer and Luffy getting a ton of value, and maybe get another crack here.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. Despite being marked up, Luffy's finds some extra damage on the backside, but still 20%. RBM will have to tank a lot of this 8-bit damage as Patchy wants to set up with a damage booster. It's going to be an all-in from both sides, but RBM's gone down. Patchy's got to be handled. Tribe Gaming safe now down to 35% and counting. It's going to be a close one. A photo finish, in fact, as another fan storm is thrown down to crack Tribe safe. Only Realm have got themselves into the lead.
Patchy knows that he can get this job done with the help of Bobby here. If they can just find one single kill, RBM chooses to go for the strike now. It's going to be an absolute base race. Can Tribe Gaming do it? No! Too much damage on the other side of the field. Only Realm, bring it back.
Okay, yeah, we're doing this. We're going to go all the way? Okay. I mean, again, you're diving on the safe, but you know it's at 27%. So you can only crack it down to that last stage. It's not really a situation in which you can afford to all in, but credit to Tribe, they bit by bit built their way back into the game.
Big fat splatter from Luffy into the middle of the map. And it's going to be Tribe waiting really slipping for RBM here. Patchy coming in, pops the extra credits, and no one there to stop it as well. That's a really poor start for Tribe.
So much damage, 3 damage at that. RBM now finally can trade some back of his own and does get the nice little knock, but while he's away, Only don't stop. They keep going after Tribe Gaming safe. Another damage amp removed. Diego Gamer has to be very careful here. That shot could have bounced onto him from Luffy. He doesn't really have a line of sight onto Bobby. Is RBM trying to go forward. Patchy with the damage, though. Nice taps. Another recalling rotator that doesn't really achieve much. And a fan storm that's going to tickle that safe down to 53.
Yeah, not best alignment there from RBM on the wall. Going to choose to eradicate that damage booster quite quickly. I think it's kind of wise, realistically. If they do lose mid-control, then that 8-bit can utilize it. Bobby there with the mark onto RBM. He's really kind of struggling in this game. Sounds like the second break on this safe, and so far, Only Realm looking far, far better.
Yeah, and Bobby is more than happy to play from this position. Eventually, Fat Splatter clears and Patrick could join him, but a nice little fear will send him back in the direction of his own safe. RBM's very low. We'll actually get an extra clip onto that safe and turn this now down to a 20% deficit.
Sounds with some good value there.
Oh, Luke got home.
Yeah, great taps as well from Bobby. And now RBM with a hypercharge could get some value. No, not going to come back with too much, in all honesty. Sands low, Patchy low also. These body blocks from Luffy got to be on point. There's so little left in this safe now, and RBM's got to find a way to tie up the game better.
This defense from Only Realm has been fantastic. RBM has not been able to all in the safe. He's had to worry about the defenders. Time and again, basically being forced to recalling Rotator away from the safe itself, being denied full value, and he's not even really able to win these 1v1s. Sand should go here. Video Gamer, though, low enough that one tap from Bobby will end him. And RBM, while waiting for his next super, is dead.
Bobby going to tap this safe, maybe just get the crack as well, so that if Patchy can finalize things, this can absolutely go to a final set. It's a hypercharged turret as well, causing more damage to Bobby on the right-hand side. Needs to be taken care of. There's a huge mute, but it's not going to be enough for Tribe Gaming. We are going the distance. This is how March is going to be decided in North America. And then Patchy again, walking away. I'm sure this time round feeling a lot different about the situation. He's pumped.
That's right, no, he's left his drink in the other room. That's the problem. He's now gone and got himself a new cup. And he's going to drain that one too. More than happy to play on the full bladder here. Apparently increases your concentration. So.
That's what I'm saying. So Patchy walking away doesn't necessarily mean tilting. Getting drinks of water, potentially relieving himself. So many reasons to leave that room.
After his first ever reverse sweep, can Patchy get a second one in the same monthly final? We're going to find out in the next set. Really well played from Only Realm. It looked like Tribe Gaming had everything under control in that game number 1. Played super well, RBM to finish off the save in the last seconds. What did Only Realm do better in game number 2 and 3?
They defended. They stopped trying to race against this Daryl, and they left a brawler back on their side of the map. And it didn't matter if it was the Bell or any other brawler, really. The 8-bit was also quite reasonable because it soaked the shots in from the Daryl and also intercepted them halfway through. But if RBM's able to do this all the time, then it's hard to keep up with the Daryl.
I'm just amazed at how many match points we are seeing Tribe Gaming struggle with. You know, there was 2 in that game. There's definitely 3, maybe even 4 total match points that have been defended off here. And the more that happens, the more power to Only Realm. We're going to the 5th and final set. You know, you got to feel like at that stage, they can continue to do the 17 kills for Bobby is absolutely wild when you think about how Bell is designed. It's not the most powerful of brawlers, doesn't pack the biggest of punches, but he's really just clearing up all the scraps. Luffy on 15 as well. Really good game for him, but it is really Only Realm that have just got all the wind in their sails at this stage.
We do still have RBM there with the most safe damage, over 100,000 damage points. But it wasn't enough still versus Only Realm. And in the end, if it's Pierce or if it's Bell in Bobby's hands, all of these snipers just become super, super fearful. 17 kills on him. In the end, I think they picked up Bell to actually make that 8-bit Bell comp complete. And it worked out better today than yesterday, Uber.
Honestly, I almost forgot there was a Kaze in the game. And not that Sands wasn't having an impact, it's that it was more subtle and harder to see. He was literally throwing his Fanstorm at the safe every time it was available. There was one sequence of play where he hypercharged supers it and then has a normal super. So again, like ticking 1,300 per shot. He ends up getting like 7k, 70k damage on the safe rather, which is quite immense. So credit to him, quiet achiever in that game on the Kaze, but really stepping up.
We're now heading over to Shooting Star. We are on Bounty, and we just talked about how strong Bobby is on these snipers. Bounty, you usually want to play those. At the same time, we do have Luffy on the other side, and we did see him pop off earlier on that Piper as well.
Nanny band, good to see. Kaze, Crow, Mina as well, Jean, Bell. Pretty good bands for me for the most part here. Potentially 8-bit could come in North America. I'm not too opposed to it. Honestly, Angelo, I think, would be a good starting hand in this mid too.
Breathe in
That's
the
what Tribe are feeling. I like that so far from me. Jae-Young as well definitely could have an ability to bring some speed in and maneuver things around. There's some dangerous comps in this kind of map, and Mortis could still be an option. Gus, a very safe pair of hands that I wouldn't mind seeing here from Only Realm.
Would Only Realm opt out of a sharpshooter duel? Obviously, they're dealing with the, one of the strongest in the game, but you could go Jae-Young Pierce on this rotation, I guess, and then try and end with a Gus or something similar. But for me, like, seeing Nanny Bell ban is alarm bells. It means they're going to pick Angelo and they're trying to deny your, like, good control options at sharpshooter.
There comes the Pierce now, finally back in Only Realm's hands. One of their most picked brawlers over all of the maps. Bobby probably going to be on that brawler. Luffy probably going to stick to Angelo. So there we have that sniper duel. Leon is going to take that mid control for the side of Only Realm. Left hand side now. Are they still going to opt for a thrower? Probably not into Leon. So what else could it be? Sometimes we do see a call just to pick up that blue star, but Mortis, for example, would take that over a lot more commonly.
Enjoy
He's
your
banned out, so I don't know how many of those assassins you still have available. They're going to opt completely out of assassins, and there's that 8-bit that you spoke about, a brawler that we only ever really see on a map like this one in NA.
It's a good pick. I don't genuinely mind it. It's definitely one that's going to struggle in terms of mobility, and that's where we could see Only Realm here and potentially overthrow with aggression. And it's tough to make work in the when you're in the back spawn side, but the damage booster, does help you hunker down. It does help you defend against that kind of situation. Sprout from Only Realm going to come through, and this just got super interesting.
I mean, for me, this is crazy. I was wondering if it would be a buster pick here, like something that was generally designed to shut down these sharpshooters, and this is what Sprout does very effectively. You cut off the long sight lines. You're a thrower, of course, so you yourself are going to benefit from those hedges getting thrown in, and you also are going to let the Leon get up close into that effective range. Not to mention, of course, that Pierce can hit you from behind those walls. Sprout is an insane pick. Like, generally, absolutely bonkers. We just don't see that pick anymore, and for a good reason. Can Only Realm roll back the years, though, and make it look good? The Lollipop drop gives a free blue star, so that's a good start for Only Realm, at least.
Diego Gamer using the water to just juke around those Sprout shots. And already it feels to me like Only Realm getting up some positioning power here. One drop for Patchy. Now he's a danger. Luffy knows it. Doesn't hesitate to go back. Gets some hills over Diego, and as quickly as that, you can see how that one single gadget just brings back all the control. Pick up from Sands, gives him the lead.
Okay, well, we knew Diego was going to jump away there. Nicely done by Patchy and Sands here. I'm saying this Sprout is getting worked on. There's not even a hedge available, which is huge. So the fact that, Sands can cut off this main diagonal now and essentially deny most of the map away from Tribe is kind of insane. You can still leave your Pierce to play the left side lane like they're doing here. But you can transplant the heads back and use it again later.
2 missed hills from Luffy and a hit to the wall isn't great. Need to see a bit more of a supporting role from this Byron pick. And already, we are seeing again Only Realm being pushed back, but this Invis now, as the Leon goes pushing the top left-hand side from Patchy, is still quite dangerous. Now goes into the Invis, and just potentially looking to find Diego Gamer there, as it's still in a lead extending in favor of Only Realm.
Can you imagine that? I mean, Only Realm winning a monthly final with Sprout would kind of complete the trifecta of insanity for me today. 2 reverse sweeps and a Sprout win would be legendary. So far, they're off to a great start here. It's quite clear that Diego Gamer is not getting the best of sightlines. Bobby's very low here, but he's not getting the blue star, so not the end of the world if he were to fall. There's a hypercharge hedge that RBM actually has to respect, and Lutica is quite low here. Only Realm defending really nicely.
Patchy using the helping hand of that lollipop drop. RBM TPing forwards as well, but it's just too much for lead surely here for Only Realm. RBM Sam just bumps a wall there as well, just to make sure that the message is heard loud and clear. Only Realm are doing it. This is the reverse sweep in full motion. for the second time today, no less, for them.
Oh, it's so base. My goat just hedges himself into the corner of the map, knows that he's holding on to stars that cannot be taken away from him. Behind all of this, though, it's Pierce popping off yet again. Bobby's up against basically every sharpshooter that isn't banned and is dishing out some serious damage, and it's the lollipop drop gadget that I think is a huge component of the success he's able to generate.
Big kills early on to allow Diego Gaming to get into position here. Only Realm going very far back into the spawn at the moment, though. Big taps into Bobby. Patch is pinched here as well. Oh, he put the lollipop drop down there to try to tank for himself, but didn't quite work out. So at least hands over to Tribe and, of course, that blue star.
Okay, Patchy's back quickly enough, but yeah, that blue star loss is going to hurt. Now I have to see how Only Realm's composition looks on attack. Hedge will get him into the map. Sands just needs to make a little bit of space, but there's multiple diagonals that this Sprout has to respect. Good damage being done. Here's a damage booster right in the back corner, so Only Rob needs to be careful now not to overextend too far, and I'm looking at Patchy here.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Bobby as well. Getting some really nice shots from his right-hand side, and RBM's going to need these hills, as is Diego Gamer, big smash as well. Sands low as left-hand side, but it's a great idea from Diego Gamer to get behind this and try to pinch it out, but Patchy there as well. Support is there, Only Realm able to get some kills, but still the boost star now traded over, though, and that takedown from Bobby into Luffy.
Yeah, sick Pierce super that comes out. Bobby, again, just consistently putting damage out and sending it where it hurts. Now, Tribe Gaming have to charge back into the map, and they've got to try and figure out where Patchy is, for example, as he dances amongst his lollipop drop. Good damage on Diego now, who won't be able to heal until he stops firing unless he uses that super, which he must do now. Luffy collapsed. Patchy able to collapse. Can he dodge these shots coming in? No, it's a trade back, but Only Realm still maintain that 2-star lead, and RBM can't push up past that hedge. Sand simply transplants it yet again.
Just 2 stars in and now, 15 seconds left on the clock, and Tribe have got to go quite rapidly now with a hypercharge. Diego Gamer gets a nice kill there as well. It's neck and neck with the blue star still on the side here of Only Realm. Can they hold on for these last final few seconds? Sprout wall goes down. It's going to force Tribe all the way to the right-hand side. It's looking good, and Only Realm seal it. A reverse sweep, and they are your champions of March. 2 reverse sweeps today for them. Absolutely unreal. They are back in North America.
Oh my God. Patchy cannot believe it, and nor can we. We virtually got maximum Brawl Stars from these guys today, and you better believe that Sands is going to be laughing all the way to the bank. That is absolutely a feather you want in your cap. And finally, Bobby's team gets off to a good start in a BSC year. This is exactly what you want. If you want to feature at Brawl Cup, it's wins like this that are going to get you there. After all this difficulty, finding an all to represent them, just so much faffing about in the preseason, they managed to settle on their roster. Patchy looks well integrated here, and Sands gets to complete the dub with the Sprout pick. What more could you ask for?
And amongst the multiverse, this is that one instance where Bobby gets a good start to the year. Who would have thought that we would have found it?
2026 is their year. It looks like it. Top 4 last month. Now they come out on top with a double reverse sweep. And yeah, that's a pretty interesting story. NA truly delivered today.
I mean, I'm blown away, really. Tribe, though, I feel like do take their foot off the gas a little bit in that later part of this series. The all-in composition on Safe Zone as well is questionable. Here, of course, we sort of see their comp is fine. They first pick that Angelo. They ban the Nani. Great, that's awesome. But they too heavily index into sharpshooters, which are completely owned by Sprout. And it's the kind of pick that you so rarely see, but these are veterans of the game. Legends, some would say. It depends how nice they're feeling on that day.
This is what a legend looks like.
Yeah, well, you know what? We've got our own brand of legends in Brawl Stars. Nobody else has any like them. And if you'd like to borrow them from us for any stretch of time, you're welcome to. But again, fantastic hedge work there for your boy Sands. I thought it was just really clever and very heads up to go for a overlooked pick. 100 brawlers in the game, and that's the one they settle on.
I really feel like Only Realm in both their semi-final and now also the grand final match pulled up their socks all of a sudden and after set 3 had a phenomenal draft. And this one, again, you just mentioned Tribe Gaming didn't have a bad draft, but Only Realm picks up that Leon first. After that, you can't really go anything squishy. You can't go thrower yourself, so you go in 8-bit. 8-bit struggles so hard into that Sprout. We just didn't really see him get out of spawn at all. Diego Gamer had a wonderful game on that Angelo because he brings a little bit of everything. Can jump out of the way if Leon comes too close, can put some pressure onto the Sprout by jumping into him. Diego Gamer was really the key to Tribe Gaming's success was healed up by the Byron, but in the end, it's just not enough.
Yeah, I felt like the Sprout pick was really smart because, they didn't pick the 8-bit into the Sprout. The Sprout was a really good pick because it's really hard to do the shots into the 8-bit. It's just like great
so
drafting
slow
on the side of Only Realm. Yeah, I think that they did a really, really good job of seeing through the strategy. Tribe Gaming had some great moments this monthly final. I think we just cannot really look past. I feel like it's going to be tarnished now in a way because of that reverse sweep. But
it should be.
But the fact that we've got now a bit of a mixed match of teams that can really go the distance in this region, I think that's what we wanted to see from a monthly final of March, to really explode the competition out wide.
Yeah, I think there was a question about like what Bobby and Sands were going to do, like how they were going to, because again, there's always the same promise from these guys, like we're going to put NA back on the map, we're going to reclaim those heights. These guys aren't washed. Like, they're not. Like obviously they're still well within their prime as gamers, but it's nice to see them find like a missing piece of the puzzle in Patchy, someone who was close to like the top and definitely at the top of NA sometimes, but always flopped on the international stage. So I hope for these three now, they do make that Brawl Cup and they can show what this region's capable of.
They definitely have what it takes to play there if they continue on that road. Top 4 last month and now come out as champions. And NH really delivered today. We had 4 3-2s. So if that doesn't speak for a wide open region, then I don't know what does.
Hey, I got a lot of stick coming today from putting on Twitter that North America is my favorite region.
No,
and
it was
look,
tough.
Hey,
they even tweeted NASA, man. That's rough.
But look, I mean, it's honestly absolutely ridiculous, some of these scorelines.
We had 5 3-2s.
So crazy close. And, it's exactly what I was hoping to see from this month, honestly. I don't really care who won at the end of the day, as long as there was just so much more back and forth than we've seen in previous months. And I certainly wanted as well, a different person taking it all at the end, because it just makes that road to Brawl Cup even more exciting in this region.
It's a nightmare, though, for predictors or analysts, because it's going to be impossible now, to know what to expect. We've seen kind of both ends of the spectrum. We've seen the upstart teams that have come into the mix look amazing. Now we've seen, like, those known names just, stamp their authority back on this region. The best part is both ends of that spectrum look really good at Brawl Stars right now. The rookies in NA look great. The veterans look great. So who knows what we're going to end up with as we head to Berlin.
And there was a big question coming into today. Who can dethrone the rookies again? They come into February and immediately claim victory, kind of showing us that a new era is possible. It's not always Tribe Gaming come out on top, and it is not in the end, but it's an old guard, some veterans taking over. I hear that our interview is ready. Hello, Bobby. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling after that win?
Yeah, it was so dark. I noticed that.
I assume you can't hear me yet? It was not dark in here. We have really bright lights above us. Okay, now you can hear me, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to the show. How are you feeling after that win, and what changed between February and now?
I moved to Texas. I had zero ping. Like I felt like playing in Canada was a little bit too hard for me. Last year, Luffy moved to Texas, and Tribe had a really good year, and I was like, if they can do it, I can do it. So. Yeah.
Texas seems to be the key. I see. I wouldn't actually reveal that secret to any other teams. They might just do the same. You have a huge fan base behind you. What can those fans expect from you for the rest of the season?
I mean, our first goal was to make Brawl Cup. I've always felt like you just need consistent practice throughout the year to be the best at the end of the year, and making Brawl Cup would give us in North America like an actual shot to face the other best teams in the world. So just hope we make it there and hope for the best.
And you finally get a really good start into the year. We're super, super happy for you here at the desk. What did you tell each other right before that final set against Tribe?
Well, I just said we got it. Like, it was pretty funny. We were down 0-2 and Patchy was like, not the second time, the first time, Patchy was like, I've never reverse swept in my life. And I was like, okay, I mean, like, now's the time to do it. And we did it twice. So, I mean, we just stayed cool. I kept, reassuring the team, saying we got this, we're good at these maps, and it worked out.
This is absolutely insane. Twice in a row for Patchy here for the very first time in his life. You were top 4 in February. Now you're champions. What can the other regions expect from you if you make it to Brawl Cup?
I want to beat Semantic now, because Semantic said he was preying on my downfall. Like he was saying tonight, like, I'm not rooting for you and all that stuff. So, and he doesn't know the right Ziggy star power. So Yeah, we're just gonna pray on Semantic's downfall and try and beat them.
I'm gonna write that down, and I hope we get to see Ziggy in a Only Realm versus Humble matchup. Thank you so much for your time, Bobby. Celebrate well.
Thank you.
Really, really nice stuff coming out from NA today. We do have a new winner. It's not Tribe Gaming like we predicted, guys. We once again jinxed.
Yeah, no, we did, and I did say that I sort of foreshadowed coming into this game, but I think that's fine. We're going to see this a number of times over the course of this year. We're going to have buffies out of the game. We are all good. Look, Brawl Stars competitively has always been about who can adapt quickest and find like their strength. I honestly think the Pierce pick here. It's not global banned against Oni Realm in that game, and Bobby just makes great use of it. You're probably going to need to target that in the future, or have an option to deal with those sort of sharpshooters. I don't mind being wrong. It was great results, fun Brawl Stars. We got, like you said, 5 set series here today, so I absolutely can't complain about the result.
Unfortunately, this does conclude our NA monthly finals, but we have some of the most memorable plays of the day for you.
Honestly, there's been so many moments for me in this monthly final. It has been really, really rather special. You can see here as well, this is the moment where we saw this really, really clutch finale here on Blau just surviving on there on 70 HP, absolutely wild here. This match, it was, oh my goodness me. I mean, this match could have had so many of the replays because it was just absolutely back and forth and just nuts, absolutely nuts.
Yeah, I mean, really, this was obviously pretty crazy as well here. The last second Zeus is looking to turn the series around, and if you remember back, this ended up being, a Zeus Esports victory. They were able to advance here. Kind of sick to see the Trunk game in general. We had maximum gems spawned in this game. The Trunk was picked into the Lily, but Zeph looked so good on that tank. This is where, really started to feel like Zeus were running away with this series, and they ultimately did do that. So, mad respect to them. I hope to see them next month as well. They've got some really promising up-and-coming players.
I do hope we get to see some of those faces once more. Different meta in every single region. So we also have the most picked brawlers for you here in NA.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I mean, kind of very similar to what we saw in EMEA, to be completely honest, with the Bell thrown in, which I'm really kind of pleased to see. And a really high win rate for that one as well. The Mortis, I mean, that was really, that was a lot from Tribe, wasn't it, thrown in on that front.
Yeah,
but
Zamp as well, I guess, yeah.
Didn't see many kind of global bans for Mortis, not as much as we saw in other regions, but Mortis left open, a lot, really, as well as the Pierce. I'm surprised. But Leon, I'm also a bit surprised was left open as much as he was, but I think no one's surprised me there with a spike in the Bell.
He's not quite global bannable, but he often seems to find his way in his first pick. I do think it's very skill expressive and it's execution dependent. Leon's really powerful right now, but he's not unbeatable.
We saw a lot of Only Realm today. Mio mentioned before, Sans does really not like Crow. And guess who was the most banned brawler in this region?
I'm going to say Crow.
28
bans. Nuts, yeah. That's actually wild.
This is ridiculous.
I mean, the drop-off is quite substantial, isn't it, to 9 bans of Chester? I mean, I think Sans going to be celebrating extra hard today for that.
Yeah, I think so. There's a lot to be happy about if you're Sans or a Sans fan. Crow, again, was a trap last month in this region, only winning 1 out of 5 games. Now, though, something's happened, obviously. People are really targeting him and don't want to deal with him in general. That's fine, because he does introduce a level of volatility into the game. And having flat damage reduction on your gadget is actually really hard to play around. So, no surprise, I guess, to see Crow gone.
Crow is a really interesting one, because we have some more stats for you here for the global bans. And Crow did actually never show up in the global bans compared to other regions where he was banned out the 4th most. We see it here. This is our global ban overall over all the regions for this month, and we see that Crow was never banned in NA. On the other side, we have Glowy, never banned out in East Asia, but he was the 2nd most banned brawler across the regions.
Yeah, I think we need to really start to pick the players' brains as to, what they think when it comes into their drafting and their bans. How are they making these decisions between what is a global ban and what is going to be the same brawler in every set, no matter what? This is our, religious set bans.
I think you're going to get a lot of difference of opinion about how teams are making use of the global ban feature. It could also depend on whether they're being coached by a human or by vibes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to get some insights from the players later on if you just global ban the best brawlers or just the ones that your team doesn't really like Tribe Gaming really hates that Rofs. They don't want to play against a broken open map, it seems. But yeah, super interesting. I think that's one of the most interesting stats we are seeing after March, because this was the very first time we actually had global bans in the BSC implemented. This is the leaderboard for NA. Those top 2 teams are for now locked in for the Brawl Cup. I think some things can still shift. You have 1 more month to go.
Yeah, this is honestly really quite wild. Trope Gaming just outside of things, which is going to make going into the April monthly finals just even more exciting. STMN dropping down to just 96 points really as a result of not qualifying for this month. Now their prospects looking ahead to Brawl Cup really quite in jeopardy.
Yeah, you need a complete fall off a cliff from those top 2 teams in NA, I think, for there to be any sort of change up in the order of things. Tribar looking in. They take a win here and maybe one of those top teams fall out in the quarterfinals or don't qualify, God forbid, then yeah, things change. So no one is safe and nothing is granted. Everything will have to be earned in April.
And you know that I had a tiny little wish. I wanted to see a different winner
Did she have a
every
wish? I did. I'm not so sure.
this month, and my wish got actually fulfilled. In February, we had Zekta, Foot, Eternal, and Team Electros taking the title. Now in March, we have Crazy Raccoon, Humble, New Heights Gaming, and Only Realm.
Are they all different teams? There's no...
No, it looks like there's no... Yeah, it looks like...
No, really? So every single region had a different team that
I think that's what she's saying.
Is that what she's saying?
Yep.
Right, just to clarify, just to make sure.
No, I mean, it's facts. I mean, that's great. What's your wish for next month, then? What's your wish?
Do we get all new teams once more?
I mean, you can choose that. Is that your wish, or do you have a different wish?
I think after that, she's on the spot now. Just to be mute for next month, actually.
I did say that already in East Asia when we had Crazy Raccoon winning. It's not just something I'm
No. I just want to know what you're
anymore.
wishing for next month. Like, if this has come true here, like, are you going to wish for, like, utopian society, free healthcare for all, flying cars? Like, because it's working.
Well, if you want to get political, I hope for no wars.
Okay, sure, that's fine. That's fine.
Just Brawl Stars.
Leave it out in the field in Brawl Stars, guys.
Let's just have some leaders battle it out in Brawl Stars. You know, that would be my wish for next month. Make sure to also get your tickets still. There are some left for Berlin, and all of these teams just are fighting at the moment. Just who will actually go onto that global stage. May 15th and 17th, you get to see your favorite teams live in Berlin if you get those tickets. You, of course, can also watch from home and get some more rewards by voting over at event.brawlstars.com. Thank you so much for tuning in today and over the course of this and last weekend. We're going to see you back in next month.